I'm sure he will, Jay. I think he said he's about to start a class teaching the Sumerian language as well, and then his wife teaches Egyptian hieroglyphs. Like she has a class that's getting ready to start teaching about the mythologies, the Egyptian mythologies, and then teaching how to read Egyptian hieroglyphs. So they teach these classes often, I believe. What's up, Milkman? You said, will he teach Klingon too? I don't know. He said he has a video where he dressed up like an alien reading something. I don't know. I guess. What's up to the YouTubers over there in YouTube land? Thank y'all so much for being here. Tonight we're talking about how much God makes my head hurt. I figured I'd just say God. Like God makes my head hurt. It's the stories in the book, right? And then talking to the followers and reading their comments. I swear I'm going to make a song out of their comments in my video, in my comments. You said I'm not showing in your FYP? Oh, I don't know. I know, guys, don't forget like the Teamy bracelets, the roses. Make TikTok think they're gonna make some money before it goes down, but it'll happen. We've only been up for 8 minutes. Y'all know me. I will start back over if I need to. Oh man, Pauline and the Epistles. The band is gonna be called Pauline and the Epistles. You said get together. Oh, yes. Joel dropped his album, his songs that he do in his live. He dropped that in the Bad Bible Discord, and him and Mezzo's Discord. Hey, Sky. What's up, Joyful? Those of you, like, make sure y'all follow Joyful. I had fun hanging out with Joyful this weekend on his live. Joyful gets some really interesting guests. I actually think that it was the guest on Joyful's live, that guy, and then right after Joyful's live, Mezzo had one, right? Like back to back. Very egotistical, narcissistic, disingenuous, loud mouth, like dishonest guest. And I think it was at that moment, with my arms outstretched, I needed to make a way, as he has done so many times before, for him to come and get his believers, because at that moment I realized that God gave me a damn headache. That the way people shift to defend this God, they deny shit. I just couldn't take it anymore. It's too much. It'd be too much. Yes, Joyful. Your guests are. I thought I had crazy guests. Yeah. And then Jaleesa, she came to my page and started tagging me and stuff. She tagged me in a video of her collecting bugs or some shit. And she was like, "You're so hung up on me being unhoused. You can't see how happy I am." And it's a video of bugs in a jar. I don't know. Then she said something about you love me, you just don't know it yet because you hate God. She's not well. Yeah, I think so too, Travis. No, not you, Jay. We love you, Jay. We love you. Look, y'all still asking me about what happened at Walmart. It's a video on her page. I don't know if she's taking it down, but it's a lot. It's too much. She was doing too much. She went viral. She went viral a couple of times. I don't know. Nelly, I see you. I'm trying to get the box open. What's up, Nelly, now?
Hey, what's going on with you?
Trying to get rid of this headache that God has given us. Like, what type of pill do you think it would take to get rid of the God headache?
That would be I don't know. I wasn't expecting that one.
Like, is it a lie? Am I lying?
Oh my goodness. That's the I wasn't expecting. I thought you said something about
Mizzles.
a headache. I was getting ready to say, well, you try some ibuprofen, but you said a God headache. I said, wait a minute.
Mizzle said ibuprofen.
Some ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen. Oh my
Hey, do you hear like any background noise coming out of me?
God. No.
Okay, great.
Excursion. Excursion.
Wow, 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 wow.
Get the Ezekiel peel.
Yeah, I was listening to Ria's live today too. And she had a pretty good live going on, so I was listening to that.
I fell asleep, but every now and then I would wake up to Rhea saying, "That's what the fuck I said."
Yeah, I just be really seriously when I listen to Ria, I just be waiting. I said she's gonna go off. I start counting the countdown for when she's gonna go off on somebody.
Yeah, yeah. That's what kind of like did it for me. Like I'm sitting here talking to like usually on the weekends I take the weekend off. And so for the last 2 weekends, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get in here and I'm gonna chill. And now I understand too, like why it's important to like unplug. I get why some people do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, because talking to believers on a daily basis, it can make your head feel foggy. The
Yeah.
amount of shifts they take, and
Oh yeah.
I keep trying to find this in the Talmud. There is a rabbinic tradition where they talk about the word and how shifty the word is. And the goal of the word is for it to continuously move. And it says that it moves forward, backwards, right, left. And it will have people who read it calling good bad and bad good. And it was saying like what the goal of it is. And I had read it on live. I don't know if you remember that. We had read it on live like when we first started doing the lives, but I cannot find it in the Talmud because I don't remember. I know Ibn Ezra is the one who wrote it, and it was about the beginning of time. It has something to do with Eve. Um, it was either something to do with Eve or when the Creator God was created and Jacob struck the rock. And that's when the word was created. Like Jacob struck the rock. A creator God was created when he struck the rock. It was after he had gone to some school by Eber. Eber was his teacher. And they were talking about the word and they were talking about how it like shifts and moves. And it never stops. It constantly moves and shifts. And that the purpose of it is to have people calling good bad, bad good. And I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna read it. But when studying the Hebrew language, right? Like we already know when reading the Bible, we can see the shiftiness in it, right? We can see
Right.
that the it's not a consistent storyline. We know that because there are different authors, right, with different perspectives. We see that
Right.
shiftiness when we talk to believers on a daily basis because they are different humans. They have different minds, different um, experiences, right, and different understandings.
Right.
Now, with me studying the Hebrew language and learning the rules for the vowels, the consonants, the markers, it's I understand the shiftiness. Like I can see the shiftiness, if that makes sense. Even the structure of the language is inconsistent.
Right. Right.
Like one you'll learn one rule, and then when you get to a word, that rule doesn't apply, and then you be like, why doesn't this rule apply? And then you research the rule, and they go, oh, this is a tricky one. Like every damn rule is a tricky one. Nothing stick. Nothing makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, one thing I've learned about this, doing this stuff, I don't know. I guess when it, well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say when it comes to Christians, or I'm not gonna even just say Christians. I'm gonna say when it comes to believers, I have seen the definition of words change so much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they actually, and I'm guilty too, because I can remember me saying some of the same shit.
Give me this. Give me this. Lawful living. Do you read Hebrew? You speak and read Hebrew? Lofty, you know the rules in Hebrew?
Oh wow.
I just want to know, like you're saying English has similar shifty rules. Like, do you know the rules that I'm talking about in Hebrew? Because I haven't seen these type of rules where a letter disappears into another letter, even though that letter isn't even pronounced in the word. Like it doesn't, like for example, the Hebrew N sound, the nun, right? It just, you just have to pretend there's a N there, even though you don't even sound the damn N out, and you don't write it out either. In your head, the N has to be in your head. And you have to tell yourself that the N is a ninja that disappeared into the meh, into the mem, even though you don't say the N and you don't write it out. We don't have any rule like that.
No. And speaking of Hebrew, that I'm just now starting to get into that because you made me interested in it. You know, that's going to be probably the biggest challenge I ever had in my life. I mean, I can't even think of a college course I took that's harder than Hebrew.
Yeah. I told my daughter, I was like, this language shouldn't be making my chest feel tight, should it? And she was like, Mama, just have fun with it. It's like, I don't know. This is not a fun language.
No, it's really a very, very difficult language. I mean, just learning basic stuff is hard. Um, I'm still not even understanding. I still don't understand it. You know, I'm trying. You know, but it's something that's very, very. You have to be almost raised in it
Hmm.
to get to the fluent speaking of it and reading of it. Uh,
Yeah.
my
Uh,
tongue can't even float that way.
man, who like I like talking like Olive. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like Olive, like the A sound is like Olive.
mm,
I can't
I, lo-
make that sound. Like I don't know.
I can't either.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. But it's not even just the sounds. It's all the rules, and it just makes me think about all the different rules when it comes to the Bible. like, right? And then how this one book created three Abrahamic religions, and they all three believe that they're worshiping the same God, but they are different gods with different natures, different capabilities, right? That all of the gods want each all of their followers to have this higher consciousness, but he doesn't really tell them anything new except how to be shifty, right? That's what I see. I see them say that this God is love, this God is peace, right? This God is prosperity. Well, it's prosperity for Judaism. They don't believe that God wants them to suffer. Christianity, the God expects suffering, but certain people can be prosperous. And then in Islam, the God wants them to be sinners and sufferers. Do you see? Like, it's just the way that, like, how can one story create so many different ideals within, like, even the three religions, the three Abrahamic religions has different sects. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a lot.
I
Yeah,
agree.
it's so mad. It's a lot. And but it's supposed to be one God, and we're the wrong ones. Like, we're the ones that deserve to be punished and are evil, because we're like, fuck that. I would rather have peace of mind than have to, like, figure this out.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, thinking. Like I said, I'm gonna try, but honestly, I don't think I will. I always be honest with myself. I don't really feel that I would succeed at Hebrew.
Why? Because of the time that it takes.
Well, that especially, it's going to take a lot of time, and with the other things that I have going on, it's going to be hard. I'm trying to find really a tutor, or a one I can sit down with, that speaks, Hebrew that fluently and can read it fluently.
Dr. Bowen, like, our classes are on Zoom on Saturdays.
Hmm.
And then, like, we have Bert in the community, Rabbi Hannah. Look, I'm saying Hannah right now. Rabbi Hannah in the community.
Hmm.
So, like, I mean, there's people in the community that can help. Like, we're definitely going to have to do, like, Zoom study groups and, like, practice speaking it. But, like, I think in the very beginning, right, like, once you get the rules down, it's going to be easier to read. And then, like, once you're able to understand reading and transliteration, because you read uh, uh, right to left, and then you transliterate left to right. Once you figure out that, and figure out all the rules when it comes to the letters, the vowel markers and stuff, then all you have to do is just learn the vocabulary. So I think like for the first month, just getting, like, the vowels down. The alphabet you can learn in a day. It's not hard. The alphabet, had that down pack in a day. It's the rules around the consonants, the double sounds, and stuff like that. So I say give that a month of practice, 2 hours a day studying, and then get to vocabulary, and then I think we got it. It's just that first part. I think it's just gonna drive you nuts.
And I think my biggest problem is my tongue don't roll that way. I
What?
mean, I
Like,
don't know if you.
the only is most of it is in your throat. It's not even your tongue. Like, they don't roll their R's. Except I think the only R they roll sometimes is Raish, but they don't roll their R's. Like, it's mostly ha, like Hana, like that. Like, sound like
Yeah,
you're doing a loogie.
yeah, and I mean, well, obviously something between my neck and my mouth don't work. All I can tell you. Because I even have problems saying certain words in English. I don't know if you noticed that shit, but I do. You know,
Me too.
um, I never, I tell people all the time. I said, well, my bachelor's degree is not in reading. My bachelor's degree is in numbers.
Oh,
So
you know who else could help you?
what was that?
Bash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think
Bash
about it.
speaks Hebrew. Bash would cuss a person out in Hebrew. Bash, Bash would be a perfect person to help you.
See,
And I know he busy. I know he busy, so I can't put that on him. But oh, he just said it. He said he can help a little.
well, hey, I appreciate it because, like I said, I'm gonna start. Like I said, I'm starting just with the alphabet, and like you said, you got it down in a day. I'm still struggling. So,
They only have like 23 alphabet, and then some
yeah.
of them are like repeats. So it's
Hmm.
not. I mean, it's not the alphabet ain't hard. And then I could send you an app that helped me get it down in a day. Like even with like and with this app, like it helps you like write them. And when you write it with your finger on the app, it kind of helps it with memorization a lot quicker. So yeah, the
Well,
alphabet ain't hard.
and I got to be honest. My main purpose for wanting to learn it, wanting to be able to read it and speak it, is because Christians, especially the Christians I know, that's the first thing they holler back is, well, it was originally written in Hebrew. So now I can read this and show them in Hebrew and then decipher and let them know, okay, this is what it says in English, this is what it says in Hebrew. Now, what's the difference?
The crazy thing is that they still aren't gonna know. Like even when we do read it in Hebrew, they're gonna say that's not what it says. Even though they're still. That's why I say the headache. Yeah, it won't change a thing. Like they're that's the part of the headache.
Have you ever did a segment on King James? I mean, I know you've noticed this. Every Christian is stuck on King James. They're so worried about making sure you're reading out of the King James original Bible.
Yeah, King James is there. It's like they're. It's like they think King James talked to God. Like they think God said, King James, write my book. That's what they think.
Well, I know a lot of Christians that don't even know about King James, don't know where he come from, don't know the history on King James, don't even know how he became the King of England. They don't even know how because he wasn't the King of England, But they don't know this stuff, you know. They don't understand how he got there, They don't know none of this stuff, you know. He wasn't a very nice person.
They don't care. I've asked them, like, does it matter to them, right? How the lives of the people who, basically commissioned the books, transcribed the books, um, you know, uh, interpret it, does it matter? And they said no.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them. Let me not speak like that. Everyone that I've asked said no.
Well, the ones, a lot of people that I've talked to, they seem to think that King James was blessed by God Himself.
Yeah, they think he came out and they think God came and spoke to King James. Y'all, I had grandeur spelled correctly, and Canva corrected it, and I just noticed it.
You have what?
The delusions of grandeur. I had it spelled correctly, and then either Grammarly or Canva corrected it. What's up, Fee and Mezzo?
Hey,
Hey,
y'all.
I just want to say real quick, I was thinking just about the Hebrew and the King James stuff today, And I'm sure you've said this to someone before, but I just had to ask because like I never thought of it before, but like all the translation stuff, all the issues with this, all the different versions, none of this shit would have happened if their God hadn't ripped apart the Tower of Babel. Like this is all his fault.
Exactly.
I never thought of it before, but I was why are you guys saying I'm using the wrong version? This is all your dude's fault.
That's a part of the headache.
I love this background.
Does he not give headache material? Like he is straight headache material.
I just flipped over to this live and like for the first sec, like I was just like, oh, Thinker's finally like on camera for her lives. Like that just is you. It just looks like you listening to something. It's just how I imagine you like sitting when people are yelling, like you just have your hands on your head and you're like, fucking no.
Yeah. I swear that's how I be. And I'm just sitting over here leaning on my chair like, what the fuck?
You know, over the years, like I said, doing it on live is one thing that will give you a serious headache, frustrated and everything. But doing it face to face, man, it takes practice. It takes real practice because, I mean, literally, you have to learn how to compose yourself. And I wasn't very good at it at first. I'm not going to lie. First few times, I wasn't very good at it. I was ready to tear somebody's head off right there. And I had to think. But, yeah, the face-to-face thing is really, really hard. And I can't wait, Thinker, because I know one day you're going to become a public speaker. You are.
I'm already a public speaker, but I don't plan on public speaking about this.
Why?
Nah.
But you gonna need bodyguards like me, huh?
Yeah, this topic is not my my goal to be public speaking about.
Well, I think you'd be very, very, very good at it because you'd be killing it on here. And like I said, me, almost a day oneer with you, I've learned so much, and you don't know how far along I've came just based on stuff that you studied, and then it made it a lot easier for me to go back and just verify. I'm like, oh wow, so yeah, I really appreciate it. I really do.
You're welcome. The public speaking can be yours, friend.
Well, I mean, when I do it, it's more or less, I'm a realist person. I talk on the average everyday Joe. That's how I talk. I mean, I'm not I don't know how to use big words and all of these things right here, but I do know how to get my point across. But it's I don't know, maybe that's why it fits me so well because I can sit and have a conversation as a normal Joe, and I don't use the big words because half the time I can't say to some bitches anyway. So I'm not gonna make a fool of myself.
You sound like Moses.
Well, I just be honest because I be asking you. I say, am I saying this right? I mean, am I pronouncing this right? Because I mess up. I know I do. I try not to use them.
There's so much value in that, though. Like, just like people are learning Hebrew, like learning science talk is, valuable. Learning like just big like TED Talk words is valuable, but also just learning everyday Joe speak is valuable for people who don't normally use that. I don't like. I can't say like exactly what my job is. I don't really talk about here, but part of it does involve like science communication. So I'm very used to, I'm not a scientist at all, but I'm used to people who are much smarter than me saying very complicated things, and I have to kind of, reorganize it in a way that makes sense to normies, and it's like, it's a real job. Like it's hard to do, to like take that technical insider baseball mumbo jumbo and like turn it into like a more simplified thing is still true, that's still accurate, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I listen to you. I listen to you, Mezzo. I listen to Dr. Kill. I listen to y'all, and sometimes, you know, I might step in and I'll say, "Hey, Mezzo, can you explain this like I'm a 4-year-old?" So I mean, because that's the way I have to sometimes understand it. Because some of the stuff that you guys be saying, and some of the stuff Thinker be saying, and some of the words y'all be using, when y'all be using them, I'm on my phone googling it, trying to see what the word means.
I hate it when I like find myself getting carried away down like a really technical diatribe, unless I'm doing it on purpose just to like make someone like the guest feel kind of like silly or something because they came in all hot thinking they knew stuff. And like I don't know stuff either. I'm genuinely doing all of these to learn things. But like
Right.
if you're going to get technical, like let's get technical. So like yeah, sometimes I realize like okay, I went a little too far. Let's bring it back a bit, because I like to kind of make it for a broad audience, but like the reason I like Thinker's Live so much, she's here, hi Thinker, is I'm just talking about you, because of the deep dive stuff. You go so deep, so far over my head, and I try really hard to grasp it, and I'm doing the same thing as now. Like I'm just Googling stuff. I'm trying to like look it up and follow along when I can. It's just like it's really informative. I like it.
And I'll tell you something else too. And this is not to downgrade no one or anything like that. I'm only speaking facts. A lot of the Christians that I speak with, they're not very educated at all. So I have to be very careful about the choice of words that I use with those people, because if I use big words, I'm going to come off as a know-it-all or come off as a smartass, and I'll lose their attention. So I try to use basic words that they use every day, you know, because you you know, me, I'm not, like I said, I don't have a bachelor's degree in words. I have a bachelor's degree in numbers, you know.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's what I do. If I'm retired now as a finance guy. I own a trucking company now, but yeah, I got my bachelor's degree in finance and in business, and that's what I've always done. I've always been a numbers guy. I love numbers. I just love numbers. Math was my favorite subject at the time, you know, but some
Yeah,
words I don't understand.
I find that like sometimes people feel like if you do right talk to them like on a level, they'll try to say that you're trying to say they're dumb, and then like I have people have said to me that I talk over their head sometimes because like I'll go real deep into a subject, but like if I talk to somebody and I try to sound like I'm trying to like downplay the words that I'm using, they'll say, "Why are you talking to me like I'm dumb?"
Yeah, it's a hard balance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that too as
There's an
well.
old screenwriting book called Save the Cat that I read a long time ago when I was trying to make movies, and I wrote a script, like a kid's movie script based off of this idea. But in the book, part of it, they're talking about how, like in Scooby Doo, sounds like a dumb thing to talk about, but it's interesting. Like the way that they do it is it's kind of Taoist. It's like they want the viewer to think that they really figured something out, and that works on us too. Like that's why we also like Schmurder mystery, I think I have to say, shows, things like that, where it's like, oh, I feel like I figured out. Like they told us the clues, they laid it out for us, but it makes us feel smart. And when we feel smart, we like it, and we want to watch another episode of me feeling smart, basically. Is that what the show should be called? And so, like, I think there's something to that with these two, where, like, and you do a good job of, like, when you make them read it and, like, come through it and, like, go through it themselves. It's like, I'm putting it right in front of you. Now, do you see it? I mean, obviously it doesn't work with them, but like sometimes it does. I think with people who are like on the verge of deconstructing, that's a really valuable tool to, instead of just like, they're used to just a preacher saying, this is the answer, this is the answer, this is the answer. But instead of saying like, here, let me just show you the stuff and you can find the answer and I'll put the clues out there for you to sort out.
Right.
Yeah, like there was a guy on Joyful's Live Friday, and I could tell, right, like the education level wasn't there. But even just reading the Bible verse to him, he was still like it was going like in one ear, not the other, like over his head, and he was just repeating what his preacher had said to him, but at the same time being very condescending and accusing us of lying or adding to the story or not understanding. When they do that, like that is the thing that makes me say like how dare you? Because if I have to acknowledge, right, that there is a gap in education, I'm not at the same time, and maybe this is something that I need to work on, but I'm not at the same time gonna let you talk shit and down me, right, and say that I'm not smart enough to understand when I'm trying to like protect you from, you know what I'm saying? Like I
Right.
can't.
Well, that's
Yeah.
their delusion of grandeur, right? Mm-hmm. I said it the way you typed it. I did that just like a week or two ago. Like I had a whole live ready, and as soon as I put it up, I think maybe it was like the Christmas one. I was like, oh crap, I spelled something really dumb here. Like fully missed it. It's really funny. And then you hit go live and read it. But yeah, I know exactly, like that is what it is though. It's like they think like they've been bestowed as a chosen one to come and reveal this information to you, and you're like, I know it. I'm reading it to you.
Yeah, but even if it's something that I know, like if you're saying that you have this revelation, I'm expecting for you to say something that we don't already know, right?
Right.
Like that's why I keep asking them. You're having these conversations with this higher intelligence every day, yet there is no effect to your intelligence. Like, and I'm not saying that you're not intelligent. Like, if you are saying the same shit we say, right? You know the same shit we know that we can get from a book. I don't see any evidence of you actually engaging with a higher intelligence, because what the fuck? What type of intelligence are you getting? And then it definitely shouldn't be below anything that we already got. Like,
Was that the guy on Joyfuls who was, what was he saying that was so amazing? There was some like a new take on the it was on the thing about, I think it was on calling the woman the dog, maybe. What was it? There was some guy who said something I had never heard someone say it that way before. Oh no, it was the Pharisees. He's saying with the Pharisees who were saying, he was saying they were still stoning their children or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was trying to say that Jesus was upset because they were letting the people give money to the church instead of taking care of their mom and dad, because they could go back and get the money back later on and just lie and say like.
So the Pharisees were the ones who were not respecting their parents.
Yeah.
And that was like, I was just like, what are you doing? What is happening? Is that the same guy?
No, that's not the same guy. It's a different
yeah.
guy. But like they all kind of are the same. Hence the headache. Like, and it's like they can't see that they are all doing this thing. But yeah, I don't know. But y'all ready to talk to one of them? Y'all ready?
My head, honestly, I feel great. If you want, I'll hang out for just like one guest or something, if that's cool, and then and then I'll probably step down. But yeah, thanks.
You said your head feels great now. You got
I feel really good. Like I had that live I had this morning, and you were there. Was like super fun for me. It was the biggest crowd I've ever had. It was crazy. I was like just blown away. I'm feeling really good about it. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Jaleesa came into my comments after that.
Oh, I heard you saying that. She was sending pictures of her with frogs in a jar.
With bugs and
bugs. Yeah.
She is not okay. I'm trying to get the box open. Give me just a second here.
I feel like maybe I had talked to Jaleesa before regarding like before I was doing these debates. Like maybe she was like a flat earther, or maybe it was just because I was also kind of before I started doing debates was just poking around at people who were doing like prophecy and prediction stuff. So it's possible that we had already crossed paths, but I don't really remember.
Mezzo, I honestly think that it was your live that she said that she had herpes on.
Oh, really? I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, I think it was your live. She was on your live saying that she had herpes.
I would have definitely warranted the whiteboard though. Like so.
I do.
This was before the whiteboard. This was before he started whiteboarding, though.
Free whiteboard.
Yeah,
I don't be paying attention to my own lives while it's happening, guys. I totally like just phase out.
And if you think about it, like she was on a different account, like that's not her main account. And so for her to be on that account, you've blocked her before.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember them coming in here saying that she had been on your live. I wasn't there when she said it, but they came in here. It was like Jaleesa was on Mezzo's live and said that God gave her herpes.
Oh my God. I should really remember these things.
God gave her herpes?
Well, she said God allowed her to get it like as a test. Like it was to bring her closer to him. Like she just says a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Jarvelous. I was trying to bring up mouth ministry or ministry of the mouth or something like that. And then TikTok did a shift at the end. I know that you are a nerd, correct?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to start off with a believer, and then I'll bring you up after that. Well, mouth of the ministry left. I clicked on them, and then okay. So he's back in the box. So get back in the box, and we're going to start off with the believer first, okay?
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Thank you.
Thinker, do you want me to say the guests' names for you, or?
No, I get it. I see it now, Mouth of God Ministries. I was trying to do it from memory. I swear I know how to read.
You just called that guy Jarvelous, but it was Javarius.
Oh, his name was what?
You didn't even know which one of the two I was talking about. You got it. You're doing great. You got it.
I told you I got a headache. Blame it on the God.
Don't worry, I was right there with you. I thought it was that too.
It's Javarius? Oh. I thought I said Jarvius. I thought
you said like it was Marvelous, though. I think
yeah,
like Jarvelous,
like
which is that's actually a pretty cool nickname, Jarvelous.
I I thought his name was Jarvius. It's Javarius? Oh. Okay. Mouth of God Ministry, how are you?
Yes, how you doing? I'm good.
I'm doing good. How old are you for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 43.
Okay, can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Chat, can y'all hear him fine?
Testing.
There we go. Yep, that's better. All right. So thank you so much for coming up. Today's topic is one that I am 100% being authentic about and transparent about, is that the God of this book gives me a headache. Right? The Abrahamic God gives me a headache. And so I've been doing these conversations with believers for a year now, a little over a year. And I've noticed a lot of shiftiness, right? There's one thing that I see that a lot of believers will do, and it's they'll negotiate with facts and logic and truth. And then they will deny what's in the book and try to convince me that what I'm reading in the book is not what it actually says, or that what I've studied and read from scholars and archaeological reports, historical data, that I should not believe those things, but I should believe what a God has said to them in Revelation as truth, right? And then it makes them like agree with some of the most immoral things that we as humans would otherwise call immoral if another human being did it, but then they will justify it if a God does it, and then say that that's the, you know, the moral thing to do, and that, you know, if we don't do that, then we're the evil one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like seeing all of this has literally just made my head hurt for the last couple of days. Like,
Okay.
why do you think that is? With that, believers become like slave apologists or disingenuous.
Well, I think that some believers are not theologians. They're not skilled in apologetics. They're not skilled in philosophy, and especially not the history of Christendom. And so when I see like terms like slavery apologists, deconstruction, I think that's colonized terms because Jacques Derrida, who was a philosopher, a French philosopher, he coined deconstructionism.
Where do you see deconstruction up here?
No, y'all, I was hearing the conversation like y'all kept saying deconstruction, social constructs. These are basically existential theology or existential terms from Paul Sartre, Martin Heidegger.
But we're not talking about deconstruction.
When you say slavery apologists, like slavery
That
apologists,
doesn't have anything to do with deconstruction.
no. What I'm saying is, I know what you just said. It's not dealing with deconstruction, but y'all was talking about deconstruction. That was in your conversation before you put me up on the stage.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. I thought we was talking about Javarius.
No, before y'all put me on the stage, I was dealing with deconstructions. And so just getting those conversations. So I think that the reason why you get a headache is because the people that you come in contact with or you converse with, they cannot reach you on that intellectual level.
Yeah, but why? If they're talking to an intellectual God, right? Their claim is that they have this God inside of them, with them. They pray and talk to this God every day, right? And this God takes them to a higher consciousness. Why in the hell would they not be able to communicate with me if they're communicating with the highest intelligence of all intelligence? That makes no sense.
Well, I can't speak for them. I don't know who you talk to. So
I'm talking about believers. I'm talking about believers. And
Okay,
yet,
so-
but you did just speak for them, though. You realize that, right? You said they can't do XYZ. The ones that you talk to can't do XYZ. So if you put that out there about them, then when I ask you why would that be the case, if they are claiming that they're talking to this God, then you say I can't speak for them. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know who you talk to. So,
But you did already speak for them, though. You realize that?
Okay, I mean, I can accept that. So what I'm assuming is that you feel like there was a misunderstanding. You was not connecting with them. So I can speak for how we look
I
at
didn't
it.
say that, though.
Okay, what did you say?
I
Let me
said,
clarify.
I didn't say I never said the word misunderstanding. I never said that I was not connecting with them.
No, I said they was not connecting with you, evidently.
I didn't say they
Yeah.
weren't connecting with me. I said they reject truth. They reject facts.
Okay, so how do you know what you know is facts?
What do you mean? How do I know what if I read in a book,
Hmm.
in your book, and it says that your God condoned slavery, right? That's a fact. It's in the book. Your God condoned slavery within this story, right? That is a fact. I can see it. But a believer will get on the stage and say, no, he didn't.
Right. God didn't. He didn't. I mean, he probably allowed slavery.
What is condone? What is the definition of condone?
Okay, condone is allowing slavery. Like that's exactly what I said. He probably allowed slavery, but slavery came from sin. From our
But why
Orthodox
are we
perspective.
talking about that right now? We're talking about them saying he did not do it. And so what you're getting ready to do right now, like I said, I tell believers that I read in this book, God condones slavery. Believer says, no, he don't. Then your
I
response
agree with
is,
you. I said he
but
did
you
condone.
didn't say that you agree. Like you started justifying it.
No, I said God did. I say God probably condoned slavery, allowed slavery.
Why are you
But
saying probably?
okay, so you want to be explaining it or what?
No, I didn't ask you to explain why your God condones slavery.
You asked the question. You said
I
why
did
does God?
not. We're talking about believers. We're
I'm
talking about believers saying he did not do it. You asked me for an example. You said, how do you know that what you are reading is fact? I gave you that example. Like you're shifting the conversation, right? Do you see that?
No, what I say is that you're not letting me talk. You're not letting me
No,
explain myself.
because you want to move the conversation. Like we're talking about what's giving me a headache, and you want to talk about why your God condones slavery. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, what is your question? Think you confusing me. Now you confusing me. You
I'm
sound illogical to
confusing
me.
you.
Yeah, you sound illogical to me. So what
I
is your
sound
question?
illogical to you.
You do. You
You
sound very
remember?
illogical.
What's the conversation about?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. You came up here. I gave you a long, drawn out explanation of why my post says God makes my head hurt. Do you remember any of that?
And you said that you're thinking that the Christian God has condoned slavery. I'm telling you, the Christian God allows slavery, but he doesn't condone it because slavery
I'm
comes
sorry.
from
Whose
sin.
head hurts? The Christian gods or mine?
Your head hurts
Okay,
because
so why are we talking about why your God condones slavery instead of what makes my head hurt?
see, that statement is absurd. What
It's
makes your head
absurd
hurt?
because all you think about is your God. Like
I think about the
literally, I'm talking
connotation.
to you about the conversations that I have with believers, and all you want to do is defend your God. All you want to do is preach.
I don't know why you're a victim. I don't know why Christians make you a
Oh, I'm a
victim.
victim.
Yeah,
Like
because your head
literally,
hurt.
do you
You're a
see
victim.
you're doing the exact thing that I said believers do when they come on my stage? I'm talking to you about me, right? About the conversations that I have with believers, right? That makes my head hurt. The things that I see and experience when I talk to believers, but all you want to talk about is why your God allowed slavery. You want to clean his name up. And you just like, oh, fuck you, thinker. I'm on your stage. I know you want to talk about you, thinker, but I'm here to talk about my God.
I think he's doing number one and a little bit of number two.
This is funny. I mean, are you going to have a conversation or you want to gaslight? I'm just let you act like a little girl
Oh,
and
I'm
gaslight.
gaslighting?
Yeah, you act like a little girl.
What's the
I'm a man.
definition of gaslighting? What's the definition of gaslighting?
I'm a man. I'm
What's the
let you talk
definition
like a
of
little girl.
gaslighting?
Gaslighting is like, especially when you're doing ad hominems. You're just
What is the
talking.
definition of gaslighting?
You tell me.
No. You use the word. You said I'm doing it. So what is it?
Gaslighting is diverting and deflecting a statement and making it look like that your exaggeration of a response is correct. It's not.
That's not
So
true.
yeah,
That's not the definition of
so
gaslighting.
you have a mixture of gaslighting and crazy making because you're not sticking to your own topics. Slavery apologists, you say slavery apologists, delusions of grandeur, fear mongering.
You don't listen. Do you
Disingenuous.
realize that? Like you realize you don't listen. You came up here. You want to talk about your God. You want to talk about why your God allows slavery. Go on ahead. Go ahead and clean up your God's image because that's all y'all give a damn about. Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to your question.
I didn't ask you a fucking question about your God
You
condoning
did. You asked a
slavery.
question.
No, the fuck I didn't. No, I didn't. But go on ahead and preach about your God and his slave mastering book. Go ahead.
Okay, so sin nature caused a lot of dysfunction. Whether slavery apologists, whether it's things that is painful and hurtful to people, it's because of sin nature. In the beginning, it was not so. God never tolerated sin nature. He made man rule the earth. As a matter of fact, we was not supposed to rule each other. We're supposed to be equally having authority, equally taking dominion. But because of sin nature, that's why slavery existed. And that's the only thing I was trying to say.
Do you think I give a fuck about any of that? Now,
I
is
don't care
that
what
gonna
you.
make me supposed to be like, oh, now God condones slavery, but it's okay. My headache's gone. Like now that you've said all of that, right?
Mhm.
Is my headache supposed to be gone now?
I don't know. You got to cure your own headache
So why the fuck are you up here then?
because you invited me up here.
I didn't invite you up here. You hit request. I don't know you to invite you.
You had the power to invite me. You
I
chose
did
to
not
invite me.
invite you up here. I don't know you.
Well, somebody did. If you're not hosting it, somebody did. I think it was Thinker did. I don't know
You
who did.
you got an invite from me? Or did I, when you hit request, I accepted your request?
So if you accepted my request, you
That
invited me up
doesn't
here.
mean I invited you. That means I accepted you.
Okay, gotcha.
Invite and accepting you are two different things.
Interesting. What is the difference between accepting
I
and
don't know.
inviting?
You don't know the difference between gaslighting and
They're
being
synonymous. I
disingenuous.
just I just I just shared what gaslighting means. So I
Uh,
told you what gaslighting
you
was.
just y'all just make up shit. You realize that, right?
No,
And then like slavery ain't got shit to do with no damn sin nature or fall of Adam and Eve or nobody eating no piece of fruit in a garden. Like that's the most ridiculous thing that an adult can
I
say
get it. I
in
get it.
2000. Like literally, you believe that humans were in chains or enslaved because a human ate a piece of fruit off of a tree 8,000 years ago. Like you are 44
No,
years
I
old
believe
and
humans.
still
I believe
believing
humans
that.
was. I believe humans were in slavery because people was power hungry because of the
People were
ego.
in slavery because they read this book and they believed in a
All right.
God
Let me
and
just
they
go.
believed that
So,
God gave them
are you
sovereign
telling me the Greeks?
power.
Are you telling me
Don't talk
Alexander
while
the
I'm
Great?
talking. Do not talk while I'm talking.
Let you
People
talk.
enslaved other people,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because they believed that a God gave them the right and the power to do so. They used a God to fearmonger and scare people into submission. People enslaved other people because they were wicked and evil and selfish and oppressive and greedy and got shit to do with a piece of fruit. You eat fruit every damn day. You read books every damn day. You don't go out and just enslave people. It's because your belief in a God. You believe a God said it was okay. And you go out and you convince other people what you believe a God gave you power to do.
Okay. So think of Alexander the Great, the Romans, the Persians. They were all Bible.
What happened?
I don't know. Somebody muted me. So the Romans, the Persians, they were all Bible believers, right? Alexander the Great was a Bible believer.
Do you know the difference between God and Bible? Do you know the difference between the word God and Bible?
I'm asking you a question. I
And
do
I
know that.
asked you a question. Did I use the word Bible when I said any of that?
Use God. And I said,
Okay,
I
so
didn't.
what's the difference between God and Bible?
It's a big difference.
Okay, so why are you asking me about the damn Bible?
Because we believe that our Bible is the expression of
I'm
God.
not. I didn't say shit about a Bible though.
No, we believe our Bible
I
is the
said
expression of God.
God. I said God. I
Yeah.
said a God. A God.
And I'm asking you a question. Was the Persians, were they all
What
God
does that
believers?
have to do with it? What does your Bible have to do
I'm
with
not talking
what
about the Bible.
these
I'm talking about
people
God. I'm
did?
talking about
But I'm
polytheistic,
talking. You see how
atheistic.
you're doing the Yahweh shift? Like, do you see how you're pivoting again? Like,
Okay.
why are you talking about the Bible, right? When I said a God, humans believed a God gave them sovereign power. Like, why are you talking about the Bible right now?
That's exactly what I asked you. Do you believe they all believed in God? That's exactly what I asked you.
That's not what you asked. Like, what's the difference between Bible and God? Because you asked if the Persians and the Romans believed in the Bible. You did not ask if they believed in a God.
Okay.
This is an interesting point that I've never thought of. Do you mind if I ask something?
Sure, go ahead.
This whole time that we're saying, and sorry to talk about condoning slavery, I know you have a headache. This whole time that we're saying, like, look, Yahweh condoned slavery. There's this law here that says here's how to do it. And if there was no law from Yahweh, it would be still condoning it, like if it didn't mention it at all. And Yahweh's law is only for the Israelites. So for the Persians who were doing slavery, God condoned that. Yahweh condoned that. He didn't give them a law. He didn't reveal himself to any other culture to say, hey, also you guys don't do slavery. So he condoned it globally and just had a few stipulations about it, still condoned it within the Israelites.
Mezzo, do you want me to respond to that, or you just give me the statement?
I was just thinking out loud. You don't have to. You can keep apologizing for it and stuff if you want.
Because I'm just concerned about, somebody having a headache because of somebody's presupposition. They got a headache because they're not controlling the narrative.
Well,
And
I
so,
think mouth of God. Look, sometimes these conversations are about these topics, like what's happening in this Old Testament, what's happening in this story. And, this one looks like it's a bit more of like, I don't want to say meta commentary, but like it's a topic about how the answers have been so consistent, and you're the first guest, and you're doing it. Like you're doing the same thing. Like instead of kind of tracking the conversation and trying to like go about it with any like bit of genuine input, you're what do you call it? The Yahweh shift or shuffle? Was it the Yahweh shuffle? The Yahweh shift. Either way, you're dancing to the thing that you want to talk about, which is to try to get us to forgive your God for atrocities.
Meta, you don't need to forgive my God. I'm a Reformed theologian. My God is sovereign. He doesn't require a request, an apology. He's gonna do what he's gonna do. And so you don't need to forgive my God. I don't have to defend my God. So
Your God needs you to talk for it,
I
right?
got you.
You say your God is a sovereign entity, except your God has to pass his sovereignty onto a mortal. And so anything that you say that your God can do, your God has to use a human to do it. So people like you, right, are the reason why slavery was a thing. Not because of a sinful nature. It's because people like you, Reformed theologians, right, say God can do whatever he want, except he can't do whatever he want without your body, without your mouth, without your mind.
So are you self-validating your own reasoning right now?
Unless you can prove me wrong.
I'm asking you a question. Are you self-validating?
Unless you can prove me wrong. Prove
Okay,
me
so
wrong. Prove me
basically,
wrong that your God can communicate these slave laws without a human.
prove me wrong.
Oh, that is it, that higher level intellect that you
Look,
have when you are like talking to God about theology. Does your God say, hey, if someone says that I have to use a human to talk, just be like, prove it.
you're building a straw man
Mezzo,
right
I'm
now.
going to
So
get a snack. My headache is like, I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah. Mouth of God. I also just like am going to take this opportunity to ask you. You were saying that slavery was condoned by God because of the fall or something like that. So like he didn't originally want it, but then like in the before times he didn't like slavery. Then the fall happened, and now he's going to make rules to regulate it, right? Something like that.
no, that's not what I said. I said that in the beginning when he created Adam and Eve, he told them to take dominion and subdue the earth and procreate humans after his image and likeness. But because humans distorted that image because of disobedience. That's why slavery came on. Slavery was activated or created.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what we're talking about isn't like that slavery started. It's more about when we look at the Bible, it says, here's how to do it. Here are the rules condoning slavery. So like whatever started it is neat. That's a cool story. I love it. I think it's exciting. I like the snake part a lot. But now later, pretty soon after that, there's rules where God is like, and here's how to do it. Now, do you think that before the fall, when he first made Adam and Eve, that God was in favor of people unaliving each other, or no?
No, he was not.
Right, but then later, he showed that by making a law that said, thou shalt not,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
And with slavery, he didn't like it before, so later, did he make the law that says, thou shalt not?
Yeah,
For
and here's the reason why I meant so because of sin. We're talking about the original sin nature.
No, no,
Man.
no, I'm not talking about the sin nature of how it started. I know sin nature is cool, but it's like God's law before wasn't
Yeah,
there. There wasn't one for unaliving, and there also wasn't one for slavery.
no,
Then
we
the
have.
fall happened,
Mm,
and people became naughty, so he had to make new laws. And one of them said, you can't unalive each other. And then the other one said, to do slavery, here's how.
no,
Do you
okay,
see the
so
difference between that? Like one says, no way, don't do that, not allowed. And the other one says, here's a cool way to get people.
yeah, man, so because I don't know where you're coming from. Like I don't know book chapter verse you're coming from. It just seemed like you're just assuming. But what I'm saying is, whether you're a superlapsarian or infralapsarian, you can see that in the beginning, the reason why the commandments happened was because of sin. The
sorry,
control,
I'm sorry, I missed that. What is Lasarian? I missed that word. You got a little quiet
yeah,
again.
lapsarian means out of you believe that God already elected His chosen ones before the fall, or if you're super lapsarian, you know that God is in total in control of everything. So when we look at the commandments of God, like you said, thou shalt not, that was simply because sin was manifested.
Yeah,
So for
and
the
he
purpose,
wanted us to not do it, right?
yeah, because of the sin nature of
Yeah,
men.
so he's thinking, oh, they're sinning.
Yeah,
Here's some of the sins they're doing. I got to let them know not to do those. Just to the Israelites, not everyone on earth, but just to the Israelites, right?
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
and so he says, hey, Israelites, stop unaliving each other right now. But then with the slavery, he didn't say that. Why do you think he didn't say that?
Yeah, well, they're supposed to treat their slaves like brothers and sisters.
Okay, yeah, so it is just making sure you were for sure doing number
Yeah,
one. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool.
no,
Just
no.
making sure.
Now,
Yeah,
was
so
the Israelite slaves? Were they slaves before God gave them the commandments? Were they slaves to Egyptians?
No,
no, I mean, I don't think so.
Wow, wow, that's interesting. So
it's
you
not
believe
interesting.
that
They were
they,
not abeds. They were not abeds in Egypt.
Ebed,
Abed. They
it's
were
really
not abeds
it
in
was really
Egypt.
Ebedems. So
They were not. They were not slaves in Egypt.
did the Egyptians practice slavery?
Yes,
Okay. Did the
but they
Canaanites
were
practice
not.
slavery?
They were not. They were
I,
not. They
what
were
does that have
not.
to
And your
do?
book says they were not.
Like, if like every Hebrew ever was like a slave in Egypt during that time, and that's not the case, but if it was the case, would that mean that like they should do it? Is
It
that what you're
wasn't that.
saying?
No, it wasn't. They should do it. It was simply part of their society, their social
That's why they're
construct.
allowed to do it because it happened to them.
Yeah, just like the Europeans made us slaves.
So
Were they allowed to do
God
it?
said slavery was so
Like,
terrible. I had to
like
get
what?
you out of there. That was so
Yeah, so
bad over there in Egypt. You're so lucky I saved you from that horrible, terrible thing called slavery. Now here, do slavery.
that's not. I mean, that's not how God did it. I can
Well, I'm
accept your
saying it
narrative.
cooler than him. Like he says thou and stuff, but like it's pretty much the same. I think it's pretty bar for bar.
I think see how we look at it from an Orthodox Christian standpoint. Jesus said there's two commandments: love your neighbor like you love yourself. Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and strength. It has nothing to do with
When did he
slavery.
say that?
He said that in Matthew chapter
Right,
23.
but so that's like 2,000 or something years later, right?
Yeah, I'm not a Jew. I'm a Christian. So you're
Right,
dealing
yeah,
with
but for
Jewish
2,000 years
theology.
he condoned slavery and then he stopped.
Yeah, no, what you're dealing with is Jewish theology. Every time you go into the Old Testament, you're dealing with Jewish theology. I'm a Christian, so I can't speak for the Jews. I can tell you what we believe as Christians is loving your neighbor like you love yourself,
You have a
loving God.
Bible with you?
I do.
Like
Can you
literally,
go
hasn't
to
he been speaking for the Jews this whole damn time?
Well, I was
I,
just wondering if you would like go to Leviticus and like rip some of those pages out of the
yeah,
Old Testament that talk about slavery for us. On like if we could hear the pages rip, I think that'd be helpful.
yeah, of course, Meto, that's Jewish theology. You're going into the Old Testament. Let's go into the New Testament.
It's so
Yeah,
funny.
just
Like,
rip them out
can
if we
your
can
Jesus
hear.
even be the Messiah without the Old Testament, without the Jewish scriptures?
Jesus is he's revealed in the Old Testament, and Jesus is a
Also, the
slave.
Old Testament does have to do with Christianity.
No,
Shit,
Jesus
he
is a
was
suffering
so close.
servant.
He almost got
Jesus,
out of it.
Jesus is a suffering servant. He
I
was
mean, but is that Isaiah 53 in the Old Testament?
yes, and you can
Is that Jewish theology?
thinker. Watch
Is it
this.
Jewish theology?
Yes, it's Jewish theology.
Okay.
But is
Like,
it
so you
Christian
just
theology?
pick and choose. You
Is
just
it Christian
pick and
theology?
choose. You just pick and choose, right? Like, yeah, y'all literally made that scripture about your Jesus. It has nothing to do with your Jesus. Y'all made it about your Jesus. So Jewish theology, right? You just
Right.
pick and choose what's Jewish theology and what's Christian theology.
That's why actually I said
He started doing 3, by the way.
no.
I'm just keeping track here for you. So he's
Think,
doing the
thinker,
first 3.
thinker mentioned Isaiah 53, and she asked me, "Is it Jewish theology?" I said yes, and I said, "Is it Christian theology?" See, that's the question I'm asking her. I'm just waiting for her to respond.
I already answered that
Okay,
question.
wait, no, you didn't, because Christian
Yes, I did.
theology
I
said
said you made it Christian theology because that scripture ain't got shit to do with your Jesus.
I can accept what you believe. I mean, I'm not going to argue what you believe. Is that what you believe? I can
I
accept
mean,
your worldview.
I didn't ask you to argue with it. I told you I answered your question.
You didn't answer my question. That's your worldview. I disagree with that.
That is me answering it. Whether you agree with it or not, I still answered it.
Gotcha.
Like, damn. Like, I don't know. This is like the third time, right? I've had to like explain words to you or concepts or just basic conversation to you?
I bet you're single.
Yes, I am, and thank goodness for that.
Oh, there's number 4. You're gonna die alone. I think he did all 4. I think you got it.
Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. Like, he thinks that I'm single because that's not my choice.
Can I ask?
Like, that's the crazy thing.
Can I ask a quick question, Thinker?
Of course, love.
Mouth of God, why? What was your intent behind making this statement about Thinker being single?
She's very domineering. Just like I'm just looking at her person. I'm just listening to her personality and her characteristics. I can tell.
That the crazy thing is that when y'all say things, when men like you say things like that, what I hear is weak men can't handle a woman like Thinker. That's what I hear, right? Weak men. Hold on, I'm talking. Hey, I'm dominating you right now. Weak men can't handle women like Thinker. That's what I hear when I hear men like you talk.
And I find it interesting that earlier when he accused you of gaslighting incorrectly, and then he followed it up with saying that you were using an ad hominem, which you were not, and then he resorted to one. And I'm just curious to know what was the purpose behind that, because if ultimately the points you were making were valid and were verifiable, you would have continued along that track as opposed to trying to insult Thinker. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Is this a TikTok? Who's this? I mean, I don't know who's talking.
This is Fee talking.
Okay, yeah, Fee. Well, she was gaslighting, psychological manipulation, over talking after she has a question. That's what gaslighting is. And
He Googled
It's
it.
not gaslighting.
That's not gaslighting, man.
Can somebody define what gaslighting is? Can somebody go look up your Google?
Sure, I will do that. I will
Thank you.
definitely do
That's what
that.
gaslighting means.
Gaslighting is a type of psychological abuse or manipulation and involves making
Okay.
someone question their own reality, perceptions, or memories. Like,
That's what
here's the fucked up thing. Like, we know that you barely read because you talk to Jesus all damn day and you have Jesus intellect. But when you look up a definition and when you learn a word, there is an entire concept for that definition. You don't just take the first 2 words and say, oop, that's it. You
Well,
have to gain.
I
Turn
barely
your
read
fucking camera off on my stage. Turn your
barely read.
camera off
Okay.
on my
I
stage.
just want-
You
I'm
have
down.
you have to gain an understanding. Your God tells you not to lean on your own understanding. Lean on Google a little bit.
Okay, gotcha.
Lean on the dictionary, Webster, Oxford, Cambridge, some motherfucker, a little bit.
Gotcha. So your resource is Google. Mine is a library. I have a library. So
Mouth
yours
of
is
God,
Google.
can I ask you a question? Like, will you just like honestly answer? Did you like in the time between they first asked you gaslighting to this second time we talked about it? Did you look it up?
I don't need to look it up.
You knew it. You knew it exactly.
I explained it to her the first time. She asked me to explain.
No, you
gaslighting.
fully changed the words of it. The first time you said something that you said it was an ad hominem, which like
No,
is
no, I'm
not
not.
psychological
No,
manipulation
I'm not.
at all. Hey,
I
shut
said
up! I'm
gas-
talking. Hold on, shut up for a second.
No, you shut up.
So then the second time when you did it, you read the first part of the Google description but didn't read to the end of it. Is that true? I mean, that's so obvious that's what happened to everyone, right?
she pressed mute on mine, so I'm gonna let you talk. She pressed mute on
Don't
mine.
lie on me. I didn't press shit.
Somebody did. Anyways, I said she was gaslighting and she was ad hominem. She was using ad hominems. That's ad hominem is different from gaslighting. Ad hominem is when somebody talks about your character and defame your character instead of
And what did I say about your character? Please tell me.
Cussing, and y'all
No.
Christians are this.
What
y'all
did I
Christians are
say
that.
about your character?
Y'all Christians are this. Y'all Christians are that.
What did I say about your character?
Okay, think I'm not gonna argue. This is your
What
platform.
did I say?
I don't know.
What did I say?
I don't know what you said.
What did I
I
say
don't know what you said.
about your
I don't know what you
character?
said. I don't know what you said.
You're lying. That's the thing. You're lying on me. You're lying on me, Pastor.
Yeah, she didn't say
I
anything
apologize
about
you
your
feel that way.
character. She didn't say
I
anything
apologize.
about your character, and this is recorded on YouTube if you want to go back and watch it. She never said anything about your character.
When you talk about the Christians, That's the character of a Christian. I'm not talking about a personal character. She don't even know me. But when she said y'all believers doing this, y'all believers doing
I
that, that's
started the
called
conversation off with that and told you that's
that's
what
an ad
gives me a
hominem.
headache. That
That's
I
called an ad
told you that's
hominem.
what gives me a headache. You're full of shit. Now here's an ad hominem.
There you go.
You are
That man,
full of
I got you.
shit. You
I
are
got
a
you.
liar. You
God
are
bless
a
you.
gaslighter.
God
And you
bless
are
you.
a bad
You're a
theologian.
bitter woman. And it's
I
okay.
don't,
You're a bitter
well,
woman.
hey, I'm
It's
okay
okay.
with that.
And God bless you.
I'm okay with that.
And
I
God
have a
bless you.
I'm okay with that. And then your God bless you is just a sanctified way of
Well,
saying fuck you.
no,
You know that, right?
my Bible said bless him and curse me.
We know how to
My
interpret
Bible said bless him and curse me. So when
y'all's
God bless you,
purity.
every time you curse him, say
We
bless
know
you.
how to interpret y'all's purity curse words,
Got you.
right?
Got you.
Just you might as well just say fuck you, thinker. You might as
It's a
well
little
just
girl
say
in
that.
you. I'm gonna
Like,
let the little girl
don't God know your
express.
heart? Doesn't your God know your heart? He knows that when you say God bless you, that you really want to say fuck you. Like, so that you might as well just say fuck you because
I'm gonna let the little girl talk.
you're not hiding anything from your God.
Okay, I got you.
I have a question for you, mouth of God. Um, I the way you talk, it sounds like you're not really a big fan of the Old Testament, right?
No, I'm a big fan of all scripture, but I believe that all scripture needs to be interpreted properly and exegeted properly with proper
Okay,
hermeneutics and
but
sound theology.
when we were talking about slavery and God condoning slavery, you mentioned something about that the Old Testament. That's Jews. I mean Jewish. Is that what you said? I'm
Yes,
just trying to clarify.
yes, sir. Because the book of Leviticus is for a Jewish community. It has nothing to do with the Gentiles. Has nothing to do with Christians.
So
That's a
you're
Jewish
more of
community.
the so you're more of the New Testament type guy, right?
Of course, I'm a New Testament
Oh,
believer.
okay, and you still say the God didn't condone slavery, right?
I didn't say God didn't condone slavery. I said God allowed slavery because of sin nature.
Do you see
Okay,
what I'm talking about, Nelly?
okay,
But
yeah,
he knows that the word condone means allow. But he said, "Oh, I didn't say
exactly.
he condoned it. I said he allowed it." His library, that shit, it's a library. It's not a library. He don't have a library. He has a library.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I just want okay. So let's just run with your thing. You have a Bible, don't you?
I do.
Do you mind just going to like go to First
Ephesians.
Peter?
Oh, you want to go to First Peter? Okay.
Yeah,
And
go to
and
First Peter.
and Ellie, when I go to first, I'm gonna read First Peter, but I want you to read Philemon too. Okay. Let me read
I
First
just
Peter.
I just asked you to go to First Peter.
Yeah.
Two.
I'm
I want you to go to First Peter 2:18 and
okay.
read what that says.
Like out loud, if you could.
Okay. I'm gonna start from verse 17. Respect everyone, love other believers, honor God, and respect the emperor. You servants must submit yourselves to your masters and show them complete respect, and not only to those who are kind and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. God will bless you for this if you endure the pain of undeserved suffering, because you are conscious of His will.
Okay, stop right there.
hmm
What is that saying to you?
What Peter is saying is that you're in a bad situation and submit to the will of God, because God will bless you if you endure the pain of suffering. I mean, it's right there in the text. It's not God. It's just okay, condoning it. I'm allowing it as a command.
So now, as a person using their brain,
hmm
okay, thinking for themselves,
Okay.
God is saying here. This is what Peter said. God say, right?
hmm
Now I'm reading out of your King James because I know what a lot of you Christians want it, but it says, "Servants be subject to your masters with all fear." There's that fear again. Not only to the good and the gentle, but also to the froward. That means to the mean people, to the people that just treat you just bad, just do you bad. Why does this God require suffering? Why does this God require sacrifice and unaliving in his name? Why? Can you answer that?
That's a strong question. You said, why does he require?
Oh yeah, he requires it.
Show me where he
Obviously,
requires it. Show me where he requires this.
you just read it.
No. He says, if we were suffering, then that means he's not requiring it. That means that we have to submit to that circumstance. And here, if you read the whole text, if you read the whole pericope, Nelly, if you read the whole pericope, he says here in verse 20, the same pericope, passage of scripture. But what credit is it if when you are beaten for your faults, you take it patiently? But when you do good and suffer, if you take it patiently, this is commendable before God. Verse 21, for to this you were called, because Christ also suffered for us.
You're saying the same thing. You just said suffering, didn't you?
And here's the conclusion: Christ suffered for us. We have to suffer for him.
So we have to just suffer is what you're saying.
I'm not saying suffer. I'm saying we fall into a circumstance, we have to suffer for him, walk in humility, not pride.
But then remember when Thinker was telling you that your God can't do anything without a human?
Okay.
That's what do you think that's saying right there in
That's
that
her.
verse?
That's her belief system. I'm not going
No,
to.
that's not her belief system. I'm talking to you.
Okay,
I'm not talking about what her belief system is.
my
I'm
my
talking about
my
what
belief
the verse says.
my belief system is that God can do anything. This was just his. This was
Okay, so can God create a rock that he cannot lift?
of course. Can God? Okay, can he create a rock that he cannot lift? That's
Yes.
illogical. That's illogical. He was seeks to be
That's not
God.
illogical.
He was seeks to be God if he can create something bigger than him and stronger than him. He was seeks to be God. That's
He would
illogical.
cease to be God.
If he can create something bigger than him and stronger than him, heavier than him, he
But
ceases to
you
be God.
just said God, hold on, you just said God can do anything. So I asked you, can God create a rock that he cannot lift?
No, he can't.
There's something he can't do then.
Well, can he create a world where suffering isn't required? Like you mentioned that we have to suffer because Jesus suffered for us. And if God is capable of doing anything, wouldn't he be capable of creating a world where that wasn't required?
Yes, he can.
Then ultimately if he didn't, that means that that's not what he wanted, which gets back to Nellie's point. He requires suffering.
Well, this is how we look at it. We can't be wiser than God. How can we be wiser than the one that created us? So for me to think that I'm wiser than him, that I have a better plan than him,
Hold on, man. Stop right there. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Because as far as I know, my mother and father created me. So
I'm
speak
sorry.
for yourself on that.
I'm speaking for myself.
Also,
Okay.
I have a better plan also than this, just to be clear.
Yeah, me too, Mezzo. Like I absolutely have a better plan,
Like
and
literally anything.
and I get
So
that.
where do
Like
y'all get your intellect from? I mean, where do y'all get your intellect from?
Not where
reading.
you get yours.
I get it. Where do y'all get your intellect from?
Wait, I want to hear Fee's plan.
Oh, my plan. Oh, I think God should do like you remember that scene? I believe it was in the last Avengers, or maybe it was in Doctor Strange. I can't remember, but one of the characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he shot a pew pew, and the only thing that came out was bubbles. So I think that God can let people do whatever they want to do based on their own free will, but anything that they try to do that's harmful to another human being, he can just make it unsuccessful. Thanos snap, get him out of there, and then everybody is good. There's no badness. People are good. Nobody's free will is violated. That's my plan. I think it just would have been easier to do it that way.
C.S. Lewis talked about that. Their precious C.S. Lewis, who wrote the Third Testament, the Chronicles of Narnia. But he said he had something. Someone was just talking about this in my life about how, like, wouldn't it be terrible if, like, you could use a knife to, like, cut open oranges, but as soon as you tried to, like, poke somebody with it, it would just turn into jelly.
Yes.
And I was like, no, that sounds freaking great. That sounds amazing.
Exactly. People are safe. No children are harmed in the name of God, this one or any other one. And people still can act on their free will to demonstrate their character. I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, so you're saying that we have to suffer because he suffered on the cross. And so instead, like the one Joel talks a lot about is like, what if instead, like, wait, he had to die on the cross because of the wages of sin, right? Right, mouth of God?
Correct. That's what we believe.
Yeah, so Joel will say like the wages of sin are death. Is that right?
But Paul said that in the book of Romans.
No, I'm sorry. My friend Joel, this is his thing. He says, like, why didn't God just make the wages of sin being tickled by a feather? Because then it would be like a weird thing that we had to, tickle Jesus with a feather for all of our sins, but also, when we, in this life, instead of suffering, we would all just be, tickled the whole time. That would be the punishment. It's like kind of awkward and weird, but it just would be something that we feel and go through. But you're saying God didn't want that to be the way?
Yeah, it's basically like Mezzo's like me saying, why don't I go to a Paris Steakhouse instead of Papa Do's?
No, it's not that. What I'm saying is that God could have made it where the wages of sin is tickled by a feather, but he didn't prefer it that way, right?
Exactly.
He preferred it the suffering way.
The only way we look at it is that God is the only free will agent. We are bound. We're slaves to sin.
I know, I get that. And so with his free will, he said, I choose the one with the way with suffering. Is that right?
What happened was, it's not that's how we look at it. We look at it as this. When Adam chose to disobey God, he became a slave to sin. So his free will was bound to sin. So God had nothing to do with it. He told him if he bit that fruit, he was going to die.
I bet you're married, dude. Like, you just can't track a conversation. You're not answering this in any way.
And I think that's the thing, Mouth of God. Like, the thinker's prompt is saying that God makes her head hurt. And I don't know if you realize it or not, but you're demonstrating exactly why her head hurts, because Mezzo asked you a very specific question. And everything that you said after Mezzo stopped talking was not in reference to anything that Mezzo actually said. And it's that frustration of trying to engage with believers, because we'll make a point, we'll ask a question that is targeted at getting your thoughts about a thing. But the way believers respond is almost like these pre-scripted answers that don't really address the question. And that is very, very frustrating and difficult to engage with.
Okay, Nefertiti.
You might as well have started breakdancing. Like, it would have been equally relevant.
Nefertiti Mezzo asked me, does God create suffering? I'm responding to him.
That's not the question.
What was your question?
Between the choices of the wages of sin being death or tickled by a feather, God chose the death, right?
Yes, what do you mean by that? I'm trying to get clarity.
Did God choose of just those two options? It could have been literally anything, right? It could have been you get farted in your face or something, like whatever it could be. But just to make it a little easier, so we stay on track here. Between tickled by a feather and suffering and death, he chose the world where the wages of sin are suffering and death, right? He chose the suffering one.
He chose the death one. The wages of sin is death.
Yeah, suffering. So that's the one he preferred the most because he chose that over every other option, right?
Yes, every other optional penalty, yes.
So God's ultimate choice for us was to suffer and die.
You see where I'm coming from? No, that's not God's ultimate choice for us.
That's what you literally just said word for word. And then once I say it the exact same way back to you, you're saying no. I don't know if you're on my side or your side with this. Like, no, you're flipping back and forth.
Mezzo, in the first context, you're dealing with penalties. You're dealing with would the penalty be tickled by a feather, or would the penalty be death? I told you that God chose death. That's the optional penalty. Then you come with the absolute.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're totally right. That's embarrassing. You're totally right. There's another option where there is no penalty. So there's all the penalty options, and then there's one option where it's not a penalty at all. And of all of those, including no penalty, he chose penalty and suffering as that's the ultimate choice for humans. That he wants us, of all the things he could have chosen for us, his desire was to have that world most.
Right, based on our disobedience.
Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. You suck. Yeah. Thanks.
And another thing that I'm going to bring up is that when Thinker had said to you that God cannot do anything without using humans, period. And you disagree with that, but your name speaks for itself. The mouth of God.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, Nelly, but when he created the heavens and earth, he didn't need a human being to create the heavens and earth, according to our faith. So when he said, let there be light.
Hold on, let's stop there. You believe he created the heavens and earth because you read a passage where somebody wrote and said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was void, all of that. And then God said, let there be light. Somebody was there to write that. God said, okay, write this down. I said, let there be light. I was by my damn self when I said it, but I said it.
Right, that's my epistemology. I don't know what your epistemology is, but that's my source. How do I know what I know? I know that because of the scripture. I believe that the scripture is the valid authority for humanity. That's my epistemology. Where are you getting your epistemology from? How do you know what you know?
Here you go again.
What do you mean? I'm asking you a question. I responded to you. So how do you know what you know? How do you know that God didn't create it?
How do I know God did not create the heavens and the earth? Because the God of this Bible was written by humans who told you it was inspired by God. Everything about this book is human characteristics. Everything about this God is human characteristics. There's nothing special about this God.
So Nelly, how do you know that? Are you self-validating your own reasoning? How do you know that? Who told you that?
Nobody told me. I read, I study.
Okay,
Don't
what did
have
you
to
read?
tell you
Exactly. So what?
anything.
So Nelly, so you're reading some books. So
Mouth
you're
of
reading some
God,
source.
mouth of
What book are
God,
you reading?
mouth of God.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell Yahweh to speak right now. Tell Jesus or God, whatever you call him, to join us right now on TikTok.
God speak.
Yo.
Yahweh speak.
Sorry. I don't know why he said yeah. I don't know why. That was the first thing.
Does mother know thou wearest thou drapes?
So I'm just trying to get where Nelly. I mean, Nelly said he read books. So evidently, if he read books,
No,
that means
no.
the books is
Hold
his
on.
Bible.
Stop.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Bible.
But you said you read books, so the books is your Bible. If you read books and I read the Bible, your epistemology is coming from man-made books, right? My truth is coming from the Bible. You said you read books. That's how you got
Okay,
your
there's a
truth.
difference. Okay, let me explain something to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in science?
I do believe in science.
Okay. Do you believe in archaeological evidence?
Some, not all.
You believe in some. What? Some that, as long as it don't conflict with your belief, you believe it.
Well, I think a natural archaeologist has inaccurate findings too. So I think both of them are wrong. Whether Christian archaeologists, natural archaeologists, none of them get it right. They're all humans. They're all flawed.
They're all flawed, but yet you take the word of humans who you can't even prove existed first. You can't prove Peter, Paul, Mark, Luke, John, David. You can't prove none of these people ever existed in life. But yet, because this book says they did, you believe it.
I can't prove Shaka Zulu existed.
And you believe every word too. Like that's like it's one thing to be
We
like,
just say he can't prove Shaka Zulu existed.
I can't.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of historians I can prove existed.
No one's
So
claiming Shaka Zulu made the earth, though, right? Like just not being able to validate a historical figure that's human is very different. It's a very different claim than an invisible, intangible, perfect, all-knowing, all-loving being created everything that we see. Those are two very different claims, and they require different standards of evidence.
he mentioned that I can't prove that Peter existed, Paul existed. I'm not talking about God now. He mentioned that I can't prove that some of the apostles existed. I just gave him another historical figure.
Well, okay, what about Thanos?
Yeah. See that's Nefertiti probably can think about Thanos. That's her theology. She believes that we should be like the Avengers. That's her theology.
No. You're not answering my question. I said, what about Thanos? He's a god.
Thanos is a mythology.
I'm
To me,
also not
Thanos,
sure. I'm also not sure you know what theology means. If you thought that my suggestion to Mezzo had anything to do with theology.
Thanos is a mythological god.
Oh, he's mythological.
Yeah. That's theology. It's theology. However you want to deal with it's theology. No.
It's really not, because Mezzo's question to me was, do I have a better plan than God? And the plan that I gave him used an analogy to what Thanos did, but it had nothing to do with theology. And this is why I say I think Mezzo is right. You don't really listen. Like I don't know that you're listening to hear what we're saying, or to engage in the conversation, because I said nothing about a theology, nor do I worship Thanos.
Okay. Now,
Bash wants you to define epistemology, please.
yeah, epistemology is how do you know what you know? It's a study of your resources and where do you get your knowledge from. So that's my source and my knowledge. How do I know what I know? Is that my presupposition is based upon biblical criteria.
So
Yes.
not quite. I mean, like like the first thing you said is pretty right. Like, how do you know what you know? But it doesn't mean like what are your sources? What do you read? It's really about like what it
Presuppositions.
means to be a knowing being. Like what knowledge really means. When we talk about epistemology, usually, as far as I've heard it, maybe in literature it's different, but like I understand it more to be like what does it mean to truly know something? Like what kind of certainty can we have based on stuff like when you hear these conversations that like maybe we're all brains in vats, can you prove it? Like those are kinds of epistemological questions, whereas I think what you were talking about before was more like the sources that I use, like which Bibles I read, which other books I read, things like that. That's just like
No, man.
just
So
reading.
you mentioned one key word in that definition. You probably just looked it up. But certainty.
I majored in philosophy in college, but it was a long
Okay.
time ago. I don't remember all the stuff, but that's just off of my.
Well, I know one word you
You
left
mentioned
out.
you mentioned certainty, and I'm telling you, Mezzo, our certainty comes from our knowledge base, our reference. Everybody has a point of reference. So the way that y'all coming with these conclusions is because of your point of reference.
Yeah,
And
but you okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, all I'm sharing this to you is that my reference is come from Scripture, and that's where my presupposition lies. That's where I get my epistemological response.
Where does
Just
your
like that,
validity come from, though? Because
comes from
you
Scripture.
didn't put that word in there. So
Yeah, I can't
where
validate
does
my
your
own.
validity
I can't.
come from?
It comes from Scripture. I can't validate my own reasoning. My reasoning is engaged with the Scripture says. I believe that like every word is inspired by God. He used flawed men to write this impeccable word, this inerrant word. So it's not the men that wrote the Bible that is flawless. It is the word that they wrote that's flawless. Just
And
like
you
some people
can't.
believe in Shakespearean. They believe in Shakespeare. They believe in William Blake. You know, that some people they believe in that philosophy. But this is our
Well,
Christian
I
philosophy.
mean, but do you realize what you believe you cannot prove?
I
Do
can't prove
you?
it.
No, you can't.
Why can't?
Okay, prove to me that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt. Prove to me with archaeological evidence,
Okay, thank you.
with facts.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I don't know if I can prove with archaeological evidence, but I can prove it from the Book of Exodus.
No, that's not proof. See what I'm saying? That's
I said,
not proof.
Nelly, I said subjectively, I can prove it from my
Okay,
source.
okay. Well, here's a good source for you. Go
Okay.
there. Go to Egypt. Go to Egypt and see what they tell you. Did you know there is no record whatsoever that dates back from ancient Kemet all the way to when they changed the name to Egypt? There's no record of a man named Moses or any man freeing slaves out of Egypt.
Oh, and all I'm asking, Nelly, is where are you getting your source from? Where are you getting your data from? That's all I'm asking
From
you.
Egypt.
From Egypt. So, okay, who's the author? What archaeologist from Egypt? Because
Oh
not every
my
arch,
God.
not every Egyptian
Why you
archaeologist
don't
believe what
hold
you believe.
the Bible up to the same level of scrutiny? You don't go
No.
like, okay, who is the like? What was this? What are their sources? How does Moses know this? You read that blindly, and you let
Exactly.
everything be accepted as true. But anytime any counter evidence comes up, you're trying so hard to like, who are the archaeologists of Egypt? Is that a real question that you're asking? Like he's going
No,
to
man.
list a
So
bunch of Egyptian names right now. Like
exactly.
look it up yourself. Go ahead. But I'm just saying, hold your own story to the fire
Right.
too.
Mezzo.
And also like just while someone's talking, don't. Like there's a few things you can try. Like while someone's talking, don't, and then look at your own views the same way that you are so eager to take about other views. That would be my encouragement for you. But hey Bash, hey, welcome in.
Hey,
But
buddy. Yeah.
Mezzo, what I'm sharing, Mezzo, is this. Like I told Nelly, if he tells me where I get my source from, I can go to Exodus, right, and share with it. I'm
That's
asking
not a
him.
source.
It is a
To me, it's a
source. It is
source.
a
That's what
source. It's
somebody
a source.
wrote.
It's a source.
I get it, Nelly. But you're saying that an Egyptian told you something that somebody wrote. So I'm
Right.
telling you, see what I'm
I
saying
mean,
now.
I have a written document saying I beat LeBron James in a one-on-one basketball game. I don't know if I need to bust it out in here or something, but like, do you believe that would happen?
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. I mean, if you have a document, that's all I'm asking. I'm not arguing it. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just asking him to show me where he gets his information from. So
Oh, cool.
you see, Mental. I'm not trying to say or be condescending where about his thought or his ideology. I'm just asking him, show me the proof. Show me where what is validating his reasoning.
I might get it for you later, but I know Bash has some stuff he wants to say.
Go ahead, Bash.
I want to
I'm
talk specifically about epistemology, just epistemology. And it's the study of how we know what we know. It's not the study of sources. It's not where do you get your information from, because where you get your information from has no bearing on if information is true, right? I can get my information from anybody. It doesn't mean that the information is true. The truth of a claim is not dependent upon who said it. Okay. So while I do have to count Exodus as a source, that this is a source material that makes a claim. Okay. The question is, how do we verify the claim as true? Right? How do we know? Like if Mezzo says, I have a written document, I was literally gonna bring it up. If Mezzo says, I have a written document that says that I beat LeBron James in a one-on-one basketball game. Now, it is possible that is true, right? LeBron James plays basketball. Mezzo lives in California. LeBron James lives in California. There are tons of basketball courts. The probability of this happening, I mean, it's not very, very likely, but it could happen. Could happen. But how would we know if that written claim that Mezzo beat LeBron was true? How would we know that?
Okay, so listen to what you're saying. To know something, you got to get it from a source.
Yes.
Okay,
And the
so
source is that document. The document says that Mezzo beat LeBron James in a basketball game. How would we know if that claim is true?
right. So what I'm telling you is that your epistemology comes from sources.
No. Listen to what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I'm going to explain to you. So his one document can be false.
Let's say it was a million of them. Let's say it was a million documents that said that Mezzo beat LeBron James in a one-on-one basketball game. How would we know if those million sources were true?
We got to talk to witnesses.
No. Even if a million people said, how would we know if it was true? They're still making claims. How would we know if a million people said, yes, I saw this with my own two eyes, and a million documents said, yes, this happened? How would we know if it was true?
Well, many people said it's true. They have a social agreement. Then we have to count it as empirical.
No, that's not empirical at all.
We have to count it.
Do you, for example, do you believe that Muhammad split the moon?
Do I believe that what?
Muhammad split the moon. The prophet Muhammad split the moon and
No,
flew off.
I don't believe that.
A billion people said he did. A billion people said he did. Literally 1 billion. Does that make it true?
Yeah, I see what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I can't argue against their subjective faith. Their existential faith is their faith.
I know. I'm not asking about a faith. Listen to the words I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
What I'm saying, they say they believe it. They believe it.
I didn't ask if they believed it. That's not what I'm asking you. Listen to the words I'm saying.
Yeah.
How would we? I know they believe it.
Right.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how would we determine if that were a true thing? And by truth, I mean in concordance with reality. How would we know if that were true? If a billion people said Muhammad split the moon in half, how would we know if that were true?
We won't know.
We could know. We could definitely know. There would be evidence of a split moon. Right, okay.
No, it wouldn't be evidence because the moon could split and come back together. I mean, how would we know?
There would be evidence of that.
How? Just for example, the moon conspiracy. Some people don't believe that.
No. Hear what I'm saying. I'm not asking for a new conspiracy. I'm not asking for a new conspiracy. I'm saying, how do we deduce? Now, we could always add another layer. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. Okay. But you know that at one point, all the continents were together. They really were. It's called Pangea. We know this to be true. They then split. Some of them smashed back into each other. So they moved apart and came back together. This happens in real life. Like India is a subcontinent that is pushing into Asia, which is where the Himalayan mountains come from. We know that this is happening. Okay, we know that at one point it was together. We know it split apart, and we know that India smashed back into it. Okay,
See, I disagree with that.
it don't matter if you disagree. We know that this is true. This is what I'm saying. It's not like you're telling me what you. We know this is true. I can prove this to you.
How can you prove it to me?
Well, just do you know much about tectonic plates?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
so
Okay.
the
No, no,
only
no.
thing
It's
you
okay.
give me is
It's
a
okay.
hypothetical
It's
conjecture.
okay. No, 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 no. This is not conjecture. I just want to know what you knew. Okay. Do you know how mountains are formed?
No, I don't know.
Okay. They are all mountains are formed where tectonic plates push against each other. I'm sorry. I got a phone call. I'm sorry. All mountains are formed where tectonic plates push against each other. Do you disagree with that?
I mean, that's what science says. I
No, 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 that's
disagree.
not what science says. I'm asking you, do you disagree? Listen, don't tell me what science. I'm asking, do you disagree?
I haven't studied it, so I can't
Okay, well,
disagree
that's
or
why I
argue
asked you
with it.
what you knew about tectonic plates. Okay, all right. It is a fact, an absolute fact, that any mountain that you've ever seen, the reason that mountain is there is because two tectonic plates are pushing against each other, causing one to subject or what do you call it? Push one. They push up against each other so they kind of make a peak.
Continental convergence.
Convergence, that's what it was. Continental conversion. Okay, all right. Sorry about that. I couldn't think of that word. All right. So they pushing up against each other, and at the place where they push up. Right? Kind of like if you put a bunch of cards together, if you were trying to shuffle cards and you push them against each other, they push up like that. Okay, all right. Same idea. That's how mountains are formed. Okay. Every mountain you've ever seen, everyone is on a fault line. Everyone. Right? Okay. That's consistent throughout the entire world. There is never a place where there's a mountain that
Can I
isn't.
ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what a career, like what's the title of those scientists that study tectonic movements?
Geologist.
Okay, does all the geologists agree with each other?
Every single geologist agrees with this.
So you're saying every single geologist
Every
agree with each other?
single geologist. There isn't a geologist anywhere on the planet that would disagree with this.
No, I'm talking about agree with each other when it comes to their study, their science.
In what I'm saying right now, there isn't a single geologist anywhere on the planet that
So
would find.
the exact time of the shift, or you saying everyone? Because I know some Christian geologists.
Ask them where mountains come from.
No,
if you find me one geologist that say mountains don't list, I'm not asking you to add to it. Think about what I'm saying. Don't
yeah,
add to it.
I'm not adding to it. I'm just
Okay.
saying that.
So I'm not asking about the state of geology in general. Or
Right. Okay.
seismologists. So seismologists will be involved in this, right? So I'm not asking about seismology or geology in general, right? I'm talking about this one specific thing, okay? All right, where mountains come from,
Okay.
okay? All right, okay.
So would you agree? Would you agree that some of these things happened like thousands of years ago?
I'm not asking. Don't add to it. Stick with me.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not adding
No,
to
no,
it. I'm
no.
asking you a
You
question.
about to talk to me about the age of the earth. I don't want to talk about that.
No,
I'm
I'm not
not
talking about the
asking
age
how
of the earth.
old it is.
I'm not talking about the age of the
I'm
earth.
not asking when it happened. I'm not talking about when it happened. Stick with me. Stick with me. Okay? I'm asking you, do you disagree that every mountain on the planet is from continental convergence? Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
Okay, okay. You have a better reference to how mountains are formed? As a matter of fact, we can settle this. If you find me one mountain, just one, in the whole world that is not in every condition I just said. If you find me one, pick a mountain, any mountain. Find me one mountain on the planet that is not the result of tectonic plates pushing together. If you find it, then you will have proved me wrong. You see how we find out what's true, right? Right? We find out if we look anywhere in reality. If I say, man, no, this is how it happened. You go, no, that's not how it happens. Then what we do is we look to reality, right? And if you go find one mountain that didn't come about the way I said, then guess who's wrong? Me, right? But if by chance you go look at every single mountain and every single mountain is at the convergence of two plates, then guess who would be right? Me. This is how we know what we know. It's not just because I said it.
No, okay. Well, I'm lost. The context you're dealing with is something that can be seen. We're dealing with metaphysical reality.
No. Keep in mind what he asked you
You're talking
earlier.
about mountains. You're talking about mountains.
No. Keep in mind what he asked you earlier. Keep in mind what he asked you about the children of Israel in Egypt. Okay. All right. Okay. So stay with me here. Stay with
I
me.
understand what you.
Okay.
What I'm
Stay
saying
with
is,
me. Stay with me. We're gonna get back to God in just a second, but stay with me. Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. All right. So yes, I am using something that is here, but the reason that I use something that we could test was to see how you feel about knowledge in general. right? Because instead of saying, okay, well, even if you disagree, which is fine, you can say, well, that might not be true, Sebastian, or Pinkbeard, that may not be true. Let me go and find out, right? That's respectable, right? You just said, I disagree, right? Well, what did you disagree with? You don't know. You just told me you didn't study it. Right. So there was something in you that riled up and said, I don't like that. Something about that rubs against what I believe. I don't even know what it was because you tried to talk about when it happened or if Christian geologists would say different. I don't know what it was. If somehow it rubbed against your faith.
It rubbed against my faith.
It had to. Otherwise, you had nothing to disagree with.
I'm gonna let you talk because
If it didn't rub
why I
against
asked
your
that.
faith,
Because if you are not 100 years old right now, and you are making a absolute statement with something that happened thousands of years
I
ago.
didn't say when it happened. I never said when it happened. I didn't mention one time when it happened. All I said is
Can I finish?
everywhere
Can I
that
finish?
there is a mountain. No, because you're lying on me. All I said was everywhere that there is a mountain, it's where continental plates are pushing against each other. I didn't say when that happened. That could have happened this morning. That could have
Okay.
happened 20 minutes ago. Okay.
Okay.
So stay with me.
If you have not been everywhere, you cannot make an absolute statement.
I can make an absolute statement about a mountain.
No, you haven't been everywhere. You haven't been and seen every mountain. See what I'm saying? It's all about you're giving your hypothetical conjecture.
Handsome.
It's a hypothesis.
No. Listen. I don't have to go everywhere to do a geological survey of Earth. You do know what
No,
X-rays are, right? You know what sonar is, right?
no. Well, that means you believe in somebody. You believe
No,
in
no, 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 no,
somebody
no.
else's
I'm not saying I believe in
expertise.
anything. Do you know what sonar is?
I don't know where sonar is.
Okay.
And
In other words,
I'm not validating that I do.
hear me out. Do you know that we know where all the tectonic plates are on Earth? Like, we know that where they are?
We probably do.
Okay.
We probably
All
do.
right. Okay, so if we know where all the tectonic plates are on Earth, we can make a hypothesis and say, hey, that's where all the mountains are. And guess what? That's
Exactly. A
true.
hypothesis.
Okay, no, that's true. We check at the plates and we find the mountains.
No. But a hypothesis is not an absolute
I didn't say,
truth.
handsome, would you, this is why I keep saying stay with me. Right? Okay. We make the hypothesis and then we check. Did you hear me say that?
But you have not went to
I
every mountain. Every
have.
mountain. So you went to every mountain in the world.
I have.
In the
You don't know
world.
where I've
Okay.
been. You don't know where I've
All
been.
right.
Okay. All
I
right.
got you.
Okay. All right. And this is why I asked you. This is why I simply asked you. You can prove me wrong. And you don't have to go everywhere to prove me wrong. All you have to do is go one place where there is a mountain that's not where the plates are pushing together. I will be wrong. And I'm okay with being wrong. I go, damn, I learned something new today. Right. But instead of it's like the reason I want to talk about epistemology is because you really don't have an epistemology. What you're saying is we can't know anything. We just believe what people say, right? In other words, I have no epistemic access to any knowledge. I'm just going on what folks said. That's not epistemology. That's the exact opposite of epistemology, actually.
You're blending you're blending your context up. You're talking about material things that
No,
are
handsome.
objective.
No, I'm not. No, I'm talking
We're
about
dealing with
epistemology.
metaphysical things.
No. I'm talking about epistemology. Just the epistemology. Now once I get that part out, now I'm gonna move to spiritual things. Right? Okay. All right. Based on what we know, because you used the word epistemology, that's why I was like, that's not used that word.
Yeah, because you're using epistemology in a scientific term. I'm using
No, I'm
epistemology
not.
in an
I'm
apologetic
using
term.
it in the philosophical way. There is no scientific epistemology. That doesn't even exist. Epistemology is a philosophy.
You just mentioned mountains. That's scientific.
It's the epistemology about mountains. It's the
that's
philosophy
scientific.
of how
That's
we know the
scientific.
thing about mountains.
That's scientific.
No, it doesn't matter. The
It's
epistemology
pragmatic
is
empirical.
philosophical. Okay. Listen.
Thank you.
Okay. Listen. The color red can be on apples. The color red can be on cars. Red is not apples. Red is not cars. Epistemology can be about mountains. Epistemology can be about God. Epistemology ain't God. Epistemology ain't mountains. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So my
So
epistemology.
I'm talking about epistemology, not mountains.
The
Just
epistemology.
the epistemology. Okay. All right. Now, the way we know what we know is that we verify what we say. Right? Anyone can make a claim. Anyone can make a claim. You can make a claim. I can make a claim. Billions of Muslims can make a claim. Billions of Hindu people can make claims. Okay. The way we know that these claims are true is we check for the evidence. Right? That's the only way we know anything to be true. Right? Is it in concordance with the evidence? If your mother told you she loved you, and that's not even something physical. If she told you that she loved you, But every day she came home and broke glass and stabbed you in the eye with it. It would be reasonable for you to say, it's not true that she loves me. Right? Now, true enough, you don't have any pure epistemic access to her emotions. Right? You don't know how she feels, and you'll never know how she feels. But the evidence doesn't seem concurrent with love. Is that fair to say? What I'm saying is that does it seem fair?
No, I'm gonna let you talk because you're not making sense. You're out of the
Okay,
conversation.
wait. Hold on. Am I making sense to anyone else?
That was so ironic that he thinks
No.
you're not here.
You're talking about mamas being sad. You're talking about mountains. We're talking about your source of belief. Your belief system.
He's using examples.
I'm using
He's
this as
using
an example.
But these examples and analogies he's using is straw men.
No, they are not straw men. What the fuck? Bro, put down whatever YouTube channel you learn this philosophy from. Throw it away. 'Cause this is not a straw man.
He thinks you're straw manning your own.
I'm straw manning my own argument.
We're talking about God. We're talking about my perspective.
What I was doing was I was going from physical things.
You're talking about mountains.
No. Hear me out. I moved from mountains because you didn't like mountains. So I moved to emotions which you cannot see. Right? I'm getting to God, bro. Just follow me. Follow me.
Get to God. Get to God.
Okay.
God, stop getting these analogies. Get to God. Let's talk.
Okay. God is love. You see the bridge I was trying to make? Never mind. God is love. So there is the claim. That is the claim. But the actions described about said God are not concurrent with the evidence of love.
How do you know that?
Because I know love.
See, now you validating your own reasoning.
No, I didn't. No, I'm not. I'm not validating my own reasoning. I know love. Love is a
How do you know love?
Love is a subjective experience.
So you're validating your own reasoning. It's
No. Subjective doesn't mean self-validating.
That's what it means.
No, it does not. It just means dependent upon a mind.
Depending upon your mind.
A mind. Subjective doesn't have to be my mind.
Objective means dependent on somebody else's mind.
No, it does not. Objective has nothing to do with a mind at all.
It's existential.
Objective means mind independent.
No, subjectivity is existential.
Handsome, listen to what I just said. I said objective means mind independent. Okay, that's what it means. Okay, all right. So, again, this is why I wanted to use the example, right? Because, okay, if your mother said she loved you, love being the invisible thing, okay, but every day she came home and broke glass and stabbed you in the eye with it, okay, is it reasonable for you to believe her words that she loves you?
Now, if you're going to look at it from a psychological standpoint, some mothers do that. They don't know the meaning. They don't express that meaning of love the right way.
Did you hear the question I asked you? Did you hear the question I asked you?
I'm explaining to you. There are some people that are abusive. That doesn't mean Ike was abusive to Tina.
You don't have to explain a question, man. You answer a question.
Oh my God!
I asked a yes or no question. Right? Is it reasonable to believe that mother loves that child?
I don't know subjectively.
I asked reasonably. Listen to the words I'm asking. Reasonable.
Depends on who's defining reasonably. I don't know subjectively.
Okay. So, and again, in other words, your epistemology is no one knows anything, and especially when we get
that's not my epistemology.
Let me show you why I'm saying this. When I talked about the mountains, and this is why I started at mountains. You started with going, oh, well, you haven't been everywhere. Well, you can't know that. Well, what if it happened 30 days ago? You can't know that. Okay. So then I said, okay, because you wanted me to get off mountains, although I could physically. Then you go, oh, well, that's just in physical things. Or we're not talking about physical things. So then I moved to emotions, right? Which aren't physical things, right? These are concepts, right? And then you go, well, I don't know. I don't know what reasonable means. Who's defining reasonable? Yes, you did.
I said your reasonable.
Who's defining reasonable?
There we go. I didn't say I don't know what it means.
It depends on, right? But reasonable has a meaning.
It does have a meaning. Subjective.
Okay. It doesn't. Reasonable has a meaning. Okay, all right. So
reasonable has a meaning subjectively,
bro. No.
Unless it's a social agreement.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you.
You're clearly not.
It's the way the definition of reasonable comes from a social agreement. It comes from a social construct. We agree on what reasonable means.
Right, and that's what it means.
And it's not an absolute reality. It's not an absolute reality. It's still based upon subjective epistemologies.
It is an absolute reality that we agree that it means that.
No, it doesn't. No, we can come in as a community and say, okay, we're going to
Then it would
define.
be the absolute reality that we change the meaning.
No,
The whole Bible is written in words.
it is. It's with
So
words.
if all of those are like unknowable, undefinable social contract things that we don't know as absolute truth, then the whole Bible is not known as an absolute truth. Is that where you want to go with this?
No, Mezzo. What I'm saying, Mezzo.
Then
Mezzo, listen.
stop being disingenuous and say that you know
Mezzo,
what
listen what I'm
reasonable
saying.
means.
According to
You know what
Orthodox
the word
Christian-
reasonable means, don't you?
Mezzo, listen what I'm saying. According to the Orthodox Christian community, we call that truth. You might have a different truth.
I didn't talk about what truth. How the fuck?
No,
did we get the
I'm
truth?
talking to Mezzo.
How the fuck
I'm
did we
talking
get the truth, Mezzo? Mezzo didn't say
I'm
anything about truth.
I am talking to Mezzo.
But Mezzo didn't say anything about truth.
No, he asked me a question about what we believe in.
No, he
as a
asked
Christian
you.
community.
He asked you, do you know what reasonable means?
I
He
do
didn't
know
ask
what
you a
reasonable
question
means.
at all. He asked
No.
you. He didn't ask you a question at all. He didn't ask you a question at all, and it
Jesus.
wasn't about truth.
Okay, I got you.
He didn't say anything about truth.
I'm gonna let y'all talk because what you're saying is you just first started with mountains, now you're dealing with emotions. You still haven't got on the subject with God.
I said
Now
God is.
now you want me to agree with your subjective reasonableness.
Never mind, bro.
Yeah, because
What does God mean? Hold on. What does God mean?
Okay, according to our Christian community, we define God as omnipotent, omniscient,
Is that true?
omnisapient.
That's subjective. It's
That
according
true?
to you guys.
It is subjective.
Okay, but is it true?
I'm not.
Is it true?
It's my truth.
No. Is it true? Is it concordant with reality? I'm not asking if
It
it's
might not be
subjective
your
to
truth.
you. I'm not asking if it's my truth. I'm asking, is it in accordance with reality?
Yeah, it's according to my reality. It's true.
Not your reality. Reality one. The reality.
Who can define the
Okay,
reality?
see what I'm saying? You don't have an epistemology. You can't know anything.
No. See, you're not making sense.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Fully claiming cluelessness on every single point. You don't know what any of these words mean.
No. Everybody, if you can define absolute reality, you are God, brother.
Yes, I can. I can define absolute reality.
Okay, you're God, man. You're Jehovah.
Would you like to know the? Oh, somebody just sent you an absolute. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, you're Jehovah. If you can define absolute reality, you're
my name
Jehovah.
is Sebastian. It's just the things that are absolutely real. That's it. Absolute reality are just the things that are absolutely real.
No, it's absurd what you're saying. You're saying
That's
that you
not
can define
absurd.
absolute reality
How is that absurd? What's absurd about that?
because you just made us an absurd statement saying that you
What was absurd about it?
can you say that you can define absolute reality. Like
I can.
Try this. Within the confines of the social contract, that the word reasonable means what we all in this room think it means, then is it reasonable? Like, if we have to do this huge qualifier in front of it, fine. Like, I still don't think you're going to answer it, though.
He's not going to answer it because.
Yeah, I was about to say somebody paid to drop it.
Yep.
That is crazy. I mean, you asked him. I'm lost. I'm lost.
He can't know anything. Is what his dance around all things is. I don't know that, right? And which is fine. But I just wish he would say that. I don't know. I'm just believing what these people say. I've agreed with these people, and that's okay. But then don't say the word epistemology. Like that word isn't for you.
He had none of that stuff to say before. It was here when he realized that his worldview was crumbling apart at every analogy that you brought forward, that he had to resort to like defeating his own epistemology out of like into submission and saying no one knows anything. Right.
I can't define. Absolute has a definition. Reality has a definition. You put them together, you can tell you what absolute reality is.
He's a different type of Christian. I mean, usually I would say, Christians will answer questions honestly as long as it does not conflict with their belief. But this man wouldn't even answer a regular question outside of the Bible.
You would say that about Christians normally?
We were all like,
like,
no, I know what you mean.
Read the background, Nelly?
Well,
I know what you mean. Like specifically to Bible stuff.
Most Christians that I talk to, they will answer a question as long as it does not conflict with their belief. But if it conflicts with their belief, then they go to the gaslighting, then they go to the cognitive distance, then they go to outside of reality.
Yeah, but his belief is very broad. His belief is based on an idea of you not being able to know. right? So anything I talk about in a knowledge base would rub against this belief, which is what I said earlier, right? Like, so anytime I tried to say that I knew something, he would go, well, no, you don't. Well, what if, right? Because he didn't want me to know a thing, right?
Right.
Because once you know something, now I can start building on what is real. He don't think that a person can define reality.
Yeah.
Right? You can't know what's real. You see what I'm saying? So everything I said would rub against that belief, because there are things that are real.
Because when you know something, there's no room for belief.
Right.
You don't have to believe it no more.
Yep.
That's a good point. I think also, like, when like at first what you're saying, Nelly, that does happen a lot of times, where they'll answer any question as long as it doesn't like challenge their beliefs. Once they get defensive about that and get into that mode with their belief stuff, you can ask them, they're stuck in that mode. You can say, can someone sit in a chair? And they'll start going, I don't know, we don't know anything. Like they're left on that mode. Like they get like locked in, you know.
I agree with that, man. So.
And it didn't help either that like 78% of the words that he was using, he was not using them correctly. Like when he told Bash he was straw man, and I'm like, what? How? Like you hadn't even made a point for Bash to actually straw man. What are we even talking about? He was conflating objective and subjective. He was just all over the place.
But keep in mind, he can't know much anyway. If he found out what they actually meant, then it would fuck up his beliefs. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You don't need to know what the word actually means.
Thinker, how's your head, friend?
I'm good now. Now that he's gone.
My head is great. Anybody want some? Never mind. No, it's okay. It's all right. I went too far with that one. That was my fault. I fucked up. I'm a bad person.
Oh
Ouch.
gosh.
I knew I should have ran up.
I was not ready for that one.
I know, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Hey, I'm gonna step down and go to bed. Thank you so much for having me. This
You're
panel is
welcome,
lovely.
my
It's my favorite panel in the world. And bye, everyone in chat. Good night.
All right.
I just want to go to bed. I just came up here to say that I miss y'all. I've been working hard. I miss y'all, and I love you guys.
I know. We miss you too.
Bash.
But it's going great, by the way. Keep watching out for it. Things are getting better. I love y'all, and I'll talk to y'all in a minute.
All right.
Love
Love
you
you too.
too.
Have a good night.
Good night. I'm only hanging tonight because I have a snow day tomorrow. We're gonna get like a 9 to 11 inches of snow here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I'm like, I am not going anywhere.
Well, yay for the snow. We get to have fee tonight.
We can hang out.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's see who's next. If you're in the guest request box waiting to come up, can you please comment? 9 inches of snow is wild.
Yeah, and I'm already nervous. My son is an essential worker, so he's got to go out in it tomorrow. I'm like,
wow.
Yeah, my nerves going to be shot, but I just don't drive in it. Like, I'm from Georgia. We don't do snow.
Well, I drive in it.
You do? Yeah, it makes me so nervous. Like, I don't care if it's like a few flurries. As soon as I see any accumulation, I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. And you drive trucks, Nelly?
Huh?
You drive trucks.
Yeah, I drive trucks. I mean, the snow is fine. Long as it's snowing, it's okay. But when that stuff freezes and it turns to ice and then you get that black ice, I stop the truck. I'm not rolling on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, the black ice, because it rained here, but the temperatures dropped below freezing. And so I'm worried about the black ice.
And somebody, please take Mezzo's phone. He said 9 inches of snow is his corn name.
Oh my God. Mezzo and Bash.
Damn,
Oh my gosh.
It took me a minute to catch what Bash said.
Oh my goodness. Javarius?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good until all the chat started misspelling my name.
That's my fault. I apologize about that. What you got?
So I would like to talk about, well, first off, I'd like to say that after listening to that conversation, now my head hurts. So I understand your pain. I want to talk about number 3, disingenuousness, because, long story short, my mom doesn't get along with my brother and sister, and for like 2 years, every time we meet up, they argue. and it gets pretty weird, and it always fucks up anytime we get together because they always end up finding some way to argue. And for example, my brother, he lives all the way in Texas, and every time I hang out with my mother, she always finds a way to talk about my youngest brother. And I know that it hurts her that they don't talk, but every time reconciliation comes up, she always talks about how God is on her heart and that, she's fine because God is with her and things will work out. But I don't know how things will work out if you can't even actually talk to the real person rather than just leaning on this, because obviously God hasn't really moved the progress much since they legitimately still don't talk to each other.
Yeah, that's true. Like people, they when they feel like they have God, they don't necessarily see that. They don't see humans as a value in that sense. And so when she say everything will work out, she's not. I don't even think that she's saying that they're gonna talk and be okay. She just believes that she's gonna be okay with God.
That's my interpretation of it too, which kind of sucks because she's basically saying that whether they reconcile or not, she's fine with it. But clearly, she isn't fine because it hurts her feelings. I know because she tells me it hurts her feelings. But instead of rectifying the situation, she just leans on faith for some unknown reason.
Yeah, that's what Christians do. I do want to know how does that apply to her being disingenuous?
I could be using the word wrong. Forgive me if I am, because I've been drinking. But I think it's disingenuous to say that, you've done all you can in terms of getting the relationship back together, and the fact that it hurts you that the relationship is in disrepair, but you don't talk to the person, you say mean things about the person, and then when they try to apologize or talk to you, you're very mean and standoffish. But
No, disingenuous would be like when we're talking to believers and they try to act like they don't know something, right? Or like they didn't say a thing, right? Or they're like completely deny a fact and try to act like they're not, like they're doing it on accident or something.
oh well, I mean, yeah, there's that. But I guess I didn't lay it out much more. I guess it more aligns with two delusions of grandeur in terms of her acting like this and then thinking that things will work out because God will make it right, or that everything will be fine because God's on her side, which she says a lot. And I don't understand uh, how that can reconcile, especially if something still is like actively causing you pain and heartache, but you still believe that because you were wronged in some way that like it's just confusing because oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like so the delusions of grandeur are like when they say, "Oh, I'm chosen," right? Or I'm going
Yeah,
through this
she
because God has chosen me. So my kids mistreat me because I'm so special to God, and the devil is using my kids because he's jealous of me. Right? He's made my kids jealous of me because I'm so special to God. Or saying that she's having visions and she's calling
yeah,
herself Ruth reincarnated or things like that.
no visions, but she does believe that she is chosen by God and that it's a part of God's plan to eventually either give her the strength to not talk to them again or have them come together through God's ways. Like if something bad happens to them, then they'll come back home or something like that.
You know, when I was a believer, I would when I didn't want to face reality or what was in front of me, then I would put it off on God. I would put that on God. Well, God has me going through this because of whatever, or God's going to fix it, or, those are the things that I would do because I didn't want to face the reality. That's what I can see now, but I couldn't see it then, you know. But that's what I find now when I deal with believers, when they really don't want to face the true reality, they put it off on God and say, well, God wants me to go through this. God wants me to suffer. Or God will fix it. Oh, God will make them see and come to the light. God, 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 God. And I take all the accountability off myself.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because if this is a test from God, and my mom thinks that my sister hates her and that my brother hates her, which from my talking with my brother, I don't think that's the case. My sister, it's a whole complicated thing. What's the answer to the test? Like, from that
Good
worldview, I
question.
don't understand how you can reconcile that and actually address what the issues are, especially if you believe God chose you and that, you're acting within his will and that everything's just going to work out.
Yeah, that word chose me goes around a whole lot. And I try to tell Christian, I mean, do you realize how many people think that they're chosen by God? I mean, that's just a drift of your thoughts going that deep to where now you believe God chose you to do certain things. You know, it, it's weird to me now, but I can't understand and relate if I put myself back as a believer and think the way I used to think. You know, we
Yeah,
get
I mean,
go ahead.
sorry, I had to cut you
No,
off.
no, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I understand it from this point of view because uh, I understand, what my mom's been through.
I want to make
And
sure, guys, that we stick to the topic. I don't want this to turn into a therapy session online. Remember, right? Remember that there is a purpose to the live, and I just want to make sure that we don't turn this into like a you know a therapy session online. And I'm trying to be really really cool with that, but this is the second time that this has happened, and that's not what the nerd badge is for. Okay. The nerd badge is to come up and ask questions about deconstructing, whether you have like research questions, if you are like actively dealing with something right then and there with your family. That's what the Discord and stuff is for. But this is not an open therapy space, and I have to set that boundary. Okay.
okay.
So, do you have any other questions concerning being disingenuous or or anything like that?
Well, I do have a question in terms of slavery apologetics because what I've seen a lot online is that people are making the distinction between indentured servitude, which they argue is like that the Israelites performed a very nice version of slavery, and that it's not comparable to American chattel slavery. So, do you know where they're getting that distinction from, or is it like grounded in any sort of part in the Bible?
Well, if you read the text, when it's talking about that, if you wanted to find where the comparison is basically outside of the Israelites. What God told them they could do with other nations.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
different type of slavery.
Oh, okay. So, is it fair to say that the slavery that the Israelites practice isn't comparable to American chattel slavery, or it is?
I think not.
No, they were both. They're both like the same institutions, right? Are there, and they did the same things, right? You had indentured servitude, where people abused indentured servitude. The contracts, they wouldn't let the Israelites out of their contracts. Jeremiah told them, Yahweh said to let them go after holding them past their time. They did, and then they went back and enslaved them again. They did the same thing in America. They would do sneaky things to extend the contracts of indentured servants here in America. They whipped them. It's the same institution. Sex slavery, they abused the women of indentured servants. They abused the women of chattel slavery. It's the same institution. Some of the laws from this book were used to influence the laws in Virginia. So like when people say that they're not the same, they literally are the same. Were the treatment more harsh? Were the people, did they do more wicked shit? Yeah. But the thing is, we don't know what they did. We don't have all of the accounts of how they treated their enslaved people in the ancient Near East. But we do see the institutions outlined in the book, and they are the same.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think you can have a nice form of slavery. I think it's just abhorrent in any circumstance. But I think when Christians talk about slavery, that they can't separate it in their minds from chattel slavery, so they're trying to find some way to make a distinction where I don't think there is one. And then I have one more question before I'll drop. So there's the Pauline letters. So I'm confused about this story. So is the story that Paul was writing to free the slave because he was against slavery, or was he writing the letter to free the slave because he was a Christian?
He was writing because he wanted it was an indentured servant, and he wanted him to continue to work for him, and he offered to pay the debt that ones must owe to Philemon.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I mean, could Paul have been against slavery? Could he have thought that slavery was immoral? He could have, but he didn't say it.
Yeah, because when people tell me that story, it's always framed as Paul is trying to free this man because he's morally against slavery. But I've heard some people also
worked
say
for Paul while Paul was in prison, like he was Paul's servant while Paul was in prison.
Oh.
So he definitely wasn't against having people do his work for him. Like the thing about with slavery with the Israelites, so they're not supposed to do any hard work. Not even like slavery is a different topic. Like they were against hard work, period. Right? Shit was supposed to just come to them. And I think like people don't like Deuteronomy chapter 6 is very like adamant of what this God expected for them. Like they were not to work for anything that they got. Like, let me see. Let me just, I think is it Deuteronomy 11? Hold on. No, it's here. The Lord your God shall fear, did not follow. Yeah. Okay. So here it is, verse 10. It says, when the Lord your God has brought you into the land that he swore to your ancestors, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you a land with fine, large cities that you did not build. Notice the theme, right? God is going to give you large cities that you did not build, houses filled with all sorts of good that you did not fill, hewn cisterns that you did not hew, vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant, And when you have eaten your fill, take care that you do not forget that the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. So it's that they're not supposed to do hard work, hard labor at all. Shit's just supposed to come to them. That's it. That was his promise, right? So like they didn't do, even in Egypt, the issue wasn't that they were slaves. They were being forced to do like hard labor, and they were being mistreated. They were being oppressed, right? And so that labor, that type of labor, corvée labor, Solomon started enforcing it on them, requiring that they do corvée labor once a month, and then 2 months with their family, 1 month labor, 2 months with their family. And they didn't like that either. And so when the kingdoms went, when Solomon died and the kingdom split, is it Rehoboam? Rehoboam was going to continue the corvée labor, and they was like, this is against what God wanted for us, right? And so they went against him because they're not supposed to labor. Shit's just supposed to come to them. So, and people were supposed to do work for them. So Paul being against having servants, I don't think that he was against that, because that's literally how they're supposed to live. People are supposed to wait on them. People are supposed to do their hard work. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense, and it kind of actually I think it's kind of analogous to current day Israel in terms of their relationship with the Palestinians who were there first. Why they're kind of comfortable with the states there. But thank you, Thaker. That actually clears up a lot of stuff for me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Uh-huh.
Have a good day.
You too. All right.
All right. If you're waiting to come up and you're in the request box, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? And then I just want to make sure. So I have been kind of lax with the nerd badges. You're not supposed to be able to come on stage until you're in your second month as a nerd, and that means you have the nerd emoji with the glasses. If your nerd badge is blue and it still says new, then you don't get the same benefits as someone who's in their second month. Okay, because there's a 30-day wait period for those benefits to kick in, and that gives you an opportunity to get to know the community, to get to know the vibe of the live and how the flow of the show. Okay, and so I just want to make sure that I reiterate that for you to live. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I think you were on Christina's live, right? Did I speak
Yeah,
to you on Christina's live?
yes, yes. It was in early evening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question. As I've
So
been
I
on
don't.
Christine,
So I don't answer questions from the audience.
oh,
Yeah, unless you have like that nerd badge that I was just talking about, right? And that is also right to keep myself from being put in like this free teacher knowledge like exchange, right? I don't want to do that. This is a place to have conversation, right? If a question comes up in the middle of us conversing, like an even exchange, then that's fine. But I don't just take questions from the audience in that way.
okay. So how
So
do we do this?
the topic tonight is just really simple, right? I would just love to talk about some of the observations that I've had, from having these conversations for about a year now, about these various topics that has to do with the God, the Bible, the history, the religion, and how it has literally given me a headache to watch Christians do this. I don't know. I call it a negotiating moment. I don't even know if there is a name for it, but they like at when they're faced with like facts and logic, they're willing to or have been willing to negotiate with themselves and with everybody else, and they will defend a lie. They'll tell a lie. They'll defend some immoral act on behalf of the God, and they'll apologize for slavery. They'll be disingenuous. Like in the conversation, it's hard to have like a transparent, authentic conversation with them. And so just wanted to talk about that and ask, one, have you ever noticed, right, when in your conversations with non-believers, have you noticed any type of negotiation when we're talking to y'all about the things that this God did in the Bible?
I've through listening to Christina, many subject slavery, children unalive. I think I've heard selling daughters to sex slavery. Many things have been said, and that's the puzzling part with me is how do you become angry with a God that doesn't exist? I mean,
Yeah, because the beliefs about that God, that or the beliefs from that God live in human beings who carry them out. And so it's not that we're angry with the actual God, right? Because the God is a character to us, but the God becomes real in the minds, hearts of its believers. And so they act and respond based off of that belief. And it becomes an inconvenience to those of us around them. Believers tend to vote based off of their religious beliefs. They parent based off of those beliefs. They lead, whether it's in a private sector organization, based off of those beliefs. They teach our kids, right? And so I don't understand how believers think that their belief is so innocent, right? And they pretend like they cannot see that it affects almost everybody in the world, or everywhere they go. Their beliefs is a part of our society, even in the government.
so you believe that those who believe in this non-existing God is immoral and doing immoral things?
I think they justify immoral things. They turn a blind eye to immoral things because of their fear or love or loyalty to the God. I do, yes.
So, so are you saying those who believe in this non-existing God, but the moral is then the fault is within humanity and not in a
I've
God?
always said that. I've always said it's humans. Humans do good things. Humans do bad things. Yes.
So are all of the bad things, is it a people who don't believe in a God that has no moral compass? Or is it people who have based on not in the
I'm
I
sorry.
know
Ask
that
that question again.
you know how I've heard the presentation of a God that don't exist, then he did not.
Hey, for you to live, you keep
uh
focusing on that, right? I've already explained to you. Let me share a little bit about myself, okay?
Okay. Okay.
I don't care if the God exists. I don't care if you prove tomorrow that this God exists, right?
Okay.
It is
Okay.
the beliefs, right? The teachings that surround this God that I do not agree with, and I do not like, and I would not choose. So you don't have to keep harping on the fact that I don't believe in your God, okay? As I've stated, it's the beliefs that the believers of this God or the follower of this God holds that makes it more impactful, right? And my reality today, what you do, what you say, right, to other humans, right, in society, it affects my life, it affects my children's lives, and it will affect my children's lives. That's all I care about. I don't care
Okay.
if you believe in a God.
Okay. So please tell me, um, what is it that is offensive to you?
I did
Is
tell you
the-
that. I've
are
already told you
you-
that. Like you will excuse things, right? As a believer, you'll look the other way, right? You will justify immoral behavior, right? Because of your fear or loyalty or love to the God, right? The things that you say to other people or do to other people because of your belief. Like I've already said all of this.
Oh, so I'm mirroring in my life what you're saying concerning, because if it's reflective of what you view us, I'm taking in the view of what you say about me, and I'm like, I'm a loving husband. I love my children. I love my neighbors. Give. So I'm trying to see the picture that what in believing in God am so evasive in affecting your life when I'm not the morals of loving everybody's equally. So where is the
It's so
evasive?
crazy because we're here, right?
Uh-huh.
At this point in the conversation, and I don't think you even remember the question that I asked you that got us here, do you?
Yes, you said it is the. It's not so much the God. I care not about the God.
I
It's the
said
people.
I didn't say statement. I didn't say, do you remember what I said? I said, do
Oh,
you remember the question I asked you that got us here?
that God is here. Please refresh my memory.
Do you remember my opening statement as to why this God makes my head hurt? And the observation, right, that I had while having conversations with believers. Do you remember any of that?
No, could you refresh my memory, please?
And this is one of the things, and I'm right when I'm talking to you guys and like really trying to have a genuine conversation about how this religion, this belief system, this book, right, affects my life, affects society. Y'all close your minds to it. You close your ears to it because the question that I asked you was, have you ever noticed, right, a moment in negotiating when discussing these things, right, with other believers? That's the question that I asked. But you focused on the fact that I'm having a conversation about a God that I say don't exist. And your whole entire goal, right, was shifted to proving, right, or trying to separate yourself from the things that I'm saying that I'm experiencing with having these conversations with believers. Prove your that your God exists, right? Or that your God is the true God and that you're not like everybody else. But you didn't focus on, the me, right? And my experiences that I've had with believers and the topic that I wanted to talk about. And like you're the second believer that have come up tonight, and both of you did that shift from the conversation being about discussing what I've experienced with believers, right, and diving deeper in that. And my goal is to try to understand like what happens there, right, at that moment of negotiation. But both of you shifted to either protecting Yahweh or protecting yourself.
No, I was protecting the accusation that you present on people of, if your accusation is what are we doing, that gives you a headache. Is it not, what I'm saying is there is something that we're doing that affect you, that you said political, my children, and I'm trying to see, because I'm correlating it with myself and others that I know of my persuasion, not to harm anyone, but there has been harm, and I just wanted the detail in which you per se have affected yourself as a threat, your children.
But I did. And like this makes me wonder, right? Like if somebody comes to you and say, hey, for you to live, like the conversation that I had to you was very offensive to me. This happened, this happened, this happened, right? Like, is your response, oh, I didn't know, right, that was happening. Can you tell me more about that, right? Or is it to defend yourself and try to separate yourself from that person's experience? Because that's all I hear you doing right now. And that's usually, right, a manipulative tactic that abusive people do.
So, okay, so I'm going to ask you, could you express, God makes my head hurt because I'm expressing to you, I like to hear
You want me
from
to do
you.
that again? You want me
No,
to do it
no,
again? Because this will be the third
no,
time that I've
no,
explained
I'm
it.
talking about, no, I'm saying is that yes, you're doing a surface, but I wanted to know the detail. You're doing a broad stroke, and I just wanted to see the
I'm not doing
detail.
a broad stroke. I'm not doing a broad stroke. I literally gave, right, examples, right? I said believers, right, one will negotiate with themselves, right? When we're talking about the book, they'll negotiate with themselves. They will agree with immoral acts on behalf of the God because of their love, because of their loyalty and their debt that they feel to the God, right? They will look the other way, right? And allow immoral acts to continue because of their love, right? Their loyalty and debt to the God. They vote based off of their beliefs. They teach based off of their beliefs. They lead based off of their beliefs, right? There is nowhere that we can go in society where a Christian's beliefs do not affect our lives. Like this is my third time saying it to you.
Okay, I get it. I understand what you're saying. And so when you say that, I'm a person of moral, so that's what you said it does, but morality affects it negative? That's what you're saying? Morality is affecting our society so bad. And when I say morality is doing what's right and loving,
Let me ask you a question for you to live. Do you
hmm
are you aware of laws in the United States right now against members of the LGBTQIA community?
and for me, that's wrong.
For you, but that's not what I asked. I asked, are
Okay,
you
so
aware of
yes,
those laws?
I'm not aware of the laws against the community. I'm not aware.
Are you aware that the LGBTQIA community don't have certain rights or had to fight for certain rights that you did not have to fight for as a straight man?
Yes,
But you're not
yes.
aware of the laws. You are aware that they have to fight for equality, but you're not aware of the reason they have to fight for equality.
The previous administration.
No. Can you answer that question, please?
All right, I'm
You are,
certain.
I'm going to ask it again. You are aware that they have to fight for equality, but you are not aware of the reason they have to fight for equality.
As regarding the laws that you just asked me, I'm being transparent. I'm not aware, and I'm not in agreement
So
with
you did
them.
it. I just want to make sure that when you say you're not aware, that you're not saying that you know the specific, that you don't know the specific laws. Are you saying that you were not aware that there were laws in the United States that prevented members of the LGBTQIA community of having the same rights as you as a straight man? Are you saying you didn't know that existed?
You in the administration that we're
Are
still
you
under.
saying you did not know that there were laws in the United States that prevented members of the LGBTQIA community from having the same rights as you as a straight person?
I do remember in past that they were not allowed to marry. Or can they marry today? That's my question. I'm asking transparently. I knew that they could marry during the time, but we're in a different era
The
now. I don't know all of the laws of what that's against them.
Give me just a second. I need to give my daughter some rules before she get on the road. Okay, 1 moment.
Okay, absolutely. Take your time.
All right. Sorry about that. Gotta make sure black ice don't. She knows how to
Okay.
drive over black ice. It's her first time. Um, but yeah. So with you saying that you knew that once upon a time that there were laws, right? Um, you knew, right, that the LGBTQIA community didn't have the same rights as you as a straight person in the United States. But you also know where that came from, right?
Yes. And I
It,
saw the change. No,
where did it come from?
I saw the
I'm sorry,
changes.
where did it come from?
Where did it come from? It came from
Yeah.
society.
No, no. So that the LGBTQIA community could not marry, were not allowed to be out in public. That came from society. It did not come from the belief in your God, that was what your God wanted.
Again, like I said to you before, is that I know that many societies
Can you
found.
answer my question though? Did it come from the belief in your God?
I'm saying to you is this, is that God is a God of love.
You're going to be dishonest right now, disingenuous right now.
No,
I'm asking you a very direct question, right? You're doing the thing that I explained to you that gives me a headache.
all right. So the in the Bible, in the Bible, again, I've had
That's
this.
not what I asked. Did it come from where the belief, right? Or the uh what do I call it? All I can say is the belief, right? The behavior towards the LGBTQIA community, right? The belief that they do not deserve, right, to love and marry, and date who they dogma. Thank you, Court, and date who they want to date, like you as a straight person. Did that come from the belief in your God?
I'm sorry, I'm confused because they are marrying. They have not
Did
placed.
did it come from the belief in your God? Like that's all. That's what I'm asking you. Like I don't understand why you are dancing around it. You can talk about how they were allowed to marry later on. Did the fact that they don't have equality like you as a straight man come from the belief in your God?
Yes,
Why did it take you so long to answer that question?
because to answer it, I know I ain't gonna be able to respond because I got dropped last time.
You
Because
have
when
never been on my live, so what happened to you on somebody else's live, it has nothing to do with me. And when you were on Christina's live and I paid for that rude guy to drop, I tagged you and I told you that drop was not for you. So
oh,
don't lie. Don't come on here lying,
it
right?
wasn't for
And I
me.
ain't got nothing to do with if you were dropped on somebody else's live. I've
Oh,
never
so I
spoken
thought.
to you on my live before.
Right. I'm saying that why I'm hesitant is that when I spoke of why I
I
was
don't give
dropped,
a damn if he's an elder. Don't type in my comments in all caps.
everyone know
And
that
and you don't know how old I am either. The fuck?
I'm respectful to this platform, and I'm a guest in this platform. So I believe in respect and giving respect to the host in this platform. So I hope everyone would do the same.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't like to be lied on. Okay. And when we were in Christina's live, you made a statement and said that Christina said something that we all know Christina did not say. And you were very adamant that she said it. Well, you got to go now. Somebody has paid
I
to drop you.
apologize. Remember, I told her I corrected. I said I thought I misunderstood. I thought she had said it, and
Yeah.
so I apologize.
Well, Joshua has paid to drop you. I do have to drop you now. Have a good day.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing me up. I would wish I could have.
I honestly don't think you would have gotten dropped had you not taken so fucking long to answer that question.
Yeah, he didn't want to answer that.
Yeah, it's like pulling teeth.
And it's like they want to come up here and play innocent. Like, we don't see what you see. We're not doing what you say we're doing. And then they do it like right. They do it like right at the beginning, like of the conversation. We don't even get to get into the Bible before they do it. And that's what's so crazy about it.
Right. And I don't know if it's that he's just started coming around, the lives and hearing the conversations that we're having. So I can understand that for a person who's never heard people talk about the Bible in this way or never heard people talk about religion, I can see it being a little bit off-putting, but I don't know why that would be the case on a second live with pretty much the same people. Like, you've gotten through the shock the first time. If you want to come discuss the topics, then do that, but be honest about it.
You want to do this next one, Fee?
Yeah, I can do that.
If you are waiting to come up, can you please comment so that we can bring you up and you can have a conversation with the lovely Nefertiti? You like that?
I'm like a radio announcer.
Yeah, that was a very good introduction there.
Like, I'm gonna play this clip one day and tell my grandkids, "Oh, I was on a radio station. Me and Tinker and Nellie, we were all co-hosts. We had a show."
Hello.
Hey, how are you? I can't see your name. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
I just changed my username by mistake, and you can call me Creed.
Okay, Creed. Are you at least 25?
Yes, I am.
All right. And have you been in the live long to hear what the topic is tonight?
Yes, I see the prompt, and I've been listening, and I heard the conversation between you and the last gentleman, and I also I follow you, and I listen to your lives sometimes. I enjoy it. I think
I want to make sure
a lot of
you
good
know that you're
points.
talking to Nefertiti, right? Like, that's Nefertiti that you're talking to.
Okay.
This is thank you. So this is two different people. Like, I don't know if we sound alike, but yeah, that's Nefertiti.
I don't know the distinction between the different hosts. I just see I'm just following Thinker, so I know
Yeah,
sometimes
so
different people come on.
I know, and it's sometimes it's confusing. But I want to make sure that you know who you're talking to because we're about to get some theology. So, well,
Okay.
to make sure you know where that's coming from, okay? So you're talking to Nefertiti.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I see your prompt. God makes my head hurt, and then you have 4 subcategories: slavery apologists, and I see that primarily you focus on the Bible and Christians. I'm a Muslim, so I was wondering if this is a general God or just the God of the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, we were all Christians at one point, so we do have a co-host that comes out that isn't.
I can't hear you
She
if
got
you're
a
talking.
phone call. One second.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. It is the Christian God of the Bible that we're discussing here. Yeah.
okay. Well, I'm just gonna drop down then. I don't have anything else to say.
No worries. Thanks for coming
Feel
up.
free to come back when M's come back.
Okay.
But I will let you know that for me, it's all of them.
Okay.
Even just a little bit that the conversations that I've had about Islam, I get the biggest headache from those, and I've only been having conversations about Islam for a couple of weeks.
Okay. Well,
But
I'll come
when
back
M's comes
whenever.
back, that
Yeah.
around about 8 in the morning
Around 8.
Central,
Okay.
8
All right.
Central. Yeah,
All right. Thank you for having me.
you're welcome. All right. If you are next in line or want to be next on stage, can you please comment? Yeah, he was polite. They usually are, but M's has a way of like bringing it out. M's has a way of bringing it out.
M's is surgical with it too.
Yeah. Let's see. If you're in the guest request and you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment to let me know? No, I plan on doing Twitch and YouTube if TikTok goes down. Okay, so we have 13 people in the guest request box. If you are in the request box waiting to come on stage, just comment "I'm here" so that we don't bring up someone who's sleeping, please. If you're in there on accident, can you take yourself out? I don't see you in there, Jay. So I guess everybody in the box is in there on accident. Beth, Teresa, Tasha Sweets, Trini, Rich, Truth SR, Ashley, MC Saz, Miss Captain Badass, Toot Fairy, Thompson, and User Papa Perkins. All right, so we'll clear the box out. It's almost 700 people in the room. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. This can't be a topic that y'all scared to discuss.
I would think this would be an easier topic to approach.
I would think so too.
When you guys were
But they
talking,
could be scared of being put on, like, of doing the things, like, you know what I'm saying? Being put on Front Street. They don't know. Maybe they don't know how to not keep themselves from doing these things.
I think it's pretty much required if you're going to hold on to a belief system like theirs. So maybe they just don't want to address the fact, like you were saying, they don't want to acknowledge that they do.
Yeah.
It could be it. But I was thinking when you guys were talking earlier about learning Hebrew, it's such an interesting experience when you're learning a second language, because there's nothing like acquiring your first language. You already have these ideas about, how English works. We know it's our first language, so most of us don't know the grammatical rules, and, we know vowels, we know consonants, we know some of the linguistic features, but we don't know it like that to be able to speak to it. We just know the language. So when you're learning the second language and it has like linguistic features that your first language doesn't have, you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? It doesn't make sense, but it does get better once you like you were saying. And I think the approach that you're taking is perfect. You're learning the alphabets and then learning the grammatical rules before you even start learning the vocabulary is perfect.
Yeah, I can't wait until I think I'm like midway past the whole frustration part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to get past that, because it definitely does like make my chest feel tight, because I'm like, the rules sometimes just don't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Galileo.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
How old are you?
29.
All right. Go ahead and have a conversation with Nefertiti, please.
And you got a lot of background noise. Is there any way you can turn that TV down a little bit?
Yeah, hold on. Is that better?
It seems like that's a little bit better. Are you a Christian, or a believer in the God of the Bible?
I'm just, I'm me.
So this live discusses the God of the Christian Bible, and to participate in the conversation, it would be beneficial if you believed in that God, so we could have an exchange.
If I had to really say, I say I'm just a follower of Christ.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on the prompt today? Have you been in live long enough to understand what this prompt is talking about?
No, I haven't.
So the prompt says God makes my head hurt, and there are 4 categories here that demonstrate why engaging with believers about these topics causes a lot of headaches, and it's just ultimately it devolves into dishonesty on the part of the believer, and frustration on the part of the non-believer, because we're reading scriptures and those scriptures say words and those words have meanings, and in conversing with believers, they abandon the understanding of words and try to tell us that they don't mean what they mean. There's a lot of denial of just fact and logic and reasoning, and it is very much headache inducing. And the question, honestly, is why do you think that's the case? Why is that something that happens so prevalently and frequently with believers when we have these conversations?
I can't speak for everybody, but I feel as though God is real. I feel that God is real. Um, I talk to Him almost every day, actually. Um, but yeah, it's it could uh, kind of. I really don't know. I just think that you know um, Christians aren't given a fair chance. Um, they they're really getting beaten down with all sorts of. You have the devil. You have Leviathan. You have all sorts of beings bringing Christians into um, making them hated, basically.
Can
And
can you tell me what that looks like? Like what when have you seen a Leviathan do anything to a Christian, and in what way are they being beaten down? I'm curious to know what that looks like.
well, Leviathan, I believe he was spoken of in Job, but yeah, apparently he is there, and he made the devil fall by putting pride in him, and he's worse than the devil, and that's how I feel. Is um,
Where did you read that Leviathan put whatever it was you just said in the devil? What scripture is that found?
uh, I think it was like something in Ezekiel, I believe, where um, you know, I think the king of I don't know how to spell that name or pronounce that name correctly, but that certain king, whoever he was called the Morning Star for some reason. Not sure why, but yeah. So that's I got my knowledge mostly from the Bible. I should um, I should read it more because I don't be doing a lot of that. But um,
Well, that seems to be the common theme with a lot of believers. There's an abundance of faith and belief, but very little awareness of what's actually in this book. Um, I don't ever remember reading a scripture where Leviathan gave Lucifer pride. I've honestly never even heard that Leviathan was a challenge for believers.
oh no. There's all sorts of principalities, powers, rulers. All that. It's in the Bible, and they're not just sitting there watching the devil do his work. They're aiding the devil to bring mankind back into original sin. Um, yeah,
How much of this book have you read?
I've listened to it a lot. I haven't read it a lot.
And I think part of the frustration or the headache inducing back and forth comes because of this very reason. Thinker has curated a very wonderful live that, and what we do in this space is we research this book and we read it. We verify it. We look at archaeological data. We look at information and historical data as well to validate whether or not the claims we read in this book are true. And day after day, what happens is a lot of believers come up here and they tell us all these things that they believe to be true about this book because this book says that, this book says this. And the vast majority of what they're claiming is not found in this book. Much of what you've just said is not found in this book anywhere. But you all have so much faith in a book that you haven't read. And not only haven't read it, you haven't even researched it to see if the claims that are contained in this book are true. So when we come up here and we talk to people about the fact that the God of the Bible condones slavery, and they are vehemently denying that, and it's plainly spelled out in this book, that's what induces headaches. Can you see how that would be a frustrating conversation to engage in?
I guess it is. But really, what I came up here to do is to prove that God exists. So, um,
Well, that's not the prompt. And, like Thinker, I really don't care if he exists or not. Even if he was real, I wouldn't worship him because he has a character that I don't respect. So his existence or non-existence is really irrelevant. To me, it definitely is.
because I was just going to say something for you, like a prayer. But I can't just go around praying for people who don't want to be prayed for. But yeah, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you acknowledging that because I don't necessarily need you to pray for me. Not that I think it would do anything, but
Okay.
just like I'm sure you wouldn't want me trying to force what I want your life to look like on you. I don't want you to do that to me. So I appreciate you not doing that without asking permission first.
Yeah, and I know it's off topic, but I guess I'll do something else other than that because there's another way you can communicate with God, not through any other means. You can just speak to Him every day, like I do, and He hears me all the time.
How do you know that?
Okay, okay. I'll say this. How about this? Um, uh, what is? Um, I I was just going to pray, but I tried to pray for you, but uh, huh, something just came up, guys.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, but I really don't really know what to say. My mind, it has it's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of thinking in my mind. It just doesn't come out properly when I want to vocalize. I'm a good writer, but I can't explain things, properly, you know. And yeah, sorry for that.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your thoughts.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Have a good day.
Okay.
Well, I was walking off to go and fix a cup of coffee when I heard you ask, how does Leviathan attack Christians? What was his answer?
He said that Leviathan puts pride in Satan, which is what caused the fall. When I asked for additional information about what Leviathan is doing to Christians today, he didn't have an answer.
That was interesting. When he said that, I was like, what? Um, I think this person is asleep. Okay. Let's see. The guest box is empty. 700 people in the room. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Hi, is it Malish? Hello? Okay. I can't invite anybody. I don't have the ability to do that. You have to just send a request. Hey, Bert, what's up?
Hey, good evening. I actually just had like a clarifying question about the background. First of all, how
Mm-hmm.
are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Is the prompt like something along the lines of that believing in God makes your head hurt, as in you thinker your head hurt, or makes the believer's head hurt?
No, it makes my head hurt from talking to believers about
Got it.
this God because those symptoms occur in the
Yeah.
conversation in the believer.
I was just complimenting Mezzo the other day on if like your patience is seemingly without end. And it's unbelievable. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I know that I always struggle with the internal critique part, and I always make it about me. But I am just so grateful of all the things that you're doing. So all of you, yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that. I got a quick question right quick about the Hebrew.
sure.
Right quick.
Hmm.
So the nun, when
Hmm.
it's next to the mem,
Hmm.
if there is a hirik,
Hey, Rick, yeah. Hmm.
hirik and another mem,
Hmm.
the nun disappears into the mem,
Hmm.
even if you don't pronounce the nun. Why? Why not just like? Why does the nun just not be there?
So
Why does it?
yeah. So there's two reasons. One is ridiculous, and one is more. So the one issue is that it's a weak letter, and so weak letters that happens. But the ridiculous reason is that it's because it's an old language, and old languages. How do I say this? It's not like it's whatever's easiest for the mouth to say is what it's just easier that way. That's a hard set of syllables to make.
Uh-huh.
And so by merging by merging these letters together, you're eliminating an extra sound, and it maintains the meaning. And that's why like there are some consonants that are weak and turn into a toph, or um, like hey is a weak letter, especially when it's in a root. Um, or like het, when it comes at the end of the word, it won't be pronounced cha, it will be pronounced ach. So it becomes a self-closing syllable, if that makes any sense. So like there's two types of syllables, closed syllables and open. Consonant, vowel, consonant is a closed syllable, and then consonant, vowel is an open syllable. So when het comes at the end of the word, it makes it a closing, it closes the syllable. Yeah, I'm sure I
So
just
how do you know? So if you don't pronounce the letter and you don't write it, how do you know? Okay, so like with the word, I can't think of the word that got me stuck today, but it's like mem ta mementa menmenta. So if you're not pronouncing the nun, right, and you're not
mhm.
writing it, how do you know that that's happening?
What's the? I guess I'd have to see the word. Um,
Man, let me hold on. Is it in my the book is on my bed. It's in the book that Dr. B got us studying. But
Nice.
it's like it's mementa. Mementa.
Min,
Hold on 1 second.
Minatnen, Minatnen. Yeah. So sometimes I don't know if you can still hear. Maybe I'll wait, but um, there are some vowels that are well, they're not vowels; they're markings that kind of denote some of this. Yeah.
Okay, here's one. Let me see. Wait, hold on. It's memeta. So it's, I can give you the letters, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna type it in here. Go ahead.
Okay. Mem with the hirik,
Okay.
nun with the shiva,
Shva. Yeah.
shiva,
Uh-huh.
another mem
Okay.
with the patak or patuk. What is it? Is it patak?
Great. Yeah. Patach. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Het. No. Sorry, tet
Okay. Oh,
with
tet.
the
Tet. Sorry.
tet.
Yeah.
What is the other as a
Oh, kamats.
kamats? Yeah, and then he.
Hey. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recognize this word. Give me 1 second. Do you mind? I'm gonna leave the app just for a second so I can see it.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. We'll get back to the conversation here in just a second. I need to figure out a trick for this disappearing nun.
I would still pronounce the nun there, though.
Still pronounce it?
Yeah, it's there. So there's two types of schwa vowels. There's the schwa na and the schwa nach. Schwa na means like soft, meaning it like um, it acts as an actual vowel, whereas a schwa nach, you come to a rest. It closes the syllable, and so
Okay, real quickly. Okay, you talk about
yep,
closed syllables and open. So how do
open
you know
syllables.
when a syllable is closed?
Great. So if the syllable ends with a vowel sound, it's an open syllable. So day is an open syllable. Dad is a closed syllable.
Okay, so
Hmm.
ved. Ah would be the open and then ved would be the closed.
Nailed it.
So you said if it ends in a vowel. So okay, so one problem that I have is like I don't know when something is like lamed. How do I know it's not lamed or lemed?
Great. So there's a few different ways to determine the accent. One is if you're reading it in the text, and are you reading it in the Masoretic text by any chance?
I practice using memory.com. I don't know if that's Masoretic or not. The
What you
mecon.memory.com. This is what I like after I'll like just practice my pronunciations and stuff. I use this. So is
okay?
this
So
Masoretic or not?
it is not. So, like, if you were to use Safaria, I would recommend using Safaria. If you are
They
you
don't
able
have
to
the
pull it
vowel
up?
markers though, right?
It
Safari does.
does.
It
It does.
does.
Yeah, and you can add the trope marks, which will tell you where the accents are. That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Oh, such a pleasure to see that on your site. Um, cool. Yeah. So go to like Tanakh. Yeah, at the top there.
Oh, go to the Tanakh.
And then Genesis. You can just go to Genesis 1:1 or whatever. And then if you click,
Okay.
yeah, okay, so there's a vowel marking. And then if you look under the shin in Bereshit, the first word, obviously, the shin has that kind of little macaroni looking ramp
That right
thing.
there.
Yeah, that is it is a trope mark, so it tells me both the melody and the accent. So
So this would be
Bereshit. So I'm
Bereshit.
sorry. Yeah, sorry, I screwed you up.
No, that's
Yeah,
okay. So Bere Bera. This would be the ah sound, right? Or is it is it this is silent and is it Beri?
yeah. So the aleph actually closes the reisha syllable.
See what I'm
Bere
saying? See what I'm saying?
sheet. Bereshit. Yeah, and then the accent is under the shin.
Okay. So this is actually a syllable, but pretend like it's not, and then this is closing the syllable,
No, the
right?
aleph is closing the syllable.
Okay, the aleph is closing the syllable, and then this
Hmm.
is how this again. This marker does what now again?
It tells me both the melody of the trope and it also tells me where the accent in the word is. It also tells me grammar as well.
So when you say accent, you're saying like where I would put the emphasis on the letter.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
so
In the
bere
word.
sheet,
Exactly. That
bere
was
sheet.
great.
Okay,
Perfect.
and then bara bara. What's this?
That's a munach.
And so if it is bere sheet bara,
That's
right?
the trope mark. Exactly. That's the trope mark.
What is this? What am I supposed to do when I see this?
Oh, for you, I mean, if you're interested, you can learn the melody and the grammatical meaning, but for you, it just tells you where the accent is. So you can treat every single one of those exactly the same and just imagine that it's like an accent, like in Spanish or something.
Accent in Spanish.
Yeah. Like, so the way I would read this is if, should I chant it or not? Should I just read
Yeah,
it?
let me see what is that. When you say melody, what do you mean?
Yeah. So, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz.
Oh, so y'all kind of sing it.
It's a whole song. The whole thing is a song.
Genesis 1 is a song?
Yeah, the whole Torah is a song. You want to hear a couple verses?
Yeah, I had no idea that it was a song.
It's a little too far zoomed in, so I can't see it.
Oh,
From
hold on.
the,
Let me zoom it out. Hold on. It's a song?
yeah, the whole thing's a song.
What?
Yeah.
Can you sing?
Yeah, so
Okay.
verse two is all tohu vavohu, and so all the trope marks are all random. They're not in any order. There's no discernible order. Like there's tons of stuff that goes on with the melody too. V'ha'aretz haita tohu vavohu, v'choshech al panei tehom, v'ruach Elohim mirachefet al panei hamayim.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I know the Quran is sung like a song too. I wonder
It's
what
easier
would
to
it sound
memorize.
like in the English version as a song. When God began to create the heavens and the earth. No. It would be country.
I would listen. Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'm sorry. Not. I would not. But no, that's pretty interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so you said the vowel closes the syllable.
Oh, so the consonants, the vowels, if there's no consonant after a voweled consonant, in other words, if the syllable ends with a vowel sound, it's an open syllable. If it ends with a closed, if
Hold
it
on.
ends with a consonant, it's a closed syllable.
Hold on. If it ends in a vowel, it's an open syllable.
Yes. So
Okay.
like when you sing on the vowels, right? And so like it's open, I guess. And then closed is when the new sound, like the closing sound ends. So like Jim is a closed syllable, Joe is an open syllable.
But that okay. Like I so the like bra that's easy for me, right? Okay, so this would be li
Uh
him Elohim
Elohim.
Elohim.
Exactly.
Okay, and so eh is an open syllable.
Correct.
Okay, and then Lohim. Wait, this is the O. This is O, right?
Exactly.
I don't
Yep.
know why I'm used to it being like over here. The O is the Harik is usually over there, but
Well, there's two
this.
O vowels. There's one that's the dot up above, and then there's the one above the vav.
Oh, okay. So if it's not on the Vav, then it's going to be on this side, and it's going to be O.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. And I keep forgetting that this sound is E when it's when it.
Yes, it's a segol plus a shva. And the reason is because aleph is a weak letter, and aleph is, I like to call it a shy letter. Sometimes people call it a silent letter, but I call it a shy letter because it needs its friends, the vowels, to help it talk.
Okay. Okay, I get it now. And so this would be open, and then the mem would be the closed.
Yeah, him would be the closed.
He.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Him would be the closed.
Hmm.
Okay. And then this would be. I don't.
It's a
Et.
it's a tsere, yeah. It's a participle. It's a word that comes before definitive nouns or proper nouns.
Okay. Hasha mem. Hasha ha sha. Wait, is that an O? Wait, the dot in the shim and
No,
the.
yeah, that's just a
Okay.
shin. Yeah, it gets confusing with the sin because the sin is like I think it's either two dots or just the sin dot to denote the so. Anyway, yeah,
Wait,
that's a
that's
shin. You're
ha.
right.
That's
Yeah,
right, but that's not mayim though, right? That's
it is hashamayim. That's heavens.
hashamayim.
Yep, the waters in the
Hasha.
sky. The waters in the sky.
Okay, and the yod with the hrik is the I sound.
Yeah,
My
so
I. Okay.
mayim. Yeah,
Mayim.
mayim. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hasha. But
Mm-hmm.
okay, so my question is though, I know with the shin, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it's on this side, it's the sh. When it's on this side, it's the s. But what is this dot right here?
Why is that dagesh in there? Yeah, so there's a few different reasons why the dagesh. That that dagesh means that there's a letter that was absorbed the way you were describing. That's a tashlum dagesh.
So a
Okay.
letter was absorbed there.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a doubling dagesh though. So it means that it's still a tashlum, but it's the same letter. So for example, I'm just like Shabbat. You know the word Shabbat. Um, we spell it Shabbat, and the reason is because the bet in the middle of Shabbat is a doubling dagesh, so it should be shin bet tav, but it's spelled shin bet tav. And then there's also beged kefet. There's 6 letters. When they come at the beginning of the word, they take a dagesh. They take a dagesh as well.
Okay. Yep. This is gonna take me a whole month to master just that, just the absorbing letters and the. I think I pretty much get the opening and closed syllables now.
With all like no pressure whatsoever. I did this with I don't know if you know who Dex is.
Yeah, I know Dex.
Yeah, I did this with him on Discord the other day, and I showed him my cheat sheet and my system that I do with kids in grade school. No pressure. If you would like that, I am more than happy to spend time. It works. It really works. I do this for a living, so I'm happy to help if I can in any way, shape, or form.
That
Truly
would
the
be
least I
pretty
could do.
cool. I pulled this up just to try to use for like pronunciation purposes to see if I can recognize the sounds. I'm not
Hmm.
so much focused on learning what the words mean right now, but
Right,
like
you're decoding exactly.
yeah. And so I'll put a piece of paper over this side and then just see if I can like recognize what the vowel markers are. If I can make sense of it. And that's how I learned that Asher is Assyria. Ashur is Assyria. Here's the next question, okay?
Hmm.
Why is Edom, the Edomite, why is the word for Edomite Edomite? or Edomi. Like it's
It's
not. There's no eight. Or for
well,
Canaanite or I mean no Ammon. Is it Ammon? Like
yeah,
there's no ite on any of these. And then Assyria is Asher. Like what?
Ashur.
Ashur. Yeah. Like why is there no ite?
Well, first of all, it's an anglicization of E, right? It's I or something. It's that kind of vocalizing. Um,
But shouldn't
but
there be a tov at the end of it though? Like
oh,
there's no
oh, yeah.
tov in the word.
What I'm saying is it's a fact of it being translated into English as opposed to like it's not a like how it is a consistent way of calling a people. Like a person from Ohio is an Ohioan, a person from California is a Californian, but a person from Michigan is a Michigander. And so this is a consistent way of talking about peoples. In other words, it has nothing to do with the Hebrew and everything to do with the English.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no Hebrew word. Like there's no actual Hebrew word for Canaanite.
Well, there's Kanani.
Kanani, but it's
Yeah,
not. But it's not Canaanite
correct.
or Assyria.
Right. Sure. You'll also start seeing you'll start realizing that everybody like in the Christian world just pronounces all the names wrong. It's like so
Yeah.
fun and annoying. Like people say Ephraim instead of Ephraim. Like why are people doing that?
Yeah, there was another one that Elijah instead of Elijah is Elijah. No, Elijah. It's not Elijah. It's
Eliyahu.
Elijah.
Eliyahu. Yeah.
So the one that I didn't have the ooh at the end. So it's pronounced Eliyahu.
Like and Isaiah is Yeshayahu, and Jeremiah is Yirmiyahu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Elisha's the same though.
Oh,
So that
here's the one for Canaanites right here.
yeah, Kanani. Okay, yeah, Kanani. I'm not pronouncing the ayin. Kanaani.
And then this is Ka'an.
Kanaan.
Kanaan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the syllable. So it would be ka, that's the open,
Mm-hmm.
and then na'an, and that's how you pronounce it, Kanaan, and not Canaan.
Kanaan.
Kanaan.
Um,
Kanaan.
yeah. Another good thing to remember is when it's a segolite word, which is two segol vowels. So melech is king, right? The syllable comes the
That's the
emphasis
one.
comes on the first segol. So melech, Asher, Tzedek.
You said the emphasis comes on what now?
Yeah, so it's hard to explain. So usually, in many words, the emphasis comes in the last syllable. But for segolite words, it comes on the second to last syllable. It's a little advanced, but it's more just this fun sort of thing that happens with this doubling vowel of segol.
Goodness gracious alive. And banana is just banana. I did notice that. Like it's just banana.
Yeah.
But why isn't that? Why doesn't it the nun absorb there?
Well, it's a loan word, right? Like it's not a Hebrew word.
Banana's not a Hebrew word.
Banana?
I mean, like y'all didn't have a what? What do you mean a loan word? Is it loaned from like Greek? Where is it
I don't
loaned
know.
from?
Where do
English?
bananas come from?
I have no idea.
Fun fact, though, like potato is called a tapua, or sorry, apple is called tapuach.
Tepuach, yeah.
Yeah, and then a potato is a tapuach adama,
What?
a dirt apple.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like that. Those are the things that's gonna throw me off. So the reason banana, the reason it doesn't observe the nuns, is the nuns. Is it nun? Nun? Am I
None,
saying
yeah,
it? Nun.
none.
Is because that's a loaner word. It's not an actual Hebrew word, so that's why it doesn't absorb. So if it's
Right.
a loaner word and it has double letters, that would be the only time you would
Well,
do that.
no. Well, because look at I guess that's not a good example. There's some words where there are double letters, like kacha is a double letter. That's kaf kaf hey. Um,
So why didn't it absorb there?
well, I think it's the strength of the letter, and probably the positioning in the word, and probably the voweling. There's a lot of different factors. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think like Tashlum is a relatively rare thing to like merge multiple letters. Sometimes they change in the various binyanim that they're in, like the forms that they're in, like for verb forms. But yeah,
Okay. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. Um, and I learned how to say Adonai correct.
nice.
Because I was saying Adonai, and I don't know why the fuck I was saying it that way, but when I was studying today and I did that, I was like, wait, that's Adonai.
Nice.
Adonai. Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
That's awesome.
but
What's
thank you.
funny
I
is,
appreciate it.
sorry.
Huh?
Oh, well, if you don't have the vowels, it could be Adonai or Adoni.
Oh, it can be pronounced Adoni.
Which means my lord or my lord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I always wondered why there were two A's in Aaron.
And yeah, because this one would be Aaron, but would this one be silent? Is it Aaron?
It's Aha Ron.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Okay. So this one. So okay. Aharon.
And the accent's on the Ron, like Aharon.
Okay. So this is not silent.
Correct. Not silent.
Well, and the only time he is silent is it when it's in the last position, or can he be silent?
Um, well, if it's in the last position, it's a mater lezione, which means that it is a letter that is helping to remind you that there's a vowel.
When is he silent?
Um, well, it is silent when it's a mater lezione. So like, but it could also be a hey ma peak at the end of a word, which is a breathy hey, like shema.
Okay.
Most people don't pronounce that, just to be clear.
Okay. But if it's in like the middle of a word, then it's pronounced is vocal.
Yeah, most. I
It's
think
never silent in
I
the
don't. I
middle.
was just trying to think of an exception. I would say most. Like you just have to see if there's a vowel. Um, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I'm not coming up with an immediate example, but if there's a vowel associated with the hey, you pronounce it, and if it's closing the syllable, then it's silent. I think that's probably the best rule of thumb is that if the hey is closing a syllable, then it would be silent.
Okay. All right. That's helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, anything I can do to help.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Do you have? You said you put the you can put the PDF in the Discord or okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah. Is there like a particular channel or place that you want me to put it, or?
in the notes and resources section would be great. It'd be easy.
You got
Oh,
it.
Dex said he sent it to me.
Oh, that's
He
great.
sent it to me.
Wonderful. Dex, you're awesome. Thanks, Dex.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all. And I think Nelly said that he's going to need some help. Bash is going to help him a little bit too. But if I could, reach out at any time, but please let me know. Because I've been studying this week and this weekend and just trying to get the vowel markers down and remember the sounds each one makes.
But don't try to remember them.
Really?
Use the
What's the
cheat sheet.
trick?
Well, the trick is that you have to remember that you're decoding something. So if you ever did any of those like puzzles where A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, right? And you like have a bunch of lines with a bunch of numbers underneath them, and then you start looking to remember which letter is associated to which number, and then you start filling it in. If you use the cheat sheet and you go back and forth, using the cheat sheet, and you really use it. I mean it sincerely. Use and abuse the cheat sheet. Excuse me.
Will I get? Will it become a crutch?
No, what happens is you end up not looking at it. You get so used to knowing it that it becomes second nature because you're gonna learn it. And what I think tricks the brain is the sense of confidence and comfort that you get of knowing that it's right there whenever you need it. It works all the time with my B'nai Mitzvah student. Oh, there it is. It's my. If you could just kind of make sure that my name's not visible there, that'd be great.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I
That's
didn't even
okay.
see that on
Yeah, thank you.
there. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you for this.
I guess I should probably if you're gonna post it, maybe I can send you a copy that doesn't have my name on it.
Yeah, I can also screenshot it and like just crop it out.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
I do that.
Yeah. Sorry. I just
It's okay. I
internet's
didn't
a
know. I
wild
didn't know your
place.
name was on there.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just saying the internet's a wild place. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But I appreciate you so much, Bert.
It is my pleasure. Feel free to kick me anytime you need to.
No, you're welcome to stay up if you want.
Okay. All right. I'll keep my mouth shut, though. I promise.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's see who's next. Emberlyn.
Hello,
Oh, Emberlyn. How old are you?
17.
I don't think so, but you're still too young. Okay. Have a good night. She sounded like she was 7. Yeah, she sounded like she was a tiny one.
I did not realize it was 1 a.m. already. I'm going to hit the hay. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I'm very excited for your progress, and you're going to be flying in no time. So keep up the great work.
Thank you. Have a good night, Bert.
Thanks. Take it easy. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Megan? Hi, Megan? Okay. All right. If you are in the guest request box and you're in the box on purpose because you want to come on stage, can you please comment so that we bypass the accidental request, please? There's only 3 of you in there right now. Ambitious, Mrs. Coffee, and Truth Senior. Truth SR, Ambitious 326, Mrs. Coffee, and Kane. Are either of you in the guest request box on purpose? All right, I guess not. There's 700 people in here, guys. Like, if there's nobody that's going to come up and have a conversation, we're just going to shut down. It doesn't make sense for people to just come and watch us. Like, we're here to have discussions. If you want to come and up on stage, send a request. Send a request, Smokescreen. Yeah, like, we can't have a live if nobody comes on stage and talks to us. Let's see. I'm trying to get the box open.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. May I have your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I think I would consider myself more agnostic than
Okay.
anything. I deconstructed a long time ago. I think I'm kind of on the same spectrum, I think, as, is it Nefertiti? Nefertiti?
What do you mean on the same spectrum?
So earlier she was saying that she doesn't believe in God, but even if she did believe in God, she wouldn't want to follow him because of his morality. And so I think that that's probably about where I'm at too. I don't personally I don't like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't believe that I have the ability to determine definitively whether or not there is something more in this world than just us. I just also don't think that whatever it is that might be out there actually cares about our existence on Earth, if that makes sense.
Okay. And so would you but yet you still don't consider yourself a non-believer? You consider yourself agnostic?
Yeah, I do think that, I think it's more so that I just don't subscribe to one belief or the other. I just kind of have a general apathy about it, I suppose. Because I feel like if there is something out there, I think that it would be apathetic towards us, if that makes sense. I think that the evidence that is available on Earth proves that if there is something out there, it doesn't care.
Okay. And what
sense.
did you came up to discuss the God making my head hurt?
Yeah, I agree that I think a lot of believers they use fear mongering tactics. Earlier, you were talking to somebody. I think he said he was a preacher. You were talking to somebody who was saying that that how does Christianity hurt other people? Like, how does him just going about his life being a good person hurt other people? But then in the exact same conversation was talking about how people who don't subscribe to religion don't have a moral compass. And then also was talking about, you guys were talking about LGBTQ, and I'm a part of that community. And him claiming that Christianity doesn't harm LGBTQ and that he wasn't aware of any laws or whatever that harm LGBTQ, I just thought was really disingenuous.
Yeah, and the willingness to, like, it really speaks to the willingness to, like, look away, right, and pretend like that harm doesn't exist, so that they can feel special to themselves
Right.
and to this God. Yeah. Or, like, I was telling another believer in my comments that they're willing to sacrifice others, right? And with this other believer, we were talking about, child SA, and how she said that her statement was that God is hiding himself from believers, right? And she
Right.
said that only those that believe, that who God has chosen to save, can understand the Bible, because the God is hiding himself from believers. And I said, well, what about the preachers and pastors who are essaying children? Does he have any goal of saving those kids? And her response was, you expect everything to be perfect. It's all a part of God's plan. And I responded to her and I said, y'all realize that y'all are willing to turn a blind eye to the child essay, right? So that you can feel special to this God, and have this mental relationship with this invisible deity. And it's like you're sacrificing the kids for that relationship. And so, and when talking to that previous guest, and he was trying to, pretend like he wasn't aware of what members of the LGBTQIA community deal with, and what their experience is like on earth due to the beliefs in this God. It's like he's willing to sacrifice the lives and the well-being and the lived experience of, the LGBTQIA, so that he can feel a specific way about himself in this God.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that him trying to characterize like the legislation and stuff like that, the people who are against the LGBTQIA, I think him trying to characterize that as like a societal issue rather than a Christian issue is crazy, because if you ever ask somebody who's against the LGBTQ what their reasoning is, the reason that they always bring up is the Bible. I haven't ever heard anybody place any kind of good argument against the LGBTQ that didn't have anything to do with Christianity.
Right. I agree.
They don't have a reason. So
I agree. And then they think, because they say, well, I'm not the one, like they'll say, I'm not the one doing this to them or saying these things to them, or I don't hate them. Like they'll say that, but they'll try not to get into whether they think that, that person is going to go to hell because they're sinning. They'll hold this belief that it is a sin, and they'll say, love the sinner, hate the sin, and not realize the whole time, like you're doing the same thing, right? You may not be verbalizing it, but you're holding that belief. And then when you're around other people who believe it, you're not speaking out and telling them that that's not right, right? And that it's not a sin. Like silence is complacency, and it's just as harmful. Like you're causing just as much damage as those that are actively doing it, out loud, and causing the harm physically, verbally, and emotionally. Like you're enabling it.
yeah. Well, and I also think that like the whole love the sinner, hate the sin argument is disgusting anyways, because like people in the LGBTQ, it's literally fundamentally a part of who they are. And so saying love the sinner, hate the sin, like just say you hate us and be done with it. Like, I don't know. I think that also is pretty disingenuous. Like you could try to deconstruct these ideas that you have that I'm somehow wrong because I'm gay, but instead you choose to pretend like it's still wrong, but you just love me anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I agree.
just a really, really strange. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think that that's just a really strange argument that gets put forth. And I honestly, I can't decide who's worse, people who like play straight in our face or people who do the love the sin or hate the sin thing. I can't decide who's worse, to be honest.
Man, I agree, because those that play straight are causing harm not only to themselves, but to the person who they're pretending to be straight with. and to the people who they actually want to be with, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're willing to hurt 3 people or more in order to put on this facade. Like there was a guy recently who went on a unaliving spree, went on a killing spree because his secret got found out. He was pretending to be straight. He had a wife or a girlfriend, I can't remember. One of them found out, the sister found out, and a cousin found out, all women, and they were telling each other. He needed to keep it on the low, and didn't want to be found out that he was actually gay, that he killed the 3 women that found out, and he was on his way to kill another, and he got into a shootout with the police, and then they killed him. But all of this to keep up the facade that he was straight. And I haven't seen one believer talk about the damage, the lives that were lost because of this inability for this man to be himself, right? Don't type in caps in my comments, Chase. Like nobody cares about you saying that Christ is your Lord and Savior, but you don't do that shit in all caps. That's unnecessary. You'll be muted or blocked. They don't talk about, okay, now you got to get blocked. Go with God. And this is why, before I block you, I just want to tell you, Chase, like, this is why, like, if you really wanted people to know about your Jesus, you wouldn't do stupid shit to get yourself blocked from a space where you could continue talking about your Jesus, but your ego is so fucking big that you stop yourself from being able to even show anybody a Jesus in you. So now your ass got to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I know that a lot of your conversations are mostly just with believers, but yeah, I've been a long time lurker, first time caller kind of situation. I actually spend most of my time in the political space. You're the only religious space that I follow, so.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Yeah, I was saying that I spend a lot of time in the political space here on TikTok. This is actually the only religious space that I follow.
Oh, okay.
Regarding religious topic lives that I follow. But yeah, I just wanted to contribute to the conversation. That gentleman earlier was irritating me with just with the disingenuous arguments that he was making. So
well, I definitely thank you for coming up. I appreciate it, and I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you have a good rest of the night.
You too.
All right, have a good one.
Good night.
Sandra, I agree, and I don't think they think ahead, right? They don't think about stuff like that. Like the whole time they'll say that we are narcissistic or we're full of pride because we won't believe in their fairy tales, but they can't keep their ego down enough to even like be in a space where they could represent their Jesus in a way to where they could do what they believe their Jesus told them to do, which is win souls. Like they'll get themselves like kicked out of the presence of the very people who they claim that they want to convince or win over because their egos is too fucking like it's the most important thing to them. And I think that like it has that it's because of the chosenness aspect of it. Like their whole goal is to feel special, right? To the God, to feel like they're something to themselves and then to society. So their ego, like you have to have like this massive ego for that to be your goal. I'm talking like I saw you, I brought you up, right? Could you hear me speaking? Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Is it?
I just want to know. I'm sorry.
Yeah?
I just want to know. Like, did you hear me speaking when you decided to say hello? Could you hear me talking? I'm just
I can
wondering
hear
why
you
you did
now.
that. Did you hear me though? Did you hear me then? Before you said hello, did you hear me talking?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You have any question?
Did you hear me talking when you decided to interrupt and say hello?
Oh, sorry. I heard you, but it was not clear.
So you couldn't hear is what you're saying? You didn't know I was talking? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So it was an accident. And that's what I just wanted to make sure, right? That you were not trying to be rude.
I
Are you
cannot be rude to you or to anyone. Yeah, you know I'm a Christian, and the Christians we are not taught to be rude to anyone.
that doesn't mean anything. Like I guarantee you before the end of this conversation, that won't matter to you.
How will it not matter?
Because your God comes first, right? And because I don't believe in your God, I think your God is evil. I think your God makes its believers respond in a very disrespectful, inconsiderate, selfish, narcissistic, oblivious type way. You're not going to like the things that I say. And then your Christians can't be rude rule will go out the window.
I would actually disagree with you because from what the Bible teaches, because the Bible is the word of God. God actually loved us. He loved the world that he gave his son to die. You as as my fellow human being, you can never give your only child to die for a fellow human being, but God did that. So God is love.
Did David's son die for him?
David's son, Absalom?
No,
No, he
his
didn't.
his
He
7 day
died out of.
his 7 day old son.
I see you examine things quick. So the Absalom died because of his own
I didn't say
mistake.
Absalom. I said the 7 day old son, the 1 week old baby.
Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
The baby that he had with Bathsheba, the
Mm-hmm.
1 week old baby. Did that baby die for David?
Yeah. Yes, he died
For David?
because the baby was as a result of
Right. So
sin.
so God isn't the only one who son died for somebody's sins, right?
But that one never died for sin.
He died for
It was
David's sin.
it was a fruit of sin. Even
He
I
died.
give an example.
He died in the place of David's sin.
No.
David should have died. David was the one who committed adultery. That
Yes,
baby
true.
didn't do anything. But your God decided to take the baby's life as a punishment for David's sin.
So
That baby died for his daddy's sin.
David repented of his sin. You know, from the beginning, how
David
planned.
did it. David didn't have to offer up a sacrifice to be forgiven for his sin. The baby died. Like the baby was literally that.
Yeah, because the word of God can never contradict himself. He had said
Except he did.
said.
He did contradict himself.
But you see, the comparison of the two, of the David's son and Christ. Christ was with no sin, but
It
the
doesn't matter that
baby.
you said that Jesus, that God gave his son for your sins. And
Yeah.
you said no human, right, can
Yes.
ever give their life for somebody else's sin. Except David's son was a human, right? And his life was taken for his father's sin. It doesn't matter if you believe Jesus was sinless. You said that no human, right, has ever done that, and yes, they did.
Uh, what in the David's son was not, he didn't take any sin. He was as a result of sin, because the woman.
Hold on. Did David's son sin?
And I would
Did
like
David's
to.
son die for his own sin? Did he die because of his own sin, or did he die because of his daddy's sin?
He died because of his dad's sin.
Exactly. He took on the sin of his dad, the punishment of his father.
So, are you trying in any way to compare that scenario with of Christ? Because
I'm saying Christ isn't the first one who took on the punishment of a human's sin. David's son was the first, I don't even know if he was the first, but David's son also took on the punishment of a human's sin and died because of it. And he was innocent. Just like you believe here Christ was innocent. That baby was innocent. That baby didn't do anything.
the baby wasn't innocent.
You said the baby wasn't innocent?
Yes, how was
What
the
did the
baby
baby
innocent?
do? What did the 7-day-old baby do?
Because he was as a result of sin. He was
No,
not.
what did he do?
The
What did
baby,
he do? What did he do to make him not innocent?
yes. Now, we go back from the start of the story.
No, what did the baby do? Not
David,
what did David do? Not what did Bathsheba do? What did the baby do?
the baby was a fruit of
What
sin.
did the baby do?
The baby was as a
What
result of sin.
what did the baby do?
The baby was a sinful fruit, was sin.
Do you see
See?
what, like, the fact that you talk about the baby like it was some piece of meat, right? It was a human infant, a innocent baby that did
Let me,
absolutely nothing, and your God killed it like it was a sacrifice for David's sin.
let me ask you, when Adam was created, was he with sin or without sin?
Why are you talking about Adam when I'm talking about David and Bathsheba's baby?
Because I want to make you understand
I
the
didn't
difference.
say the baby was born sinless. I said the baby was innocent. I don't
So
care
how?
if you try to say the baby had a sin suit. I don't care if you think the baby was born in sin. The baby was innocent. The baby wasn't the one who fucked David or fucked Bathsheba. The baby didn't commit adultery. The baby did nothing wrong, yet the baby was the one who died because of his father's sin.
Yes, and that's why the Bible says every act has consequences. You can choose. That's why you see God gives us a liberty of conscience. You can either choose to do good or to do evil. In this scenario, David chose
David
do
should have
an
died
evil
then
act.
and not the baby.
You see?
David was according to the law, David was supposed to die, and Bathsheba was supposed to die, not the baby.
Yes, but you know, our
Your
God of the Bible.
God broke the law for his
Right.
prophet, for his king. Your God broke the law and showed favoritism to his king and killed the baby for David's sin.
David never died because he repented of his sin. Our God of the Bible,
He was
Jehovah, gives.
supposed to die. It didn't say anything about repent or die. If you commit adultery, you're supposed to be stoned to death. Didn't say anything about repent or else you'll be stoned to death.
Yeah, yes, That was the law of Moses. But if you repent, God, you then that's why you see David was forgiven because he repented of his sin he had
Oh,
done.
so it's okay
Even
for the baby, right? It's okay for the baby to die for David's sin, even though the baby wasn't the one who committed the sin. But David deserves to be forgiven because David is what? God's chosen.
you see, even in
Do
our
you see
world
how
today,
y'all will shift into like the most egregious crap so that you can defend this God and defend the people in this book? You're literally trying to justify that a innocent child, a 7-day-old baby, deserved to die because you believe that it was born in sin and that it was a product of sin.
that I believe, not that I believe, we all here know the Bible is a result of
But do you
sin.
realize that you are saying that David did not deserve to die because he asked for forgiveness, and that you are saying that that baby deserved it? Do you realize
Yes,
that?
the baby. Yeah, you see, the word of God cannot contradict. God
It
cannot
did
contradict
contradict, because your God said
because
that a child will not pay for the sins of the father. Your God contradicts himself all the time.
you see, even before the baby was born, God had already said the baby will die before even the baby was.
So
And
watch how you're going to shift in just a second. So your God knew that when he was creating David's baby, that he was creating that baby to die in 7 days to pay for David's sin. Your God knew that. Yes or no? Is that what you're saying? That your
you see,
God knew?
even now, I give you an example. You see,
I
even
don't want
now,
an example. This is why I say yes or no.
you,
I don't need an example, okay? Are you saying that your God knew that when he was creating David and Bathsheba's baby, that he was creating a product of sin and that he was going to kill the baby within 7 days? Are you saying that he knew that before he put the baby in Bathsheba's womb?
yes, Jehovah knew all that.
Okay, and so he knew the same thing with
Now
Judas
let me
too.
let me
Hold
now the
on.
question.
No. Stop. And so he knew the same thing with Judas as well when he created Judas so that Judas would betray your Jesus. He knew that he was creating Judas and Judas was going to unalive himself after Judas did what he needed him to do. He knew that when he created Judas and put Judas in his mother's womb.
See, on Judas' scenario, Jesus had repeatedly talked about it, but
Did
but
you hear did you hear my question? Did you hear my question?
repeat your question.
Did he know when he created Judas that he was creating Judas to betray Jesus? And did he know that Judas was going to take his own life while he was creating Judas?
Yes, he knew all that, and
And so
that's why
he
he
created
gives,
Judas.
and that's why
He
you
created
see.
Judas for Judas to commit self-extermination.
Yes, even you, as we are speaking here, God knew there would come a time right now, like
Hold on.
now, where you will be
Understand what you're
exposing.
saying. Your God
Where,
created Judas, right, for the purposes of betraying Jesus, right? Wow.
not for
Hold
the
on.
purpose.
Let me finish. This is why you're not hearing me. Let me finish. Your God created Judas for the purposes of betraying Jesus, right? And knowing that Judas was going to feel guilty for betraying Jesus and unalive himself. Your God created Judas to unalive himself.
You see, even Adam, when God created Adam,
Why
God
are you
knew
going back
he had
to
a reason.
Adam? I'm talking about Judas. We don't need to go
I,
back to Adam. I'm talking about your God, right? Sacrificing the life of Judas so that he could sacrifice the life of his son.
yeah. Actually, you're also doing a good thing because you're confirming our God is all knowing. He knows from the beginning to
I'm
the end.
confirming
He
how
knows how it
evil your
will
God
end.
is. I'm
No,
confirming how evil your God is. Your
not
God
on.
created a human named Judas for the purposes, right, of unaliving himself so that he could take the fall for your God unaliving his own son.
Okay, yes, he could. Now, my question to you is: did Jesus try to warn
No.
about his disciples? No, no. Let us
No, he
be
did
honest.
not try
The
to
way,
warn Judas. No,
let
he
us be
didn't.
honest. The same way you want me to be honest on your questions,
I
you
am
also
being
be
honest with
honest.
you. No, he
Okay.
did not try to
Now,
warn Judas.
okay. Did Jesus talk about one of his disciples betraying him, trying to warn them that they
No, he
should
didn't. He
pray?
said, I chose one of you. He said, I chose you 12 and one of you are the devil.
Yeah.
He
And
did not try to warn them. No.
no. Did Jesus not tell his disciples to pray so that they don't fall into sin? Did he not? Did he
What does
not
that have to
warn
do
them?
with Judas? Like you just make, like,
Uh,
what does that have to do with
Vic,
Judas?
Vic, think. Don't be one-sided. Don't be one-sided,
What does
lady.
that have to
Okay?
do with Judas?
Don't be one-sided, lady.
Answer the question. What does that have to do with Judas?
You see, thank you. Because you said you said your statement was that God created Judas from the beginning. Because from your statement you said that Judas was created by God from the beginning to come and betray his son. Now, since you have decided to go that way, I'm also now following
Wait,
you
is that
that
wrong? Did I say
if
something wrong?
no, you didn't.
Okay, so
No,
what's
I'm
your
asking you.
point?
Okay, now also me on your based on your statement, I'm asking you, did Jesus, when he was with the disciples, did he try to warn them that one of them would betray him and to pray so that they don't fall into that sin? So
Let's
if
see. Let's go to
Judas,
let's go to the story. Give me just a second. We're gonna go to the story. We're gonna see what Jesus said. Hold on.
yeah,
We're gonna look at all four of them and see which one he says to pray so you don't betray me. Let's see. I gotta pull them all up. Give me just a second here.
see, if you are saying that Jesus never tried, just left them.
We're gonna see. Can you hold on? We're gonna read it and we're gonna see if he said pray so that you don't betray me, and then if he did, then I was wrong. Let's see. Luke 22, 21, 23. Thirteen.
Matthew 26, 41 to 42.
I got them. I told you, give me just a second. I need to pull them all up.
See, this is how.
Okay. All right. When it was evening, this is Matthew 26, 20 to 25. When it was evening, he took his place with the 12 disciples. And while they were eating, he said, truly I tell you, one of you will betray me. And they became greatly distressed and began to say to him, one after another, surely not I, Lord. He answered, the one who has dipped his hand into the bowl with me will betray me. The Son of Man goes as it is written of him, but woe to that one by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would have been better for that one not to have been born. Judas, who betrayed him, said, surely not I, Rabbi. He replied, you have said so. Now, here in Matthew, there is no warning. Don't do it. There's no warning not to do it. There's no warning to pray that you don't fall in sin. He said that it would have been better for that one to not have been born. Now, keep in mind, right, what we are talking about. Your God created Judas for this purpose, right? Your God knew when he was forming Judas in his mother's womb that he was creating Judas to betray your Jesus, and he knew that Judas would be riddled with so much guilt that he would take his own life. But here your God is saying that it would have been better for this person to not been born when your God is the one who created him.
Thank you. I think we are progressing very well. Now, from verse 23 to 24, did Jesus specifically point out the specific person? But he knew the specific person, but didn't point out Judas. He talked to them as a group. So that was a prophecy. So that anyone that would go out there and try to be enticed to betray him would remember the words of Jesus that he had spoken of. But after Judas, when he went out, and very well knowing these words were spoken to all of them, went ahead and betrayed. And that's why the guilt that came after, he hanged himself. But if you
Christ soldier, do you think that I even care about any of that when we're talking about whether your God knew this from the beginning? Like, you focused on, like, it's amazing to me how you're trying to separate your God from this move, right? When it's virtually impossible for you to do that, because this was your God's plan from the beginning of the world, right? Your God's plan was for Jesus to die for your sins. That was his plan before there ever was a Judas, before there ever was an Adam. Your God's plan was for Satan to enter Judas, to make Judas betray your Jesus. That was his plan before there ever was a Judas. Your God knew that his plan was going to be too much for Judas to bear, and that Judas would be riddled with guilt as a mortal and take his own life. The life your God gave him, the life your God said it would have been better that he did not have, which in your belief, Judas had no control over him being born.
Vinka, I want us to stick to the let us stick to the
I am sticking to it. You want to preach.
now.
I'm talking about your God knowing that he created Judas for this purpose. Just like you said, your God knew he created David's baby so that David's baby would die for David's sin.
Now let me ask you, Vinka, if your child has never touched fire, and one time as you are sitting in your table in the house, you see your child trying to approach and to touch the fire, would you stop the child, or would you just keep quiet and just let her or him to do whatever she want to
This
do.
makes you like that. Why are you shifting to that? Like,
Just
why
asking.
can't you
Just
stick?
asking.
Why can't you stick to what we're talking about?
I
I
see. It's
told you
just that.
that you were going to shift. Did you hear me? Did
Okay.
you hear me when I
Okay.
said we'll see in
Let,
a minute? When I said, "Oh, we'll see in a minute," because any time I bring up Judas, right, and the fact that your God knew ahead of time, right, but that this was going to be the outcome, y'all
you
shift
see,
away from his all-knowingness. You shift away from his elaborate decree, his plan from the foundations of the world, and then all of a sudden it's Judas's fault. Judas could have not betrayed your God, right? Judas could have made your God's plan for your Jesus to die for your sins not come to pass if Judas had just been a good person. Now, think about this for a second. If Judas had been a good person, right, and not betrayed your Jesus, would your Jesus have died for your sins?
no. But
So
you
you should be
see,
thanking Judas.
no, now you see
You
what
you should be
you see.
thanking Judas, because without Judas, right? Without Judas, your sins wouldn't be paid for, because your Jesus didn't go and turn himself in. Your
You see,
Jesus
you
says
can't
that he
say
was willing, but somebody had to betray him to do it. So you should be grateful to Judas for him allowing himself to be used by your God to save your life.
You see, if you were to go with your statement, then there would be no point of, in verse 23 and 24, Jesus trying to warn his disciples that one of them would betray him. There would be no point of Jesus speaking of that. But because Jesus, he was
After
trying,
saying this, Jesus was
you
troubled in
had
spirit and
nothing to
declared,
hide.
"Very truly I tell you, one of you will betray me." The disciples looked at one another, uncertain of who he was speaking. One of his disciples, the one whom Jesus loved, was reclining close to his heart. Simon Peter therefore motioned to him to ask Jesus of whom he was speaking. So while reclining next to Jesus, he asked him, "Lord, who is it?" Jesus answered, "It is the one to whom I give this piece of bread when I have dipped it in the dish." So when he had dipped the piece of bread, he gave it to Judas, son of Simon Iscariot. After he received the piece of bread, Satan entered into him. Jesus said to him, "Do quickly what you are going to do." At this point, he's talking to Satan. He ain't even talking to the mortal. He's not talking to the human Judas. He's talking to Satan, who has entered Judas.
Yes.
Now, no one knew why he said this to him. Oh, we know. We can read between the lines. He's talking to the Satan who's working the plan of your God. Jesus
Thank you.
Jesus gave the human Judas the piece of bread so Satan, your God's buddy, could know who to enter. Satan enters Judas, and your God talks directly to Satan and says, "Go and do what you got to do quickly."
You see now
Okay?
there you
Some
read.
thought that because Judas had the common purse, Jesus was telling him, "Buy what we need for the festival," or that he should give something to the poor. So after receiving the piece of bread, he immediately went out, and it was night. So Satan is in Judas's body now. Satan has taken over Judas's body. He goes and he betrays your Jesus. Then he leaves Judas's body. Judas is back to being a human, back to being a mortal. He realizes what he's done while he was under the possession of Satan. He's riddled with guilt. He repents. He takes the money and throws it back into the treasury, and then he goes and takes his own life. That was your God's plan. Your God did that to Judas.
I think let's stick to what the verse says.
I'm
Let us not
I'm
add.
sticking to what the passage says. I didn't
Don't
add
add.
anything to it. That is your God's plan.
When you add other things,
What
you
did I
have to.
add? What did I add? Oh, y'all, you don't know that Jesus repented? You don't know that Judas repented?
Which verse what? He
Wait,
just
no.
read.
Answer the question. So y'all don't know that Judas repented? If you think I'm hostile, I'm just gonna go ahead on and block you. I don't have time for your whining and shit. Like, if y'all so used to people talking to you like you're 5-year-old babies, this ain't the room. Like, the fucking whining about and tone policing. Scroll. Like,
Why
the
you
fuck, you're adults.
Why you getting angry again?
What do you know? Do you know if that Judas repented? Are you saying that Judas did not repent? What did I add?
So how did Judas repent and he hanged himself? And in the commandment
So in Matthew 27, Matthew 27 verses 3 through 5. Are you saying that Matthew 27 verses 3 through 5 doesn't say that Judas repented? When Judas, his betrayer, saw that Jesus was condemned, he repented and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. He said, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. But they said, what is that to us? See to it yourself. Throwing down the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed and he went and hanged himself. It says he repented. What did I add?
You see, repented here.
I don't care whether you want to believe it or not. What did I add?
The repent you haven't. You have just read how it is. It's just a small misunderstanding, and I will help you understand.
I don't care if you think that. I don't care if you think that he was forgiven. I don't care if you think that his heart was in the right place. It says he repented. It says that he was that he felt condemned, right? And then he took his own life.
Yes. He repented to have taken the silver coin.
He says, I have sinned. I have sinned by. That word by means what he's getting ready to say what his sin was. Betraying innocent blood. Okay, he goes to the elders and says, I have sinned. And I don't care if you accept his repentance or not. Like, it doesn't matter. So, what did I add to the story? That's all I want to know. What did I add?
The one is that you are just you don't want to see on the both.
What did I add? I don't care. I do not care if you accept his repentance or not. I don't care if you think that it's a different type of repentance. I don't care if you think that he should have got on his knees and begged God for forgiveness. What did I add?
Okay, you didn't add. It's just that you're not.
Thank you. I didn't add anything to the story. I didn't add anything. Okay. Now let's get back to your God knowing that Judas was going to take his own life. Even before he put Judas in his mother's womb, then saying, oh, it would be better if this person had never been born, when he is the one who created him for that.
You see, God does not create anyone to do an evil thing. And that's why you see
your God created David's baby to die for David's sin. That's evil. And you yourself said that.
You see, if you were to go by your statement that God created Judas,
I'm going by what you said. You said, I told you that you were going to shift. You said that your God created David's baby. Your God knew before he created David's baby that David's baby was going to die for David's sin. You said that, right? And I told you, I said, are you sure about that? We'll see in a minute.
You see, that's why I'm telling you. If at all God had created Judas to come and betray him, then there would be no point of Jesus speaking about one of them betraying him. He would have just kept it to himself. You see? But
Satan had to know who to go into. He gave Judas the piece of bread. He gave Judas the piece of bread. And then when Satan entered his body, he looks at him and says, "Go do what you got to do fast."
Now you see, Satan only looks for the weak, the one who is weak, even among us, the one who is not strong.
Your Jesus handed him the bread. Satan knew who to go into because your Jesus pointed him out.
You see, not only Judas. Even if there was another disciple who was not strong in faith, Satan would have proceeded and entered there another disciple. But Satan, after surveying and saw all these others, they are strong in faith. The only place he saw this guy is weak is what was Judas, who was not strong in faith. That's why he had that room to go to. You see. So that way, and Jesus, that way, you see, the Jesus love here is that he spoke about it. Why?
Jesus did it on purpose. He said, "Did I not choose you?" He said, "Did I not choose you, the 12? Yet one of you is the devil."
Yeah.
Did he not say that? Did he not say, "Did I not choose you?" And one of you is the devil. Did he not say that?
He said, absolutely, he said it.
Okay, so did he not know that he was choosing, that he had created the son of the devil, and that he was choosing the son of the devil to be one of his 12?
You see, as we had, you said it earlier.
Did he know?
He knew that was.
He knew, right?
Yes.
That he intentionally chose Judas.
No.
He said, "Did he choose his 12? And did he choose his 12?"
Not intentionally. He did not intentionally.
So when he says, when he says, "Did I not choose you?" Right?
And
he said, "Did I not choose you, the 12?
And one
of you is the devil." And then it says he was speaking of Judas, son of Simon Iscariot, for he thought one of the 12 was going to betray him.
No,
he thought he says, for he, though one of the 12, was going to betray him. That's what it says in your book.
He said one of the 12. He didn't say.
It says he was speaking to Simon Iscariot. He was speaking. He says he was speaking of Judas, son of Simon Iscariot.
Okay, let me ask you. When he broke the bread, and he did he not give all the disciples the bread?
No, he gave it to. I already read that to you. He handed it to Judas.
How and all the bread was broken by all.
Let me ask you a question before I saw it, y'all. I saw it. Let me ask you a question before I take you down. And then y'all keep in mind, like, we don't have a lot of guests. For some reason, this topic makes Christians scared to come up. So if we drop everybody, we're not gonna have anybody to talk to. And I don't like begging people to come on stage. What does the word destined mean?
Destined.
Yeah, what does destined mean?
It can mean several things. It's where you are supposed to get, or what you have planned to achieve. It can mean it has more than two meaning.
What does it? What's the definition of destined? What's the definition?
Like, for example, the Bible we can see Satan is destined to be thrown in the hell, the entire fire in the hell. You see, that is something that has already been.
Like, do you know what like a definition, like a fate, right?
Yes.
When something is destined, it's a fate, right?
Yes.
It means it's a certain, like a part of a plan, right? Jesus was destined to die, right?
Yes, for the redemption.
Okay, but it was destined. It was planned. right?
Yes, after the fall,
I don't need you to go into all of that. Just focus on the word destined,
but we
right?
have to check the from there.
No, no,
We
no.
have just
The definitions mean what they mean. The very fact that you think that you can change the definition based on your belief, right, is why so many people don't believe this bullshit. Right? Destined. As a matter of fact, let me read it from the dictionary right quick, because this whole we have to see, right? Because you plan on changing the definition after I say what I'm gonna say, don't you? Don't you? Huh? You plan on changing the definition?
no. How I can't.
What let me ask you that. What other definition before I say what I'm gonna say, what's the other definition of destined?
Now, I'm waiting for your question about
Nope. Tell me what's the
what
other definition? What's the other definition that destined could be before I say what I'm gonna say?
the faith. You see. Continue with your question. I'm waiting for the
No,
question.
I want to know what else could destined mean before I say what I'm gonna say.
That one can be the one the of the Bible. The other one can be of the worldly. That we can see someone is destined to fail, or someone, you see.
You
But
say it could be
according
what?
to the Bible,
It could be what?
according to the worldly education, it has a different meaning.
You said worldly?
Yes.
Well, then what's the biblical? I just gave you the so-called worldly definition. I just gave you the worldly definition of destined. Okay? It means a certainty outcome, a certain outcome as developing through a plan or a fate, a particular fate that one is certain to meet. What's the biblical definition of destined then, if that's worldly?
Yes.
What's the biblical definition?
We spoke about that area, and we got to an understanding. Is the
So
faint.
you're gonna make up a definition after I say what I need to say? Is that what's gonna happen here?
No, me, I'm just here. I'm waiting for that question you're building.
Yeah, because you're gonna make up a definition. Let's see how creative. Let's see how creative you can be. Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see how creative you are.
And also, I have a question. Are you
Hold on.
an atheist?
While I was with them, I protected them in your name that you have given me. I guarded them, and not one of them was lost, except the one destined to be lost, so that the scripture might be fulfilled.
Thank you. Have you? Can you read that statement?
Stick on destined. I want to know what's your definition of this word here.
Okay. This you will understand. I think today today is your last day being.
Just answer the question. Good grief! What's the new definition of destined here?
There's no what it means. You see, the destined came after Jesus gave the warning of one of them would betray him.
What? Hey! I'm not asking you for an interpretation. Stop. I'm asking you for the definition. What is the definition of the word destined here?
You see, a particular fate. You see, a particular fate.
A
You know,
particular
this
fate, right? A particular
fate.
fate,
Yes. And how
right? A
did this?
particular fate
So
according
my
to a
question to
plan,
you,
a
my,
certainty that one is going to meet. Which what do you mean?
but you know, this you can change it. You can change. If you are destined to fail, you can change that fail from destined
Except
to success.
except now let's talk context. Now let's talk
Now,
context. I'm gonna teach y'all what
now,
context is. Okay, hold
one
on.
minute.
Psh,
1 minute.
no,
So if
no, no, because I got to drop you here in a minute. So when it says, right, and not one of them was lost, this word except, that means one of them was lost, right? Except, and then the one. When it says the one, okay, don't talk while I'm talking, okay? The, right, identifies a specific thing, specific, okay? Except the one destined to be. This to be means that it is a future thing, right? This is to happen in the future. It's an active thing, okay? The one destined to be lost, okay? That means that it was in the plan for the one to be lost. That was the plan. That was always going to be, because that's what it was. It could not be anything else. And I'm going to tell you why. These words right here. So that. So that the scripture might be fulfilled. So in other words, Jesus is saying, I guarded all of the disciples that you gave me. I didn't lose any of them except the one that was chosen to be lost so that the prophecies would come to pass. Judas had no choice. Judas was chosen from the beginning of time to betray your Jesus, and your God knew from the beginning of time that Judas would take his life after his buddy Satan possessed his body and sent him to do this egregious thing. It was all in your God's plan. I have to drop you because somebody paid to drop you, okay? I hope you have a good one. The way he was going to change the definition of destined depending on what I say, that's what I mean when I say God makes my head hurt. Like, why you got to wait to hear what I say before you can tell me what the definition of destined is? If you're in the guest box on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Fee, you still with us? I think Fee done fell asleep.
Good morning.
Good
Morning,
morning.
sister.
How are you?
UK time. I'm all right, not bad. How are you?
I'm doing good. How
Can you
old are
hear?
you for
Can you hear me
TikTok
loud and clear?
purposes? Yes.
Oh, 35.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing and everything.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep, I can hear you. So the topic
Okay.
is basically me discussing the characteristics that I've noticed when talking to believers about this God, and how it gives me a headache. What are your thoughts on the topic?
And
Okay, I guess we move on. All right, if you are in the box on purpose, can you please comment so that I can bring you up on stage? Thank you. I didn't know cyber goes this late. Jova, Hova. I don't know. Give me a second.
What's good?
How are you?
I'm excellent.
Can I have your
How's
age, please?
everybody? I'm 32.
I ask a lot of questions when I see like people do certain things, and I just want to know like why did you put all those question marks in the chat?
To be annoying.
Why?
To be noticeable.
I almost
I don't
didn't
know.
bring you up because of that. Like that shit don't work on me.
What?
It does the opposite. Yeah, like that. It's like I don't understand it.
What impression did you get?
Exactly that. Like I'm irritated because of that. Like I don't like. It's just I don't know. Like to me, it just says childishness.
You could
Like
feel however you want to feel about it.
Of course I can. Of course I can. It's my body. I'm not asking you for permission to feel how I feel. I didn't ask
I'm
you,
not
is it
asking you for
okay? I don't
permission.
need you to tell me that. Like there's no need for you to tell me I can feel how I feel. I'm telling you how I feel. Like it's just ridiculous. Exactly. And it's annoying. It's irritating. Like literally I almost you know what? Okay. All right. Have a good
I'm
one.
confused.
Yep. Stay confused. Hey Oso.
Hey, Thinker, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, up longer than I should be, but I don't feel tired yet.
You say you don't feel tired?
No, I just decided to make a quiche.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I felt that urge.
Well, I'm glad that you're here.
I'm glad to be here.
Petros. Hello.
yes, sorry.
That's
Um,
okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Somebody just distracted me in the shopping center.
that's okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just keep on ranting and I didn't hear no response and I didn't know I was off from the off the from the live. Yeah.
I'm taking a hint that maybe you're not supposed to be on stage. So I'm gonna move on. I think you should take a hint. Something don't want you on stage.
That was weird.
Yeah, we're not gonna go through that again.
Yeah, I think he playing.
Black Snow 12, are you still in here? All right. If you're in the box, if you're in the request waiting to come on stage, can you please comment? If you're in there on purpose, please. Black Snow. It, that probably it could be Oso. I mean, not Oso. I meant Mezzo. Oh my God, I meant Mezzo. I'm so used to saying that.
That's funny.
Oh my God, it probably is Oso, and that's why they're not there because Oso's ass is on stage.
That's correct. No, execution is all I'll ever do. Okay, I would have been able
Hello,
to
hello,
come up with
y'all.
something.
Whatever.
Hello,
Yes. Hi. Is there
how
like a
y'all doing,
delay?
Chief?
Is there a delay when y'all come on stage? I just want to know. Is there like a delay where you can't hear?
Well, I can hear. So
So
good
you,
here.
so you heard me and him talking,
Yeah.
and you decided to just like interrupt and say hello.
I mean, that's how I introduce myself at least, right? Say hi, and
Why
then
don't you wait
listen.
until like our conversation is over and then do that? Like, why do you feel that your presence is so important that you need to be like forget their conversation and just be like, I need to let them know I'm here. Like I'm no, this is a real question, right? Because obviously I brought you up, right? So I know that you're on stage. I can see that you're on stage. Like, do you feel that you needed to let us know you were here while we were talking? Like, I'm just trying to understand like what was like why that was needed. This is a real question.
Okay. I guess my bad. I shouldn't have interrupted.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
hmm
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer,
Okay.
strong believer.
All right. And have you heard why God makes my head hurt, or do I need to go through that again?
Yeah, go through it if you don't mind.
No, have you heard it? Have you heard me say it already? Like, that's what I'm asking.
Oh no! When I came on, I saw you paste this "God make my head hurt" on there, but I haven't heard you go through it.
Okay. So the reason why, one is because usually, like, I've been having conversations with believers now for a year, right? About
hmm
this God, about the Bible, the history behind the God, the religion, the beliefs. And
hmm
what I typically experience when I'm talking to them are the four things on the board, right? They end up apologizing for slavery, amongst other things. They tend to become very disingenuous and try to pretend like they don't know something, or like they didn't say something, or like they don't understand, right, as a basic sentence.
Okay.
A lot of times they have delusions of grandeur where they believe that they're chosen, right, and they have some like the right to comfort over everybody else in society because they believe that they have the only truth. And then they either fearmonger, right? With threats of God's going to get you. You're not going to have peace. Like somebody just put in the comments, God's going to turn your mind over to a reprobate mind if you don't repent. Right? It's fear mongering, right? And it is very difficult to talk about the realities of what this belief system does, right? The effects that it have
hmm
in society. Because people have, what I've noticed that believers have this loyalty to this God, or this, they feel indebted because their belief is that Jesus went through all of this turmoil for their sins. He died for them, so they owe him They have to put him before everything in their life, and that they can't, disagree with his commands or his actions. They have to agree with everything that he says and does, and call it good. And so they're willing to like do this shift in themselves, right? I don't understand what you're laughing at. Like, am I saying something funny right now?
I mean, well, not necessarily, but
So why are you laughing right now?
it's like something I've heard before.
What does that have to do with you laughing?
I'm laughing because you
It's your way of
seem.
saying, it's your way of trying to dismiss my thoughts
Oh
and
no,
my it is. It's very it's very dismissive. It's disrespectful and
no.
rude. It is. It's very disrespectful. It's very rude and childish, if you ask me. Very
Wow,
low
well,
level.
those are strong words.
Well, I can't help. That's exactly what I feel when you do that.
I see. Well, like I said earlier, sorry for interrupting. And me laughing is not to dismiss or disregard what you submitting, but I just want to say that yeah, it is something that I have heard before, and so yeah, it's like you ringing the same bell. That's why I find it
Sure.
funny.
Tell me about, like, you've heard it before. Go ahead and tell me the rest of it. Finish it for me.
Well, they tend to believe that hey, everyone needs to know God, and if they don't, come to the realization of who He is, and knowledge of who He is,
You're already wrong.
one
That's not. You're already wrong. Please don't use caps in my comments. You're already wrong. You're already wrong. So you haven't heard this before.
okay. Well, am I allowed to speak
Why do you want to
as a
speak when
Christian?
you haven't even allowed me to finish speaking? Like, you just want people to hear what you have to say. What are you going to talk about? Go ahead. I'm going to go
Okay.
to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom and you just talk, okay? Because obviously you don't need me here. I'll be right back.
Uh, she's interesting. She is very interesting.
You're not gonna talk. This your chance, buddy.
Now I'm waiting for her.
Go ahead and talk. We listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. As a believer, and so far about 13 to 14 years of coming to the knowledge of who the Creator is.
You've been
What I must,
coming to the
yeah,
knowledge for 13 years. Is that what you said?
yeah, of who God is, the Creator is. What I've
Taking you this
learned,
long?
yeah, what I've learned about Him is that you know He created His people. He created the whole world and also His people, in His image and likeness, and instructed man to heed to His commands, what would glorify Him, and also give man comfort and peace. But unfortunately, man disregarded His commands and took matters into their own hands. As a result of that, we have been separated from Him because we disobeyed who He is. And so, somebody, as we do this, or as we go on living like that, we continually are separated from the Lord. So, the only way to know who we are is to go back to where, we first fell short of who and also disregarded His commands.
Bathroom break over. Did you do the witch laugh the whole time he was talking?
Yep. Oh man.
You gonna come up here just to talk? Like, talking about, can I speak? What the fuck are you gonna talk about? Like, fuck up. Go create your own
And then he
goddamn
wanted to
line.
say, "I'm gonna wait till she gets back. I'll just wait." I said, "No, go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening." And then I just started. I'm sitting here covering my mouth like he could see that.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Hey, brother. Hand down.
Trouble.
Great work.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, I'm great. How about you?
I'm good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Huh?
Your age for TikTok purposes,
I'm
please.
41.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I just said to your I think you're your
I don't know
moderator.
what you
Great
said to
work.
them. I don't know. That doesn't tell me anything, right? I don't know if you're a
I don't
believer.
know. I ain't believing in them beside a woman. A woman God to me. Won't be no man. Won't be the Yahweh, Yeshua, none of that. That's just
Okay.
real,
And
sis.
what did you come up to talk about? Like, as a
No,
non-believer. I'm
I
sorry,
just
one
got in
second.
like a dude was
Trouble.
talking crazy.
I don't let people come up here just to talk about what they want to talk about. Okay. I don't discuss previous guests with new guests. And if you are a non-believer and you come on stage, I ask that you are adding value to the conversation. Okay. We like to learn in here. So if you know some cool stuff about what we are discussing, and you can back it up with research, that's what I would like for you to discuss as a non-believer. All right. Are you there?
My phone, my thing keep going to mute. Yes, I respect that, Queen.
I'm not a queen, and my name is Thinker. Okay.
Okay, I respect that
Yeah.
thinker.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Love, love, love.
Go ahead. Are you eating? Okay. Yeah.
What an interesting interaction.
Yeah. I forgot today is Sunday.
It ain't been Sunday for some hours, thinker.
Well, damn, that's right. But you know what I mean. Like, it's the Sunday
Yeah,
night. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm not letting you back up, dude. I don't even know why you would even put yourself back in the box in the request.
Not tickle me Elmo.
Hello, are you there? All right. If you're in the request box on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Yep. You can go tell everybody that Thinker is scared of your truth. Y'all are a trip thinking that your reverse psychology is going to affect and make me do anything. Like, you don't have it in you, friend. Or rather,
I
I
just
don't
thought,
have it in me to give a fuck.
oop.
Huh?
I just thought it was pretty funny how he was like, "Oh, I've heard this before." Didn't address it at all, and then when he went on his rant, it was the most basic. I once was lost, but now I'm found. As conversation, like, bro, shut up.
Just give me a second. I'm just going inside. I was outside having a cigarette. Hello, how are we doing?
Hi, how are you? Were you
Oh, good,
calling me
thanks.
baby in the comments? Were you talking to me?
No, that's that Tracy Lee song. I didn't finish it. I
I'm
forgot to
sorry,
put
say
the
what?
artist at the end. That's that Tracy Lee song.
Oh, I don't know who Tracy Lee is. I'm sorry.
It's rapper,
Oh, okay.
Chicago, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure.
I don't either.
Are you what you say also?
I don't know who that is either.
Tracy Lee.
Mm-mm.
He's super.
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
What's the other one? I'll Be Around. You sing that one with the spinners.
I don't know. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Okay.
Believe in Torah.
Okay.
Believe in the Muslim rules.
Okay. And have you heard already why I say God makes my head hurt?
Oh yeah, because he's confusing. I know.
Well, not because the God is confusing. No. It's the inconsistencies, the immorality, but primarily the conversations that I've had with its followers, both Muslim and Christian. Not so much the Jewish people. Like, I've not really had a bad interaction with someone who's strictly Torah just yet.
Yeah.
But I do have questions about the whole chosenness thing. And like, I don't agree with the God, but I've not had any like they don't
Real
necessarily
substance.
apologize for the slavery. Like, the ones that I've talked to, they're like, yeah, slavery's wrong, and this God he did some horrible shit, right? Like, they're not trying to like justify the shit. And so I've not had a bad interaction. I mean, I may have had like maybe one or two, but they weren't like the ones that I've had with Christians and Muslims.
Yeah. Just to make it clear, my son is quarter Jewish. His grandmother had an affair with a Jewish guy.
I'm sorry. I don't think that's important for us to know that.
But the other things that are inside him is his grandmother is German Samoan. And I'm just
sorry,
a Māori, so. The other.
I'm sorry, what you came up to talk about what now?
Oh, no, I was just explaining where I'm coming from. So I don't hold any grudge against people.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but for me, I'm just a Māori. I come back home to New Zealand, to my Te Ao Māori course. I come to learn my language.
Okay, but what are you talking about? What we're talking about, though?
It helps to understand all cultures and races and beliefs. So.
But do you understand the conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so can we talk about that? We're talking about why the God makes my head hurt.
That I cannot explain. It's up to you to figure out what is making it hurt.
All right. Have a good night, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's
Can't help you any more than that.
All right. Have a good night. Yeah, this isn't a live where you can just come up and talk about whatever you want to talk about. If you can't engage with the conversation, I understand that. Just chill in the comments. Okay? If you are in the request waiting to come up and you're in the request on purpose, please comment.
I ever tell you I'm half black?
I ever tell you I was half white?
No, I'm for real half black though.
Me too. I'm for real half white.
What half?
19%. Seriously, 19%.
How is that half?
That's half. If 1%, if 3% is half black, 19% is more than half.
You 7/4 black?
Yeah. With a dash of Ashkenazi. Casper, hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for this opportunity to learn.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
When you ask if I'm a believer, are you asking if I'm a believer of like Christianity or just a believer
the God, the Abrahamic
thing?
God?
I do not believe in the Abrahamic God, no.
Okay, so what made you come up?
I heard you go through your 4 topics, and I just wanted to say I agree and disagree with some views you have about a lot of what you spoke on. I believe is sheep's and wolves in sheep's clothing, which is one of the parables in
Hold
the
on, you
Bible.
you you agree and disagree with my experience?
With the 4 points you have and the examples you gave, I
With
believe
my
those
with my
interactions
experience?
would
With my
those interactions, your experience with those interactions would be you weren't speaking to believers, true
I mean, I
believers.
like the it's kind of weird, right? That you say you don't believe in the Abrahamic God, yet you try to other the people that I've spoken to and say they're not true believers of the Abrahamic God. So as a
Well, yeah,
non-believer,
I'm
I'm sorry, why
studied
are you
with.
interrupting me?
Sorry, excuse me.
As a non-believer of the Abrahamic God, I'm interested in hearing what you would call or what you think a true believer of the Abrahamic God is and why you're not one, if you can identify it.
Well, according to the New Testament, you would have to be a follower of Christ and a believer in Christ to be considered like Christian. And if you study Christ's
I don't think I
teachings,
said Christian though. I said a believer of the
Abra-
Abrahamic God. I didn't say anything about being a Christian.
so like Old Testament, Torah, things like that, then you're
Anybody
you
who
mean,
believes in the Abrahamic God, anybody who
yeah.
believes in the Abrahamic God, whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jewish person, a Sadak Mac, whatever you call yourself, because y'all can't figure it out. But you said you are not a believer in the Abrahamic God. And so, what my
No.
question is, you did say that. So now, are you a believer of the
Yeah.
Abrahamic God?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So, as a non believer of the Abrahamic God, who says that believers are not true believers, which means that you know what a true believer is. What I want to know is what is a true believer and why aren't you one if you can identify?
Okay, well, true believer of the old religion, the Old Testament, or the Abrahamic, they would be following like the Mosaic laws. And if you follow the Mosaic laws, they wouldn't be committing the fear mongering, the delusions of grandeur, or the disingenuity.
That's not true. That's not true.
From my experience and study of
Like
it,
in the
that's what I
Torah
feel.
and delusions of grandeur, right? And being the chosen out of all humans on earth. Like literally delusions of grandeur is written into the Torah. Like Elijah, no, I'm sorry, Ezekiel literally said that this God tied him up with a rope for 390 days on one side and 40 days on the other side and told him to eat shitty bread because he was
Yeah.
chosen to prophesy doom and destruction. That is delusions of grandeur. It's written in the
Okay.
book. So, like to
Yeah.
say that a true Torah follower wouldn't have delusions of grandeur, that's not true.
I understand what you mean from that perspective. Thank you for that insight. I thought I was speaking more on the interactions you spoke of with like their delusions of grandeur of like the atrocities that like God's committed and things like that.
What, do you know what delusions of grandeur is? Like, what does that have to do with the atrocities?
Well, you mentioned that's what you had referenced. You mentioned the all the atrocities like God
But
commits
what does
and
delusions of grandeur have to do with that?
actually I'm not sure now that you asked that.
I don't know why you're up here. I'm sorry, I don't. Like, if you are a non-believer, right? I don't get your purpose right now.
Okay, well, I apologize for that. Thank you for your time.
All right, have a good one. Like, am I the only one, right, that don't understand why a non-believer would come up here and say the reason you're experiencing this is because you're not talking to true believers? And then
Yeah, I was lost. I was lost when he said disingenuity or whatever.
I didn't even hear when he said that.
He said something weird like that. I was like, hold on.
And then he was talking about how delusions of grandeur have to do with like the atrocities. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew what that was. Yeah, I don't think he. I don't think he had a game plan. I think he thought he was going to kind of be able to wing it. And unfortunately, he's not built like a certain bear that I know.
How do you pronounce your first name? Is this Ayola?
That's actually well. Yeah, you don't. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Is it Ayola? Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's a Nigerian name. It's pronounced Ayala, but Ayola will do. I don't
Okay,
mind.
say it again. Say it slowly.
Yo
Yo
la.
la.
Yeah,
Ayola.
Ayala. Yeah.
Ayala. Ayala.
You
That's
can. You
me.
can. I appreciate you. You can do the first one. It's fine though.
Oh, no, I want to say your name correct.
Okay.
And then it went out of my head when you did that now.
My bad. I apologize.
Ayala. Ayala.
It's like a ah. It's not an a. It's like a ah.
Ah.
Yo
Yo
la.
la. Yo la.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
No
Yeah,
problem.
that's a really cool name.
Okay.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, miss. I'm a believer. Believe in the
Okay, and how
Bible.
old are you?
21.
Oh man, you see that host note up there? You got to be 25.
25. Seriously.
Yeah.
Can we still talk though?
Unfortunately, no. I don't talk to people's kids. You got to be
I'm not
25,
kids.
and you really are. You're 21, and your prefrontal cortex is still developing. So
Okay.
unfortunately,
Can we just talk about the slavery? Just that, and then you can see if my like whatever. Let's just talk
no,
about. Come
no.
on.
Unfortunately, no. That 25, 24 is as low as I'll go, but not 21. Okay.
I remember in my 20s.
You weren't on TikTok trying to talk about the Bible.
Well, yeah, because it was like a month ago.
What?
Yeah, I turned 30, so I was in my
Oh.
20s. Ooh, that sounds like pressure.
Goodness. Sometimes I'd be jealous of people that snore because it sounds like they sleep really, really well. Like,
I think it's actually the opposite though, right? Because I
is
mean, you
it?
wake up probably with like a sore throat.
Yeah, right.
My throat would be sore as hell if I was sleeping like
Hold on,
that.
you just saying shit. Do they don't wake up with no sore throat.
I would. I don't know for sure. I don't snore, so I couldn't tell you. But if my throat, I feel like your head got to be all the way back to snore like that.
They sound like they like in La La Land for real.
I'm
Oh, Mr.
listening.
Evolving said they do wake up with a sore throat. That's
See,
crazy. Ritz Bits? Ritz Bits? All right, guys, if you're in the request box, help us out so that we can bypass these accidental requests. Let us know that you're waiting to come on stage, please. I just clicked for Rusty to come up. Like, I don't know what happened.
That boy said, "Rise me again. I just turned 25."
He gonna go around lying now and say he 25.
It's not a good look, Famo.
Rusty?
Hello. Hello. Can
Hi,
you hear
how
me?
are you?
I'm all right.
Yes. Your age, please, for TikTok purposes.
I'm 52.
All right. And Rusty, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer. I actually talk a lot too, or I get on Facebook a lot. I post pictures and things like that more so than talking, because I'm probably not the greatest speaker that ever lived, but I do feel that I've come to a large amount of understanding of the scriptures. But
Okay. Well, I don't know. Have you heard me say why my head hurts? Why God makes my head hurt?
well, I just kind of got on about, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes ago. Hasn't been too
Okay.
long. I've been listening to you.
All
But
right. Well, the reason why I say it is because I've been having these types of conversations with believers for a little over a year now. And during the conversations, what I have noticed is that almost all of them will become a slavery apologist. They will be disingenuous when we're talking to them. Not all of them have delusions of grandeur, but a lot of them do, with this idea of them being chosen or being the only ones with the truth, their right to comfort, and then the fear mongering with hell or God's wrath.
yeah, okay. Well, I used to go to church a lot. I did. I was really involved for about 7 years, but this has been a good 15 years ago now, at least. I got really involved, was asked to be the men's ministries leader for a while, and which kind of scared me a little, because at that time I was in my early 30s and I didn't know, as much about the Bible as I felt, I should know before I'm appointed to a position like that. So that kind of spooked me, and I really started studying because I didn't want to mislead anyone. And I'm like you, I started running into a lot of confusion. But over the years, I have kind of learned where the dividing line is, maybe from, the times when God allowed slavery. There was a time, I know, a lot of people are angry with God about the slavery things and stuff like that went on in the Old Testament. But I think I found an answer in the scriptures as to why those things are taking place.
Like, do you think that the slavery ended from the Old to the New Testament or something?
It was supposed to, yes, but it didn't, because
why are you saying it was supposed to?
well,
What in the New Testament leads you to think or believe that it was supposed to end?
Well, Christ came to free everyone, and basically tried to get he started out with the Jews, of course, but when the Jews rejected.
Did he come to free them physically from bondage or spiritually?
Well, spiritually, when he came.
So when we talk about slavery, right? Yeah. We're not talking about a mental or spiritual slavery, right? Like sin. We're talking about physical slavery, and there's nothing in the New Testament indicating that your Jesus came to end the physical institution of slavery.
Well, he came to try to help his people first. The Jews were his chosen people, but he came to help them to love one another, and through loving one another.
Yeah, but they were not slaves. They were not enslaved then. They were not chattel slaves.
Well, they weren't, but
right. So, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the slavery.
They were kind of enslaved by the Pharisees, their religious leaders.
They were not enslaved by the Pharisees. That's not true. That isn't true.
Well, I'm trying to get to the Old Testament stuff. If you'll,
But I'm asking, like, why are you just focused on the Old Testament as if slavery was abolished in the New?
well, it wasn't abolished, but Christ came to try to abolish it.
No,
But
he didn't. Like, there's not you're no, he didn't. That's why I'm asking you, like, where in this New Testament does your Christ even mention trying to abolish the institution of slavery?
well, when he told them that even as you've done it unto the least of these, you've done it unto me in Matthew 25 and 40, he was speaking about people treating others the way they didn't want to be, setting up these hierarchies and things was not God's will in the beginning. But
That's not true. He told them to see themselves as worthless slaves. He used slavery in his parables. He knew it existed. In one of the most egregious parables that he used, he describes how a slave master just completely disregards the humanity of a slave, and expects the slave to wait on the slave master hand and foot to feed the slave master first. And then the slave is to take care of themselves and say to themselves, I'm a worthless slave. I don't deserve a thank you. And then he told the disciples that they should say that to themselves about God and him. So that's not true.
okay, well, if I can point you to some spots in Scripture that help me understand, all I can tell you is just areas that help me to get a grasp around this
Sure.
that we're talking about. I've found in my experience over 20 years of reading and looking into tons of things. I've even studied some on Satanism. I've just looked into, I've given everything an honest ear trying to sort out all this confusion, because I really am trying to help, and I'm not out to condemn anybody.
That's fine. If you could just show me the scriptures.
Trying to help. But if you'll start in Matthew chapter 13, verses 24 through 30.
Mm-hmm.
And if you read in the book of Mark chapter 4.
Wait. Let's read it.
Okay. But there's another scripture.
Hold on. We're going to do one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right.
It's Matthew 13, 24 through 30.
Okay. So it's a parable of weeds among the wheat. He put before them another parable. The kingdom of heaven may be compared to someone who sowed good seed in his field. But while everybody was asleep, an enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and then went away. So when the plants came up and bore again, then weeds appeared as well. And the slaves of the householder came and said to him, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? Where then did these weeds come from? He answered, An enemy has done this. The slaves said to him, Then do you want us to go and gather them? But he replied, No, for in gathering the weeds you would uproot the wheat along with them. Let both of them grow together until the harvest, and at harvest time I will tell the reapers, Collect the weeds first and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the wheat into my barn. So what does this have to do with slavery?
Okay, well,
Other than the fact that Jesus acknowledged that there were slaves.
Okay, well, you got to go back in time now to understand this, because Jesus basically in that parable, he is laying out everything God has been doing since we were created. We fell in the garden, we were tempted by Satan to eat the forbidden fruit. All this stuff kind of comes into play with that parable. We didn't listen to God man in general, whoever was there, at that time. They didn't listen. They didn't obey. The one main commandment at that time was to just not touch that tree or eat of it. But they didn't listen, and that caused our fall. And we have been, since then, these angels, the reapers that it's talking about, have been going around the world, binding man into bundles. And at the time of harvest, the wheat are separated from the tares. The wheat go home, so to speak. The tares are left here and are burned. Now, what you got to figure out in that parable is what are the bundles that it's talking about that are being burned. And
It's
who are
it's those that don't believe in him. It's
well?
simple.
It
It's
can be
simple.
believers.
Like he literally explains it after this, right?
Yeah, there's
If you go down, he explains it,
yeah,
right?
37 through 39 kind of goes along with
36.
those.
He says, then he left the crowds and went into the house. And his disciples approached him, saying, explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field. He answered, the one who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, and the good seeds are the children of the kingdom. The weeds are the children of the evil one. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil. And the harvest is the end of the age, and the reapers are angels. Just as the weeds are collected and burned up with fire, so will it be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send his angels, and they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin and all evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Let anyone with ears listen.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
That's
whoever
kind of
Jesus is considering righteous at this moment in time, and then the weeds are whoever Jesus is considering the evil ones at this moment in time.
okay. But now
But this has absolutely nothing to do
yes, it
with
has
the
everything.
institution of slavery. No, it doesn't. It
Yes,
has
it does.
nothing. No, it doesn't. This has absolutely nothing to do
I
with the
can
institution of
all your
slavery.
questions if you just let me talk, please. I'm
I,
serious.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you for an interpretation. Okay. This
Well,
has nothing. This has nothing to do with the institution of slavery. Nothing.
now, darling, it has
What it does, the only thing it shows is that your Jesus knew that slavery existed.
because man does not
It
listen.
doesn't. It doesn't matter what reason you put to it. Okay. Your God, as Jesus in the Old Testament, condoned slavery.
Well, he suffered it to be so. Let me
Well,
say it
he
like
condoned it. He condoned it. Okay. I don't care how. I don't care how you try to romanticize it. Okay. He condoned it.
well, it was
All
either
right.
that.
He regulated it. Hold on. He regulated it. He gave them laws on who to enslave, how long to enslave, who to pass down, how to buy them, how to acquire them, whether they could use them in the temple or not. He regulated it. He knew, right? They got slaves as wealth way before Moses even came along. Abraham was received slaves from the Pharaoh, from the Abimelech, all of that, right? So your God condoned it. Jesus condoned it in the Old Testament. Okay. As the God of the Old Testament, he condoned it. Hold on, let me finish talking and then you can respond. Okay. As the God of the Old Testament, he condoned it. And the New Testament, right? He acknowledges that it exists. It's still happening, right? He acknowledges the atmosphere of how slave masters treat their enslaved people. Not one time does he say, I don't want you to do this. Do not enslave each other. Not one time does he say, abolish slavery. Not one time. As Jesus does he say that.
I agree with you, but there's a reason. There is a reason. Now, that's what I'm trying to explain to you is what the reason why God allowed all those things. Okay. But you gotta listen to me for.
I'm gonna listen to you. I just want to let you know that you're currently doing number one right now. But go ahead.
Okay. Now can I point you to some more? Now you got to keep in mind that parable that we just read a minute ago about the wheat and the tares. Okay. Now I want you to go to Psalms 81, verses 10 through 13. And read very carefully what you see there, and then there's going to be some other scriptures after that. So, but you got to.
What does Psalms 81 have to do with the New Testament?
Well, look at it. You'll see what I'm saying. Psalms 81.
Hold on. You do realize, right, that the New Testament was written, right, during the Greco-Roman period. Jesus lived, right, during the Greco-Roman period. So when I say that your Jesus did not condemn slavery during his time on earth, Psalms is not going to negate that. And so you trying to explain to me, like you right now, what you're trying to say to me is God allowed slavery, but here's why. And I'm not interested in the why, right? What we're talking about is your claim that Jesus tried to abolish slavery when he was here. So you've kind of shifted the narrative now to trying to justifying it.
Well, now let's put it in terms like this. Let's just assume for a minute that I am Jesus Christ and I have came from the Father and I am here to set the world straight. How am I going to abolish all these terrible things that are happening in the world without destroying the world first and starting all over?
So let me ask you a question, okay? Did your God want them worshiping other gods?
No.
Did he say it?
Did he say it?
Yeah. Did he say, thou shalt not worship any other God?
Yes, but Christ
Hold on. So hold on. Was the world worshiping other gods?
Well, it probably has for, thousands of years.
But when your God said that, was the world worshiping other gods? When he said that, when he said, I don't want you worshiping other gods. Listen to my question, okay? When he said, I don't want you worshiping other gods, were people worshiping other gods?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So people all over the world at that time were worshiping other gods, and your God didn't like that. So because your God did not want them worshiping other gods, he said it. I don't want you worshiping other gods. Now, hold on. I don't need a because. Hold on. Now, even at the same time, were people all over the world practicing the institution of slavery?
Yes, slavery was
okay,
going on.
hold on. So they were practicing slavery. They were worshiping other gods at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
yeah. And one of those things your God disliked enough that he spoke out about it and said, I don't like this. And one of those things, he did not speak out against it, except when it had to do with the Israelites.
Was slavery? Is that what you're talking about?
Did he say, thou shalt not enslave another human? The same way he said, thou shalt not worship another God?
Well, Christ tried to clear it up.
No. Did he say that? Slavery happening at the same time, worshiping other gods happening at the same time. One of those things you say he needed time, right, to convince humans not to do.
I mean, ultimately, God wants us to serve one another, yes, but he doesn't really like this idea of having these dictators.
I'm sorry. Are you hearing me, right? He disliked them worshiping other gods so much that he verbalized it, right?
Well, because he
disliked them worshiping other gods so much that he was willing to kill for it.
I mean, now he brought the Israelites out of
but
slavery.
when it came to enslaving other humans, he regulates it.
Well,
right?
But
he does not say, thou shalt not enslave other humans. So when y'all come with this apologetic, right, that he needed time, when y'all come with this apologetic that he needed time, right, to convince humans or teach humans not to enslave each other,
right,
you would have to explain why he did not need that same amount of time to convince humans to stop worshiping their other gods, and why he was willing to kill for one to change a behavior and not the other.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, is all these questions you're throwing at me right now. But you gotta follow me through the scriptures a minute, okay? Can you follow me for just a minute?
I don't know. Do you honestly think that there's going to be something that you're going to be able to say to convince me that your God? Hold on. Do you honestly think that there's going to be something that you're going to be able to say to convince me that your God has a justified reason right?
All I can
For
say is,
not saying thou shalt not enslave one another.
can I point you to some of these scriptures, please, ma'am?
Answer my question. Do you honestly think, Rusty? Do you
Yes, I think
honestly think? Hold on. No. Do you honestly think that you will be able to convince me that your God had a justifiable reason for not saying thou shalt not enslave another human?
Well, I've got to ask you a question directly. Do you want an answer? Are you even looking for
Answer
an answer?
that question. Do you think that after I just gave you the explanation, after I just said to you that your God, hold on, after I just said to you that your God, right, could verbalize not to worship another God. He did not need time, right, to teach humans how not to worship another idol. He did not take time to teach them that. He was willing to kill for that. Do you honestly think that there is anything that you can say to me that's going to convince me that your God needed time to convince humans not to enslave one another?
Well, it was either that or destroy us all and start over again. And
he was willing to destroy to keep them from worshiping other gods, was he not?
Yes, but he gives plenty of time for us to repent, but a lot of times man doesn't repent. And then
but he didn't care enough, right? He was willing to destroy, right, for people to worship him, but he was not willing to destroy to stop people from enslaving one another.
Because God is love, but when, God is true love, but now these other gods were not true love. They were faking it.
It doesn't matter. He was willing to destroy for one, right? You can't say you can't say that God is love if like he's willing to kill humans because they worship other gods, right? Because they're burning incense to another god, but he's not willing, right, to do the same thing to stop humans from killing each other or harming each other.
Well,
that's really not love. That's not love.
Well, now listen though, but
that's loyalty. That's loyalty. That's worship of a god. Has nothing to do with love of humans at all.
Well, that's where you're confused, and I'm trying to help you, but you got to walk with me through the scriptures a minute, please.
There's Rusty. I'm going to answer the question for you. There's absolutely nothing that you're going to be able to say to me that's going to convince me.
Well, then
that your God, Rusty, there's nothing that you're going to be able to say, Rusty.
Ma'am, you're not listening to me.
Rusty, when I let you talk, and then when I start talking, you want to talk.
I'm not even getting a chance to say anything.
Rusty, you literally just said you got to let me walk you through the scriptures, and I'm telling you right now that there's nothing you're going to be able to say that's going to convince me that your God could not say simply, don't enslave one another.
Well, that's probably what he said in the Garden of Eden before we fell. But, he said, that was the rule in paradise before we fell, was that they loved one another.
No, he didn't.
Slavery in the garden.
No, it's not, Rusty. That's not true. That is not true. That's not true. You're making that up.
No, it's exactly true.
Then show that to me then. Show that to me in the story, in the book.
He mentioned slavery in the garden before the serpent deceived Eve.
Literally, Adam was created to be your God's laborer.
Well, but yes, we serve him out of love for him, and he also wants us to serve each other out of love for each other.
That's not true.
Wants to love each other, though. Man wants to bind each other up and burn each other.
That isn't true. You're making stuff up. You're making stuff up. You're making that up.
Paraphrase. You won't let me read scripture to you, so I'm having
but listen. The only scripture, Rusty, that I am interested in is what we started talking about. Your claim that your Jesus came to abolish slavery. That's the only scripture I'm interested in. I am not interested in you. Rusty, stop talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not interested in you trying to apologize for the slavery.
I'm
I
not trying to
literally told you.
apologize.
I literally told you that that's what gives me the headache. I don't care about why you think your God could not say those simple words. Don't enslave one another.
Are you going to be able to save yourself at the end of this life?
Yes, yes, yes.
How?
I have already saved myself. You know,
So
you're getting
you're
ready to
gonna
move
you're
into
gonna
number
live
4.
forever.
I'm just
You're
letting you
gonna live
know
forever.
you're about to move into number 4.
Well, I never got to say anything, so but I thank you for
Because
your
you don't
time.
listen. I told you I'm not interested in the slavery
You're not really
apology, and you
listening,
want
and
to
you are.
apologize for slavery.
I
I'm
got to
not
say it.
interested in that
Well, I never got to say anything, so there
because
you
you
go.
keep wanting to apologize for slavery.
I'm not apologizing. I'm trying to explain why. I'm not
That's
apologizing.
what apologizing is. You trying to explain why your God could not say don't enslave each other is you apologizing for slavery. And I'm telling you, I'm not interested in that conversation. I've tried to tell you that multiple times, but you're not listening.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, what am I?
What does that post say right there? What does my post say? And what did I say to you when you came on stage?
You want me? I don't know what you want me to say. You're not listening to
What
anything.
does the post say? What is the topic?
Scriptures.
What
I mean, I don't know how I'm
Rusty,
supposed to
what is
do
the
this.
topic? Rusty, what is the topic?
God makes my head hurt
And where did I tell you God makes my head hurt?
because you don't understand why God allowed slavery. I
No,
guess
I didn't say that. I did not say that, Rusty. I
that's what we're
told you
talking
God makes
about.
my hair hurt because when I talk to believers, they apologize for the slavery, right?
I'm not apologizing.
Rusty, I'm talking, they become disingenuous. They have delusions of grandeur and they start fear mongering. And you have done 3 of those things. You stated that Jesus came to abolish slavery in the New Testament. And I asked you, I said, no, he didn't. I said, he said nothing
Matthew
about,
20.
Rusty, I'm talking right now. I
Read
said, he
Matthew
said,
25:40.
Rusty, I'm talking right now. You made a statement, a statement as a matter of fact, and said that Jesus came to abolish slavery in the New Testament. I said, no, he didn't. And I even allowed you to show me in the scripture. I said, show me in the scripture where he did that. And you brought up the parable of the wheat and the weeds. I'm not interested in you explaining why your God allowed slavery. I keep telling you that. I'm not interested in slave apology.
Are you there?
Yes.
Are you going to let me say something?
Not if you're going to apologize for slavery.
I'm not apologizing. This is not an apology. This is trying to explain why. Okay?
What do you think explaining why is?
Because you got to let me talk.
Oh my God.
You got to let me
Do,
show you
do
some
you
things.
like how is it that you don't understand what apologetics is? How is it that you don't understand that when you
I
try
don't
to
get into all
explain
these different
how is
terms
it
for
that let me ask you a question, okay?
get
If
into
I
all
if
that.
I say your God allows sacrifice, if I say your God allows sacrifice, are you gonna try to explain why he allows sacrifice?
But that's not what he wanted in the beginning. He suffered that to be so. That's what I'm trying to show you. Because we are hard headed. Human beings are hard headed as hell. We don't listen to him. And he is torn always between either having to destroy us or let us destroy ourselves or try to work with us.
You know what is so
Try to get us
crazy,
out of this
Rusty?
mess we're in slowly because he can't do it quickly. We all freak out if he
Uh
does it
huh.
quickly. So
So
that's why all the
Rusty,
was basically had to be allowed.
okay. Uh huh.
If I can get
So
that out. I
okay.
mean,
So Rusty,
I
here's what I
said,
hear you. Here's what I hear you say. Your God can't control humans. Your God has no control over humans.
he gave us free
Humans,
will.
hold on. Can I finish talking? I let you talk. You keep
You're not
doing that.
letting me say much.
Rusty, you like literally you just said that the reason why your God allowed sacrifice is because he had to allow it to happen in the beginning because humans are evil and hard-headed and we don't listen, and he couldn't destroy the world all at one time because we freak out. I literally let you talk. Every time I start talking, you start talking.
I get about
Every
3 words
time.
out of my mouth and you butt in every time. I don't get to
Rusty,
say
if
nothing.
you're not talking about slavery apologists, I'm going to let you talk. I let you talk when you were talking about the sacrifice. I'm not going to let you talk about shit I don't want to talk about. You kept trying to force it, and I kept having to enforce my boundary. Simple as that.
I can't say anything. It's okay. I love you anyway. I'll hopefully in time, we can try this again. I don't
Y'all
want to
don't
act.
know what love is because you can't respect a boundary. Y'all just throw that shit around. This is what I'm talking about. Hold on. Why did you remove him, Simone? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. Like y'all will come up here and you will cross a boundary. You'll cross a boundary, then you'll victimize yourself. I don't know how many damn times I said I don't want to talk about apologizing for slavery. And then y'all will throw out, oh, I love you anyway. No, the fuck you don't. Because you can't respect a boundary. I didn't kick you off. One of the mods did. And you said bye. You said you said you were getting ready to leave, so she took you down. But y'all don't know how to respect boundaries.
You just know in the back of his mind, he was saying, if you think I'm finna say I'm sorry for slavery, you got me fucked up. That's what he thought you were saying.
Don't type in caps at my comments. Like I understand that you're mad. I understand that you're in your fucking feelings. I even understand if you don't like me, but don't fucking type in caps in my comments.
Rusty was a prime example of so focused on saying what he wanted to say that he completely missed the conversation part.
Exactly. Like they always do. All they want to do is defend their God. They can't focus on the topic. All night long, all they've done is shifted to try to defend their God.
Trying to save you from that last little bit of headache of I love you.
It's crazy, but like the whole purpose of this conversation though, like is to talk about those four things. The shifting, the negotiation that believers do when we have these conversations. And then like they're going to do it when they're on stage, right? Like it has to be on display. Like they're going to do it. Not one time tonight have not one of them not done it. And then the crazy thing is all of them that have come up tonight have done all four. All four.
Yeah, it would appear that maybe they just stuck in this rut until they finally see what's going. I don't know. Like I don't think Rusty has the capacity to like realize what was going on. He kept crying about not being able to talk, but it's just like I don't know how many times you had to say, "Look, dude, it's because you don't. You're trying to talk about the things that I specifically told you I do not want to talk about." Yeah, but if you just walk with me, but I don't want to walk with you because it's going down the road that I did not want to go down. Yeah, but I can't talk. Like, dude, you're stuck in a fucking loop and don't realize it. Like,
It's not, somebody said if you don't defend the God, then the conversation is over. Like the conversation is about you. The conversation is about the believer and how you carry your beliefs in society, how you affect the world around you with your beliefs. And I think a lot of y'all really think that your belief is harmless? Y'all really think that? Ty, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm okay. And then like the laughing at it, like a lot of y'all Trinity are childish as fuck. Childish. Like the yes, I am angry, Trinity, because people like you are very childish. You walk around and you carry this belief and you don't give a damn about what you say, what you do, and how that affects other people.
And it's just, to me, it's just funny that you would gloat at someone being angry, but you're supposed to be the person that's supposed to bring them to the side that you say you're on.
And they can't see it. Like they don't even see themselves. They're quick to point fingers at other people and will behave that whole entire way and won't see their damn selves.
But the thing that gets me, the reason why God makes my head hurt is because Job was a good servant. He was a faithful servant. And then you sent Satan as a minion to destroy him and killed his family. Why would you do that? If you're such a loving God, why would you send your minion to destroy this man's life who faithfully followed you?
Ego, the same ego that we see in a lot of believers. Like saying like they don't under I honestly don't think that they see. I don't think they actually believe, if this makes sense. I don't think they actually believe that what they believe has any type of real effect, if that makes sense, right? They can't see how what they believe is actually affecting the world around them. So they're kind of liars in a sense, and not that like they're telling a lie, but they're saying they believe something that they actually do not believe works. That's why they can act and say and do the things they do. Like somebody just said, why is she angry at a binary code? The audacity of that type of response, right, tells me that they don't understand that when they carry around this type of hatred in their hearts, right, that it 9 times out of 10 will make them respond a specific way to a human who does not think like them or live like them or believe like them. And to call that a binary code is delusional. And it says that you're out of touch with reality.
And it's so crazy to me for people who are black. Like, where was God in 249 years? Where was God? And then after those 249 years, what was he for the past 100 and what? Almost 200 years? Yeah, 150 years? 175? Where was he when we were struggling? What was he doing? So in all that time, you allowed us to struggle, but you were able to say, like you said, oh, don't worship another God.
Yep. Something as simple as that. Something as simple as that. And then they will write a whole damn thesis paper on why that God couldn't say those 3 words. Don't enslave each other. It don't make sense to me. And that's why I get a headache. Like it's the humans for me. And the crazy thing, like they actually think that I'm mad at a God. Something that can't move unless it fucking moves in you. Something that can't talk unless you open your lips and speak for it. I don't give a damn about a God. can't even defend itself. Y'all have to defend it. Ty, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, that was about it. But it's just crazy to me how people can really sit up here and defend all of this, and we live in the world that we do. Like, if you're such a perfect God and you have such a perfect plan, why do so many things go wrong? And how is it that we have children born with cancer? We have people who all of a sudden die to no circumstance of their own. Like I said,
Hold on. Look at this shit. God, please bring judgment upon this host. You see that?
ridiculous.
Your God, right, will move quickly. That's your belief, that your God will move quickly to bring judgment on me for not believing, right? That's the thou shalt not have no other God before me. But then he has to go slow to stop motherfucking preachers from essaying children, right? That's all a part of the plan. Huh? Why aren't you asking your God to bring judgment upon the pastors that's touching little kids? Why are you willing to turn a blind eye? Why are you willing to say, keep that in the family? Don't be putting business out there on the street. Why are you wasting your prayers on me? Is it because I'm hitting a nerve? I made you think about yourself. That's why I'm angry. That's why. Y'all are hateful as fuck. You'll wish something bad on another human being to defend a fucking imaginary deity that you've never seen. That you have to convince yourself that you're talking to in your own head. That you have to tell yourself that a warm feeling on your body is this deity hugging you. But the human being that you can see and touch and hear, you will wish harm on. You will do harm to. Fuck a fucking God. I'm sorry, Ty. Go ahead.
No, but it's crazy. Someone in here just said that the USA is not in the Bible. I never said that the USA was in the Bible. But the thing about it is, if you say that your God is alive and your God is all powerful and he is always and has been, then he should be here in America and he should be helping people here in America. So when they established this place and brought our people over here, or if we were already here, which may have been a mixture of both, shouldn't he have been alive and kicking and like helping break down slavery?
Not only that, the oppression around the world today.
Exactly.
Like, first off, there's slavery still in the world.
Exactly.
Over 50 million people still enslaved. Second, the oppression. People can't eat. But you want somebody to bow down to a God when it's humans doing human shit?
And one of my family members tried to tell me, they were like, that's why God's not blessing you. That's why God's not doing this for you. Babes, you're literally living, have your whole family unit living at someone else's house, not taking care of them on your own. Has he lifted you up? You haven't bought a house. You're not going to be able to buy a house in this economy anyways. But you can't even take care of your own family, and yet you want to say that God's not gonna bless me. I'm doing it for me. I got this. When I woke up in the morning, I decided to go to work.
And then they will sit there and cry and say, I'm the one that's praising God. I'm the one that's worshiping God. Why do the evil people get all the blessings? And then you'll tell yourself that it's because you're special and chosen, and that's why you have to suffer. Like, you will look at people who are successful and say that stupid shit right there. Be humble. Why you fucking say it before? Like, as I'm fixing my mouth to say it, you type it. You need people who are not like you to be humble because your God isn't answering your prayers. That's fucking ridiculous. And then any black person that's successful, they are of the devil, because you know damn well your God don't do good things for you. Too many of you are suffering. Too many, like I cannot tell you the amount of videos on my FYP saying, please just sit here for 60 seconds and watch this so that I can pay for my child's surgery, or so that I can pay my rent, so that I don't be homeless. And then all of the captions saying, to God be the glory.
Exactly, baby. To you be the glory because you sat there for 60 seconds. To you, because you decided to give that $5, even if it was your last, even if it was your little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you, as a collective, you made that happen.
That's the crazy thing. My FYP is fucked up. Every video on my FYP now is people saying, please just watch this for 60 seconds. Because y'all want to be the chosen one. Y'all want to like turn a blind eye and see yourself as special and chosen.
And then that same brother gonna tell me he voted his Christian values and that's why he voted for the man that got elected. Boy, but you dark skinned.
It's irritating because they don't. It's almost as if they can't see the world around them. Like, I don't know, like they live in this spirit, like I don't know, they live in their mind.
They live in a delusion of grandeur.
And then y'all will like literally tell somebody on social media who's sharing a story about a pastor essaying them, and you'll be in the comments talking about, God go get him. He didn't get, like, this woman is a whole ass grown ass woman now. He didn't get him when she was a kid and he was doing it. I'll just be willing to turn a blind eye to shit.
And I got someone at work right now, and he's like, I want to take you to church. I want you to bring you back to God. He's like, and I had this life, and I was doing drugs, and I was on alcohol, and I thought I was gay. Listen, I don't know what you needed to do for your life, but I'm glad that you stopped. But I've never thought that when things get bad, let me go take some drugs. No, let me go get another job. Let me go hustle. Oh, it's stressful. Let me go sit down. Let me go think about what I'm going through. Let me go sit with a friend. Let me go sit with my grandmother. Let me go sit with my mother and talk about it. And I hate that for certain people, the people who've been through that, because I do understand that going through that phase where you use drugs, or after you have your initial hit, sometimes it can become an addiction. I feel for people.
Yeah, watch what you say so TikTok don't take you down, because that word, they'll flag you.
Sorry, but that's never been a thought for me. And how is it that you have God and you made it that far past? You went to that, but I'm just sitting here thinking, let me figure out how I got to work this out without harming myself. Where's the deliverance in that?
Somebody just said in the comments, you depress us, God heal us.
Well, he didn't heal Judas.
He didn't heal half of these people in this book. Like, literally, there's a lot of undiagnosed mental illness in the book. Like, if people came today and said that they were hearing voices and that they saw a smoking fire pot walk y'all would swear up and down that person had a mental illness, or you wouldn't. Like y'all, a lot of times y'all ignore the symptoms of mental illness, and you'll let your loved ones just suffer because you don't want to believe that mental illness is real.
The crazy thing is, to me, you had to let a burning bush tell you not to sacrifice your own child. Like, you was just gonna go give him up. I don't even have kids. I don't have no kids. I have nieces and nephews. Love them damn. And I wouldn't do that to them.
You know how many of them have come in here and said that they would do it? Like, over the year, talking to believers, I remember one of my very first lives I had. The very first question I asked was, would you do what Abraham did if God asked you? Do you know every last believer, this is my first time and I was so shocked. Every last believer said yes. One guy was like, he would do it in a heartbeat. Another young lady had just had a baby. The baby was 2 weeks old and the baby was sitting on her lap. She said that she couldn't have kids. And she said if the Most High asked her to sacrifice that baby that she had just had, she would do it because the baby belonged to the Most High, and he gave the baby to her. And if he could give her that baby that time, he could give her another one. And she said she would do it. And the baby was sitting on her fucking lap when she said it. And they think that shit is okay.
She need a case, baby. She need a case.
And then they'll say, when there is a story about a woman or a man that has harmed their child because they believe that a God told them to, they will say in the comments, God wouldn't tell nobody to do that. Honey, somebody should have known. They should have recognized the signs. They should have known.
And that's the whole thing that gets me about the like whole blessing. Like, you're blessed because you follow him. But then how are people out here get like, oh, certain celebrities have all this money because they're following the devil? Well, if they're following the devil, how did they get there? Like, how do they have their money? You're believing that two different things are true. Like, why are they not following him if they're so blessed?
I don't know why. I don't know what they think. Like, if it's so good, and if they are so good, like such a good example, right? Like, they don't even look at themselves and say that they are let's say the God is real. Let's say the God is real. And the believers of this God, like, they don't look at themselves and say, damn, we failed. Because if so many people are trying to get away from our God, it's because they're trying to get away from us. It's because they don't like us. It's because they don't like how we are. Like, why don't y'all look at yourselves and see that you could possibly be the problem if your God is real? Like, why would somebody run away from something that's good, that's helpful, something that works? Like, you would have to be crazy to be like, I don't want to be healed. I don't want to be whole. I don't want to be prosperous. Give me the suffering. Like, y'all don't even think. Y'all don't even ask yourselves those questions. You're so into yourself. Like, you don't even ask yourself that simple of a fucking question. Who the fuck would run away from something good?
And it's crazy to me. You have all these people who tell their stories and are like, I was in a cult. Like, what in your right mind thinks that this thing is a great thing? And there's hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people who are just like, this thing almost destroyed me. This thing had a hold on me and was taking my life from me.
I don't even think they recognize what a cult. Like, they can't even recognize that their Jesus created a cult. Like, I don't even think they recognize the characteristics of a cult. I did a live one time, and I just started like listing off the characteristics of a cult without saying that it was the characteristics of a cult. And I asked people to put a number in the chat when they hear a characteristic that they have experienced. And like every single characteristic, people were putting the number there. They had experienced it. And then when I announced that those are characteristics of a cult, everybody was shocked.
You know, but I heard something the other day and now it makes sense. This comedian was like, I understand now some people need the Bible. And the reason why they need the Bible is because they need somebody to tell them that it's not okay to kill people. Sorry, it's not okay to people or do this to certain people. Because if you didn't have that instruction to tell you that, would your mind actually go there? Because I don't need anyone to tell me not to hate somebody. I don't need a book to be like, treat people nice. Like I've experienced someone being rude. So that tells me maybe if this person is having these people might be having a hard day. Maybe I should try to at least be a good person. But you have to have a book tell you, oh, don't go out here and do that. Right. Unalive. Thank you.
At first, I thought he was telling you to unalive. I was like, wait, that don't seem like Claw. I was like, hold on, what? No, yeah, I agree. I agree. But there are some people who do need to believe that a God is watching them. But here's the crazy thing. Even those that need that, they tend to still do crazy shit, right? There is a guy named Jake Winter, I think that's his name. Like he just got sentenced. He killed like 8 people in Ohio, I think it was. No, Rhode Island, I think it was. And he gave a speech. The judge allowed him to talk. And in his speech, he was talking to the victim's parents. And he says that Jesus, he said he prayed. He said, I got tired of living on the run. And so I got on my knees and I prayed and I said, God, fix it all in my life. Fix it all in my life. And he says a couple of months later, he gets caught, right? And he tells the victim's parents that this is Jesus's way of fixing his life. And Jesus made him get caught after killing 8 people in her family, execution style.
So why didn't Jesus fix it with you when you asked him and you just went and he put it on your heart to turn yourself in?
Because they use it as a get out of jail free. Like this, like if Jesus died for the sinner, right?
Right.
That would be the type of person he died for. They can't say that Jesus didn't forgive him after killing 8 people, right? Heaven is going to be filled with murderers and child rapists and enslavers and oppression. Oppressionists. Oppressors. Shit. Oppressors. I couldn't even think. It's gonna be filled with motherfuckers like that.
And that's
but
what I was.
The ones who don't need this Jesus, they ain't gonna be there.
Why would I want to be around people like that for eternity? Mm-hmm. First of all, don't nobody want no milk and honey. Baby, I'm lactose intolerant. What I'm gonna do with it?
For real. But it's crazy. Like, I don't think they even recognize that. Like, who the fuck is looking forward to going and living in eternity with motherfuckers who were murderers and grapers and oppressors, thieves? Not me. I'm good on that. And then they'll say that if you don't believe that a ghost lives in your head, then you deserve to burn for eternity, not the one that executed 8 people. That person don't believe. I mean, that person don't deserve to burn in fire for eternity. You can execute 8 people and just cry out to Jesus and you'll be okay. And y'all wonder why shit still happen on this earth.
But yeah, I guess I stepped down now. I done did my little bit. I'm good. It just don't make sense to me. I don't know how it's gonna add up, why it adds up for everybody else.
Thank you for coming up, Ty. I hope you have a good night.
You as well.
Bye, Ty.
Bye.
They make excuses. It's like, we don't know why anyone did what they did. Like, what the fuck?
For the
Now do
rec-
y'all see why I got a headache? Huh?
yeah, I do. For the record, the word is oppressionato.
Oppresionado.
You know what?
Oppresionado.
That's one source of your headache right there, thinker. Sitting right next to you.
Wow, that's crazy word.
I love you all so.
If this love, let me find out what the hate feel like. I don't know.
That's why I was telling Jalecia today. Like, I don't want the type of love you claim your God give you. Like, if this is love, fuck that.
She's still unhoused, is that?
Oh, I don't know. She tagged me in a video of her collecting bugs or some shit in jars, worms or
What
bugs
the
or
heck?
something. And she was like, "You so worried about me being unhoused, but you can't see that I'm happy."
Girl,
What?
when's the last time you even said anything?
Well, I said
What?
today on Mezzo's Live. She was on Mezzo's Live earlier today, and I was like, she was talking about the love of God. And I was like, Jaleesa, if I don't want to be loved the way your God loves you, and I said, you said that your God made you homeless and gave you herpes, like that to me isn't
Okay.
love. Exactly. Like, I don't want that. But then she got mad because I said that. But if you're saying you're the one going around saying that God allowed this stuff to happen to you to bring you closer and all of this shit, like if that's love for your God, then you can keep that. I don't want that.
Yeah. Yeah, please hate me.
But have you ever
Just
seen
hate
my
me.
caterpillar collection?
Hey, if she love it, hey, that's on her. Like, she wants to be homeless for Jesus, I ain't mad at her. But to be like
Mm.
pushing that shit on other people, like, do if that's what you want for yourself, take that for yourself.
That's what I wanted to say. Herpeneutics.
Herpeneutics. I'm done with you. Oh, so we're going. That was enough for the night. That was enough for the night.
See? See what I mean?
Yeah, religions is scam. I just, yeah, I was listening to this live and man, I agree with everything. So basically, I'm from the Netherlands. I'm 27, and I read I read on I don't know if you guys know Nietzsche. He's like a philosopher
What is it? Who
and
is it?
a philosopher.
Hate you.
Nietzsche. He's a German philosopher. I think in the early 90s, 1900s. I mean. He said that religion is created to oppress the people that don't believe in themselves as a tactic to keep them down. Because let's say Christians, right? They pray to God to be rich and be successful, while other people don't pray, but they still achieve far more than the religious people, basically. And basically, religion was created just to keep those people down, to remove the self. Um, confidence basically and implemented by religion. That's why I actually left religion as well because I was like I was like way back in school I wasn't really good at grades, so I decided, well, okay, well, since I can't do it on my own, let me start praying. And man, that shit did not work at all. I was like, man, so what's even the point of even like praying if I have to do it myself anyways? So it's just funny that people still believe in a God. Like one thing I do, what's it called? One thing I do accept about the Bible is that when Jesus said that we were created in His image. So in other words, like, hey, anything that you want to do on earth, you can do it yourself. You can be successful by yourself. You can be you are born with the criteria to change your life if needed be. And but apparently, I think most Christians forget about that part because they're way too reliant. There's another story also that. So basically, I'm starting my own tech startup in the Netherlands, and my mom said, "Yeah, you should pray and thank God once you become successful." And I'm like, bro, do you see what I pass through here? Like, I'm not asking God for anything. Everything that I'm doing is all by myself. So if anybody gotta have be thanked, it's supposed to be me, not God. And then more times that she said it, just makes me more angry. So I don't know if you guys have
Yeah,
experienced it like that as well. Like,
yeah. So I'm a tech
yeah,
founder, as
as
well.
well.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so
Oh,
I
awesome.
can tell you one time I was talking to an investor where I was pitching to him,
Yeah.
and he said that black women use God. He said our businesses don't make profits like other businesses because God is
Hmm.
our business plan.
Right. Imagine that.
Hmm.
In the world that money in the world that money is the center of business, we still
Yep.
believe that it's spirituality. It's
Yeah.
crazy. That's crazy. I do have a response though to what you said about slavery, right? Because I remember there was some guy, I forgot his name, but he was like, "Let me speak," and you won't let me finish. Um,
It's so crazy
um,
because he just commented and said, "I'm back." Like, here's the
no,
thing. Like, right? Like, why is he
yeah,
back if we so called didn't let him speak? Right? Like,
yeah,
why come back?
yeah, and you repeated it as well, right? Everything that he said or what he asked, basically, you repeated it. So it's not like you weren't listening to what he was saying. Yeah, it's funny. But don't you think? I think the slavery thing. I think God said that slaves are actually helpers. I don't know if you believe that,
Mm-mm. No.
right?
Depends. It depends on what. Like, are you talking about the when they were enslaved in Egypt?
Yeah, I guess. I guess. I mean, slavery is still. I think slavery was there before even religion. I think in Africa, slavery was, like the kingdoms and everything. So there were a lot of helpers.
I mean, slave. So, are you talking about biblical slavery or just slavery in general around the world? Which one are you talking about?
I think both. Isn't it the same? Or
So, no, there are different types of slavery. So, like
uh,
Egypt had slavery, but it wasn't like the slavery in Israel. So, like in Egypt, you had a pathway to freedom, right? So, if you were a chattel slave, which is movable property, you were not
mhm.
considered a slave for life.
Yeah.
And there was a pathway to your freedom, and you could be elevated in ranks, and so it was like a job, right? You could be
Right.
elevated in ranks.
So a
And
house slave, basically.
in Israel, it was chattel slavery, and you were property for life, like in the antebellum South. There was no pathway to
Hmm.
freedom when you were a chattel slave. And then they had
Wow.
debt slavery in Egypt, I mean, in Israel. And the debt
Hmm.
slavery was for Israelites only. And they were to be enslaved for either 6 years or 49 years, and then released during Jubilee. But that was also abused, right? So they would keep them enslaved longer than they were supposed to. So like they even didn't do right by their own people when it came to indentured servitude as well. But like the slavery in Egypt was different. Babylon was different.
Right.
So
there's levels basically.
yeah, and then they also had what they called labor gangs, like construction workers, like groups of men that were would basically go into a land and either sell themselves as a gang of construction workers to help build the architecture, and that would be considered like corvée labor. So they had that as well. And then they had servants, which is different from child slavery. Like their servants worked for them. Like their servants like could like move about in the city. They were accountants, they were lawyers, like they had regular jobs, but they were assigned to a specific king or emperor. So they were not bound by like chains. Does that make sense? Like yeah, they weren't bound to like the house. Yeah, they could move about and do business for the king or their slave master.
It is crazy though that those things exist, and you would say, Jesus came on earth, and all those things should be like, or at least I think this happened before Jesus. But I mean, like we're all, came via what's it called, Adam and Eve. So you would say, well, we should treat each other better. But that's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But I just want to say to like the religious people, like I just want to say to religious people, like, guys, if you really want success or you want to really achieve anything, you really have to like stop praying and start taking more action. I think you as well as a tech founder, you must understand that it's really not God that's really pushing the narrative, right? It's us. It's the people on earth. It's the networking that we do. It's the places that we go to. It's the people that we onboard in our teams. Those are the people that make the decisions if your business is going to be a success or not, and not just prayer and then like I reckon like Christians are the most brokest people ever, because like I see Islamic people, like people are saying, well, you should believe in Jesus and Jesus is the way to prosperity and everything, but yet Dubai has been set up in like 40 years and they're one of like the most wealthiest countries, if it's a country, on earth. And it's like, okay, cool. You're blessing them, but you're not blessing the people that believe in Jesus. It's weird to me that people still stand behind Jesus and everything. And you only have one life to live, and you're thinking about, oh well, what happens if what happens if I don't want to say the word, I don't know how TikTok works, but let's say well, I don't care about me being on earth, I care about me going to heaven. It's like, bruh, like I think you need to focus on your moments here instead of like preparation upstairs, because you don't even know how upstairs is even like, or if there is even an upstairs. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's the thing. Like, will not basically ignoring their time here and for a hope or a wish for an afterlife, for a better time in the afterlife. And you have to like wonder, like, why would a God do that? Right? Like,
Exactly.
give you 80 years here to suffer with the hope of that you're going to have a better life when you die.
Yeah. What's
Like,
the purpose being here then?
exactly. Oh, they think the purpose here is to reach a higher consciousness, right? And have a conversation with this higher deity, right? But for some reason, the deity doesn't tell them anything of higher intelligence. The deity
Yeah.
tells them, how to get up every day and go to work. The deity tells them how to praise him,
Yeah.
how to love your neighbor, I guess. All things that here's the question too, like all things that they should have learned when their asses were kids. Like a child is not born trying to get to this higher level of consciousness so they can know how to treat their brother or their sister, right? Or the next door neighbor kid. Like they're not, if you need to get this higher level of consciousness so you can be nice to the next human, why the fuck isn't a child? Why doesn't a child need that? Why does a child only need their parents to teach them how to be nice, right? How to respect the next human? It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. And people still fall for this, and I'm like, how is that even possible? But yet again, like people on this panel, for instance, we know that, and the listeners as well, like we know that there's something missing, and that something is like that's the basic. I don't know, the basic, that missing piece. Knowing that there's a missing piece is literally the reason why people, at the end of the day, don't follow religions anymore.
Also, Luli, child of Jesus, like I wouldn't ever be caught dead spamming a fucking chat on TikTok to defend or invite anybody to a God. And the very fact that you are doing that is a turn off.
Yeah. Like, who are you? Not in a sense of like disrespectful, but like, don't you see all the people being like successful and everything? Do they all believe in Jesus? Like, who are you to tell people to follow religion?
But it's the
That
spamming.
clearly
Like I don't
doesn't
even.
work.
For me, it doesn't bother me, right? That she's like, sharing her Jesus. It's the spamming. It's going that far and fucking spamming that tells me that something ain't right there.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That's weird, man. I wonder what their reasons is, because all the reasons that they say is, well, if you die, you can go to heaven. That's the reason. It's like, well, I'm here and I have herbs and I'm homeless. Like, how is that going to help me right now?
And they're gonna say, "I'm gonna pray for you."
Wow, pray for me. How is your life? How are you doing? Have you paid your bills? And how's it going at your side? Man? You're praying for me, honestly. But you won't say. So, would you say that you left religion in its entirety, or do you still believe in like some
Yeah,
aspects
no, I
of
don't
religion?
believe it. Mm-mm. Yeah, no, I left all together. Like my family is still very religious, but I don't see any reason to believe.
So
In
how's
fact, like
communication
when
with?
I first started these conversations, I wasn't 100% like confident in saying that I didn't believe. I was
Yeah, of
only about
course.
4 years into my deconstruction, and so I would just be like, I don't identify as a Christian, but I wasn't a Christian. And so it's the conversations that I've had with believers over the year kind of helped get me to that full level of confidence. Because I ask questions like very, transparent questions that I really want to know and understand. And in that coupled with like research, yeah, no, there's not a reason to believe. I don't have any interest in you trying to manipulate my mind, Rusty. I don't give a fuck about any interpretation or dogma.
Rusty, man. So how do you handle like family discussions? Because
We don't. We set up boundaries. Like they know that I don't believe.
okay, and they
At first,
basically
at
they
first it
accept
was
you.
bad. At first there was a lot of
Yeah.
argument. They would say some harmful shit, and then like I would notice too, like that I wouldn't be comfortable to say the things that they would say to me. Like I couldn't hurt them the way that they were willing to hurt me. I just don't have any I don't have any desire whatsoever to follow this God or its teachings or its people.
Um,
my dad, like my mom, she loves this God. Like you ain't about to put nothing before this God for her. My dad, he loved the God, but he wasn't willing to put the God before us, if that makes sense. Before anybody, actually.
Right. Wow. That's beautiful.
Yeah, but I don't like. I don't see a reason to believe. Not from me. I do see that some people need it, and I get it. Some people that I've talked to have a like. I think that everybody has their own version of a God. Some people that I've talked to seem to have a pretty cool God, if that makes sense. But the majority,
like Christianity based, or like
some of them identify as Christian. Some of them just believes in a God, and really what they're saying is this is the type of person that I am, right? And they attribute who they are to their belief in a God, right? In their God. Some people that I've talked to actually have a pretty cool idea, right, of who their God is to them. Their God isn't bigoted, right? They don't, like, they're willing to say when something is harmful or unjust. Like, they're not forced to agree with immorality for the purposes of being afraid that the God's gonna strike them down, like shit like that. And so I've met, and I can count on my hand, just to let you know how small of amount it is, of people that I've said, I think your God is pretty cool, like, but most of the conversations that I've had, their God is very
jealous,
evil, should I say.
Yeah.
And they will agree and justify evil shit to excuse the God, even to the point to where I, like, in one of my conversations, a Christian said that he sees the Old Testament God through the eyes of Jesus, through Jesus Christ. And it was like at that moment, like a light bulb came on. It's like, oh, like they're looking at Yahweh through Jesus goggles. And Jesus died to wash Yahweh's sins. Like, Yahweh is clean to them. He's covered in Jesus's blood, so they can't, see the immorality. They can't, speak up against it, against slavery. They can't say
it's
that.
blasphemy, right?
Huh?
Blasphemy, right? If you talk against God and His principles.
Yeah. And so they see that when they see the God of the Old Testament, they just see Jesus. And they excuse everything away. And because of the debt, like when you feel like somebody died for your sins, right? Because you're dirty and wretched and you deserve to be the one to die, right? And you can't do anything about how dirty you are. You can never clean yourself, and like you're just down dog, you're a sad dog, right? You deserve death. And then they say that somebody died for you, and so you owe them your life. That takes precedent. Like it's like a Stockholm syndrome, like somebody who was kidnapped who ends up like seeing their kidnapper as their loved one. Huh?
Yeah. Brainwashing you, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. It's yeah. I want to see some more debates. I don't know if you can bring people up for debates, but I want to thank you for your time, anyways.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good day. Okay.
You too. Good luck with your business as well.
Thank you. How long have you been doing yours?
So yeah, COVID was a thing, right? So so in total it's like 5 years, but it's
Okay.
supposed to be like 2.
No. You're no. Don't let nobody tell you that. Like So
I'm in
my
advertising.
so am I. Are you marketing tech, AI marketing tech, or just MarTech?
I'm ad tech.
Ad tech. Okay. So yeah, don't let nobody tell you that it's supposed to be like 2 years. Like like you're making like leeway, but like if you have a goal of getting to like that $1 billion mark, it's going to be longer than that, right? And then you have a couple of failures along the way, a couple of pivots, right? But my daughter works for a startup right now, who and her boss has stopped. They almost went bankrupt. She stopped for like a couple of years, right, and then started back up, and now she's in every fucking airport. Clear. Yeah, so she had to take a break. Like when she first launched Clear, she did good, and then she almost went bankrupt, and then she had to take a break for a couple of years, and now look at her, right? Like it's been 10 years, yeah. So she started like 10 years ago, and she's just now like, getting around the world in almost every airport. So like, don't let anybody, tell you that you got it. It's not nobody's done it in 2 years. It's a lie. Any story that if you look into the founders of Instagram and see what they did to make us believe they had overnight success. Just read their story and look what they did.
Yeah, I think they started. I think they didn't even start it out with Instagram. They started a whole different project.
Yep, 3 different apps.
Yeah.
And then they reincorporated, changed the name, and then took all the downloads from as they accumulated over the years. When they reincorporated, all those downloads went to the new corporation, and it looked like they got all those downloads in one day. Yeah, a lot of companies do that. Yeah. So it's all an illusion. Don't let nobody tell you that overnight success is not overnight. So like don't be hard on yourself. It does take a while, and I think the objective is take the break if you need to, but just allow yourself to pivot and then don't give up. But listen to the market. Take advice from your advisors, because one piece of advice that I did not take fucked me up, and I had to like start over from scratch, damn near. So be coachable and not, don't be married to one idea.
So for me, like, so we're right now we're at the stage that so basically I had somebody for the tech side, because basically I'm the person that I am is I wake up in the morning and or like a random night, and any idea that comes to mind, I'm like, oh, we can implement this and we can implement that, but nobody helped me out with the technology side of it. And here in the Netherlands, it's kind of hard to like find people that know tech, that understands that it takes time before we make revenue. Because everybody here is like, yeah, I would like to join your team, but you first give me 30%.
That's too fucking much.
It's too fucking much, right? Yeah, it's like, what am I going to give investors if we need any? Like, what am I even going to give them? And also like a paycheck as well. And it's like, bro,
hell no.
They
better be bringing some help. They better be coming from Ivy League, bringing some hellified capital with them, right? Like access to capital,
or clients, like
yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. They need to come with all of that, right? And then you do an investing schedule, right? Like anybody that you do bring on with sweat equity, you're doing it on a vesting schedule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweat equity. Yeah, but that doesn't work though nowadays, or at least here it doesn't work. So I had to do everything by myself.
So when you do the sweat equity though, are you putting them on a vesting schedule with a cliff?
A vesting schedule, as in like I'll give you like 2% a year.
Yeah. So like, well, yeah. So you're like your advisors. If you're able to get advisors, offer the advisor anywhere between 1 to 2%, depending on how good the advisor is and what connections they're going to come with. Put the advisors on a vesting schedule too. And for the first 3 months, they don't get any equity, right? And then you set some milestones for the first 3 months, and they have to connect you with one contract, right, or one investor. Right, you have to land that deal, and then
so
in the first 3 months,
yes,
yeah, and do the same thing with your sweat equity. So if you bring on a developer, if you bring on a marketer, do that same thing and put them on like a 6 month. When you do the sweat equity, you do a 6 month cliff, or a 1 year cliff, depending on how much equity you're going to give for the sweat equity, and then set those milestones. If they don't reach the milestones within the first 3 months, you don't give any equity away. And yeah. So do that. Yeah.
Save your percentages. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That way,
I
and then save
appreciate
your
it.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Cool. Well, yeah. Thank you once again, and
You're
Simone, thank you
welcome.
also for explaining and allowing me on as well. So
You're
I'll
welcome. I
be in.
hope you have a great morning.
Yeah, you too as well. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Good luck. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment and let me know? Also, Simone, y'all want to take the next one?
I was actually about to say that I think I'm going to go take a little nappy nap.
Okay.
Have a good
I
one.
forgot that I have a lot of things to
Fair
do
enough.
tomorrow. Well, today.
Today.
Yeah, so I need to take a nap.
All right.
All right. Have a good night. A good nappy nap.
I surely will. Y'all keep getting them.
All right.
All right. I'll
Ty,
take the next
you
one.
were already okay. You were already on stage, so I can't bring you back up again, unfortunately. Let me get the box open. Please stop spamming my chat, Theo. I've read your comment once already. Like, please stop spamming the chat. Okay, Rusty, you've already been on stage once. I cannot bring you back up. Jessica Perez. One moment. Rusty, I'm gonna block you. Okay, I'm gonna set a boundary right now. Fucking stop. Stop.
That's just weird and sick and stupid.
You
Like,
don't realize how creepy that shit is.
y'all keep tapping the screen and Thinker, reset your goal.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
Hi. Are you a Christian? I'm sorry. Are you a believer of the God of the Christian Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an
I used
atheist?
to.
Okay. So, are you
Um,
deconstructing, or are you
I
atheist?
think deconstructing because I
Okay.
believe there's a heaven and a hell, but I don't believe in the
Mm,
Bible.
got it. And which one of the ones do you want to talk about?
Um,
So, do you understand what Thinker's post is today?
I think so. Um,
Thinker,
the
you want
what?
to give her a rundown real quick? You're better than me at that part.
Yeah, it's just saying like these are the four things that I see happen when I talk to believers. When we talk about, the God, the religion, the Bible, they end up apologizing for like slavery, for rape, for genocide, oppression, for supremacy culture. They end up apologizing for all the things that we would otherwise see as immoral. And then they become disingenuous, fear mongering, and have delusions of grandeur. So these are just experiences that I've had with believers, and just really wanted to kind of like, talk about how that affects us in society, right? Like how this belief actually affects us in the world.
Okay, and thank you. And Jessica, as someone who is deconstructing, have you seen this? Have you participated in this? Like, what is your take on what you just heard Thinker say?
Well, a lot of the times, because of my skin color, I feel really guilty, even though I have
Mm,
never partook in anything. and I don't know how to go about it
This is
because
not the live for that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
was just about
I'm
to say
sorry.
this.
Well,
Ooh.
because I see the first one, it was the the apologist,
So we're talking about biblical slavery when we talk about being a slavery apologist, because in the Bible God condoned slavery. He gave the rundown. He told them how to go
right?
about getting slaves
Yeah.
and how to treat slaves and all this other stuff. So that's the slavery that we're talking about. Now,
Okay.
they followed the Bible to a T when they did the transatlantic slave trade. However, that's not what we're talking about. And like Thinker said, this isn't the live to, try to work out any guilt you may be feeling. I would absolutely suggest you work those out with other people that look like you
Well,
who,
no,
maybe
the
y'all could talk
reason
about
why
that.
I apologize. I
Mm-hmm.
misconstrued the thing because when I hear about the Bible and everything, and when I saw
Mm-hmm.
that, I was like, my upbringing,
Right.
I was like, yeah, that I kind of can relate to that because like my whole family, they were like, this and this and this, and I was always against them. So that's why, and my whole family was
So,
brought up on the Bible. So I was
okay.
like, okay, maybe I can join.
Yeah. So if you don't have anything to talk about as far as the Bible is concerned and biblical slavery, or the way a lot of Christians are disingenuous when it comes to God and honestly speaking about the Bible, then again, I don't think this is the platform for you
Nope.
right now.
I completely
All
understand.
right.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Bible words because
Gotcha.
I believe it's misinformed. Like I said, I believe
Hmm.
there's a heaven and hell, but the Bible wording, nope, I don't believe in that.
Jessica, follow
Okay.
Sandra. Do you see Sandra in the comments? She says follow her and connect with her.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. And
Thank
I'm
you so
sorry if
much.
I wasted your time.
Oh no. No, thank you. And go ahead and follow Sandra and we'll see you again.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
I think the tapping noise is coming from. Is that coming from you, Selena?
You know what? It might be my laptop. Let me turn this thing. Let me put this thing to sleep. Hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna bring up Theo for you.
Okay.
Hello.
It's me. Hello, Theo. How are you?
I just want to clarify that I am sorry for doing this spamming thing. I didn't know that you were reading the comments because you were in a discussion. I apologize for that.
Oh yeah, and she has mods that reads them as well. So put it once and we'll catch it. So first of all, how old are you?
My birthday's 2006. I'm 18. My birthday was in September.
Ooh, sorry. You have to be 25 to
Oh,
be up
you
here. I am so
do?
sorry.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
okay.
see the host note
Thank
right next to
you.
you. Yeah, thank you for coming up though.
I'm blind. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Let's see. If you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? Rusty says that the God wants people to serve each other, and he gives everybody the means to do so.
Are you Rusty?
This God gives everybody the means to serve one another. You see what I'm talking about?
Everybody.
But I bet you
Hey.
Rusty goes to a church that preaches that Abraham's wealth is supposed to be the type of wealth, right, that God wants for his people. And probably has never been in a church that preaches that suffering and being meek and humble and poor in spirit
Yep.
is the way God really wants you to be.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Selena.
Hi, Christina. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How about you?
Hold on. If you're praying for people in the chat, I'm just going to automatically block you. Stop thinking that your will should trump everybody else's. You don't fucking know me. You don't know everybody in here. Don't pray for me if I have not asked you to. I will block you quick, fast, in a hurry.
That's just rude. Oh, that's rude. So, Christina, how old are you?
I am 36.
Okay, and are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, nice. Okay, so what would you like to add to the conversation?
Well, the first thing I want to add is, Theo, you're not blind for not reading her things. You're dumb. Blind people aren't dumb. So, saying, oh, I'm blind, when you didn't actually read the prompt is pretty shitty.
But do
anyway,
we know if he's actually blind, though? We don't know if he's
Yeah, I
actually
was about to say, and then we don't like to call people dumb.
Yeah.
On this platform.
Well, I bet that was, a likely a saying, and just super ableist to be that way. So yeah, ableist, maybe not dumb. But yeah, I was just thinking about the disingenuous part of it, and really also it kind of is the delusion of grandeur. Like, I was thinking about if people today were asked to sacrifice their kids, and they all say yes, 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 they definitely would. And I think it just brings up the irony of the Bible for me, because, like, well, if you didn't, couldn't you just say sorry? And then your kid wouldn't be unalived? I mean, like, that's the whole point of the whole thing, is you have, like, yeah, let him test you, but you're not going to try, and none of these people are going to even try. And I had a friend growing up who asked his dad if he was in the same situation, would his dad do the same thing? And his dad said, yeah, he would. He would have to. He would have to, end his son's bodily existence if God told him to. And this was when the kid, he was really small, this boy. Like, he was a small kid. But secretly every night in his room, he would blockade himself in his bedroom because he thought for some reason God would come and tell his dad to do the same thing. And it wasn't just that his dad would do it, it's that he thought God might just decide to come and do that. So, like, he has serious trauma from, like, because also it made him completely terrified of his father. Completely terrified of his father. And
I venture to say it wasn't just for some reason, especially if his father said he would do it. So
what did I say for some reason? I'm so sorry.
No, you said for some reason he blockaded himself in the room because he thought that God would do it. And I would say that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying I don't think it's just for some reason. He had good reason to do that.
I don't know why I said that at all. I did not mean that. So it just goes to the point of, like, how severely people will be, they say one thing and, it's even, it is, like, to a degree, it is fear-mongering also to be like, yes, I know if I was in that situation, I would do that, so you should. It's like, because of the end of time and my destiny, it's like, I don't know. I just think it's so severe. And like watching thinkers lie this whole time, and I was just, the disingenuousness is insane, but I was thinking it would be so
So
funny
why
to
do you
like
think?
have somebody, sorry, go ahead.
No, why do you think we have apologists and people that are disingenuous and people that have these delusions of grandeur when it comes to God and the fear mongering? Why do you think all of those things come out?
I just think people are really uncomfortable that they might just die. It's like the greatest question ever. And the people that are, you know, more inclined to not necessarily question things, you know, they'll latch onto it and not really, then they have to just kind of go all the way. Like, doesn't really matter because like my eternal soul is attached to this in heaven. And it's like, what more obvious question is it for a human than why are we here? And it's like, your answer just makes everything so complicated. And yeah, there's so much that could have been different.
Selena,
And
do I have to be in a relationship to fuck?
hell no.
No, I don't. Right? I don't have to be in a relationship to fuck. And then, like, if my bills are paid, right, and I pay them myself, do I need a man?
No.
And if I want to go to a movie, right, and I want to go to a movie,
want one,
right? If I want to go to a movie, right, and enjoy myself, I can do that and have a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
With myself or with my girls or with guys that are friends, right? If I want to like Netflix and chill, I can do that wrapped up in my blanket and like
Exactly.
chill. Let me see.
Exactly.
If I want to go out to eat, I can go and order whatever the fuck I want of the menu by myself. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck would make me bitter from being single. Let me see.
Right, like I don't get that.
What would I be missing?
Not a goddamn thing.
I'm trying to figure it out. Like,
you'd be missing a lot of bullshit. That's what you'd be missing.
I mean, I don't
for
miss the
you.
bullshit. I don't understand. I just can't figure out. Like, I can't put my finger on the thing that would make a woman bitter for not having a man, unless she wants one, right? Unless she feels sorry for herself. Like, she would like literally have to feel sorry for herself and believe the hype that a woman isn't anything without a man. Like, she would literally have to be like, or just love like a romance, like or need to feel like that space need to be felt, or like, then if she didn't have a man, then that would, you know, she could possibly move into bitterness. But I just don't see like a ready-made reason that a woman would just automatically be bitter for being single. I don't see it. I don't see anything that she can't do by herself. I don't.
Not a thing.
Okay.
There's nothing like my
in the comments.
Oh, I knew it was men. Yeah. My husband's grandmother was 89 when she passed 4 years ago, and like I think it was her birthday, her 89th birthday. We were having a conversation, and I said, "Granny, what's the key to longevity? How did you live so long?" She said, "Girl, I never got married."
Oh wow.
She said I never got married and I never let a man live with me. So I said, "Granny, you telling me I need to divorce your grandson?" She said, No, don't do that, because he's a good one. But she knew. She knew the key to long life was to leave them snotty nosed men alone. Like, come on, y'all.
It's not anything bad. Like, if a woman finds somebody, right, a man that she likes, that treats her well, they enjoy being with each other, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But I think it's also time to like do away with the idea that a woman woman's worth is non-existent if she doesn't have a man. Like that's
Exactly.
another part of the delusions of grandeur that this religion has created. Like it's a nice to have, but not a necessity.
Exactly. You don't have to. You don't need, and that's what the Bible teaches a lot of times, that women aren't complete without a man. When in fact it was woman that was the completion, because man came first and God saw that wasn't enough, so he made woman. But I digress.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even on top of that, the crazy thing is that I'm pretty sure there are so many women who could finish the job better than a man could, but they don't necessarily say that because they don't want to like hurt their man's ego. But I guarantee you that there isn't. I guarantee you that a woman, right, knows her body better than any man ever could. Right. And then 9 times out of 10, she teaches him, right, how to touch her. Right. So he learns from her. Right. If he's willing, he learns from her. And so that's another thing that I think men who say that stupid shit, I bet you they don't know how to fuck, because they don't know how to learn from their woman how to please her. And if they can't learn from their woman how to please her, they haven't yet figured out that she can please herself. And that's why you say the stupid shit you say.
Exactly. I got a bag
I have
under
a
my
kind of
bed.
funny perspective on this conversation. I'm polyamorous. I've been polyamorous for, like, in a polyamorous relationship for 7 years now, like my partner and I. He grew up atheist, never had a religion, you know. He had a loving family, loving parents, and, like, he's just the most unfazed human who was raised by no religion. Like, he doesn't sit around with all these anxieties, CPTSD, all these things. And we've been polyamorous since the day we met, and like, the main thing for me was like, hey, I want to do whatever I want forever. Okay, so if you're gonna be a man who's not gonna let me do literally whatever I want, I'm not gonna do it. And my partner at the time was like, oh my gosh, that's such a relieving thing to hear, because I want to do whatever I want. But then, like, the reason I didn't date anybody for 6 years of these 7, I just was kind of working on the relationship. But the person that I ended up dating, and we've been together a while now, I have 2 men, and they treat me like a freaking queen because they just shut up and believe the things I say, and do their own crap, and I don't have to entertain them. It's interesting because me and my partner, my first one, like, we don't fight. We've never fought, not one single time in 7 years. Not even a contentious thing at all. And, like, that's not good for me. I need to be able to have some contentious things because I got all this religious trauma I got to work out. And
well, maybe you should try boxing. Like,
well,
don't.
well, the funny thing,
I wouldn't, you know, think that I have to have a contentious relationship
no, it's
with
not
a person. My husband and I have been together for. My husband and I have been together for 18 years, and we've never had an argument. We don't have those, so it's like find another outlet.
Well, it's like it's not.
So I get
not contention. It's that it. I shouldn't have. I guess I've said that word before.
I just use your words.
I really need to find a better word.
Yes,
what did you say?
I use your words, but I said I just use your words. But yeah, this conversation, I appreciate you coming up. But you know, you've given us your take on the 4, and
just let
we
me
do
finish
appreciate
that one
that.
point. No, the point I was just saying, it's important.
Like that, it's really not.
What do you mean?
It's really not, because you know, Thinker was talking about the men in the comments, so it wasn't a conversation for us to jump on. it was a
Okay,
conversation
yeah,
that
that's
she
fine.
really wanted to have because of that. So I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm sorry, I can't take those types of
That's no,
conversations.
you're good. You're good. Thank you for handling
Yeah.
it well. Yeah.
I'm like, no, that wasn't for us to segue all the way into that type of. Oh, I'm sorry. I was harsh. Yep. I was harsh. I was totally harsh. Thank you for realizing how harsh I was. Good Lord.
So I just want to talk a little bit about right quickly. So the societies in history that were built by women, the Amazons, which is typically brushed off as mythological, archaeologists have uncovered female warriors' graves and strata that points to that society being built and led by women. The Iroquois Confederacy was led and built by clan mothers, i.e., women. The Minangkabau in Indonesia, women controlled property and inherited. The Mosul in China, controlled and built by women. Dahomey Amazons in the Benin Kingdom was an all-female military region. Umoja village in Kenya was built as a safe haven for women. The Tuareg in North Africa was a matrilineal society. Women controlled the property and the cultural traditions. And then the Karahoyuk, I can't say it right, in Turkey. It was I can't say this word, egalitarian society.
Egalitarian? Yes.
And where women held higher statuses than men and led the society. So it would help if you would not just believe bullshit and actually research stuff before you say it, right? There was actually a woman king or queen. I don't know what she called herself in your
The woman
book.
king, yeah.
No, I'm talking about in Israel.
Oh, in Israel.
She ruled.
She called
She ruled the southern part of Israel. She ruled Judah for 6 years. She was the king, the queen regent, actually, in Israel for 6 years. So there's that too.
Christina, go cry about it into your pillow, sweetie. This we don't need to hear about what you're wanting to talk about. Because I started to cut you off when you first called the last guest dumb, saying that he wasn't blind. I started to cut you off then, but I gave you a chance. Now you're pushing it.
Yeah, and then you know how we run the live here, so there's no
Yeah, it's like she's.
Yeah, whether you're a
she's
friend
been
or
here.
not, we don't do ableism in here. Like if Selena set a boundary, that boundary is enforced. Like you can't force her to talk about something that she does not want to talk about with you. And there's no point in getting in the comments and crying about that. We respect boundaries in here. And that's that on that.
Good Lord. All right, if y'all are in the comments, if y'all are in the queue waiting to come up and you are a Christian or
I don't have any atheists,
discuss.
they did it. I don't have atheists. That sounds dumb. I don't have atheists. Fuck. And then like here's the crazy thing. I don't do what believers do. I'm not going to agree with somebody because they don't believe in God. If what they did was wrong, it was wrong. That's the problem. That's what gives me a headache, because y'all will agree with shit even when it's wrong. And the very fact that you commented that and you expected me to do that because somebody is an atheist, that is the problem.
That was just wild.
Y'all have gang mentality. That's what the when are you going to prove atheism? The very fact that a fucking atheist exists, prove atheism? What, you know what? Can you prove that you talk to your God and that you literally talk to what you believe is the highest intelligence of all intelligence? Because I guarantee if you come up here, you're not going to sound like it.
Nope.
I guarantee. If you're actually having a conversation with someone intelligent and y'all are best fucking friends, that shit would rub off on you. I don't know why TikTok does that.
They do.
It shifted when I was trying to bring up someone named Joe.
Yeah.
And it brought up this person. I don't know who this is. I bet y'all be thinking in your head, like when you type stuff like that, I bet you be thinking in your head, like, yeah, this gonna get them. Like
Right.
I wanna believe that they don't, like, that they type before they think, but no, I actually think that they be like, they think about it, then they type and they're like, yeah, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it.
Exactly. They're not gonna be able to recover from this one.
Joe.
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I guess you could say deconstructing. I'm
Okay.
just really listening right now for educational purposes. And
Oh, okay. You didn't mean to come up.
no,
Okay, no worries. I'll take you down. I hope you have a good day. Okay.
you too.
Thank you.
All right.
Nice suit in the profile picture, by the way.
I was about to say that. He looks so dapper.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you see somebody named Luke in the
I'm waiting for it to open up and see.
Okay.
It takes
See, I
forever
don't
to
see.
open.
Luke,
This
did
is
you
ridiculous
request?
how long it takes to open.
Huh.
There you go. Luke?
Oh, okay.
Hello, Luke.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you a atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And have you already been listening to the conversation as to why I said God makes my head hurt? Or do you need me to go through all that again?
I did come into the conversation at one point. I don't think I've heard everything you've had to say, but I've heard quite a bit. I can see.
I think I'm going to put it like
points.
really, really, really simple, right? The beliefs that believers of the Abrahamic God hold, I think, are dangerous to society and have caused a lot of harm. In the conversations that I've had with believers over the last year, I've seen believers apologize for some of the most egregious actions of mankind because of God said that it's okay to do, or because it's in this book. They've been disingenuous in the conversation, fear mongering, and have delusions of grandeur. And I think that a lot of that contributes to a lot of the harm that we see in society today.
I mean, I think I would agree with you in that that's how some Christians do behave. I would also say that sometimes that might be people's interpretation of how Christians are behaving. If we go to being a believer in Jesus, I believe the Bible to be true, and in there, Jesus himself.
Just a second before you start preaching about Jesus. For some reason, y'all always like pivot to that when I'm trying to talk about the actual belief and what it does in society. How do you interpret someone's behavior?
How do you mean?
When you said that you believe that some people are just interpreting believers' behavior that way, like we're just interpreting that they're like apologizing for slavery. How do you interpret
for instance,
that?
If you could see somebody as being disingenuous, for instance, when in fact they're not being disingenuous, it's just what they believe to be true. So they may be, for instance, misunderstanding or in error in their thinking, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're disingenuous. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So when we read a scripture, right, and they disagree with a scripture, and they'll say that a word doesn't mean a word, or that a word isn't in the text. And when we say it's right there, and I'll highlight it, and they'll say, nope, you don't. Is that misinterpreting them being disingenuous, or do they like really not see the word that's highlighted on the screen?
I mean, in that particular example, they're probably being disingenuous. I would have to hear their side of the story to make a proper call on that. My point is that
what I'm saying. Hold on, just 1 second. So what I'm saying is, right, I'm talking about the experiences that I've had with believers, and most of the time, right, when I'm talking to them, and I will call out their disingenuousness, right, and I'll say, you said XYZ, and they'll say, no, I didn't. I did not say that. And then because I'm streaming to YouTube at the same time, right, I'll go back and I'll play it for them. And then even after hearing themselves say what they claim they did not say, they still say, that's not what I said.
Yeah, I mean, in that example, that's a watertight example, isn't it? They're denying something that they said previously, which would be disingenuous.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that every Christian is disingenuous. What I'm saying is, in the conversations that I have had, right, over the last year with believers, this is the experience that I've had.
Yeah, I understand that, and what I was going on to say is that what the Bible does tell us is that there will be people that claim to be Christian, but in fact they're not Christian. There's one parable that Jesus gave about the enemy sowing seeds, sowing tares in the field amongst the wheat. So we would expect the Christian church, for instance, to contain within it people that claim to be Christian, but in fact are not Christian, which I think is part of the experience that I'm hearing from yourself and your guests, which to me would put more weight that the Bible was actually telling the truth. You know, it's what we would expect to see if Christianity was indeed true.
So is it going to be that anybody, right, who does not act the way you think a Christian should act is not a real Christian? Because y'all all say that about each other.
No, it's not that clear cut because as humans we make errors. Like I'm not perfect. I'm sure you're not perfect, and anybody in this chat, I'm sure they're not perfect either. And I'm sure that even if you're not a Christian, you have some kind of standard of morality within your own mind, what's wrong and right, and the principles that you live your life by. For instance, I heard you say earlier that your family had exchanged comments towards you that were not nice at the time, and you thought to yourself, you know what, I wouldn't even say a thing like that to them, which tells me that you have some kind of standard. But have you ever said things to somebody that later on you thought, you know what, I let my tongue go there, I shouldn't have really said that? So there's this room for us being imperfect beings to slip up on the standard for me that I see the Bible calls me to live by.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, how are you identifying the not true Christians? Like you're saying that there are going to be, that the Bible says that there are going to be people in the church claiming to be Christians, but are not really Christians, right? And we hear y'all say this about each other all the time because y'all don't have the same beliefs, or you don't agree, or you want to separate yourself from someone, right, who has behaved in this manner. What I'm asking is, how do you identify the true Christians from the not true Christians if all of y'all are saying that about each other?
Sure, yeah. So Jesus said that you would know them by their fruits. And what he meant by that is the way that they behave and their spirit, their attitude, and so on and so forth. So if somebody is not loving, is not kind, is not compassionate, is not genuine, if somebody is not helpful towards you, is rude to you, then you would instantly pretty much know, to be able to see that this person isn't really living the way that they're saying that they believe.
So the fruits of the Spirit are very simple things, right? Love, joy, kindness, patience, right? Characteristics of a person. People who do not believe in your God, right, have these characteristics. So that's not really a good way to determine whether someone is a true Christian or not, right? Just because they, are patient, they're kind, slow to anger.
Yeah, sure. I see your point. This is the way I would explain it, is that we don't really get to see a real Christian until a Christian is squeezed. Yeah, it's like this, right? If you get an orange and you squeeze an orange, what comes out? Orange juice, right? If Coca-Cola come out of the orange when I squeezed it, I would know that there's something wrong with this orange. And in the same way, a Christian is really shown a Christian when they're squeezed. And we see this in the cross of Christ. When he was squeezed on that cross, the Bible says that he never spoke back. He never reviled when he was reviled. And on that cross, he asked the Father to forgive those that had attacked him and abused him for no good reason. So it's the same within Christianity. When Christians are squeezed, when the troubles of life come upon them, how do they react to that? How do they act to it? Are they ones that love their enemies, that pray for their enemies, that bless those that curse them? Or are they the ones that return vile language, hatred, underhand sarcastic comments, maybe even violence? And this is where I would play into that. Not all Christians throughout history that have done things in the name of God are actually Christians, and we can see that quite easily because of their actions. And this is why I brought us to Jesus, because we can look a lot at the Bible and why God did the things he did, the reasons for it, the translation, the interpretation and all this. But when we get to Jesus, there's really no mistaking who Jesus is and what he taught. We can all agree that Jesus was a very good man and that he taught a very good standard of living, that if everybody was to follow that standard, the world would really be a wonderful place.
But Jesus called a woman a dog, right? Jesus was supremacist, right? Jesus got angry. I'm sorry, can I finish? Can I finish?
Sure.
Thank you. he got angry when he went into the temple and, turned over the tables. That he didn't practice self-control, right? He was a wine bibber, right? He he didn't like the tax collectors, right? Like, he didn't necessarily have this kindness, goodness, merciful, joyful spirit either all the time. So if someone says that they believe and they get upset, that doesn't mean that they don't truly believe in your Jesus, right? If someone says that they believe and they lack, actually all of them have to deal with like self-control, right? If they're not joyful all the damn time, that doesn't mean that they don't believe in your Jesus. Y'all all just throw the word love around. Love means something different to every last one of y'all. Y'all will claim that you love somebody enough to kick them out of your house for being gay, right? And I'm doing this because I love you, right? And not every Christian does that, but Christians do that, right? And call it love. They will cross boundaries. They come in here all the time praying for people without our permission. And if we say we don't want your prayers, they do it anyway and call it love. So that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody doesn't truly believe in Jesus. I don't see how, like, I think there is a scripture. I honestly don't know what scripture you're talking about that says that they'll come into the church and pretend to be Christians. But I think there is one that says that they will be, they'll pretend to be believers, right? But they will do the opposite. Or no, they'll teach immorality or something like that, or false doctrine or something. Which to me, that just, like, at that time, right? You're talking about in the Greco-Roman period, they were dealing with heresy, right? And different ideas of who Jesus was. So I think it was more so talking about teaching something other than orthodoxy and not necessarily how they behave or act. I don't think that there's really a way to tell whether a person really believes in Jesus or not.
Yeah, ultimately, it's down to God, because God sees the hearts, and we can't see the heart, but we can get a good idea of what is in somebody's heart by the way that they behave and the way that they speak. And this is what Jesus was talking about when he said, "You know them by their fruits." If Hitler claims to be a Christian and then gas chambers 1 million people, do you think he's a Christian?
If he says he's a Christian, your God genocided an entire group of people, right? And for the Israelites, told the Israelites to do it. Were they not Israelites because they genocided the people of Canaan, or the Amalekites, or the Midianites? They were still Israelites, were they not?
Well, before I answer that, answer my question.
I already answered your question. I said if they claim to be a Christian, yes, they're Christian. I already answered that.
So you think that if somebody claims to be a Christian, although their behavior shows to the contrary, that they're actually a Christian?
Yes, I do.
A
Christian is someone. What's the definition of a Christian? Like, you're judging whether they have a right to call themselves a Christian or whether they are a good Christian. And you yourself said that y'all all sin. Yeah, but if someone says that they believe in Jesus and they are a Christian, then yes, I believe that they are a Christian. Unless you're trying to say that Christianity means that you can only call yourself a Christian if you live a perfect life.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If I say I'm Superman, but I can't fly,
what are you saying that a Christian? So what are you saying that a Christian can do that someone who's not a Christian can't? Because Superman can fly, right?
No.
So that's something that not everybody can do. What is it that Christians can do that other people cannot, that identifies them as a Christian?
Behave in a Christ-like manner.
Which is what? Because again, those fruits that you're talking about in Galatians, any human can possess those fruits and not believe in your God and not be a Christian.
this is where I think we disagree. I don't think that people can. I think
Well,
that
I mean that's an
all the
opinion. That's not something that you can prove. We can prove that Superman, if Superman can fly, a person, right, would have to jump off of a building, right, to prove that they can fly, right? Like your opinion on whether a person can be joyful or love somebody or be peaceful and kind, have self-control, right? Without believing in your Jesus is an opinion. That's not something that you can prove.
So the point I made to you is that when Jesus was on the cross, the way that he responded to that is not the way that people respond. So when you're attacked, how do you respond? How do
What do you
people?
mean? What do you mean the way that people respond? Like what
People,
what did the
people
what did the two thieves on the cross do? They were going through the same thing Jesus was going through. What did they do? Did they respond the same way Jesus responded? One of them actually was trying to repent while he was being killed. Like what how did they act differently from Jesus on the cross while they were being crucified?
first of all, they was guilty.
But I didn't ask that. How did they act while they were being crucified? How did they respond?
So they was not in the same position that Jesus was in.
How did they respond though?
But they didn't respond the way that Jesus did.
How did they respond?
Well, one of them was mocking. I mean, you know.
What did he say? He said, "Save yourself if you're Christ," right? Why he's like, why are you going through this? Save yourself.
But
I'm sorry.
I don't think it was him that said that specifically.
It was one of the thieves said, "Save yourself," right? What did he say to mock him?
I honestly can't remember unless I pull the scripture up.
Well, let's pull it up. Hold on, let's see.
So my main point here is that, you know, and I'm quite surprised that you don't agree with this, to be honest, because
I do not agree because I don't think I've not seen anything that a Christian can do that a non-believer can't do.
Is it okay?
Let's see. We're gonna pull it up. Hold on. Give me just a second.
Is it okay for you to cut me off?
Yes, this is my stage. I'm the host. That is the rule of the live.
So you're allowed to cut me off, but I'm not
am.
allowed to.
Yep.
Yes.
That is the rule of my live.
So my
It's been the rule for 12 months.
So my point here is that not all Christians that call themselves a Christian necessarily behave like a Christian. Would you disagree or agree with that?
I told you, like, all of you say the same thing about each other. There is no way to tell whether someone is a true Christian. I've already agreed with you on that. But what you're implying right now is that you guys have some superpower to be these superior moral humans, right? And you can't prove that.
Well, when did I say that?
You literally said that you don't believe that a non-believer can have the fruits of the Spirit, which are just basically being a decent human, right? Without believing in Jesus. You said that you have to be a Christian to have those fruits.
I don't think that I said that.
So when I said that a non-believer could have those same fruits without believing in your God, and you say, I don't think so, I don't believe so. Are you saying now that you didn't say that?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, hold on.
People can have the fruits of the Spirit without being a Christian. People can be loving. People can be kind and gentle and long-suffering. Of course they can. But I believe that I went on to say that I'm talking about a sustained spiritual fruit in circumstances where a Christian is squeezed.
Hold on, I'm going to pull it up.
Christian?
Yes, I do.
I
A
think
Christian
this
is someone. What's the definition of a Christian? Like you're judging whether they have a right to call themselves a Christian or whether they are a good Christian. Hold on.
Y'all keep tapping the screen, please.
of what is in somebody's heart by the way that they behave and the way that they speak. And this is what Jesus was talking about when he said, "You know them by their fruits." If Hitler claims to be a Christian and then gas chambers 1 million people, do you think he's a Christian?
If he says he's a Christian, I mean, your God genocided an entire group of people, right? And for the Israelites, told the Israelites to do it. Were they not Israelites because they genocided the people of Canaan, or the Amalekites, or the Midianites? They were still Israelites, were they not?
Well, before I answer that, answer my question.
I already answered your question. I said if they claim to be a Christian, yes, they're Christian. I already answered that.
So you think that if somebody claims to be a Christian, although their behavior shows to the contrary, that they're actually a Christian?
Yes, I do.
A
Christian is someone. What's the definition of a Christian? Like you're judging whether they have a right to call themselves a Christian or whether they are a good Christian. And you yourself said that y'all all sin. Yeah, but if someone says that they believe in Jesus and they are a Christian, then yes, I believe that they are a Christian. Unless you're trying to say that Christianity means that you can only call yourself a Christian if you live a perfect life.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If I say I'm Superman, but I can't fly,
what are you saying that a Christian? So what are you saying that a Christian can do that someone who's not a Christian can't? Because Superman can fly, right? No. So that's something that not everybody can do. What is it that Christians can do that other people cannot?
Is not helpful towards you, is rude to you, then you would instantly pretty much know, to be able to see that this person isn't really living the way that they're saying that they believe.
So the fruits of the Spirit are very simple things, right? Love, joy.
It's like this, right? If you get an orange and you squeeze an orange, what comes out?
Jesus got angry. Sorry, can I finish? Can I finish?
Sure.
Thank you. He got angry when he went into the temple and, turned over the tables, and he didn't practice self-control, right? He was a wine bibber, right? He didn't like... Hold on, I have to find it.
Am I allowed to talk while you're finding it?
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make just so the chat's aware, I'm not saying if a Christian sins, they're no longer a Christian. I'm saying that we can see from the way that people behave whether they are who they say they are. Okay. Now, this is not a surefire method of knowing every time, because people are not perfect. We make mistakes. We sometimes slip up, and there's forgiveness for that. And it doesn't mean that you're not a Christian, but there's a Christian that claims to be a Christian, but they do things that are clearly not Christian. Okay, so my example would to be, Jesus said to love your enemies. That doesn't include killing your enemies. So for a Christian to go and kill in the name of God, well, there's something amiss there, isn't there? Because Jesus is telling us to live one way. You're claiming that you have the Spirit of Christ, which enables you to live that way, but then you're living contrary to that way. So my
So
whole
do you believe that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament as well?
Yeah, Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, so did God not send people to kill others in his name in the Old Testament?
Yeah, yes, he did, yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, but there's a big difference here. The difference is
The difference.
The difference is that God in the Old Testament is acting as supreme God over the universe. Okay, God gives life so He can take life. He has the throne of judgment. Yeah, so He can see exactly what's going on, and He can do with His creation as He pleases. Now, Jesus was a man. Jesus was clothed in human flesh, so He was behaving from the perspective of a man. God tells man not to murder. He tells man not to lie. He tells man to live in a manner which is righteous. And Jesus, when He lived on the earth as a man, was living under the commandments of God. God is able. Look, I'll give you an example. If I plant, let's say I've got a garden and I plant a bunch of vegetables, right? And it comes up to harvest time, and there's no vegetables on there. It's just rotten fruit, it's rotten vegetables, it's just good for nothing. Am I within my rights to dig up all them vegetables and fruit trees, whatever I planted, and cast them into the fire and destroy them? Am I within my right to do that?
Why would you?
Because I've planted them things for a purpose, and that purpose is to give me good fruit, but they're not functioning according to their purpose. So am I within my rights to destroy them plants?
But did you put the nature into them? Were you the one that gave them the nature that they have? Meaning, did you put into them to be, let me be quiet right quick.
This is where I think we disagree. I don't think that people can.
Did you hear it?
There you go.
Yeah,
Did you hear it?
Can you play the whole clip, please?
Yeah, I'll play it back. I'm going to go back a couple of seconds. Believe in your God and not be a Christian.
This is where
Fruits that
behave in
them as a Christian.
a Christ-like manner.
Which is what? Because again, those fruits that you're talking about in Galatians, any human can possess those fruits and not believe in your God and not be a Christian.
This is where I think we disagree. I don't think that people can. I think
that's an opinion. Did you hear it?
Yes, yeah, I did hear that. So when I said that, it was in the context of being squeezed. and living a whole life when you're under the pressures of life, if you like.
So what I said to you was that a non-believer can have those fruits of the Spirit and not believe in your God. And your response was, this is where we disagree. I don't think they can.
Yeah, so let me explain my answer a bit better. The teaching in the Bible, the understanding is that in the Bible is that someone who is a Christian receives the Spirit of God. And if you haven't received the Spirit of God, you're not a Christian. Now, what that Spirit of God does is it produces them fruits in you. That's why they're called the fruits of the Spirit. Okay? Now, a non-Christian can't have the fruits of the Spirit.
I said they can possess those same fruits, right? They can be joyful. They can be loving. They can be peaceful. They can have self-control. They can have goodness. Like, they don't need to believe in your God to be those things.
Right. So these are it's an imitation of the fruits of the Spirit.
I don't care if you call it imitation or not. They still can be good people, decent people, and loving people without your God, without believing in your God. So again, the question is, how do you tell a true Christian?
Well, I think I've answered that question.
No, you haven't. If you did, I wouldn't be asking you again.
It's people that don't behave like the Bible subscribes.
I'm not a Christian. And I behave in with fruits.
Well,
I'm not a Christian.
I would disagree with you because you said
exactly. You can disagree all you want.
I've heard you curse.
Just like nobody says anything about cursing. That fruits of the Spirit ain't got nothing to do with cursing. That's something you're adding to it.
No.
Yes, it does. It has absolutely nothing to do. The fruit of the Spirit don't say nothing about cursing. It says joyful, loving, peaceful, kindness, goodness. What's the other one? Long suffering, patience.
Sure.
Gentleness. Like, it doesn't say anything about cursing. That's you adding to it.
So
I don't curse.
So
I don't curse.
Let's analyze this then. You said to
I don't
me,
curse. Luke? I don't curse.
Sure.
I don't curse at all. So
that's good.
Do I get the same reprieve? Because you brought up cursing, because Banker curses. I just wanted to throw out there that I don't.
I'm speaking to host, and she's making a claim, but
I'm letting you know that I am.
But
I'm
here's
one of
the
those
thing.
people.
Exactly. But here's the thing, right? Like, you need to add to it, right? In order for your claim or whatever it is that you believe to be truth, right? You need to say, oh, you curse, so you don't have the fruit of the Spirit. Although the fruit, that it doesn't say that in your book at all. And then the conversations that I have with believers, right? Who come up here and are disingenuous, who make me go through the YouTube taping just to prove to them that they actually said something that they said, right? The patience that I have talking to the believers who come in here to threaten my life, right? The goodness that I have in my heart for the people that I actually want to see get the help that they need when they reach out. Like, you can't make a snap judgment about me just because you heard me say a cuss word, but you need to though. And you're going to allow yourself to do it so that you can make your point. Yes, you are. Because, like, literally, you're talking about the fruits of the Spirit, right? It doesn't say anything about cursing at all. Again, your Jesus called a woman a dog. Your Jesus, when he was calling them den of vipers, that was considered their way of cursing back then. When he was calling people children of the devil, he was calling them demons. When he was calling people swine, like that was their way of cursing back then. Like that's the crazy thing. Like y'all try to put stuff on people, right, to fit your own narrative because y'all fall short based off of your own book.
Let me know when I can respond.
I will let you know when you can respond. When I stop talking, there is going to be a silence, and then you will be able to respond. The simple question that I asked is, how do you tell the difference between a Christian, a true Christian, and not a true Christian? That's the simple question that I asked.
So I feel like I've already answered that. Do you want
You
me
did
to
not.
answer?
I would not ask you again if you did.
Would you like me to answer you again?
Yeah, if you're going to say the same thing, I'm just going to keep on asking.
So if somebody doesn't behave like a Christian should behave, it would be right in my mind to say that, they're probably not a Christian.
So then there is no way, right, to tell a true Christian from a not true Christian, because again, Luke, it is subjective, and all of you other each other every time y'all get on my stage.
So you're telling me that you behave in the way that Jesus says you should.
I am not a Christian, Luke. I'm not a Christian, and I'm going to say this again, okay? It is subjective because all of you, it is subjective because all of you, Luke, other each other every time y'all get on my stage.
What does that mean?
That you other each other?
Yeah.
Exactly what you're doing now, Luke.
No. What I'm doing is I'm saying to you that the experience that you've had of Christians, that what you're basically saying on this, whatever it is, this live, you're basically saying that Christians are hypocrites. They do not behave in the way that Christians should behave.
I never said anything about no daggone hypocrite. Not one time did I say that. These are your standards of how a Christian should behave. The reason why I asked you is what is a true Christian is because the first thing that came out of your mouth was they're not true Christians. You did the othering, not me.
Right, okay. What does your little thing say here? God makes my head hurt.
Oh, wait, now it's a little thing. Now it's a little thing.
Well,
it's a little thing now.
Well, it's not very big on my screen.
Is it really? Like those words are pretty big. Those words are in 72 font.
Well, not on my screen on my phone. Mm. I mean, why are you like nitpicking at little things? Mm-hmm. Let's have
here's the crazy thing, right? Like you didn't listen to anything that I said, and as I stated right in the beginning, that when I talk about this topic, the only thing the believer wants to do is defend the God or defend themselves. Right now, it's clicking, and now you need to go back to it and ask me again. Now, what is the topic? What's the issue again?
No. I think what you're doing is you're narrating what's going on here, so it appears that the way you're thinking about it is true. Mm-hmm. The problem that you've got is that you have a perspective in the conversation, and so do I. And just because your perspective is yours, it doesn't mean it's the correct.
Here's the crazy thing, Luke. Who else can have a perspective about what makes my head hurt? Who else, Luke, gets to feel the pain in my head?
Do you believe in God?
Luke, who else gets to have an opinion or a perspective and tell me what makes my head hurt, Luke?
Well, only you can do that.
Exactly, Luke. That's the conversation, Luke. The conversation, Luke. The conversation, Luke. The conversation is about what makes my head hurt from the experiences I've had talking to Christians. Luke, even before we got to this point, I told you that every conversation I've had with Christians have gotten to this point. You don't listen. The only thing you wanted to do was other yourself from those other Christians that I've already talked to. They're not true Christians. That's the first thing that you said. The Christians that you've talked to aren't true Christians.
See, listen, that is a very crude summary of what I said.
Again, I can go back to the YouTube and play it for you.
From my perspective, you are projecting onto me the beliefs that you already believe about Christians.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I never once said that your head doesn't hurt, or the way that you understand Christianity or have understood it from these people that you've had discussions with doesn't make your head hurt. I've never once said that.
Luke, you said they weren't real Christians.
No,
yes, you did. Luke, I wanted to talk about how the belief systems in society affect society. Your response was, well, the people you've been talking to aren't real Christians.
No, my response was that not everybody that says they're a Christian is a Christian. Is that true or false? Is that statement true or false?
That's what I said. That's what I said, Luke.
Is that statement true or false?
That's what I said you said, Luke.
Is that statement true or false?
Luke, I've already answered you. I've already answered you.
Well, if you've answered me, you wouldn't be a problem answering me again.
And I'm not going to answer you again because you don't run shit.
So you don't agree with that statement?
I'm not gonna play this fucking gaslighting mindfuck game that you're trying to play. And I realize, Luke, I realize that the YouTube, right? I realize that me playing that YouTube threw you off because you really didn't think that you said what you said. But the whole gaslighting that you're doing right now, I'm not about to let you do it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I know I'm done.
Look, you're projecting. You're projecting
cool
your little standpoint.
Cool beans.
Oh, now her standpoint is little. It's a little standpoint now because you don't like it. It's little. Okay.
I think chosen that's to me it's the most idiotic thing that a person can say when it's my fucking live. I'm going to control the live. I don't know why you think that you would come in here and control anything.
When I said little, it wasn't a disrespectful comment that you're.
It was very disrespectful.
What can I call
your little perspective? That's what we're supposed to take it as.
Look, I wasn't.
But he talked about thinker. He talked about fruit. He talked about being He talked about planting some vegetables, and because they weren't giving him what they were supposed to give, would he be wrong if he dug them up and threw them in the fire? What I was going to say before you came back was that Jesus cursed a fig tree because it didn't give fruit out of season. So that's not beyond the realm of possibilities either.
Like here's the thing. There's going to be people that's going to be put in that fire, right, by other humans, because it's all subjective. Like, you can't look at a Christian, right, or be with a Christian and just be like, oh, that's a Christian, because unless you are looking at the behaviors on the screen. Most of the time, I can tell just from when people type in my comments, I can tell that they are a believer. When they come on my stage, the things that come out of their mouth before I even ask if they're a believer, I can tell that they are a believer. And it's not goodness that makes me say that they are a believer. And that's the crazy thing. And it's not just me that can do that. But there is nothing that a believer can do that a non-believer cannot. Absolutely nothing.
Have you ever heard of Ravi Zacharias?
No.
Have you heard of T.B. Joshua?
No.
Mhm. Well, just to fill you in, these guys were, a Christian. One was an apologist. He went to a lot of universities, was very famous apologist. The other guy had a ministry in Africa somewhere, I think. I can't quite remember. He was a TV evangelist type of guy. And to the Christian world, they were very Christian. But it came out that both of them were up to no good. TB Joshua in particular was, I don't even want to speak the stuff he was doing. And Ravi Zacharias also was doing very unchristian things. So now, because they claim to be Christian and they do many Christian things, even though they were doing things that were completely unchristian, would you say that they were true Christians or not?
I don't know what a true Christian is, Luke. I asked you to tell me what a true Christian is, and the answer that you gave me, Luke, does not distinguish a non-believer from a so-called true Christian. You are asking me the same damn question.
See, I think you're just not accepting my answer.
I don't know what a true Christian is, Luke. You have not distinguished that to me. What aren't you getting about that? You have not proven that what a true Christian is.
Maybe you've never met a true Christian. That's why you don't.
Maybe I haven't.
Maybe that's a possibility, right?
I just said maybe I haven't. I don't know what a true Christian is.
It's one that lives the way that Jesus tells him to live.
Oh my God. And you say that is living by Galatians 3, what is it? The fruits of the Spirit. You say it's that, right? Galatians chapter 5, verse 22. But a non-believer, Luke, can be that same type of person and not believe in your Jesus. That's what you're not listening to me.
So
I don't know if you thought that I was going to say something different. I don't know.
No, I think that you're not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not.
I do understand you, and you're again. If you're saying that a true Christian is someone who lives according to how Jesus said live, by the way, Jesus didn't say that. That was Paul. But if you're saying that a true Christian is someone who lives according to what Paul outlined as the fruit of the Spirit, that does not distinguish a true Christian from a non-believer who also is a loving person, who's peaceful and kind and patient and long-suffering. It does not distinguish you. There is no way to tell a true Christian. You yourself can't give me an answer on what a true Christian is. How would you identify a Christian from a non-believer?
So let's take you, for instance, so we can use a real life example. You say that you behave like a Christian, but you're not a Christian, right? You wouldn't claim to be a Christian.
I never used those words. I never said I behave like a Christian. I never said those words. And here's the thing, even you trying to put those words on me because I said that I'm a good person, that I'm patient, that I love, right? That I have the characteristics of what y'all call the fruit of the Spirit. You're trying to say that only a Christian has those fruits by you saying you behave like a Christian. I never said that.
So you don't behave like a Christian then?
Are you listening? Are you tracking?
It's a real simple question.
And she gave you a real simple answer.
So
she never said she behaves like a Christian. She says she carries the fruit. That she carries the fruit that's listed in Galatians.
Their characteristics, personality
the characteristics.
traits.
She didn't say she behaves.
Okay, so what is it? What areas is there that you don't behave like a Christian?
What areas is it that I don't believe in a Jesus or a God?
Right. So you
I don't pray. I don't think that I don't talk to myself and call it talking to a God.
Okay, so you don't pray, you don't believe in Jesus.
No.
But the moral standard of the Bible.
That's not a moral standard. That's not a moral standard. Like, stop it. Praying and believing in Jesus has nothing to do with morality.
I didn't say it was.
That's not a moral standard.
I said the moral
I didn't say
standard.
anything about a moral standard.
No, I'm asking you, do you uphold the moral standard of the Bible?
What is the moral standard? What is it?
So it's don't lie, don't steal, don't sleep.
Owning other people.
What moral standard does it say don't lie? Are you talking about the 10 Commandments?
The 10 Commandments are there.
The 10 Commandments do not say don't lie. It says don't bear false witness against your neighbor. That means don't perjure your neighbor. Don't perjure. Don't give a false account against your neighbor and say you saw them do something they didn't do.
And what would that be doing?
It didn't say. That's not the same thing as saying don't tell a lie ever. It's not the same thing.
Right. Okay.
Saying you saw somebody do something and then telling somebody that you're going to give them something that you're not going to give them is two different things. Do not type in all caps, and my comments ain't nothing that damn important for you to be doing that shit.
So, don't bear false witness. Yeah? Don't disrespect your parents. Don't covet your neighbor's.
Honor your mother and father. Go ahead.
Yeah. It also says don't covet your neighbor's slaves. Do you live by that standard too?
Right, but the point here in the minute is...
Can we get chosen blocked, please?
Moral...
Don't type in caps in my comments. I will block you. Fuck a mute. Unless you have permission, because you have a vision impairment and you have reached out to a mod and they have added you to the list for caps. Do not type in caps in my comments. And I'm bypassing the mute and fucking blocking because that's ridiculous.
Okay, so let me ask you guys.
He did that crap on purpose. He did that on purpose.
Do you guys believe in a God of any sort?
I already told you I don't believe in a God.
So you're an atheist, is it?
I already told you I don't believe in a God.
Okay, so how do you guys think we got here?
I don't care, Luke. I don't care. I think it's a waste of time. It is a waste of time. I'm not even going down there that fucking waste of a conversation with you. I don't care about that.
Why don't you care?
Because I don't, Luke. Point blank. I don't care.
Is that because there is no solid...
Are you going to cross that boundary?
Are you trying to psychoanalyze? Like, stop.
What's wrong with you?
You don't know how to respect boundaries?
Nigga, what's wrong with you?
There ain't nothing wrong with me. Well, come on. I'm not the one.
You too close to the mirror? You too close to the mirror to see what's actually wrong with you?
I'm not the one getting agitated.
She already gave you her boundary. She gave you her boundary and you keep trying to push it. Don't do that.
Okay, so we're not allowed to talk about the origin of man.
You are not allowed to ask her the origin of man.
You have a belief. You have a fucking belief, and it is a waste of time. I don't care if you believe in a God, Luke. I don't care. That's not the issue.
So what exactly is the issue?
I'm not saying it again. I've already said it multiple times.
I don't understand how a God that
I'm not
doesn't
saying
exist.
it again. I've said it multiple times. I'm not saying it again. If you haven't picked up on it yet, Luke, that's just that on that. You're going to have to go back and watch the YouTube and watch how many times you missed it.
So what I can't understand is how a God that doesn't exist can make your head hurt. if people believe in a God that isn't true, and that causes them to be disingenuous, fear mongering, a slavery apologist, surely these people are just deluded and lost. Why would you spend time allowing your head to
How is it like this
for
is why I
something that
say
could
that
be
I
a
don't think that you guys honestly believe in your God. I think that y'all are liars, right? Because like you just listed some things, right? You just said that the belief causes, right? You said those words. The belief causes them to do. You just said those words. Like sometimes I think y'all just talk just to talk, and then y'all say you believe in a God just to fucking say it because you think it gives you some type of, I don't know, stamp of moral superiority.
I mean, that's
But you
not
guys
true.
walk around in this
That's an
delusional
assumption.
space in your head, right? Because how can you say those 5 words that a belief causes a person to do something and then ask what is the issue with someone believing, right, in a God? How does someone's belief affect you?
So your belief doesn't affect me. You can believe what you want to believe, even though
You know why my belief doesn't affect you, Luke?
you think
You know
about it.
why? Do you know why? No, Luke, do you know why it doesn't?
Let me finish, man.
Luke, do you know why my belief doesn't affect you?
Go on.
If I don't believe in a God, Luke, are my lifestyle choices going to be forced upon you in law?
If you don't believe in a God, are your lifestyle choices going to be forced on me in law? That all depends whether the law upholds your worldview or not.
Whose worldview does our laws around the world uphold? Whose worldview?
Where are
Mine?
you living?
A non-believers or believers?
Where are you living?
I'm in America. But
Okay.
even outside of America, Luke, around the world,
Listen. Let me
around the
answer.
world,
Come on, let me answer.
whose worldview affects people in society more? A believers or a non-believers?
So, for instance, in England, in our Houses of Parliament, we have a room that's called the Seat of Moses, and our judicial system is based off of, the biblical moral law. Which, I mean, I have.
Yours will affect more than her. Are you hearing yourself? Are you hearing yourself? Then your worldview affects laws over her worldviews because she does not have a belief in God, in the God or the Bible. You do. So you just literally said the thing, and you're about to go further and try to lean away from the thing that you just said.
You keep like psychoanalyzing me, and you keep projecting onto me what you think is going
Can
on
y'all
inside.
block the person in the comments praying for people? Like this is so fun. Like this is the
No,
shit I'm talking about. No, stop. This is what I'm talking about. Hold on, don't block them just yet. Powerful patient, right? Like for this person to come in here, first off, typing in all fucking caps, right? I'm praying for the host. I don't fucking want your prayer. Like, what makes this person think that they have the right to try to pray or force their will, their desire on me? They don't fucking know me, right? Get that hatred out of your heart. Bless your heart in all caps, because I don't believe in your God. Your belief system, Luke. Okay? People who believe in this God, right, think they have a right to comfort. They think everybody has to believe like them. Everybody has to think like them. Everybody has to live like them. Half of us don't like them. I don't like your personalities. I don't want to be like you. I don't want you praying that I'm like you, that I become like you. I don't want it. And then y'all don't respect that.
I don't think that's the case for everybody.
And then here's another one. They just because I say I don't want it, because I talk about how it offends me, they do it on purpose. And you will say, Luke, they're not real Christians. They're not true Christians, won't you? But they believe that they're doing it because they believe they are a true Christian. They believe that they're doing it in defense of your God. But you'll say that's not how Jesus wants them to act.
I mean,
this
again,
is why
this is
it's right in front of your face. It's right, Luke. It's right in front of your face. It's right in front of your face, and you will ignore it, Luke. You know why? You know why you'll ignore it? You know why?
Again, you're projecting onto me what I'm doing.
I said you will.
So you're telling me what I'm going to do.
Luke, you will ignore it because of your God.
What am I ignoring? That people are typing prayers in the chat. Is that what you're saying? It doesn't make any sense for you to be angry that people are praying to an imaginary God.
Bruh, if she does
and
not
I just counted to 10. I just counted to 10. And you did exactly what I said you would do. You did exactly what I said you would do. And all that matters, Luke, I'm going to tell you this. All that matters is that I know that I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like Hawk. I don't want to be like the praying patient. I don't want to be like you. I don't want your prayers. Okay? I don't want them. I don't want your beliefs. You can take them. Okay? Go live your life. What I would love is that you keep them to yourself. Stop trying to force them on other people. Not everybody wants to live like you.
When have I forced anything on anybody?
I didn't say you did, Luke. I said all I would want.
You told me to stop forcing it.
I said I did not say that. Listen again. I said all I would want.
Why didn't you get the recording?
I said all I would want is for you to keep your beliefs to yourself. Stop trying to force them on people. Not everybody wants to live like you. And I am talking about believers. Somebody paid to drop you, Luke. You got to go.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. My finger was on the button.
It's freaking ridiculous.
He did exactly the thing that you said he was going to do and said we were projecting onto him.
Even
but
when
you
they
turned
try
around and did the thing.
It's so crazy. Like, even don't fucking tell me to calm down. The fuck? You calm down. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, y'all have an issue with emotions too. Like, y'all are so full of shit. Because we are sick of y'all trying to put y'all's beliefs on everybody. That's why. Like, the fuck, if you don't know how to deal with people's emotions, as a matter of fact, just fucking stay here. Just stay here and deal with my emotions, right? Just sit there and fucking deal with them until you learn how to deal with somebody who's fucking upset. Y'all are too fucking grown for that shit. And then, like, what do you think you're gonna do by typing "don't swear"? Are you gonna stop me? I would like to know. Like, are you gonna be able to stop me from fucking swearing? You typed that for fucking what? Oh, you wasted your time? Like, they act like children. It's fucking ridiculous. And then y'all asses, like, y'all will go and pay for a movie and sit there and watch an actress. Y'all will literally pay $13-15 to watch an actress fucking curse, but then come in here talking about some don't fucking swear. Like y'all are full of shit.
And somebody in the comments said children are around. Do you tell the actors on TV to not swear, or do you just simply change the channel? You can swipe out.
And then I ain't got nothing to do with your children being around you. I didn't fucking tell you to play me out loud in front of your kids. That's your fucking problem, not mine.
Exactly. These people are insane.
You're supposed to police your language because their kids are in the room. Wow.
That was one
I
of the
lost
most,
y'all mind.
and that was one of the most frustrating conversations. Like I came in on the tail end of it because clearly I fell asleep on you thinker. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I know you got to rest.
But the thing that believers don't seem to realize for some reason is that when they refer to the behavior of other believers as saying, oh, they weren't true Christians, all they're doing is deflecting from the issue rather than truly addressing the harm that their fellow believers caused. And they're really quick to refer to this standard, oh, they weren't a true Christian. Well, where's the measuring stick that you use to determine who is and who's not? And that's the piece he wasn't getting. It carries absolutely no weight when they say things like that, and it does nothing but just makes me want to pull my hair out.
And they don't. I think they do know that they get on our nerves. I think they try to play oblivious to it. They know. They got to know that a lot of them have some very undesirable personality traits. Like,
Yeah.
there's no, like, if people are good, right? You don't like dislike good people for no reason. Like you don't try to get away from good people, right? Like they've got to know that there's something undesirable about the way they think and the way they act and the things they say. They've got to know that.
I think they do, but I think they have to dismiss it because to sit in that reality identifies the fact that as a believer, specifically a fundamental Christian, you have to put your belief over your behavior. And while we're talking about behavior, they're focusing on belief. They just want to know if you carry the label or not. Fuck what you do. Like, do you have the label of Christian? If you have that label, okay, then yeah, you're good. But what we're saying is that there should be a distinction between those two. Like, there should be a clear, the label should not guarantee you that, oh yeah, you're a true Christian. And it's almost like they're speaking out both sides of their mouths, because while they're quick to say, oh well, they're not a true Christian, that means that the label isn't enough. But then when we want to sit into the behavior, let's talk about what that looks like. And if you're saying that a true Christian is identified by these characteristics, and I tell you I have those characteristics, yet I'm not a true Christian, then their point falls apart. I think that's the place they don't want to actually acknowledge.
Yeah, that's why he started with all of the deflecting, because that's what we were saying. Like Simone, it literally is like when I tell you she has way more patience than I do.
I think both. When I woke up, by the time I woke up, I think both of y'all were frustrated. But I also think both of y'all were very patient, though. Like I think he was, like you said, and he was intentionally saying the things that he said. And you know when they get to that point, because they always deflect to, well, where did we come from? Like, that's not even what we're talking about. You just know that you don't have a tenable position, so you have to talk about something different.
And that's the only thing that they can go to is that whole creation, right? That's the only thing they can go to. Even if they could prove that a God created everything, you still have the problem of proving that you are able to engage with that God. Like the God still doesn't fucking engage with you outside of your head. Like, to fucking fix that. Prove that first. Then talk to me about proving that God created the earth. I don't care about that. It's a waste of time.
I don't think they care either about ensuring that what they believe is true. I think their focus is on being right, because being right validates them. Even when you can talk them and walk them through, okay, let's kind of, slow walk through this and figure out how you landed at this conclusion. Because sometimes I'll try to do that. and just take it step by step to identify the point where we diverge. Like, you step on this stone because it makes sense to you. I have to step to the side because I don't trust this, and here's why. But they don't want to do that because I don't know that they care whether or not their belief is true, because of the comfort that it brings them, because of the security that it brings them. And at the same time, they don't realize that that comfort and security only resides in their head, because the ways that you have arrived at that comfort and security and the assessment that you've done to it, it's all internal. Every single bit of it is subjective to them, yet they want to tout it as the objective standard. And it's infuriating because this isn't a hard concept. This isn't a difficult thing to discuss. And a lot of them don't sound like absolutely insane, illogical human beings. So I see why. It's crazy how the conversations that I've heard tonight have been exact demonstrations of why your prompt is so very true.
And it almost as if like they're sacrificing others in order to get that relationship that they believe that they have with this God. Like, I don't think that they honestly believe what they say they believe. But one, if they believed that their prayer actually had power, they wouldn't like if somebody, like if you knew that when you spoke, right, things happened. You know what I'm saying? You would be careful with how you use your mouth. Like, you would be very intentional with your words, and you will be careful with your words because you know that when you speak, shit happens. But they are so careless with the shit that comes out of their mouth. There's no fucking way that I would believe that they actually believe their words had any power.
Oh, I agree with that 100%. I look at this from a slightly different angle because I feel like you, I think they know that it doesn't, because if you think about it, they already believe that what God wants to happen is going to happen. So if you truly believe that, what is even the purpose of asking God for something to happen? But they've gaslighted themselves into believing that their prayer has power, when their belief system ultimately tells them that their prayers don't have power. And when you sit there and you talk to them about that, they don't want to acknowledge or examine that or dig any deeper to determine whether or not it holds any weight at all. I think they just want to wield it as some sort of weapon against those that don't believe. And if that's the case, then how Christian are you?
Exactly. That's why I say, like, also, we know they don't have power because a lot of us would be struck down if they did. They would have done exactly what Elisha did to those kids. If they actually had power, they would be killing people left and right. They would be putting curses on people left and right if they had power. That's another way. Like, y'all don't fucking scare me when you say you're going to pray. It's irritating. Just the whole thought of you thinking that you can come in and force your so-called desires or your will on other people, right? It's your personality that irritates the living shit out of me, that you think you have the right to do that. Especially people you don't fucking know. It just tells me a lot about who you are, the type of person that you are. But no, I know you have no power, because if you did, you would be doing some fucked up shit with it. I didn't see. Hey, Rhea.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm good. I'm a little irritated.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
My goodness gracious.
Rhea, were you on when Thinker started last night? Mezzo came up. We both decided that we want a Rhea doll. I want my
Really?
I want my Rhea doll to call people weirdos when you press the button.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think Mezzo wants his Rhea doll to cuss
No.
people out.
No,
That's what the fuck I said.
Yes, that's what Mezzo wants.
Y'all, please no.
That would be cute though.
I agree. I think it would be adorable.
Oh my god, I'm trying to change, and y'all trying to make dolls of me? Oh my goodness.
I don't know what is going on with TikTok. I'm pressing the button to let people up, but they're like disappearing. I don't know.
Somebody said, would it be life size? You see the doors that y'all are opening? Please.
Necessity?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm
Good
good. How
morning.
are you?
I'm doing pretty good. That was quite the conversation. I enjoyed it and disenjoyed it at the same time, if that even makes sense.
Yep, there were both sides, two sides of the conversation. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I consider myself to be a non-believer or agnostic.
Okay. And what did you want to come up and add to the conversation?
I wanted to mention that I went through my personal journey coming from a Christian background, a very strong Christian background, by the way, having to be forced to go to church and just my whole entire family and having to go through that whole entire journey. And there's a point where I was a little bit upset. I wanted to have the conversation all the time. I wanted to talk to people and say, "What? You're crazy! Like this doesn't make any sense." And it was me just processing it myself, and I think that's what he may be going through. And you mentioned a good point. I think that he's in the middle. I think that he's on the journey in questioning himself, and that's why he's here on the panel to discuss, because I was at that point before where I was still a Christian, but I was questioning it. But the only way I knew how to like get information out of people to go through the journey is to have debate. And I didn't know how else to go through my journey outside of coming on a panel or going into spaces and trying to have conversation. And I think that he is on a journey.
I don't know. I
And
didn't get that feeling from him.
okay. Well, I think that
Yeah.
everybody goes through the journey differently. And so I would say that because I went through my journey a certain way, that's why I can see it in him. But some people don't go through the journey my way. Some
What you
people
think that
go
he's
through.
trying to like deconstruct?
I think that he's trying to process it in his mind. He's here. He's asking these questions.
But he
He's in
didn't
the
ask a
middle.
question. He came up to defend. He wasn't up to
Yeah.
ask questions.
Right. So I'll just, just to share, but I do understand that some people don't grow up in a certain household, and some people may have I guess, like been open to share and have like people, family, and friends to talk to, and kind of have different religions and kind of have a more opening upbringing. But me specifically, my journey involved what he was going through. And I feel like eventually he's
That's
gonna come
interesting.
to I feel like
He did,
eventually he's gonna come to the point where he gets it finally.
but he
And
didn't admit.
Wait,
He
did
didn't
somebody send a
admit
chase
that.
in the dream?
I don't think so.
I think Mr. Curtis did.
Oh, for just as a gift,
I
or
don't know. Mr. Curtis, did you send a chase in the dream? Go ahead and keep
I think
talking. Let me
earlier
see.
yeah.
he
I
sent
was
it
Oh,
gonna.
oh, somebody
when
put it
Luke
in the
was up here.
comments.
I
Huh?
think when somebody else was up here, when Odu was up.
Yeah, he
No,
sent
this
it
is
when
a
Luke was
new
up here.
one.
Oh, a new
Where
one.
is Mr.
This
Curtis?
is a new one.
Mr. Curtis, can you tell us so like we don't keep deliberating on what you thought? Is he here?
I don't know. Keep talking.
Okay, what I was gonna say was one, he did not, he didn't come up here as like, oh, I'm asking questions. Like we have guests that come up, admit that they don't understand or they're asking questions, and or guests that come up and have cordial conversations, right? We know how to have a cordial conversation. There's no need to make excuses for his behavior, right? In as much as we admit indoctrination, we can acknowledge indoctrination. We also have to admit that there are people out there that are choosing this book and this God because it resonates with them, right? They actually like the things in the book, or they just completely ignore it because it serves whatever bias they have, right? That's not something that we need to coddle. That's not something that we need to sugarcoat. That's not something that we need to dress up to look like something else, right? So these people actually follow this stuff, and it's harmful to other people, especially if you're coming here with some kind of superiority, like, oh, I'm over you, I know better than you type attitude. And this is why we don't continue past conversations as well, because you don't know what he was thinking, right? His attitude did not show, oh, I'm questioning, I need to ask questions or anything like that. That's not what he came up here to portray. So let's go with what we saw, what we experienced. Let's go with what we saw, what we experienced, instead of trying to like make it what it's not, and what he did not admit to. He did not once say, "Oh, I want a question." He came to educate, quote unquote.
I agree with you 100%. I agree. And the reason why I say what I say is because he is one person, but there are a lot of people online listening in. And this was a great conversation for other people who may be questioning, who may have questions, and they were able to listen in on it. And so it affects a lot of people, I think, in a positive way. This platform is amazing. And I think that you need someone like him to come on here and to show the conversation so that other people can listen in. Because if it wasn't for him, like certain conversations, people wouldn't know. Like you were able to teach, you were able to say certain things from
Yeah,
afar.
no, I don't think so. Like, again, I don't want us to try to twist something that is obviously harmful into trying to be like, well, look at the good parts of it. Other people learn from it. Again, we have had guests, right, that people could learn from, and it was a cordial conversation. That is a better environment for someone to learn rather than coming up and trying to demean people because you think you have some kind of knowledge that you obviously don't have, right? What he did was wrong. No one is learning from that. If anything, like Thinker had to get frustrated to try to get him, to see the point or even stay on topic or any of that, right? He came to educate with knowledge that he did not have. I don't think anyone learned anything from that. That was a very bad, quote unquote, educational session. I don't know what you would be learning from that.
I don't think anyone should be rude, but I guess the only reason why I can say anything at all is because of my personal journey. And maybe my journey was wrong. I was wrong. I was in a position where I'm like, what do you think about this? And how do you this? And where do we come from? And I had that attitude, and I was able to move beyond it eventually and to come to the truth where I no longer had that attitude. So because
Yeah, you're not him though. So we
I was
gotta let's talk about the person on the panel because I don't know where this is going. Could we move on to pick a topic? Let's talk about yourself because he's not here.
I respect that.
Okay, are you done? We can bring up somebody else. Necessity, are you done?
Yeah, that was what I wanted to say when I wanted to come up.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you have a good day, okay?
Thank you.
Like what? You came up to explain someone else's train of thought. You don't even know that
Oh my
man.
god.
You don't even know him.
And then it sounds like she came in like halfway through. I don't think she heard the whole conversation. It sounds like she came in where he asked, where did we come from? And she thought that he was up here questioning, and she didn't know that he came up here to defend the God. And she missed the whole first part of that conversation where he was saying that some people aren't true Christians.
I'm
And
not.
that,
Indeed,
huh?
it's not descending.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. She's been in the comments, and I don't even think if she sat for the whole conversation, she wouldn't have done what she just did. Like I've seen her in your other live, and she's been in the comments, and she's one of the Christians that we agree with shit, knowing that it's a lie.
Oh, she said she's not a Christian though.
Oh please,
She's a
yeah,
non-believer, she said.
yeah, sure, yeah. While she in the comments defending Christians, like she's lying. She's been in the comments before.
And that's the crazy thing. Like, why come up and say that you're not a believer when you are? Like, that to me doesn't make any sense to do. Like, this what I'm saying. Like, they do and say things that are just weird to me. Like, if you are a believer, why say you're not? I don't know what you thought you were going to get out of that. And then Gary Thompson, like, y'all are saying that some people aren't true Christians. But when we ask you what is a true Christian and how can you spot a true Christian, y'all don't have an answer for that. You don't have an answer. Hi, are you there? Then come up and answer it, Gary. I don't know what this person's doing. Come up and answer it.
Fighting the bear?
I don't know. I don't know what he was doing. Like, come tell me what a Christian can do that a non-believer can't. Like, I would like to know.
You want to bring up Gary?
Yeah, are they in the box?
I think I saw Gary. Are you
No.
in the box?
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
I see
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Good
Hi,
morning.
how old are you?
I'm 35.
All right. What can a Christian do that a non-believer can't?
Like the only thing a Christian can do that a non-believer can is have. I mean, to me, I'll just explain to you how I feel about it. So, obviously, we don't know, right? We have no idea. We have no clue what's going to happen after we die. So, my thing is, I don't see why it would be seen as negative to believe in something, and then
I'm
you get
sorry.
there.
Why you're answering something I did not ask. I didn't ask
Okay.
you that. I brought you up very specifically because you responded, right? That there are some people are not true Christians, right?
Yes.
That's why I brought you up. Okay.
So you want me to answer that
because
question?
I said that there is nothing, right, that can be spotted from a non-believer and a believer, right, that identifies a true Christian. My question to you was, what can a Christian do, right, that a non-believer can't?
Besides believe in Jesus, nothing.
Right. So there is no true Christian because people, like what the young guy was saying, Luke, is that, oh, a Christian will have the fruit of the Spirit. So a non-believer have those same characteristics. There's no difference.
I will definitely agree with you on that. There are great people out there on the earth that take care of people, that love people, that have great hearts that aren't Christian. And then there are people that are Christians that have the same traits. And then there are people that are Christians that have opposite traits of that. And then there are people who are not Christian that have opposite traits of that too. So I do agree with you on your point as far as there are people. I've met some great people that aren't Christian. Some very, very good people that I look up to. So, but for me as a Christian, I hold a higher standard of what Christianity actually means than, I mean, to me, church is watered down. It's been watered down for years. And so that's the problem, is that, you know, in the Bible, God calls Christians to be set apart. But the problem is that Christians don't want to be set apart because we're still human, right? So it's natural for us to want to fit in to what society is doing. And when you fit into what society is doing, then then you're not seen as different than society. You're the same. You're just reading a Bible and other people aren't reading a Bible. So to me, a part of the issue is that where Christianity has failed over the years is not daring to be different, not being okay with being different, right? So being okay with, okay, we have to blend in with society. And that started way back. Like I study history in ancient Rome. So when Christianity came into Rome, where it was paganism, they believed in a whole bunch of other different stuff. Christians had to make a decision, and their decision was, okay, we have to be like society to gain more Christians. right? Whereas there are other religions out there that are very like strict, and they are different. Like Muslim people, they are different. There's a lot of different religions, and I actually like spend time with people from other religions because I like to see, okay, what are differences, and then what are some issues that I've seen in Christianity. So that's my thing is I'm not saying that if
Hold
you're
on,
non-Christian.
let me read something to you because like this
Go
is
ahead.
what I don't. I wrote to you in my letter not to associate with sexually immoral persons, not at all meaning the sexually immoral of this world, or the greedy and swindlers or idolaters, since you would then need to go out of the world. But now I'm writing to you to not associate with anyone who bears the name of brother or sister who is sexually immoral or greedy or an idolater, rivaler, drunkard, or swindler. Do not even eat with such a one. For what have I to do with judging those outside? Are you not judges of those who are inside? God will judge those outside, right? Drive out the wicked person from among you. So here, Paul is not telling y'all to not associate with non-believers. He's saying don't associate with believers who are these things. And he's saying that it's not believers' jobs to judge those who don't believe. Right? That's not what Paul said in this book. And then the whole set apart thing, right, is just a mimic of the Israelites being set apart, right, which creates supremacy culture, supremacy ideology. It's a harmful ideology.
I would have to disagree. So Paul is speaking on people in Christianity being harder on other people that are in Christianity, as opposed to
where does he say that at? Which word says that here? Tell me what sentence makes you say that he's talking about them being harder on each other.
So when he's speaking about sexually immoral, he's not speaking to non-believers. He's not speaking to non-believers.
I didn't say he was. I said which part of this passage here says I'm talking to you that are harder on your brothers and sisters. Which part says that in this passage?
If he's speaking to Christians, right? He's not speaking to non-believers. He's speaking to believers. So he's speaking to believers, and he's talking about
telling them to do
believers.
what?
He's talking about believers not judging people that are non-believers.
Let's read this. Nope. Let's read this again. First off, let's start from the beginning so we can know what sexual immorality he's talking about. He says, hold on. It is actually reported that there is sexual immorality among you, and the sort of sexual immorality that is not even found among Gentiles. For a man is living with his father's wife. And you are arrogant. Should you not rather have mourned so that he who has done this would have been removed from among you? For I, though absent in body, am present in spirit, and as if present, I have already pronounced judgment in the name of the Lord Jesus on the man who has done such a thing. When you are assembled, and my spirit is present with the power of our Lord Jesus, you are to hand this man over to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, so that the spirit may be saved in the day of the Lord. Your boasting is not a good thing. Do you not know that a little yeast leavens all of the dough? Clean out the old yeast so that you may be a new batch of dough, as you really are unleavened. For our Paschal Lamb, Christ, has been sacrificed. Therefore, let us celebrate the festival, not with the old yeast, the yeast of malice and evil, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth. I wrote to you in my letter not to associate with sexually immoral persons, not at all meaning the sexually immoral of this world, or the greedy and swindlers or idolaters, since you would then need to go out of the world. But now I'm writing to you not to associate with anyone who bears the name of brother or sister, who is sexually immoral or greedy or an idolater, a rivaler, drunkard, or swindler. Do not even eat with such a one. For what have I to do with judging those outside? Are you not judges of those who are inside? God will judge those outside. drive out the wicked person from among you. He's telling y'all to judge each other. He's saying
That's
your
what I was
role
trying to
is
say.
to judge each other. You said that he was talking about them being harder on
Yeah,
Christians
so
than they
you're
are
being
on
harder on
non-believers.
Christians, exactly. That
That's
if
not
you're
what he
judging,
said. He didn't
that
say
is
you're being
only
harder. He said judge each other.
judge
He
each
didn't
other,
say
be
nothing about your
harder.
being harder. That's
It's
not
the
what he
same
said.
thing.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
you're
Hold on,
holding.
Fee. If I say to you that you're being harder, if I say to you you're being harder on your son than you are your daughter, and then I say, hey, judge your daughter, am I saying the same thing to you?
Not even remotely. No, and I think that's the piece that you're missing. Like you're adding the comparison when the comparison is not there. You're adding that to the scripture, and that's just simply not there.
Okay, so judging your people is not being hard on us. Judging your people. Okay, gotcha. I understand where you're coming from with this.
And I think that you have another layer of complexity for yourself as a believer, because in the same way that you said earlier about not being able to, or identifying I believe that was you that said something about identifying a Christian based on the way that they behave, and you associate with people of other belief systems and things of that nature. The problem is that the badge of Christianity is an internally and self-validating process. So in the same way, you can't tell another Christian that they're not a true Christian or that they are a true Christian. They can't do that to you either. So because each individual Christian is internally verifying themselves as a true Christian, on the outside as a non-believer, all of y'all look exactly the same. And there is no external standard that we can use to determine which one of you is true. Therefore, the designation ultimately is null and void.
And I'm not saying that I disagree with your point, right? What I'm saying is based on, and I can only speak based on how I was brought up, and I was brought up hardcore Christian, was forced to go to church. I walked away from Christianity for a while because of that. There were some things going on that I did not like. And obviously you got to make your own decisions for your own person, right? But when reading the word, I think the word is easier to understand than people may make it out to be. But I think that that a lot of people get, and for me personally, what burned me from Christianity, because I grew up in the church until I was in high school, and then when I got out of high school, it just something about it just wasn't sitting right. What burned me from Christianity was the hardcore, if you don't do it my way, but it was normally like an individual person's way. So I always question, why do we always have to do it the individual person's way? And especially if their way goes away from what the word says, because a lot of people will go away from what the word says. It's like you get a playbook, but you want to run your own plays aside from what's in the playbook. And so that's what turned me away when I was a teenager. And I was lost. I was super lost, trying to figure out myself, and then trying to figure out like what it is that I believe in, because I started to question what I believed in because of things that I saw going on inside the church.
Most teenagers are guided by their parents, right? Like when they're trying to figure out life, right? Their parents guide them, not a Bible, right? And what in this book? What in this book guides a teenager? Like what part of the guidebook or the playbook guides a teenager?
There's not a lot in there for for my reading and my understanding, there's not a lot in there for teens. To be honest with you, it all kind of goes into the perspective of what the parents take from it, and then they make the decisions and kind
Like
of
what?
guide.
Like what? When you said that you were a teenager and you were like, y'all trying to live your life, like this book is trying to tell you what to do. I want to do my own thing. Like what? What were the own things that the book was trying to tell you to do that you needed to do or wanted to do yourself as a teenager?
Well, I feel like as a teenager growing up, where I will tell you where it helped me and I will tell you where it hurt me. Where it helped me was I believe that you should not have sex before marriage. And that was something that was pounded into me as a teen. And obviously not stealing from people, kind of like good morals, like you just have good morals, right? And
I mean,
having
that's crazy. Like
those,
first off, there's nothing in this book that says you can't have sex before marriage. And then second, my kids don't know shit about the Bible, and they don't steal.
oh, well,
So
I'm not saying that that knowing or not knowing. I'm just telling you because you asked me a question, so I'm trying to answer
no,
the
I
question.
said like the guidebook for a teenager, right? The stuff that teenagers don't learn from their parents. This guidebook that you're talking about, like my kids don't steal and they don't go to church.
And I also want to point out that, Gary, you mentioned that the problem that you had was each individual person kind of doing what they want to do based on how they read the book.
Yes.
You're still doing the same thing. It's just that you're the individual person. Like, it's
Right.
literally the exact same thing. You're just not taking someone else's application of the book. You're just developing your own. There's literally no difference.
And then even to think as far as the fact that even this book is from an individual's mind, depending on whatever part of the book you're reading, right? These authors, quote unquote, these are individual minds that are telling you that they're somehow communicating with the Holy Spirit, or now their words are inspired by the Holy Spirit. These are still individual minds.
And it always blows my mind when believers talk about, sex before marriage being immoral. Like, how? What is it immoral? What is the definition of something being immoral? And explain to me how sex before marriage is immoral. It's one of the most arbitrary things ever, because marriage, the concept of marriage, is not even objective. How it happens in the United States, there's a specific process, there's a registration, there's a whole lot of things that you have to do to be considered married. So you don't have to do that in other places. So even the idea of that being this objective outside of an external influence standard it just never made sense to me.
Yeah, well, I didn't say it was immoral. That never came out of my mouth. That's just something that my mom instilled in me when I was younger, and I'm okay with it. Like, I grew up just perfectly fine with that mindset. Like, it didn't harm me or in any kind of way, shape, or form. But I'm not saying that it's
You're
immoral.
saying that it made you throw the Bible away because you wanted to have sex before marriage.
No, I did not say that.
I
No, did
asked
not
you
say that.
what were
So
the things that made you
what?
literally said that there were things that you wanted to do that you was like, y'all got let this book guide y'all life. I asked you what were the things, right?
Well,
That you as a teenager wanted to do that you felt this book was guiding you to not allow you to do. And that's, you said stealing and having sex before marriage.
I was trying to tell you, so it's two prong. I was trying to give you, these are the things that it did for me that I'm okay with.
No,
That obviously was good.
I want to know
And then
what
I
were
was
the
gonna
things that
give
you wanted to do as a teen. That
that I
I
wanted
asked
to
a
do
very
as a teen.
specific question and you answered something different. Like this is what I be talking about, right? Like, I asked what were the things you wanted to do that you felt you couldn't do with the book,
Because
right?
of okay, I can answer that.
That's what
Yes, I
I
can answer.
asked.
Okay. Okay. I mean, you don't have to be rude. I'm
No, I'm
calm.
not
I'm
being
talking
rude.
calm.
I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude because I'm reiterating to you what I asked. You answered something that I didn't ask. Then we've had a whole ass conversation about it, and now you're saying that's not what I said.
So you're asking me what are things that I wanted to do as a teen that the Bible prohibited me from doing as a teen.
You came up here and said that you threw the book out because you said y'all trying to live your life by this book, and there was some things that you wanted to do. Like, I don't even want to go back through it no more. Like, you literally started your conversation off with that. And the reason that I asked you the question was, for one, teenagers, children are guided by their parents, not this Bible. And so I followed up and I said, what are the things that you as a teenager felt that you could not do, right? That you needed to throw the Bible away as a teenager. And
Nothing.
you said stealing and sex.
Nothing.
And now you're saying you didn't say it. So I can't.
No, but you're not listening to me. Like, I literally, so what I said, I didn't say that I threw the Bible away or Christianity away because I couldn't do stuff. No. I said because there were things that I saw in the church that I disagreed with That's the reason why I put away Christianity. It had nothing to do with, oh, I can't do this as a teen. No, it's because I saw things in the church that I disagreed with, and then that's what made me step away from Christianity, were some of the things that people were doing, not because I couldn't do stuff as a teen. So I think that might have been where we got off track at, and I apologize if I got us off track on that. But that was my reasoning for letting Christianity go, was things that I was seeing in the church. There was things that I didn't agree with, and it happened while I was a teenager. So I think that might have been where we got off track. And so that's what caused me to put it down and step away from it. And then I kind of experienced a whole lot of other stuff, and then eventually came back to it.
You also need to apologize for calling her rude, because this was your fault.
I apologize for calling you rude.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But that was my reason for stepping away. So yes, I apologize if there was a misunderstanding. It had nothing to do with things that I couldn't do as a teen. Because there's really nothing in there that the Bible doesn't say you can't play football, you can't do boxing, the things that I did. So it didn't inhibit me as a teenager. There were just some things that I didn't agree with personally as I was growing up that was going on in the church, and things that I saw obviously that were happening in the Catholic Church with stuff that the priests were doing and things like that. So there's a lot of things that went into me stepping away from the belief. But it didn't have to do with anything as far as like I couldn't do this because I was a teenager. It was just things that I saw and things that I've heard, and things that I went through personally that caused me to step away. But eventually I came back.
Did you come back to a different understanding or a more clear understanding, or were you able to now, as an adult, choose the things that you wanted to use in your life from this Bible? Because I find it interesting that you say that there's nothing in the Bible telling children that they, like teenagers, that can't participate in sports and things of that nature. But the religion that I grew up in absolutely used a scripture in that Bible to drive home that very point. Like I couldn't do shit in school. So there are ways to utilize this Bible to anyone's benefit. And when you have a source that's supposed to be a source of direction that is as fluid as this book is, and the various people that utilize it, at some point, as a logical thinking person, you have to ask yourself, what is truly coming from this book and what is truly coming from me? Because if two different people can use this book and refer to this book as the reason they made a decision, and those decisions do not align, that decision isn't coming from that book. It's not this guidepost that a lot of people like to prop it up as being. And I think that's part of the damage that Christianity has done, because it's convinced its believers that there's this unanimous consensus that exists among Christians. There's this objective standard of morality and all these other things that this God gives his followers, yet that objective standard is nowhere to be seen, not only in belief, but even more so in behavior. And the only way that you guys reconcile that is by pointing at the first Christian and saying they're not a real Christian, but I'm a real Christian. And that game of, point the blame or, deflect is just it doesn't end, because there is no measurement by which a person on the outside could look at all the Christians who are claiming to be true Christians while they are simultaneously telling you that they are the only true Christian. Like, do you not see how that could be problematic?
I 100% agree. And that was part of my reason for, when I was a teenager, for walking away, because there was so much of I'm a better Christian than you, or I'm this, or I'm that was going on.
But that's why you're up here, though. You realize that, Gary. You realize that that's literally why Thinker brought you up. You ran away from it just so you can perpetrate it yourself.
So I ran away from it because of what I was seeing then. But
so then why would you do it then?
Why would I come back?
Why would you then now embody that thing that you ran away from? That's literally why you're up here, because you're supposed to be demonstrating how to tell the difference between a good Christian and a bad Christian. That's a comment that you made.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. You're correct. I did make that comment. And so Well, let me go into it. So, so obviously, I walked away because I saw a lot of the uppity, there's the stick my nose up, I'm better than everybody. I for one don't believe that. I don't operate my life like that. I don't believe that I'm better than the next person. I believe that if so to me as a Christian, what makes one Christian different than another, and this is what I've seen from being in the church. You guys probably see it from, you don't even have to be in the church to see it. For an individual to hold themselves to a higher moral standard, or believe that they're holding themselves to a higher moral standard, but then their actions don't align with what they're saying or what they say they believe, then that to me becomes a problem. And that was part of the problem that I saw in the church when I was younger, as a teen. And then as I've grown up, I've kind of made my own decision that this is the way I want to do it. And I think that's, it may be wrong and people may judge me for it, and that's perfectly fine. It is what it is. But I like to operate on the mindset of, I'm going to do my best to help people as much as I possibly can. I chose a job that people will disagree and say my job that I do doesn't help people, but I believe it does. And I choose to live my life based on my interpretation of the word, which is going to be different than the next person's, and it's going to be different than the next person. It's going to be different than the next person.
Gary,
Yes.
may I ask you to go a few steps back?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
were saying something, and you said, and I think that's what, and then and then you pivoted a little bit. You think can you finish that statement? Because in my head, I'm thinking that you were going to say, I think that's what makes me different from other Christians, which is the thing that brought you up here and what Rhea just said. So to put me at ease, if you could finish that thought.
So what I think makes me different from other Christians? Yeah.
Because you didn't finish that sentence.
Yeah. Number one, unlike most Christians that I've been around, I actually do congregate and speak with people from other religions. I know that's scary to some people, but for me, I want an understanding, and it's easier for me to understand having a holistic view. I even associate with people that don't believe in God too. Some of my best friends don't believe in God, and there's some great people. And so for me, I don't want to segregate myself to just, I have to be with these Christian people, because as I interpret the Bible and I interpret Jesus did not just hang around, or he wasn't just around believers. He was around everybody. And for me, that's what I believe that a Christian is supposed to be, a person that is okay being around everybody. I'm not going to sit out here and say I'm better than this person because he doesn't believe. There's things I can learn from that person that doesn't believe. There's things I can learn from this person that may believe in a different religion than I believe in. And I'm okay with that. And I think that was my problem when I was a teenager, is that I'm the type of person that wants to know stuff. I want to know people. I want to understand. And so I guess my need for wanting to understand took me into circles with people that were outside of Christianity. And my mom, the way that they operated, they didn't like that. And so that's I think that's what took me away from Christianity. But then it also gave me a different perspective on Christianity as well.
So, Dr. Kip, can I ask you a quick question real quick? Because this is the second time in 2 days where a believer has said Jesus was around non-believers, except he wasn't necessarily around non-believers, because he was around Israelites who was considered sinners, right? Like tax collectors were not necessarily sinners. They were just groped into sinners because they were seen as unclean because they worked for the Roman government, right? Like they were seen as traitors, not necessarily, because there's no law in the Mosaic law that would have made an Israelite a sinner for being a tax collector, right?
Yeah. I'll correct you on one point here. And it's a small thing, but at this point in time in the first century, these are Jewish people who scholars technically don't identify
as Israelites,
them as Israelites, right? So that's just a
But
small
Paul
thing.
calls himself an Israelite though, and he was of
Right.
the tribe
He's,
of
and this
Benjamin.
is,
Would
yeah.
that be?
So this is part of, I mean, there's a whole complicated, there's a book by Jason Staples that you can read about the usage of the term B'nai Israel, sons of Israel, in the, I guess as a rhetorical strategy, as an identifier. But I think the point that you're making is correct.
I do want to say, so should we call them Jewish?
Yeah,
Or just
at the time of
okay, just
Jesus,
Jewish.
yeah, these are Jewish people.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah, but anyways, you're correct though, in that the people that Jesus is surrounded by, the people whom he's preaching to, those who are following him, those whom he's speaking against, are all Jewish people.
And so, and even if they were a sinner, they kept their identity as a Jewish person.
Yeah,
right?
No question. And I think this, and we get things get slippery, I guess, when we start to identify certain people as quote unquote sinners, because there's already dispute within the various Judaisms of Jesus' day as to what that even means. And I think especially important here too is you said, or the gentleman said, sorry, I was half listening, unbelievers. Like, what does that mean?
Right.
At the time of Jesus, these Jewish people who are unbelievers or not believing in what?
Yeah.
I think it's an inappropriate term to use to describe what's going on, and I'll just say, this comes up from time to time among Christian apologists. I hear this quite a bit, that Paul, for example, was a skeptic who converted to Christianity, is often, a trope that's employed. Jesus's brother James is identified as a skeptic or an unbeliever. The important thing to point out is that all of these people almost certainly were apocalyptic Jews, meaning that they all had the same sense about what was wrong with the world. They all understood the Roman Empire as their enemy, and they believed that the Messiah was coming to save them from Rome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like when I hear believers say Jesus sat with the unbelievers and the sinners, I think they picture themselves, or like non-believers in today's time, or even just like, because when Christianity became a thing, right? It was at that point to where you had to believe that Jesus was Christ, and so that's where the believer thing came from. So Jesus wouldn't have sat with people who didn't believe he was Christ. Like that wouldn't have been the issue then, because he was still alive, right? At that point in the story, that they're saying that he sat with unbelievers, because as a Jewish person or even an Israelite, their identity came with their birth, right, or their association, not necessarily whether they believed that Yahweh was the only God. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Dr. Josh. Dr. B.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This guy.
I'm telling you, gotta be careful.
All right. Gary, does that make sense? Like when y'all say that, it's not accurate?
Well, I have a question. So,
So Jewish people didn't believe as Jesus as the Messiah, right? So, I mean, if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if they don't believe in him as the Messiah, to because Jews are obviously different than Christians.
Are
They
they?
they have different beliefs than Christians. Yeah.
Who are we talking about here? Are we talking about modern Jews, or are we talking about contemporary Jews at the time of Jesus?
We're talking about contemporary Jews at the time of Jesus, because
Well, no, they would not have been different than Christians. Christians were, in the first place, Christians were Jewish people. It was a sect of Judaism.
And then what Jewish people did he sit with and run with that didn't believe that he was the Messiah, that would make them non-believers?
I guess you're making sense there. He didn't his inner circle obviously believed that he was the Messiah. Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying, like, and they in some of the gospels, they don't necessarily know that he's a Messiah yet, right? But they believe in him as a teacher, right? So the ones that were running with him, right? So, like, my point is, like, when I hear believers say that what you said, like, just for the last couple of days, it's kind of been like bugging me because it's not accurate. It's my point.
I got you, and I appreciate you guys giving me some understanding, because I've kind of did some study back, but I don't really go back to. Most of my studies have been in the Roman Empire, and kind of how Christianity and the King James Version of the Bible and all that kind of stuff came about during the Roman Empire days. I haven't really gotten back further into it, but that's something that I've always wanted to. Because, like I said, I like to understand. And so when people give me understanding, like, it helps me. Because that's the type of stuff that's like, because my brain, the way it works is, I'm always thinking, like, okay, what about this? What about that? And so I've done a lot of studies as far as, like, going back to the Roman Empire, and then the different types of Bibles and who wrote the Bibles and all. I mean, like, that stuff matters to me. I know it doesn't matter to a lot of Christians. They could care less. Even with my wife, we have debates on it because I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a different type of Christian, I guess. I don't just go with what everybody says. Like, it's hard for me to do that. Like, I want to have some understanding. I feel like it's important to have some understanding. Because sometimes my wife will say, well, God, his hand was on the person that wrote the Bible. And I'm like, I know how man is, and I know men could put their own spin on things and take things out and put things in to provide a narrative. And so that's kind of the mindset that I have. And that's the struggle that I've had with Christianity over the years, is trying to like, I do believe in Jesus, but like, it's just hard for me to, like I said, it's just hard for me to just conform to whatever. I like to have some understanding of like where things came from and why things are the way they are. And so I guess that's my biggest battle, and that's the battle that I've been battling for the last 10 years.
But I guess even with that, right, with saying that there are some people who are not true Christians, right? And then you say you are a different type of Christian. The definition of, like, Christian is an identification or a religious association, I guess.
Yeah.
Identifier. And the definition is just a person who believes that Jesus came in the flesh, that he is the Son of God, and that he died for the sins of the world, right? And they follow Jesus's teachings, right? It doesn't say that a Christian is someone who follows Jesus's teachings to the T or perfectly, right? So what I don't understand is, since there is no readily seen difference between a Christian, a true Christian, or a non-believer, right? Why, or what is the purpose when we talk about the things that we experience from people who do identify as a Christian? What is the purpose of the othering when there is no no difference in the definition of it, right? And there's no readily seen difference between it. Like, to me, it's just a waste of time to be trying to other yourself from people who share your belief system. Like, and I think too, like, instead of just othering and saying, oh, they're not a true Christian, if you are a Christian, your book says that you are supposed to be correcting them and not us.
That, yeah, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. When you're correct, I'll tell you you're correct. And that's correct. I never really thought about how the simple form of what Christianity is. I never really thought about that it is literally that simple. But I think, I don't know, I guess we just make it harder on ourselves. Because for some, I don't know if it's like a competitive thing. I don't know what it is. But you just made a good point that I never thought of, that I didn't think about in my complex brain of thinking. Sometimes I skip over the simple stuff. But you're correct. They're like, literally the definition of being a Christian is that simple. But I don't know. I have no idea I don't know. I don't have an answer for your question. That was a good point that you made, though. I appreciate it.
I can tell you what I've experienced, right, from the conversations that I've had, which is the whole purpose of, this week's discussions, right, to discuss what we experience in these conversations. And I think that the reason, one, that we hear a lot is the Great Commission. Christians or believers, because some don't even identify as Christian, believe that it is their job to get as many souls for Christ. And so in doing so, they believe that it's their job, right, to fearmonger, right, to pray for people who didn't ask for it or who don't want it. They feel indebted to this Jesus because they've been told that they are worthless, slaves of Christ, and they're bored in sin, and that they didn't deserve Jesus dying for them, but he did. And so there's this loyalty that they have, right, to this Jesus. They feel that they have to put this God before everything in their life. And so with all of that coupled, right, there's this, and they're chosen, right? He did this because there's a group of people that he chosen from the beginning of time whose name is written in the book of life, and he has special people that he's going to use throughout. So there's this superior morality, delusions of grandeur, this commission that they have to this God that does everything perfect and good and just, right? And so it shifts their focus to the outside, right? To those of us that don't believe. And then while doing so, it puts them on like a pedestal. They put themselves on a pedestal. And so they don't think about, those that are within my fold or those that are holding my belief. They're already good because they already believe. My eyes need to be set on those that don't believe because of the Great Commission. And to them, we're evil. All the stuff, the immorality that goes on within the group of people who call themselves Christians or followers of Christ gets overlooked by those within the group, because the mission is to get more people in the group at whatever cost. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And that was part of my studies going back to Rome, is that's where it got really big as far as Christians go, and trying to get people to become Christians. So they would just take on whatever they had to take on to do that. So yes, that is definitely something. And I think another issue is a fear of heaven and hell. If you don't do it like this, you're going to go to hell. I think that's something that causes issues amongst Christians, and causes basically it's like a competitive nature, a competitiveness. And that's something that I don't dive in. Like, I don't want to live my life based on, I'm going to go here or here. I want to live my life the right way because that's what you're supposed to do anyway. But I do agree with you that on your points. And then I would also add that the fear of heaven and hell. I think that that's something that grips people a lot. And then I think that causes them to hyper judge each other, because it's like this, oh, who's going to go to heaven? Who's going to go to hell type of thing. And that was the way it was when I was a teenager, when I was going to church. They beat the heaven and hell out of us, essentially. I did not like that personally. And I think that was part of one of the reasons for me to be like, man, I can't subscribe to that type of mindset. But yeah, I agree. You guys have definitely informed me on a lot of stuff today. I appreciate you. I thank you guys, and for being polite, because I've been on panels before and they jump on you real quick. You guys were informative, though. Very informative.
On this panel, we match energy. If you had come up here and tried to be rude to us, then that would have been what you would have been matched with. So we appreciate you for not taking us there.
Oh, I never do. So my reason for coming up here was to obviously try to put my points out there, but I wanted to get your guys' points too. Because like I said, for me, understanding is huge. Like, I want to know. And I feel like the more that I know from like different walks of life, different groups of people, like it helps me. Because it's kind of a way for you to kind of build wisdom based off of other people's experience and things that they've gone through and things that they've studied. Because there's things that you guys have guaranteed studied that I have not, that could help me as far as me trying to figure, because I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not completely sold on Christianity. I'm still trying to figure it out. And that's kind of been my personal battle. Like I said, for the last decade, I've been back and forth with it, and I've had a whole lot of thoughts on it, and I've questioned myself, and I've questioned other people, and had other people question me. So yeah, it's a battle for me personally. And I think it's something that is going to continue. And like I said, I'll continue to ask questions, and I'll continue to dive into stuff, because like I said, I want to understand and I want to know. So yeah, I appreciate you guys, but I'm gonna get out your hair and let you guys pull up the next person.
Thank you so much for coming up, Gary. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Can I just ask Kip a question?
Sure.
Yeah. So Kip, how does it feel that, like, now that Thinker is going to be taking Hebrew, that like our time is limited? We're going to be ousted
Yeah.
here as the subject matter experts, because like shit's getting ready to get real.
Yes, it is. How does that feel? Well, I can only blame you, right?
Damn it.
Yeah, right. No, I was
So
showing them
it's funny. So it's funny. Sorry. I just have to say this. It's funny, Josh. You're asking me this question in this moment as I'm working through a translation of Deuteronomy 32. So, just so y'all know,
the big chiasm that's in there.
Yeah, the big chiasm. Yeah, no, but this is a fucking ridiculously, like, there are places in this text where I just have no idea what's going on. I just don't.
I can already tell it's going to be interesting, and like I could see how, like, the rules are inconsistent as hell. I'm almost past the headache of learning the rules when it comes to the vowels and the vowel markers and the open syllables, closed syllables, stressed, unstressed, and all that good stuff.
I hate that stuff.
My chest was so tight this weekend.
Don't stress about that. I'm gonna, like, and I won't take up time with this, sorry, but just like don't lose any sleep over that. There are a couple of little tricks. There's certain things that I say, memorize these 3 rules and forget all the rest. You're going to find that when we go through Sayal, there's going to be a lot of like, okay, look, you can ignore these 3 paragraphs, right? These are for people that have been doing Hebrew for like 15 years. So don't worry about this right now.
Okay, because the book, I at one point, Dr. B, I took my ink pen and I started stabbing the book.
Yeah.
I was like, I hate this fucking book.
This is one of don't worry about going ahead too much. I know as a teacher that probably sounds weird to hear, but like when we wrote our Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian books, like Megan and I were very intentional that what we weren't going to do was overburden the reader with details that they don't need. Like, and the example that I always give is if I'm teaching, like second grade English or something, I don't say, okay, here we're going to talk about plurals today. Now, usually you put an S on the end, but here, let's look over all the examples that are counter to this. So let's all memorize ox and oxen and goose and geese. And who knows what the plural of fish is? Like their little heads would explode. You just say, all right, for right now, normally get an S at the end. All the other stuff, don't worry about that just yet. Let's just get the S down, right? And that's how, unfortunately, a lot of these grammars are designed to be exhaustive, and that can be really frustrating for somebody who's learning.
That is the great challenge, yes.
Yeah, right, Selena. Selena said, don't worry about all that after I've lost days of sleep.
Sorry.
Right.
Great book choice, Josh.
You know what? Look, I didn't realize that Thinker was gonna go try to learn the class before it started. I didn't realize that.
You already know. I told you I'm a nerd. I told you it when you texted me that I'm a fucking geek. I told you that. I warned you.
Fair enough.
Roy, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
38.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I can say I'm a believer.
Okay. And were you here for the conversation as to why God makes my head hurt?
I've been listening for a while, but I don't see how it make any sense, because when you say you don't care about something, why are you talking about it?
Then that means you wasn't here, so I'm gonna. That means you were not here for you to ask that question.
No,
so
I listened to what you said.
Obviously you didn't. Obviously you didn't, because you would know that my issue isn't the God. For you to say, why do you care about it? You wasn't here, or you were not listening. Because as I stated, it is what you do with your beliefs in the world that affects everybody else, including me. And of course, I'm going to care about it if it affects me, my life, and my children's lives.
Okay. And how does Christianity affect you?
Let me ask you this. Where can you go in the world that Christianity has not touched?
Okay.
The courthouse. Can you go to the courthouse?
Okay. I think let me reverse the same question. Where can you go?
No. Answer my question. Can you go to the courthouse?
I think Christianity is everywhere.
Christianity is everywhere. Mm-hmm. Now, if Christianity is everywhere and I live in this world, I have to go to the courthouse. I have to go to the schools, right? I'm on social media minding my own business and Christians are in my comments, right? There's nowhere that I can go and escape Christianity.
And unfortunately, you live on earth, and earth is a free space for everybody. Just like you can say there is no way.
Therefore, stop trying to force your beliefs on everybody.
No, it's just that you're saying that.
Stop forcing your beliefs. Stop forcing your beliefs on everybody. Get them out of our laws. Get them out of our schools, out of our businesses. Get them out. Keep them in your homes. Keep them in your homes. Stay out of my comments with your beliefs, right? Keep them in your homes. Keep them to yourself. I don't have to live my life according to the way you live your life.
Okay. Here's the thing. I want to ask you something direct. Where on earth do you see anybody Where on earth can you see they put somebody into prison because he's not a Christian? It's just a choice. If you want it, you get it. It's just like,
Obviously, you don't understand what we're talking about right now because you just asked me the same damn question in a different way. You obviously don't understand the conversation.
okay, let me ask you this, okay? You said Christianity is everywhere, right? The same way sexualism is everywhere, but it doesn't make you to be sexual to everybody.
You
You can
don't
see it everywhere.
understand.
Instagram,
You're not
everywhere.
getting it. You don't
I'm getting
understand
it.
the
It's just
question.
like
No,
you're
you
focusing
don't.
on one thing.
You don't understand the conversation. You don't.
Okay. Why are you focusing on Christianity when there are other things in the world that are in the faces of everybody? You get a point?
I don't know. Do you want me to speak in tongues to you so that you get it? Do I need
No,
to say I
no,
come on
no.
a Honda? Do I need to speak in tongues to
I'm
you?
following
Like
on
I'm
what
trying
you're
to figure
saying.
out like why I'm trying to figure out why this is hard for you to get.
No, it's hard for you to
That
understand because
your
you are saying
beliefs,
that.
your
No,
beliefs, your beliefs are harmful. Your beliefs affect every human
okay,
in this world. Your beliefs, because of your
okay,
beliefs, people have been enslaved. Because of your belief, children go harmed and people look the other way. Because of your beliefs, people are being oppressed in the church and tricked and their money taken. Okay?
okay.
Your beliefs are harmful and they affect multiple people. Because of your beliefs, parents kick their children out of the house. Families are divided and separated. Because of your belief, people go without getting help when they have mental illnesses.
Give me an example.
I don't have to give you I just
Okay,
gave you
then you
I
have
don't
no
have to give
point.
you another
If you
example.
can't give me an example, you
I
have no
just
point.
gave you multiple examples.
Give me a specific example where Christianity have hindered your life. Give me
Where
one.
Christianity has hindered my life, I don't have a good relationship with my mother because of Christianity. Because
Okay,
your God, shut up, I'm talking.
you shut up. You can tell me to
Because
shut
your
up.
God told my mother that he should come first. Because your God told my mother that he came to create a divide between mother and daughter. You need another one?
Because I was muted. That's why.
You need another example?
Hold on.
Do you need
Okay.
another example? Do you need another example?
Why are they muting me?
Do you need another
Mute you
example?
because
Let
you
me
don't tell
speak.
her to hold
I
on.
don't see any reason.
And in talking to believers, like you guys are so fucking selfish. Like the fact that this right here, right? You need example after example after example after example when I've told you already that I don't care if you believe in a God. All you care about is your God. You don't care about humans. You only care about yourself and whatever warm fuzzy feeling you get and you being able to speak in tongues.
Okay.
That's all you care about.
How is your relationship with your mother affected by Christianity?
I
Give me
already answered
no. Give
that.
me specific.
I already
Reason.
answered. I
No,
gave you
you didn't. You
specifics.
didn't
You don't
answer.
fucking listen.
You just gave a general thing. Give me a
No, I didn't. I
specific
gave you
reason.
I even quoted a fucking scripture for you, Roy.
No.
Now, do I need to speak in tongues again?
Give a specific reason that hinders your relationship with your
I
mother.
already done that and I'm not doing it again.
Because
Roy,
you didn't say nothing. You just gave a
Roy,
general thing. Just
Roy,
give
what did
it.
you,
Did
Roy, hang on a
did your
second.
mother
Hang,
tell you to do
Roy,
something and you don't do it?
Roy, what did you hear her say about her relationship with her mother?
She said Christianity has hindered her relationship with her mother. Give a specific example
He
how
didn't hear
So,
Christianity
anything
Roy,
else after
Full
hindered.
that.
is
He
fully
Roy,
didn't
listening.
because he Fee,
yeah,
because he was yapping his mouth. He didn't hear anything else after that. He didn't hear
right,
the explanation she gave. He didn't hear nothing else.
exactly. So
Just yapping.
all of us on this panel heard her provide an example as well as a scripture as to how Christianity has negatively impacted her relationship with her mother. Do you want to consider and sit in the reason why you did not hear that? Because I heard it, I could recite it, but you didn't hear that. And there's a reason you didn't hear it, and it's
No,
because you
please,
keep speaking.
if
The reason you didn't hear her is the reason you're not hearing me right now. Is because you're speaking over me as opposed to listening to understand what I'm saying. What she said was that her mother Listen to this God tell her that this God must come first in her life. Full stop. She read the scriptures that tell her, cast aside your children, your husband, your father, anybody, that none of those people in your life should come before me. Application of that scripture has negatively impacted her relationship with her mother. She said that the first time. There's literally no reason I should have had to reiterate it.
Okay, good. I understand that. What I'm asking is, she said her mother said this, that Christianity must come first. What is it that Christianity must come first? What is that thing?
Just told you.
No, you just say Christianity must
Boy,
come first. What is
she
that thing?
told.
You get what
Did
is
you
that thing that
did you not
Christianity
listen to
must
the
come
scripture?
first?
Did you not
He does not have the
listen to
capacity. He
Fee?
does not have the
Did you?
capacity to have this conversation, Serena.
No,
He
no,
doesn't.
you
He
are
does.
not
No,
He
you
being
don't.
doesn't.
Shut
He's
up.
specific.
very
Shut up.
I
No, you
want
limited.
don't.
specific.
He's
Shut
very
up. No, you
limited.
don't. That she has been
He's
way specific. You don't need any more information. You need to go the fuck home because you're starting
It's
to piss
like,
me off. Shut up.
let me give you an example, right? It's like, I
no,
would
I
say,
didn't ask you for one.
it's,
I did
no,
not ask you for one.
no.
I want to give you an example. I would
I
say,
didn't ask you though. I don't care what you want to give me. I did not ask you for an example. Go back on mute because Selena's about to talk, so you're gonna stay on mute. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
Like, dude, you were given 3 times. Thinker said it twice because she repeated herself in her explanation while she was saying it to reiterate it while she was telling you. Then Fee came behind her and said it, and you still need an example? And you're trying to give us an example? No one needs an example. No one needs an example from you because you're not understanding it. You're not
okay,
getting it. You're wasting your time and you're wasting hours. And apparently you're wasting God's because I don't know why he sent you up here.
Like you're not even engaging with the topic. First of all, you come in and ask people what they doing, what they doing. This is her fucking stage. If she wants to talk about Christianity, she's gonna talk about Christianity. If y'all kept it in your little cults and your little rooms, no one would know about Christianity. But you went around pillaging people. Like there's over thousands of people that can testify to the havoc that Christianity has caused in their lives, in their towns, in their countries. You have not done any type of education whatsoever about your religion. You're coming up here to question someone on why they're talking about Christianity. Go the fuck home. Who the fuck are you? You don't come up here and question nobody or why they talk about what they're talking about. You are no one.
I tried to tell you that I don't think that you understand, right? The topic that we're discussing here. I don't think you understand it. I think that you're going to frustrate everyone here if we continue. And I don't necessarily think that it's a language barrier or anything. I think you just don't give a fuck. I think you only care about your God, and you don't have enough to give a fuck.
To completely ignore the first of all the several examples that were given before Thinker even got to her and her mom's relationship is beyond me. Like there was an entire list that was ignored before we got here.
can I ask you something, please?
We're all quiet.
Okay, I want to give an example. If I tell you that McDonald's, I have a problem with McDonald's. My friends, I'm having a I'm not having a relationship with my friends because I eat at McDonald's. Now, what I will be asking them? Why, or give me a specific reason why you don't like McDonald's.
And she
That's why I'm
gave
asking you.
specific
You said
reasons. She gave
you
you
said
several specific
I have my
reasons.
time to speak,
McDonald's
No,
right?
you
does
don't. You're
not
fucking
have
gone.
anything.
Okay,
Bye.
because you don't want to
No,
Bye.
you
listen.
no, you
You have
just I
your
don't know
own
what I don't know. Go talk to Jesus and ask him to level up your education. I don't fucking know what that's about.
I already said
Go to
he did not have
McDonald's.
that. He doesn't have the capacity for this kind of conversation. He can't get it.
And then for all of you Christians in the comments talking about she's just miserable, I fixed my relationship with my mother on my own without your God. Thank you very much.
Rusty still here?
I don't want your understanding. I'm good. I have everything that I need and more. I'm in a sweet spot.
You know, I've been trying to find a name for like times like in my life or like in my day where I'm just like happy and I feel good. And I think I'm gonna call it a sweet spot. I'm like, I'm in a sweet spot right now. Thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you want proof of my BS, all you got to do is Google me. And if you want to know enough, you'll figure it out. Is it Gal?
Yeah, it's Gal. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what did you come up to add to the conversation?
It's more on your topic number one. It's related. It's the slavery apology. It's related. It's not exactly that. Um, I have, I go on other lives and debate Christians, and it seems when I question them about the issue of the problem of suffering in the world, they seem to all go back to the same, I guess, their answer, their answer, which is free will. And the newest version of that was that if we didn't have, because the question that I propose is why the Christian guy couldn't just make everything good, and the newest answer was that, well, we need. He gave us free will, and if he were to make this world all good, it would just automatically make us slaves. He would have to remove free will, and we would have to be slaves to goodness. So that made me kind of like want to slap myself in the face, because in my mind, if I had a preference, like if I had a preference, if I had a choice, and I could choose between this world, which is, there's all types of suffering, and a world where I'm a slave to goodness, because in their worldview, God is good. So even if I was a slave, they, in this person's explanation would be a slave to goodness. I would take that every single time. I don't know. So I, it, I don't understand. I don't think they have yet come up with a compelling answer for that question. So of evil within the world, um, within their belief system.
One of them just commented and said, well, if there's suffering, that means there is an eternal good after this. So,
I think that mindset is exactly why conversing with them is so headache inducing.
mhm.
Because ultimately, that position that, is it Gayo? I don't
Yeah.
want to say it. Yeah, that Gayo just mentioned is you're telling me that a world where people are slaves to sin and suffering is better than a world where people are slaves to good and can only do good. It's literally like they have to turn off the part of their brains that synthesize information and determine whether or not something makes sense or not, and just go with what they've been told. I don't know why we all don't have aneurysms at this point.
Yeah, I don't know why he thought that would be like a good rebuttal, because I would take that every time. If you can just give me good all the time, that's what I would take. So
The crazy thing is that they believe that that's what he wanted in the first place. So now it's a problem. It's almost as if they're saying that he did this shit on purpose. But then they'll fight against us for saying that what happened in the garden was a setup. Don't they believe that he created the earth to be good and that the garden was paradise? Like, that just goes against what they originally said he wanted in the first place.
And the only reason it's not like that is because of sin. So if that was the original plan, why would it now be such a terrible thing in the face of sin? That does not make any sense whatsoever.
Asking me what's my justification for stuff being bad, it's humans. Humans do bad shit. Humans do good shit. What you believe, right, affects that. What you know affects that. Where you live, what you went through. Don't fucking ask me what is bad. I'm not going to have a fucking conversation with you about is it okay to grape a woman. And as a matter of fact, you need to get out of here. Yeah.
So I had a question. I'm not very familiar with the Bible. I was not fully indoctrinated with the Bible, so I didn't really get the whole read these verses kind of upbringing. Just go to church and just listen every once in a while, and that was it. So that's probably one of the main reasons, probably why it was easier for me to leave Christianity. But I don't know, is there a biblical verse that they refer to justify the idea of free will? I don't know it. I'm not. I don't think I'm ever planning on reading the Bible. But I just wonder, does anyone know? Do they have a biblical verse which justifies their view of free will, and therefore that's the reason why there's suffering in the world?
Yeah. They use the scripture, one where Joshua, right before they go into Canaan, I believe, Joshua says, choose ye this day who ye will serve. Will it be the God of your ancestors or Yahweh? Joshua 24:15. They also use one in Deuteronomy where Moses kind of says the same thing before he chooses Joshua to take his place. But literally, it's not free will. They think free will is choice, like being able to make the choice on whether you're going to worship this God or not. So they don't necessarily mean that they have free will. They mean they have the freedom to make a choice, the freedom to choose. But they, for some odd reason, need to call it free will.
Okay. That's informative.
I think if anything, there are more scriptures in the Bible that point to the lack of free will than to the presence of it, because there are multiple scriptures that talk about God designating and pre-designing different things for different people, such as Judas. What he had to do was what he had to do. I mean, I think about Mary. Did she have the free will to opt out of being God's baby mama? There are multiple scriptures where this God intervenes with what the human wants to do, therefore completely negating the concept of free will. I don't think they have a leg to stand on when it comes to scripture in that topic.
And this is a big part of the problem, right? The Bible is read by most people today as if it's, a single univocal book written by a single author on a single theme towards a single thesis, when what the Bible actually is a vast collection of all sorts of different types of texts written by different people for different purposes, often with very different and contradictory ideas.
That was really it. I just wanted to bring my experience up about the apology and that new answer I got about suffering.
I appreciate you for coming up. I just want to say to all the atheists and non-believers, when you come up, these are the type of conversations I like to have. Just to let y'all know, like, don't come up here and just have me saying yep, yep, yep. These are the conversations I like. Thank you so much, Gal.
All right, no problem.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
If you are in the guest request box and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? Hey, Ems. I think there's somebody that's going to come back to talk to you, Ems. We told him to come back at like 8. Rusty, I'm not bringing you back up. I done told you that already. Do not get out of my box. You are weird.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How is everyone here?
I'm good. I'm frustrated because it's like there's a believer in my comments who just keeps, like, it's just weird. I don't understand why respecting boundaries is such a hard thing.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Um, yeah, I just want to say, like, I understand y'all with how the Bible has, like, actually, I would say maybe even like the churches or the pastors have just make it so complicated and very contradictory, actually, from what the Bible actually says and everything. Like, I don't understand, like, the previous guest that was up here and saying, like, that he went to church and everything, and that is kind of like what we have been taught, because I've been taught to do that, like go to church and listen to the pastor and this and that, and I'm like, okay, I would do that, but then in the end it's like so disappointing, and it was just so fake, and I don't know, I'm just saying, like, I just understand y'all. It's so frustrating, honestly. Especially how just the churches have actually disappointed everyone, and like not taught the truth to the people, which is why there is so much this pain and this hurt and this bad things going around in the world, which what the man was asking about, actually. I just want to say, like, I just understand y'all in the depth. I am a believer, but I just understand y'all. I really do.
Yeah, I could tell that you were a believer when you said the churches have disappointed and not taught the truth to everyone. What is the truth?
The truth is that like Yeshua died to actually magnify the law so that we could keep the law, which is the 10 Commandments only, and to eat clean. And that would actually make the world a better place. Like literally make it better. But
so let me ask you a question right quick, okay? So, like, believers focus on the 10 Commandments a lot, right? Now, out of the 10 Commandments, right? No, when I say focus, I'm not meaning that you live by it. Actually, I'm saying like that's y'all talk about the 10 Commandments a lot, right? Like that's the most important thing that this man had to die for was these 10 laws, right? And then the world would be a better place. Like out of these 10 laws, right? It says, "You shall not bow down. Hold on. You shall not make for yourself an idol." That's gonna save the world. That's gonna make the world a better place.
Yeah.
How hold on, really quick, because I'm gonna go through each one. I need to know, like, really quickly, how having an idol makes the world a bad place, right? How not having an idol makes the world a better place. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if you go to like what the children of Israel did first after they received the 10 Commandments, right? They literally.
Today, please. How
Yeah,
how
yeah,
does not making an how does not having an idol make the world a better place?
yeah, yeah.
Like for Jesus to need to die for that.
Yeah. Um, I was just going to explain to that. Sorry if I'm not like debating here. I'm just wanna.
No, I'm asking,
Okay.
right?
So,
How does this, right? Why do we need to not have an idol? Like y'all have idols in your churches, right?
oh,
You know that.
I'm not Catholic.
No, it doesn't matter. Protestants have idols, like your
I'm
crosses
not.
that you hang up, the
I'm
crosses
I'm not Protestant either.
it doesn't matter. Your believers of Jesus Christ have idols. Jesus himself is an idol. Right?
Don't I don't
The
believe in
paintings of
Jesus.
Jesus is an idol.
There
I
are.
just want to know how not having an idol will make the world a better place. Will hunger go away?
It will,
How will hunger go away if nobody has an idol?
because you'll be looking up at God and following His will.
So is food gonna fall from heaven? Food gonna fall from the sky?
He will let it grow. Once you keep the Ten Commandments, you will go
I'm
into the kingdom, and then
okay.
you will
Hold on.
receive
So
the
there's the
kingdom.
food is not growing today because people have idols.
Yeah,
Where is
if
that
you
happening at?
Deuteronomy, if you read it,
No, no, no.
1.
In the world today, love, where is food not growing today because people have idols?
Mostly everywhere.
Like where?
Kind of mostly everywhere. Mostly in Africa, though, but
Wait, food's not growing in Africa?
not that much. Have you been to? Like, have you been to my country? It's
Hold on.
pretty harsh there.
Ria,
Hmm.
Ria,
Mm-hmm.
where is their food not growing in Africa?
I guess in the deserts.
In the desert?
Yeah, probably.
It will be fruitful there once the kingdom
So
starts.
if Ria, if there is if the world didn't have
Also
idols, would
peaceful.
the desert start becoming like green land?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, it's a desert.
It's a desert.
Yeah, but it will be not a desert anymore.
It has never been, and it will not be. There's no. That's
Okay.
impossible.
I just wanted to also say, like, I don't really follow this Jesus that the Christian church is actually following. I just really keep the Ten Commandments. I don't do Christmas. I don't do Easter.
Yeah, it's still okay. So the world people would no longer go hungry if you get rid of the idol.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
just listen to God, then
All
they'll
right.
know.
And then don't bow down to any other God, just this God.
Mm-hmm.
No. And so when people bow down to just this God, then how do you explain genocide?
Exactly that. Because they
Wait, they bow down to this God. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord, am your God, is a jealous God, right? Punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the third and the fourth generation of those who reject me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how does bowing down to just this God, right, make the world a better place when this God, right, is the one who condoned genocide?
Because it's the punishment. That's the thing.
How does it make the world a better place
If you just
if he
obey his
condones genocide? He condones genocide.
He does. It's harsh, I know.
How does that make the world a better place?
If we obey his commandments, there will be no genocide. That's actually the thing. But the church does not teach that.
Well,
That is why it's a problem.
so his command was to go in and kill people. So if you obey his command, right, then you would be killing people.
No, you have
That
to.
his command was to kill people.
No. Pull up the scripture because it says they should not be killing them all at once. They should actually try to convert them first.
No,
And
it
then
doesn't
if
say
they
that.
don't,
Sorry.
yes,
No, it does not.
You're
Yeah,
out of your
yeah.
mind.
But I understand. Of course, I understand. You will not really
You
understand
don't
this.
understand anything because you're making things up. You don't understand anything.
What scripture says that you should
But I
convert them
understand, y'all. That's
before
all I just
killing
want.
them?
That's why the minute you came up here and started doing that whole, I understand you guys. I've been clocked that. That's nonsense. You don't understand anything.
No, I do. I actually do.
You actually
Or
don't
you
because
were
you're
asked a
lying.
question. You were asked a question. What scripture?
Yeah, I will put it up.
Don't kill them all at once. Kill them little by little. Like what?
No, kill only those who do not want to
That's
convert.
not what it
It's
says.
so crazy because this God told Moses to make a serpent, a golden serpent, put it on a pole so that the Israelites would look at it and be healed. Do you
You know
remember
that's
that,
a
Rhea?
symbol.
Rhea, do you remember that the God told Moses to create that?
Uh-huh.
Ain't that crazy that the God told Moses to create that idol, and then Hezekiah goes and destroys it because what the God told Moses to create, the people started worshiping. It almost makes me wonder, like, did the God know that he was creating an idol, or telling Moses to create an idol that he would later tell Hezekiah to destroy for the purposes of breaking the second commandment? Like, it's like he put them in that position, you know?
Yeah, only to quote unquote, punish them and be just. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He was just testing them.
sure. Everything's a test.
Yeah,
Find the
exactly.
scripture. Stop talking. Find the scripture, and then once you have the scripture, let us know. Thinker and Rhea were having a conversation while you're searching for your scripture.
Well, you can be very
Can
respectful
you
about it.
stop on muting after I mute you? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're supposed to be finding the scripture, weirdo.
I'm trying to figure, like, everything this guy does wrong, right? Or everything he does that's contradictory is a test on humans.
That's a crazy story, though.
Which one? The where he told him to
The
make the serpent, or
yeah.
Hezekiah destroying it?
No. The story of the snakes that
Oh yeah.
that God dispatches, that Yahweh dispatches against the Israelites.
Oh yeah, to bite them.
Who are like, most translations will say these are venomous snakes. And I think there's probably some naturalization happening in that text, but you can also read it in such a way that these are like divine beings. Like,
Oh wow.
yeah, the term is, if I remember correctly, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's Seraphim Nachoshim, which are like fiery snakes. But Nachash is a word. It means snake, but it also, both the words Seraph you probably recognize. Seraphim are the attendants in the court of God, the court of Yahweh in the temple that Isaiah sees in Isaiah chapter 6.
Mm-hmm.
The Nachash is the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
What?
Yeah. So these are like, I think that in numbers, these are probably not ordinary snakes. These are
But like the
probably
serpent that was in the garden.
fearsome divine creatures that have been, dispatched against Israel. It's
That's
fun.
interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, also, there's in the region of the south there, in the sort of in the Sinai Peninsula. I have to look it up. I don't remember the site, but they've actually, the archaeologists have excavated a site that they've identified with like nomadic people, kind of like the Shasu, and part of what they've discovered there are like these bronze snakes, like cult objects.
Were they in the
So
temple of Yahweh?
no.
Oh.
This is just these are. But I think it's interesting, because it's this discovery was made in and around the same region where this particular story takes place. But also, I think it's an echo of like this very ancient tradition of bronze snake worship. You know, among people that entered Israelite culture, was always part of Israelite culture from the very early stages. Sadly, we can't. I mean, there's so little. It's unfortunate because there's so little we actually know about the temple from archaeology, just because you can't dig there.
That's interesting. And so, is it the Nakash? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Nakash. Are these represented as like these fierce entities? Then that would mean that when Yahweh tells them to like look upon it so that they can get healed, they're looking at a entity, like
an idol.
That is so interesting. Oh gosh, girl, are you writing the text?
What is happening right now?
Yeah, she writing it. Sarah.
I may speak now.
Yeah, did you find the scripture? We were waiting on you.
I'm just trying to be, respectful.
You were not. You were on teacup, like you were away from the app. We didn't know you were. We were waiting on you.
Okay, good. So if you find it in Deuteronomy 12, let me see, because it's kind of all over the place now. Shall not do. 12.
Oh, thinker, this is low-key off topic, but I did want to say there is a man that I think he's in, I can't remember exactly what country he's in, but he is actively turning deserts into like Greenland. But that's a human being, though, not God.
Oh wow. And there's still idols on the earth, huh?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Which verse in Deuteronomy 12?
Got that one wrong. Sorry.
Deuteronomy 20?
No.
You're trying to go?
No, it was actually Deuteronomy 12, but can't find it now anymore.
Is it Deuteronomy 13? I think it might be. Let's see. Is it
I can read it for me if you want.
Let's see. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or your wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go serve other gods," whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. This ain't the one you was talking about, was it?
No, it wasn't. But they did do that. That's true.
So they did this too. This starts with your brother, your mother's own son, or your daughter, or the woman of your bosom, your closest friend. So these are not foreigners either. These are not quote unquote these are like your own family.
That is after 3 times that they warn them, and if they do not turn back, then they'll be stoned.
What does it say 3 times? It says, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield. It says don't yield. Don't heed any such person. It says to show them no pity or compassion. Right? It doesn't say wait 3 times. He says don't stop. Don't show them any pity or compassion. He says surely kill them with your own hand. And your hand has to be first to kill them. And then after you kill them, everybody in the camp has to come and kill them again.
Yeah. After
There's no 3. Where are you getting the 3 times?
So if you go to Leviticus 19, 15,
Mixing them
18.
up with Peter.
No, I'm not. No, that's not Peter. So if you go,
Jesus 3 times. Remember.
So
But
Leviticus.
that's a totally different book written by a totally different person in a totally different time and place.
No, Leviticus was written also by Moses.
None of these books were written by Moses.
Exactly. Leviticus 19 what?
Chapter 19, 15 to 18.
You shall not render an unjust judgment. You shall not be partial to the poor or defer to the great. With justice you shall judge your neighbor. You shall not go around as a slanderer among your people, and you shall not stand idly by when the blood of your neighbor is at stake. I am the Lord. You shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall not reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your animals breed with a different kind. Where? What verse? Okay, when you come into the land and plant all kinds of trees for food, then you shall regard their fruit as forbidden. 3 years it shall be forbidden. That's 3 years. I ain't got nothing to do with 3 chances. Where's the 3 chances at?
So I said only 18, and
I ain't saying nothing about no 3 chances in 18.
Okay, may I just speak? So I just said 15.
No, I asked you. I read 15 through 18. Where does it say give them 3 chances?
Just allow me to explain. I know you're angry with how the Bible is written.
No, I don't want to be gaslit. You said he said give them 3 times. Where does it say? I don't want some fake interpretation of yours. Where does it say 3 times? Give them 3 chances. No, where does it say it? I don't want you to try to make this say that. Where does it say it?
I'm just trying to show you. I know
Then show it to me. What scripture?
Allow me first to
listen, Sarah.
Leviticus
Sarah, I'm smart enough to know that this ain't got shit to do with giving somebody 3 chances. Okay. It doesn't say it. Okay. I don't want some dogma interpretation.
You don't get that.
Then it's not here. It's not in here. It doesn't say it.
Okay. All right. I understand. Just never mind. I know you're an atheist.
You don't understand.
No, like this is what I don't like about you believers. And then, like Rhea said, you don't get it. Y'all come up here with your fake disingenuousness. I don't give a fuck. I said believer. I didn't call you a Christian. Don't tell me to allow somebody to speak when they're actually Roy. There's no point in me going back and forth with you. Like
for real.
Like yeah.
For real.
He's a waste.
Yeah.
He's a total waste.
Like, I'm just going to let y'all know, like, you're not going to come up here and gaslight. You're not going to come up here and gaslight. If you say the book says something, and then you take me to another scripture, and then you realize that you were wrong, just fucking say, my bad, I was wrong. I'm not going to let you turn a scripture into what you want it to say, and then try to gaslight us.
And then when
and
it
it's
doesn't
funny because
say
she was in the right book to, the one that says like, offer them peace first. And then I thought that's the verse that she was about to pull up. She was in the right book, but then completely missed the verse that maybe could have helped her point.
Selena even said, are you talking about Deuteronomy 20? She said, no,
Yeah.
no.
you know they don't read it.
They don't listen. They don't want to listen.
And then when the scriptures don't say what they think they said, when we know already that they're not going to say that, then they have to default to, oh, well, you're just an angry atheist. And what does that have to do with anything? Even if I were a happy believer, this book still didn't say the shit that you just said it said. Like, it doesn't even matter. I think comprehension across the board is just problematic for the vast majority of believers. And it has to be, because the way they have to assess the information that they get from pastors has nothing to do with the way you actually synthesize and assess information.
And then like they expect for people to just sit there and be like, oh, get the D or whatever. Like what? What's his name? Pops. Get the D. Like they expect people to just be all happy go lucky while you gaslighting them. No.
So I'm so mad about this. I had work shit come up. I saw like when she was told to go get the verse, and then like I could not stick around for the rest of it. But I did say in the comments, I said Deuteronomy 20:10 with like 5 like laughing emojis. Is that what she did?
No,
no, she didn't even go there.
She didn't go there. I'm like, bro,
okay.
you're right there. She could man, some people, man, I can't. And then she just jumped all the way to Leviticus. What?
That's a fucked up.
But yeah, Rhea, I had the same thing as you though when she came up and she's like, it's just blah, 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 all soft spoken and shit. It's like, no, I've seen this too many times.
From the beginning, I clocked it. I was like, that's fake as fuck.
I agree with you. I don't know why Christians do that.
I'm sorry Christians have hurt you. I'm not one, by the way, but
I understand.
I'm sorry they do that.
Then all the believers in the comments saying, everything on that board is a lie. You can't prove any of it. And it's a whole ass YouTube stream, 11 hours long, proving every last one of these things on the board. Series. Hi. How are you? Now, y'all are my witnesses, okay? Listen, because I got a message from him in DM saying, you don't ever let me up on your live. Y'all are my witnesses. I let you up, series.
It's not even 2 o'clock.
Hey, look, the life of a realtor is hard.
You said what?
I said the life of a realtor is hard.
Oh, is he a realtor?
Isn't that who takes a Series 7?
Oh, I don't know.
Or is that stock? Is that an investor?
That's investors.
Oh my
Stock
God,
market?
that's
Okay.
Investors.
He should be in the stock market right now. Why is he sleeping?
They got bots doing all that shit for him now.
True.
Let's see. If you're waiting to come up on stage, can you please comment? Who want to talk to Jermaine? That's gonna make my head hurt.
Is it the one that comes up here regularly?
Mm-hmm. The one that be coming up
Jumanji.
Jumanji. The one that talks to Ozo all the time.
The volcano guy? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh yeah, he's the plague only went on the floor guy.
The what? The what?
Volcano guy. The one.
Yeah. The toxic fumes from the volcanoes only went to the floor level. That's why he got all the firstborn in Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
And they were in the basket. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Never mind that your firstborn could be like 14.
Oh, my gosh. Let me see. I don't know who to pick. I'm scared to close the guest box because I don't know what's going to work. Hello? Did you come up on purpose? If not, can y'all take him down? I got the box open. I can't.
Okay, let's go.
Let me see. I'm just going to pick somebody. I don't know. Is that person connecting? Hello?
They messaged me earlier and said that it was an accident, and I could not find them to take them out.
Okay. Crystal D. Can y'all? Okay, so can y'all like comment? Can y'all let me know who comments? Because I have the box open, but I can't see.
Reality commented.
Reality.
Reality is rare.
I don't see anybody named Reality in the box. Do y'all? Are they in your box on your end?
Nope.
No, I don't see them.
Reality. If you send a request. That the tech guy is not in here either.
Oh, reality is a friendly.
Let's see.
Oh.
Swaggy Poet.
Swaggy is friendly.
Oh, maybe they came up on accident.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
Oh, yeah. No, I wanted to add to the conversation.
Oh, okay. All right. What you got?
So fear mongering. I told you all last time I'm deconstructing from Jehovah's Witness, and ironic enough, from there I went to a Baptist church. So I kind of set myself up to deconstruct from one thing to deconstruct from another. But the difference I saw with the fear mongering, and it's crazy that I just kind of over the last year start to get over it, is like this fear of Armageddon, which we felt so unique for like all the other Christians having this belief in hell that, and I guess it kind of plays into that delusion of grandeur too, where we were like, oh no, well, the Bible clearly doesn't support hell, but there is going to be a day where God comes back and destroys the entire world except for Jehovah's Witnesses. So now getting to the point of like deconstructing, it's like, okay, now I can actually put value into this life, and what I can do. I think it kind of just makes people just devalue their entire life, waiting on what's next.
Oh, ow.
I was going to say like that's the sound of the fire, going from one fire to the next. It's the whistle. Yeah, I think she's making some tea. But it was really befitting because she said going from the one fire to the next.
Yeah, that's what.
But yeah. Well, damn. I don't even remember what I was going to say. You had made a point about the Armageddon. Say the last part again. Oh,
I was just saying that
sacrificing your life.
yeah, we don't put value into this life that we are currently experiencing and living. For example, like I used to always try to tell my mom, like, Mom, go back to school. Like she was a CNA like her whole life, just like not making much money or anything. She's like, God's gonna come, like he gonna come and this world ain't gonna be nothing. I'm like, well, you're here. Like you should try to at least make this life as good for yourself as you can. But they live in this mindset of, well, God's gonna destroy this world and in the next one, then I'll have everything that I want. Like, no, you can actually just create the life you want now since you know this life and you can experience this life.
Yeah, I agree. I know Fee is former Jehovah's Witness as well, and we talk a lot about. Like, I was shocked when I learned that you're not supposed to put any value in this life, or into the world, because the belief is that Jesus was coming, or God. I don't know. In Jehovah's Witness, is it God that's coming back or Jesus? Who's coming back in Jehovah's Witness apocalypse?
Well, hey, Swaggy. I was gonna message you today too to see if we can connect this afternoon or this evening. They make a very clear distinction. Jehovah is God and Jesus is his son, so they're not the same. And the Trinity is, according to this doctrine, God's active force. So there is no Trinitarian viewpoint, but it's ultimately God's vengeance that is going to befall everybody that's not a Jehovah's Witness. So it's just basically destruction of the earth on a global scale, and the only people left after that destruction is going to be Jehovah's Witnesses. And at that point, there will be 1,000 years where everybody who's ever died will come back to life. I don't know where they're all going to live, but that's neither here nor there. There's some logistical issues there. But everybody that's ever died through all of time will be resurrected, and they will have 1,000 years to determine whether or not they want to serve Jehovah or not.
Wait, so we get a second chance? We get another life? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
Wait. So in the first life, we only get 80 years.
Right.
The second life, we get 1,000?
Well, only if you do what you're supposed to. So in the 1,000-year reign, which they believe will happen on earth, if you sin, if you do anything wrong, then it's immediate. Yep, you're gone, because clearly you've been given a second chance and you don't want to serve Jehovah, so you've got to go.
Final chance.
Yeah, your final chance. Yeah, but you get 1,000 years for people to determine what they want to do, and then after that 1,000 years, then it will be back to like the Garden of Eden. It's some weird shit.
So what's the incentive to get it right the first 80 years?
Well,
and just like live up the first 80 and then just do right the second 1,000. What's the incentive?
It's like 12 times easier.
Right. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't, because you would think, I had that same thought. I was like, well, I can just like go buck fucking wild and then die, because I know I'm going to come back. Everybody who dies gets resurrected, because the wages of sin is death. So as soon as you die, you've paid for every sin that you've committed. But according to them, you're going to come back after Armageddon. It's just a big ass 1,000-year zombie party, and that's just the way. That's what it is. It's weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was about to say, what in a zombie apocalypse?
Exactly.
It's a
what
it's
in the
a
World War Z?
It's 1,000 years where you can't sin once.
Right. Yeah. Because that one
Yikes.
instance of sin will mean that you've decided that you don't want to do right, and it's like Thanos, snap, you're gone. And my question was, why can't he just do that now? I don't understand why that's problematic to do now. It would make more sense. It would be way more efficient. It doesn't make any sense.
So, but do you live the full 1,000 years, or do you just get another 80?
No, you live if you don't sin, you're pretty much good for forever. It's just that in that 1,000 years, you have the opportunity to sin. I don't know if after the 1,000-year ticker runs out, that means everybody has reached full perfection again. I don't know.
So he's just going to have this world again. So I'm confused. So it's going to be like he's going to destroy the world, bring all the people back, even the ones that made the world a horrible place.
Yes.
And then let them do their horrible shit all over again to end up with the same ones that he just...
But if they do it again the second time, then they're instantly gone. Like in the moment that they do something bad. So say Schmittler comes back and he's like, oh, I'm going to do this thing again.
So then he gets like a day to like just murder a whole bunch of people.
I guess it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And then like if you were living during that 1,000 years and a Schmittler comes back to life and he murders a whole bunch of people and you are one of those people, like your 1,000 years gets taken up by the Schmittler that he brought back to life. So you don't actually get 1,000 years because Schmittler could take the 1,000 years away from you.
Right. I don't know. Like that's the part that never made any sense to me, because I'm like, do you get like, life coins? Like does Schmittler not, like, does his attempt fail? Nobody could ever answer those questions for me. It just doesn't hold up to any sort of scrutiny.
They knock the sonic rings out you.
Right. That's literally what I think about Selena when I first started questioning it. I was like, this doesn't sound right.
Bama boy said, lean not to your own understanding.
Oh my goodness.
Don't ask
Any
these
my
type of
understanding.
questions. You knock
Any
the whole
sort of
lid
stuff
off of
that
it.
just completely just I can't believe I really believe this
Me
stuff. Like at the end
neither.
of the day, it's like, what?
You
Has he
do
been up here?
wonder who?
Sorry.
Bama boy?
Yeah.
Oh, what, didn't he come up a couple days ago?
On
He was
this
on
one?
Miss Charlene's live a couple of
I
days
remember
ago.
he came up and like
Yeah.
crashed out pretty quick.
Oh.
I don't know if he's actually been on this stage, but
He ain't never been up here. He's been blocked.
Yeah, you
The
see
way he
what
was acting on
what
Miss Charlene's live, he wouldn't last
that was
longer.
so
oh yeah.
embarrassed. I was like embarrassed for him. It was
It
so
was
bad.
ridiculous. You see what Sugar Magnolia said? JW's told me that nursing school was futile in 1977 because Armageddon was coming at any day. That's literally what they told you your entire life. Like Swaggy Poet was saying, I lived with so much fear around Armageddon. I remember, I shared this with you guys before. I remember praying so hard that Armageddon wouldn't come before I graduated high school because I wanted that experience. Because we didn't
Oh
celebrate
wow.
anything. Like we didn't, and I saw my oldest sister graduate. She's 8 years older than me. When I saw her graduate, I was like, oh my God, it was so much joy and happiness and, focus on her accomplishments. And I was like, I want that. So I would pray every night that Armageddon would not come at least until after I graduated high school. And here we are, 30, how many years later? And it's still not here. Like
I
it's ridiculous.
I hate when believers ask the question, is anybody forcing y'all to believe in God? Like it just keeps reminding me how oblivious they are to how their beliefs affect society. And then it reminds me that they don't think about the fact that most likely everybody on this stage was indoctrinated into a belief system as a child.
Right. So from that perspective, yes, we were forced to believe in God. I didn't have a choice. Well, not my mother, but my father made it very clear, like to live in his house is to be a Jehovah's Witness, full stop. There was no, I have dissenting views or I think this way or this doesn't make sense. No, you just believe, period. So yes, belief was forced. But as you become an adult and you started to identify the things that just don't make sense, either you can accept that and lean into it, or you can just continue to walk in the steps that have been forged for you. And I chose the former rather than the latter.
And it feels like that type of question comes from a very selfish place.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, and that's what like irritates me the most. It's not necessarily like it's the place that it's coming from.
Yep. And I think that's the part that's so frustrating because you're while you're telling me that you serve this God that's so loving and so accepting and he is the arbiter of unconditional love, you are doing nothing but forcing or telling me that I need to see things in the way that you see them because that's the only correct and right way to see it. And that just the fact that those two things are in such polar opposite positions is completely lost to the vast majority of believers.
I think my next my my next post is going to be, if your prayers actually worked, what would you pray for real? And that's going to, I know it's probably going to piss some believers off, but I really want to know, like, what would they pray for if they actually believe that their prayers work? Like, would they pray for world hunger to end? Would they pray for child abuse to stop? Would they pray for mothers to be able to take care of their kids, like, or families to stay together? Like, what would they pray for if they knew that their prayers could actually change the world? What would they pray for?
That's a great question. I did a deep dive years ago into and I was talking to Swaggy about this, about what prayer is and why people do it and what does it do to our brains. But that aside, believers, the way that they engage in prayer, the way that they understand prayer, what they think prayer actually accomplishes, I don't know that they really think about that. Because to your point, if you were to pray for the things that you want to happen, would that then remove the need for God from your life? And if
Yeah,
that's the
that's true.
case, yeah, what would that look like then? I don't know that they really think those things through.
And then I think that we would probably get surprised of how many of them would say the first thing that came out of their mouth would probably be success. Like I think I would expect, or I would expect for them to talk about or to say that they would pray for, the stuff that we're like pissed about to end.
I would think so. I would hope so.
Yeah.
I personally think that what we're going to hear more than anything is for us to become believers, because
Yeah.
it's not about behavior, it's about belief. It's not about what people do, it's about how comfortable they feel in your presence. So again, they're centering themselves. They feel comfortable around Christians because they feel like they have more control over the mindset of the space. And when you've got someone who doesn't believe in your God, and they don't even understand why, because they haven't investigated these claims. I think that their priority would be to ensure that everyone in the world is like them, because to them, that's what Christianity is.
I don't think they would like. At least maybe I might be looking at it a little bit like more. Maybe I need to give them a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt, because I don't think these people would even think of problems like world hunger. I don't think they would think
Where Christina at? Is she doing her live today? Tell her to run that one, because I don't want to wait till next week to run it.
to
I
talk
want to
about
see
it.
it. Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna think as far as like world hunger, because like when we talk about stuff like that, they make excuses to say, oh, things like that need to exist, right? They're like, why would you can't have a world that everything is great, because they seek some kind of balance that is supposed to make suffering okay. So I don't think they would want to eliminate problems like that, because it makes them feel better somehow.
I'm trying to figure out if this topic would make her crash out or not before I can endorse it.
Will make who crash out, Christina?
Christina.
Why? Why do you think it make her crash out?
I don't think it would. That's why I'm hesitant to
Oh, okay.
recommend it.
Oh, you want her to crash out? Oh, you the bet? It probably. I don't know. Like I think it depends. It depends if what happens is what, like, because I'm afraid that they would come up there and talk about like more individualistic things, and like Fee said, pray that we all believe in their God, like they not think about the things that we talk about on the daily. It might. I don't know. But we might get surprised. Y'all think we might get surprised?
No, what you'll get is excuses.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Because they'll understand the implication of it. Because the immediate the unasked question is, well, then why aren't you doing that, and why isn't it working? I think this. I mean, I like it. I think it's a very interesting question, and it would make some interesting discussions with like earnest people. But I think the bulk of what you get would just be tap dancing.
Yeah, it's like the dude we talked to yesterday. He said he prayed for his grandma and healed him, but then that was the roadblock. Like, why are you not praying for nobody else?
Yeah, he's just one man.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't Rare underage? And didn't we already tell him that he's underage?
Who?
Rare Juice. Ain't he underage?
Don't know.
He's underage, and I think we've had to tell him that multiple times. Simone, please do not Simone. Goodness gracious, Sage, please don't use caps in my comments.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's
Twice
under
because my daughter's
25.
name is Sage.
You said what?
I had to look twice because my daughter's name is Sage. I was like, what is Sage doing? But I see her now. I see her.
But see, and like the thing is, like, I don't think that their prayers work. Like there's one like Sage just says she prays all the time for world hunger, right? I don't think their prayers work, but I also don't think that they believe their prayers actually work. And then there's this element of damn near begging, that comes with it, because I don't think their prayers work. I think you guys don't understand the word manifesting. I think you think manifesting is magic.
Or spelling.
Yeah. You don't understand.
Well, manifesting might be like when you visualize manna.
Oh my
And then fest on it.
And
Yeah.
fist on it.
Well, let's have a fest with this manna.
Oh my goodness. Swaggy, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No. Okay, I wanted to jump in and say I was going to drop down, but no, that's all I had. I appreciate you. And I'm trying to get on the Discord, so if I send you a message, you can
Yes.
tell me how
DM
to
me.
do that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Cool deal.
All right. So one more. We're gonna stay on to 10:30 till Christina goes live. If you're in the request, can you please comment so we can bring you up? My son need to hurry up and get back here with my grandbabies. I'm so excited. I have not seen them since Christmas. No, Rare, you're too young. No. You did this the last time. How do you pronounce your name?
Hi, are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Okay, Tuhoi. Tuhoi Nui Tonu.
Tuhoi?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a
Greetings.
Are you a believer in the Christian God?
Am I believer in God,
In the Christian God.
the Christian God? Um, well, I'm a believer in a God, but yeah, I can't.
Okay. So we're discussing the Christian God, okay? Not just any God.
Okay, so God makes my head hurt. These symptoms occur after believing in God.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Um,
To be up here, you have to be either a believer of the Christian God or deconstructing from the Christian God or have deconstructed from the Christian God.
okay.
If you're neither of
Well,
those, I'm going to move you back down to the
well, well,
comments, okay?
well, I misinterpreted the topic, I guess. So
That's
if you want
okay.
to drop me, yeah, you can drop me then.
Okay,
But it's
Tahoy.
not
Thank you
a
for coming up.
another.
Thank you for coming up. Simone is about as fast as do that.
He said what he needed to say.
All right. If you are waiting to come on stage, y'all be hearing it. Like they be trying to say other stuff before y'all snatch them down.
I'm trying to save you some headache because they gonna try to start a whole other conversation.
How was your cruise? Do that. They said I'll be back tonight. Oh, happy birthday, Yala!
Happy birthday, girl.
I was saying, but the Christians and Rare Juice is giving me a headache. Rare, if I take you out and you put yourself back in the request box, this time I'm gonna block you. You do not respect boundaries. I'm sick of having to tell you the answer is no.
When you turn 25, just come back then. I understand. I just want you to know that I understand. I barely made the cut too. So I understand.
Who's waiting to come up? Huh?
He said, you'll see me in March. So there we go. It's a date.
Cool. Awesome. Crochet and things. Okay.
Yala, you're not 31. Why are you lying to people?
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got a little headache. Um, are you a believer? Oh, hold on. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a follower of Christ.
Okay. Rhea, Fee, Mac, one of y'all want to start it off? I got a little bit of headache. I'm gonna go get me a cup of coffee right quick.
Let's tag team, yo. I'm joking. I'm so joking. Sorry.
Who's gonna start it off?
Yeah, I may get a phone call in the middle of this, so I don't want to start down the road and have to get yanked.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. I volunteer as tribute.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Is it okay I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This is my first time in your room. Are you like do you guys believe in God, or you left Christianity, but I'm saying, like, do you still believe in God, or you no longer believe in God?
Well, one, it's not necessary. It's kind of just like it's a mix of all of it. So we're asking like people that do believe in the Christian God the questions.
Okay. I was just curious, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and pick whatever topic you want to talk about.
Okay. I would say, well, there was a topic that was brought up before about what makes a Christian, I guess, different from a non-believer. Is that okay if I bring that up?
And it has to be one of the ones on the board.
Okay. Let's go into disingenuous. When you say that, what is that kind of going into?
Okay, so in believing in the God, right? A lot of times we see that believers have to kind of demoralize themselves, or they acknowledge something that's wrong, but when it comes to God or their belief, then it's okay for the God.
Okay, that's a good topic. Let's go into that. So you're saying that we can't do something, but it's okay for God to do. Is that like what you're kind of saying?
In the belief, yeah, I think that's disingenuous to agree with something that you acknowledge is immoral, but only agree to it because of a belief in a God.
Okay. Would you say that there are things that a parent can do that a child necessarily can't do?
Sure.
Okay. So you would kind of say the dynamics are different just because a parent is at a higher level of understanding that a child isn't?
Yeah, but in this case, we're talking about like things that don't morally align, right? If a child, like if we're gonna be analogous and like follow through, if a child, somehow knocked juice over, right, and you are beating them off for that, but then like in 2 seconds you knock juice over, like who's beating you up?
Yeah, definitely I don't agree with like the beating of children. Of course, that's wrong.
Yeah, pretty much that's like what I'm saying, right? Like, so if the God can say, oh, thou shalt not kill, sin, is punishable by death, don't kill people, right? Don't murder, whatever, you should be able to also follow that, right?
Right. So would you say that, because the concept of like the God I believe in is like the God of the Bible, he's all powerful, all knowing. Why do you think he would have to live by rules that he sets for his creation when he's not a creation? Like, he's the creator. So why should he have to live by those rules?
Because if he thinks that he can give you rules, right? Like I'm pretty sure, like he should be following those rules, right? You're supposed to be following his moral standing or his moral foundation, right? So especially as a parent, if you're doing something that you're telling me not to do, right? Then like what lesson are you teaching?
Right. So definitely, God, he doesn't lie. God doesn't, I don't know. Just like, I understand what you're saying, like, but when it goes to things like, can we say the M word on here?
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Murder? Okay. So when it comes to things like murder and killing, that's different just because it's not murder when it comes to God, because he created us. It's only because he's the creator. It's
So
only wrong that
if a parent were to kill their child, we don't call that we won't call it killing or murder because they birthed them.
Yeah, so the parent didn't create the child's spirit or soul. So God
But they
created God
created their
without a spirit
physical
or soul.
body, though. They're killing their physical body. I didn't mention a spirit or a soul.
Right. So it is wrong
So hold on. So
because
when the God says that you can kill your child for being lazy or
Right.
kill your child for being disobedient, um, is it not murder? Because the God said you can do it.
yeah, so that's going into something completely different.
What? How
I'm
is it
just
different? No, like if the
It's
God
not
says
different.
in His law that you can kill your child for being lazy or for being disobedient, is it not murder because the God said you could do it?
yeah, can we pull that up? Do you know what chapter
Yeah,
that was?
absolutely. Actually, let's read this because I already have this up. We're gonna read this one first, and then I want to know if this is murder. Deuteronomy chapter 13, starting at verse 6. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. So if you have a son, right, or a daughter that tries to convince you to worship a different God, and God says to kill them, is that murder? Or is it not murder because the God said do it?
Yeah, so in this context, this was for the Israelites and they were under the law of Moses. And so
Yeah, I just asked if it's
idolatry,
murder.
yeah, so a quote like murder as we think of it is unjustifiably killing. So no, this is not murder because this is not unjustifiable. Like God's
So
justifying it.
believing in a different God is a justifiable reason to kill your child.
Yeah, that's idolatry.
Would you kill your child if God told you to because
No,
they
because
worshiped a different God?
I'm not under the law of Moses.
I said I didn't. I said if God told you to. If God told you to kill your child because they believe in a different God, would you do it?
If the Most High God Himself, yes, I'm obeying the Most High God.
Hold
Yes.
on. Did the Israelites ever talk to the Most High God Himself, or did they get it from Moses? They get this
Well,
law
yeah,
from
of course
Moses.
there were like like prophets or
No,
angels who went
right.
to
So did
them.
the Israelites, who were expected to kill their own kids, get this law from the Most High God themselves, or did they get it from another human?
Yes and no.
No, there's
No.
no yes and no. Like,
Well, I'm
why are
saying
you being
they also got it
disingenuous
from
right now?
angels, and
Did
angels.
they get it? Did they get this law from the Most High God themselves?
The topic she picked.
This one themselves, I believe, not because I'm not. I don't know everything about the Bible. So yeah, I don't know everything about the Bible. For this one, I believe not. But what I'm saying is
Like,
when we
so
say
if they were expected to follow this law and they got it from Moses, who said he got it from a Most High God, then why are you so special that you have to get it from the Most High God and not
well, I'm
from
just
one of
saying
his
that.
prophets? I'm asking you a question. Why are you so
Okay, I was trying
special?
to answer.
Why are you, no, you didn't let me finish.
Okay, I apologize.
Why are you so special that you have to hear it directly from the Most High God himself and not from a prophet or a pastor?
Because I don't believe that is what the Most High. Because I don't believe that's what the Most High would want us to do today. This was for a very
Why don't you
specific
believe that? Where
time.
did he change that?
Because I'm saying this was for a very specific time.
Where does he say that? Where does he say this is going to end at this point in time? Where does he say that?
Yeah, so this was under the old covenant, and I'm under the new covenant. So the
You
new
know what
covenant
covenant
comes.
means? Do you think covenant means laws change, or do you think covenant, like, what do you think covenant means?
Covenant is like a promise, so an
No, it's
agreement.
not. It's an agreement. It's an agreement, right? So
Okay.
the only thing that changed from one covenant to the next was what? As a matter of fact, what was the first covenant? Like, do you know what that is?
The one that the Most High made with Moses, or not Moses, with Abraham, I believe.
No, the first covenant.
Adamic.
No, the first Mosaic covenant.
Yeah, it was the one that he made with Moses on Mount Sinai, I believe.
Did he make it with Moses or did he make it with the Israelites?
Well, yeah, Moses, the Israelites, yes, because they had to adhere to that.
What does it say in the covenant?
You want me to pull up a chapter?
Yeah.
Okay, let me research. Let me look it up. But basically, yeah, like if they didn't adhere to all the commandments, then they would be punished.
But what was the agreement?
That they had to keep the commandments.
And then they got what in exchange?
Oh, if they did keep it?
Yeah, what was the agreement? Like an agreement, right? You exchange something, right? What was the agreement?
That they would. I'm not sure.
If this, then that, right? If this, then that. What was his agreement?
If they keep the commandments, they get the promises that was offered to them.
That he would be their God, right?
Correct, along with the promises, yes.
Mm-hmm. So in the new covenant, what was the new covenant? What's the word?
Christ.
No, what can you give me the scripture for it? Like I want to know I want to read the fine print.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Let's go to Hebrews 8. Let's start in verse number. Can I start verse number 8 and read down?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. For finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, for the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness, and their sins and their iniquities will I remember no more. And that he saith, A new covenant he hath made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away.
What did you just say you were reading? Hebrews 8 what?
I started in verse 8.
8.
Okay.
There was
And
another
you
one I
said this
wanted
is
to pull up.
and you said this is where it says the new covenant?
Yeah, that's just, yeah.
Where I'm sorry, where is
Where?
Hebrews 8.
It's
8
in verse
and
8. It says, the days are surely coming. I will establish a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
and what does it say?
It just says it's not like the old covenant.
Like what's
it's written on
the
your
fine
heart.
print? Well, they're quoting Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change the terms of the covenant, does it? It doesn't like say now the law, like you no longer have to keep my commandments. Like it doesn't say any of that, right?
No, of course we still have to keep there's certain commandments we no longer have to follow.
No, I'm asking like where in the covenant, right? In the agreement, in this new agreement, it's like in the original covenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Exodus 19, right? He says, if you obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasure possession out of all the people. Indeed, the whole earth is mine, but you shall be for me a priestly kingdom and a holy nation. Right? Then he ratified the covenant, right? And he said, all of the Lord has spoken, we will all do, and we will be obedient. Moses took the blood and dashed it on the people and said, see the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words. Okay? So they were to keep the commandments in the book of the covenant, right? It was symbolized by the blood, right? And they were they had to obey God's laws, and then Israel will become a holy nation, separated, set apart. Those are the terms of the agreement. And the new agreement, where are the terms listed is what I'm asking. Like what changed from the old covenant to the new? Aside from when Jeremiah says that the only thing that changed was that the law would now be written on their hearts. They didn't have to use a book, and they no longer needed a teacher to teach it to them. That was the only thing that changed from Moses' covenant to the one Jeremiah said. In this new covenant with Jesus, where are the terms that I can read?
Okay. There is one verse. I'm definitely not advanced, so please forgive me for like looking stuff up. There is Hebrews 9. Let me go there. But as far as what you're asking, I can't think of anything off the top of my mind. Hebrews 9, and let me see if this answers your question. So Hebrews 9:15, and for this cause he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. So I know for the old covenant, the only way for you to receive redemption was by, sacrificing and killing. And so in the new covenant, it's like we no longer have to do that. So that's something that was changed. Does that kind of like answer your question?
I get that's what Paul told y'all. What I'm asking is where the God did, the God in Jesus.
Oh, so you're saying you want Christ himself to say it?
I mean, you literally said that the Most High, right, would have to tell you to kill your child if your child tried to get you to worship another God. Like, why are you giving me something that Paul, the writer of Hebrews, like even Paul didn't even write Hebrews. Like this is some unknown man who's writing this in Hebrews, right? Nobody knows who wrote that. But even if, let's say it was Paul, like why would you give me something that Paul said when you have 4 gospels, right? And you have the Old Testament with prophets and where it says the Lord said and God said, right? Why would you be quoting a human's words to me?
Right, because
like
the whole
Paul
book
said,
is inspired. I believe the whole book
I
is
get it. I
inspired
get
by
it.
God.
I get it that it's inspired. But do you see the difference between the writer saying, and God said, right? Or the writer saying, and Jesus said, and a writer saying, and Paul said, Jesus said?
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that I believe that the whole book is inspired by, like, I understand what you're saying 100%. I'm saying I just believe in the whole words of the Bible. So, I mean, this is the verse that I went to.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is like, why would, if this covenant changed, right? Why wouldn't your Jesus or your God lay out the terms of this new covenant way before your Jesus dies and seals it with his blood, right? His blood, it seals this new covenant. He didn't lay out the terms before that, before the covenant was sealed. You didn't get the terms until Paul and Hebrews.
Right. I'm not sure how to answer. I'm not sure how to answer that question. But is it okay if I go back to your original point before?
What was my original point before?
Wait, I think it was either you or Ria who was saying, or you asked me something like, we were talking about murder and if this was.
I know. But my original point is, why do you, right, think that you're special enough to need the Most High to say directly to you, right, that you would need to kill your child if your child tried to get you to worship another God? When the Israelites didn't get that, like, why do you believe that you deserve that when his favorite people on the entire earth didn't even get that?
Right. I was just I guess exaggerating just because I don't believe God would tell me that today. So I was just kind of exaggerating. I don't believe
I get that you don't believe it, but I'm asking, why don't you believe it? Because that's what he told the Israelites to do. Like, there's nowhere in this book that says that any of that changed in his mind. Paul, the Romans, humans, right, changed it as life evolved. Like, Rome literally had laws where you could kill your kid if you just didn't like them, right? Society that just allowed you to kill your kids.
Right.
So as society evolved, that became a immoral thing to do, an illegal thing to do. But it wasn't illegal before that. So it wasn't your God that changed that, because there's nowhere in this book where your God says, I no longer want that. So what I'm trying to figure out is why you now believe that your God wouldn't tell you to do that when it was humans who changed, not your God.
Because I don't believe, like, okay. Under Christ, there's forgiveness and mercy. Like, when the Israelites were under the law of Moses, like, when you committed adultery, like, you were put to death. So, like, under Christ now, that we have forgiveness and mercy. So I believe in repentance. I believe that, you can repent for your sins. That's what I believe.
What does that have to do with whether your God would tell you to unalive your child or not?
Right. So I'm saying, during that time, there was no mercy as far as, like, okay, like, you're an idolater. Okay, you're getting put to death. Like, under this time, I'm saying we have mercy and grace.
So then if after Jesus died, it was just mercy and grace.
No, what do you mean?
After Jesus died, God wouldn't command like anything like that. He wouldn't like act out of anger, right? Because somebody did something wrong.
He wouldn't command the believer to, like, kill their own child?
No, what I'm saying is, like, if you messed up, you would get mercy and grace and time to repent.
Oh no, sometimes there is judgment, of course.
Why again? Don't type in all caps in my damn comments. Like, it ain't that damn serious for you to be doing all that. And then, like, here's the crazy thing, okay? Like, y'all will type in all caps in the comments and ignite negative emotions or negative feelings, and then get mad when I cuss your ass out, and then get all in your feelings when I fucking block you or mute you. Stop doing shit that ignites negative emotions in people. You said that you believe that after Jesus died, it was mercy and grace, right? And that's why your God would not tell you to unalive your child if your child tried to get you to worship a different God.
Yes, there's mercy and grace, but I also do believe in judgment.
What would constitute your God executing judgment and not mercy and grace after Jesus died?
That depends on the Most High. What Most High say?
Why are you answering for him now and saying that he wouldn't tell you to unalive your child? Like, is it mercy and grace because it's you?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know how to, like. I'm saying the Most High. Okay, in the Word it says God's gonna have mercy who He has mercy on.
Right? Is it because it's you though? Like, you're literally saying that you don't believe that he would tell you to unalive your child if your child tried to get you to worship a different God, which we all know that that's the one thing that your God only really gave a fuck about, was putting another God before him. But here you are saying that he's going to give you mercy and grace for that, right? He no longer cares about that, right?
No,
but there are other things that he would execute judgment on. But now you can't say what that is. But you can say that he won't execute judgment. But you answered for him when you said that he would not tell you to execute your own child for putting another God before him.
Yeah, because
you already answered for him once,
specifically during that time when they were in their land.
And you're answering for him now. Do you realize that? Like, you're answering for him now because it has to do with you, and it gets you out of the question. Like, it makes you comfortable. to answer for him. But now you can't answer for him, right? Because it has nothing to do with you. If it has to do with you, you feel comfortable answering for him. Do you realize that?
No, I don't realize that.
Then why wouldn't this God do what he's always done and command that you kill somebody for putting another God before him?
Because I'm saying that was told to the Israelites during
There's a
that
lot of shit that was told to the
specific
Israelites that y'all
time.
have taken. It doesn't matter. Like, y'all have taken a lot of shit. The 10 Commandments was told to the Israelites, wasn't told to the Gentiles.
Okay.
This God was the Israelites. It wasn't the Gentiles.
Right. So even okay, so the 10 commandments are reiterated in the New Testament.
Where?
Let me pull it up. Where Christ, I think he was talking to a man. He said, "How do I get into heaven?" He said, "Don't."
Some of them were. I think maybe like 4 or 5 of them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They're
so he's
not.
reiterating the 10 commandments.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He did not.
What was he quoting from?
No, he did not quote the 10 Commandments.
I'm saying, but where was he pulling from?
He pulled from the law. He pulled multiple stuff from the law.
Correct.
The love your neighbor as you love yourself is not the 10 Commandments. He pulled that from the Levitical code. Thou shalt love the Lord your God with all your heart came from the Deuteronomy code, not the 10 Commandments. He pulled a lot of stuff from the law. But you just said that the 10 Commandments were reiterated in the New Testament, and they are not.
Okay, so one commandment from the 10, I mean the 10 commandments, one of them, thou shalt not kill. When Christ said that, where was he pulling from?
Did he say thou shalt not kill, or did he say that if you hate your brother, you already committed murder in your heart?
Wait, let me pull up the verse.
So murder, adultery, steal, false witness, honor the mother and father, and love your neighbor, which is not in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, love your neighbor is not a 10 Commandment.
Yeah, when he said thou shalt not commit adultery, where was he reading that from?
He wasn't reading from anywhere.
Wait, when Christ was, I'm saying when
he
Christ
literally
was,
quoted. He literally, when they asked him about divorce, right? He literally was quoting the Hebrew scriptures, and he misquoted it. He said, God said that the two shall become one, and no, the God didn't say that. The narrator did.
Mm-hmm.
He misquoted it.
Okay. So are you saying that Christ didn't quote the law? Like, wait, what are you saying?
What do you mean? What am I saying? He did not reiterate the 10 Commandments. I'm just addressing what you said. He didn't reiterate the 10 Commandments in the New Testament. He talked about some of them, but he didn't reiterate the 10 Commandments.
Okay. Is it okay if we go back to because I wanted to touch on the why is it okay for us, like God can do something but we can't? Is that okay?
Like, do you feel like that you've answered my question about the grace and mercy?
I feel like we're kind of just gonna go back and forth on it.
Because you're going to be disingenuous about it, and like you're not going to admit that the reason why you're comfortable answering for your God, for the Most High, regarding whether He would tell you to do a thing, is because it's you, and the reason why you can't answer when He would initiate grace and mercy. I mean, when He would initiate a judgment instead of grace and mercy, it's because it doesn't have anything to do with you right now.
Yeah, for the sake of agreement, I'll agree. Is it okay?
I don't want to do like the disingenuous shit. Like, either just say I still don't agree with that, right? Or tell the truth. Like the fake shit, I don't do.
Well, if I say I don't agree, are you like?
If you say you don't agree, right? If you say you don't agree, that's one thing, right? You just kept saying I can't speak for him.
Right. So I'm saying if I say I don't agree, are you gonna go back and forth or?
What do you mean go back and forth? I just answered you.
Off the subject.
if you say that you don't agree, right? If you say, I don't agree that the reason why I'm doing that is because of XYZ, right? You just kept saying, I can't speak for him.
Right.
All while speaking for him.
Right. So I'm saying I don't agree.
What is it that you don't agree with?
I don't agree with your interpretation of my answer of you saying like I'm speaking for the Most High when I don't agree with that.
Okay, which I'm saying what?
When we were talking about, well, why wouldn't you were saying like, why wouldn't the Most High tell you this? And I was giving you my answer. And then you're like, well, why do you feel the need to speak for him? Like the Most High. And I was saying, I'm not speaking for him. But I was just saying that just
But
for the
you are
sake
though.
of,
How would you
But do
know
you see
that
how
he wouldn't do that?
But do you see how she's like she has stated something that I didn't even say? Like she's just trying to bypass it. That's not even what I said.
wait, what did I say that you didn't say?
Don't even worry about it because you're going to be disingenuous regardless. Like I literally said, just be honest, right? And we can move forward. And you couldn't even do that.
Okay. So is it okay if we go back to the other topic?
I don't know, Rhea. Do you want to talk to her anymore? Hey, is Christina live?
She is.
Do you feel like talking to somebody that's not honest?
I'm good.
All right. Have a good one. You just been honest. We probably could have kept going. All right, y'all. Christina's live. I'm about to hop over there, chill with Christina for a little bit in the comments. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with us tonight. To the YouTubers, I know I didn't say much to y'all tonight. My back was turned towards y'all all night. I ordered a desk so I could put y'all in front of my face so I could pay attention. So a couple of days it'll be here. I will see y'all later on tonight. Y'all have a good one. Thank y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.